Chapter 1. Fated Redemption. Tuberculosis had ravaged the body of this man, his face a ghastly shade of red, lips cracked and stained with blood. At this moment, the very air around him felt like a knife, slicing through his lungs with each labored breath, each inhalation a profound torment. Arthur lay prostrate on the ground, his body broken, strength seeping away with the blood flowing from his myriad wounds. The eyes of the gunslinger were clouded, engulfed by encroaching darkness, knew this darkness heralded his death. Yet before him lay a gun. He must seize it, just to grasp it. Though Arthur was utterly spent, on the brink of collapse, he believed that if he could obtain that weapon, he could eliminate the traitor lurking behind him before he succumbed to death. The gun in his grasp represented the bullets within his enemy's body. Even in his near-death state, with his physical strength waning to its limits, he still harbored such conviction. The gun had never betrayed him. The finest gunslinger of the West would use the last bullet of his life to settle accounts with the traitor named Meatsai. The ground was littered with hard, jagged stones, tearing into Arthur's flesh as he crawled. His hands were battered, fingernails ripped off from exertion, exposing the pale flesh beneath. Behind him, the traitor stirred, having just fought on the edge of the cliff, both of them tumbling down in their struggle. Although Arthur had regained consciousness first, his condition was far worse than that of the traitor. He must move faster. The excruciating pain, reverberating through his body, did nothing to deter Arthur's resolve. Perhaps there were still many unfinished affairs in his life. But at this moment, all he desired was to kill that accursed traitor. This hatred must reach its conclusion. Arthur was determined to halt it with his life, ensuring it did not spread further. Finally, his hand rested upon the gun. In that fleeting moment of relief, darkness threatened to engulf him. Arthur gasped for breath, dispelling the shadows before his eyes. Summoning his strength, just as he was about to grasp the gun and seize the chance to end everything, his hand was pinned down. A pair of black leather boots, tailored trousers. Arthur recognized who it was. This man, entrenched in the West, felt a surge of emotional turmoil, momentarily losing the courage to lift his gaze. What he had fought for his entire life was wrong. His heart plummeted into the abyss, the despair and agony of betrayal weighing heavily upon him like a stone. Thoughts of those who had died for the gang flooded Arthur's mind, one after another. In retrospect, it all seemed so tragically absurd, laughably so. The greatest jest life had played upon him was allowing a man he regarded as a father to lead him step by step into an irretrievable doom. It's all over. Arthur, it's all finished. A robust voice echoed from above him, the words striking Arthur's ears as if to utterly negate his existence. Struggling to lift his head, his body fell back, and Dutch's face came into view. Oh, Dutch. Before him stood the man who, amidst the gang's disintegration, had steadfastly chosen the side of a traitor. Weakly lowering his head, he could summon no more strength. He could not comprehend how Dutch had changed. A traitor had only been with the gang for 2 years and had caused so many deaths. Why? As the leader of the gang, why would he choose to stand beside a traitor, to believe in one? Enduring the intense pain in his chest, Arthur found that even speaking required tremendous effort. He's a traitor, Dutch. We both know it. At that moment, Meatsai staggered closer, his right arm dangling limply, likely dislocated from the fall. Among the three, Dutch had become the sole arbiter of the unfolding events. Dutch, he's sick, he's gone mad, he's dying and spouting nonsense. Meatsai approached, attempting to sway Dutch to his side. The Pinkertons, those who hunted them, had already surrounded the area. If he could align with Dutch, he could mitigate many risks. Arthur and Meatsai awaited Dutch's response, the atmosphere thick with silence, broken only by Arthur's labored breaths. Dutch, I have sacrificed everything for you. Truly. Gazing at Dutch, observing the complex emotions etched upon his face, Arthur suddenly understood everything. Some truths perhaps only become clear when one faces death. Maybe Dutch had always known who the traitor was, who remained loyal. Perhaps he simply did not care whether traitor or loyalist. It mattered not to him. Dutch had once roamed the West, envisioning himself at the pinnacle of the food chain, relishing the power to dictate all. Yet, beneath the wheels of time, all his fantasies had turned to dust. This disparity drove him to madness, causing him to forsake everything principles, morals, and emotions once sources of pride. He transformed those around him into mere pawns in his quest to reclaim his lost dreams. Though they departed in opposite directions, Arthur understood they were ultimately kindred spirits. No one would spare a thought for the prostrate Arthur, a terminally ill fugitive, left to await his demise. On the cliff, the sky was painted a pale white. To the east, where the world ended, resplendent crimson light followed the half-emerged sun, sweeping over the verdant treetops below. Straining to lift his body, Arthur leaned against the rock wall. The sun's warmth no longer suffusing his body, death was eroding this man's life. Swallowing the blood that surged from his throat, he trembled as he retrieved a letter from his breast pocket. Due to Arthur's crawling, the letter had become battered, nearly soaked through with his blood. This letter was a farewell note from his beloved, a final missive. For the gang, he had sacrificed his lover's plea to elope, severing all ties. With great effort, he clutched it, tearing it piece by piece. His corpse would likely be discovered by the Pinkertons. He could not leave any trace for those he cherished, lest they face trouble. A fugitive like him perhaps truly did not deserve love. Grasping the remnants of the letter tightly, Arthur hurled it off the cliff. In the distance, footsteps approached, likely the Pinkertons closing in. These mad dogs would never release their grip once they had bitten down. But none of it mattered to Arthur any more. The darkness that represented death spread rapidly before him, both terrifying and serene. This was death. Some feared it as a tiger, while others welcomed it like a friend. Ah, fate. Arthur's heart mocked itself. Death spread like warm water, enveloping him entirely. The footsteps drew nearer, yet no one cared anymore. Yes, this is fate. A man clad in a sharply tailored suit and a black top hat stood before Arthur's lifeless body. He bore no resemblance to a Pinkerton agent, impeccably dressed, uttering incomprehensible words. I have come to bid farewell, old friend. Though you do not know me, and, technically speaking, I do not know you either, I must speak on behalf of Fatito, not complain about it. There is no such thing as fate in this world. Nothing is predetermined. Everything is a result of your choices. On the cliff, the man in the tall hat stood alone, addressing Arthur's corpse as if in conversation. Though a normal person would hardly converse with a corpse. Muttering, he stepped closer to Arthur and tipped his hat in salute. In any case, farewell, my friend. I hope you can write a new fate. For a person, true darkness lies in the cessation of thought. As it begins to envelop you, when one realizes death is imminent, even the strongest can be filled with sorrow. The collapse of life is irreversible. Yet who can truly live without regrets? Yet, Arthur's death was rife with absurdity. He could see nothing, which was normal, yet to be aware of it was not. Though surrounded by darkness, unfamiliar memories and emotions flooded his mind. In an instant, he seemed to have become another person. Weak, taciturn, life filled with violence and discrimination, as if he were a rag doll tossed into a trash heap, subjected to the whims of others. The amplified fists of his drunken father, the mocking smiles of classmates, the colorful-haired individuals encircling him in shadowy streets. And he had no intention of resisting. As if by sealing himself off, the darkness would cease to exist. So he quietly watched, witnessing the fists land upon him, listening to the venomous insults, stripped bare and cast into the street. He observed as the violence directed at him escalated, fists transforming into clubs, then into furniture, insults becoming spittle raining down upon him. The malice of the world flows like water, converging upon individuals at the bottom rungs of society. Chapter 2. The Trapped Soul. Arthur had countless times wished to swing his fist, though he did not understand why he found himself here. Yet every experience felt as if he were living it. Damn it, the sensation of another's fist striking his body is undeniably real, akin to the experience of Arthur enduring a beating. Yet, his consciousness feels as though it has been enveloped by some unseen force. Despite his frenzied attempts to strike back, his body remains utterly unresponsive. Arthur resembles a ferocious beast confined within a cage, while outside, a cacophony of incessantly barking pet dogs fills the air. It was not until a group of individuals, led by that so-called father, burst into his home and forcefully pinned him to the ground without a word. They bound him with ropes, treating him like livestock, then blindfolded him, leaving him in ignorance of his destination. After prolonged jolting, an unsettling silence enveloped him. Who is this guy? Towering as he may be, he doesn't seem to have an ounce of meat to spare. A jarring conversation ensued, followed by the blindfold being yanked away. Through his newly unclouded vision, Arthur beheld a figure clad in a white lab coat, busily engaged in some task with their back turned to him. Conversing from the opposite side was a man of considerable stature, his face a canvas of excess flesh, topped with a balding head, resembling a corpulent swineherd. Disgusting? Poi, how dare you call me disgusting? The anesthetic drugs sanctioned from above are more than enough to keep you well supplied. When extracting parts, how many poor swine have suffered muscle spasms from the pain, ruining plenty of components in the process? Spare me, the higher-ups haven't said a word against it. My son is just trying to make a living at the company's school. What's wrong with that? Everyone knows how exorbitant the tuition at the dog's company school is. Even the ghosts of Night City are aware. The rotund Poi stood before a machine, his voice dripping with complaint, his hands working with increased fervor on the device. He impatiently interrupted Ver, bellowing once more with a coarse voice. Damn it, shut that wretched mouth of yours. Look at this guy. As he turned, Arthur finally glimpsed Poi's face, which wore a cruel grin, revealing yellowed, protruding teeth and prominent veins at the corners of his eyes and forehead. Even more repulsive were his eye sockets, which had been hollowed out, replaced with grotesque black prosthetic eyes. The crude and shoddy craftsmanship of the implants was evident, as the dark, chaotic metal jutted out from the eye sockets, intertwined with blackened and crimson wiring, deeply embedded in the flesh surrounding his cheeks. Hurry, anesthetize him. This guy's body is still mostly original. We can't afford to waste it. If the bodies of the swine were filled with cheap, inferior prosthetics, then violent dismantling posed no issue. But Arthur's body held far greater value, and thus warranted careful handling. He could almost envision a substantial sum of money beckoning to him. In this era, the proliferation of prosthetics allowed capital to exert control over the lower classes, heavily promoting the convenience of such devices. They urged individuals to sell their organs in exchange for better prosthetics, promising a substantial monetary reward in return, making it sound like an offer too good to refuse. Yet, the capitalists never mentioned the maintenance of these prosthetics and the significant burden they placed on the nervous system, particularly the brain. Consequently, as prosthetics became more widespread, the world grew increasingly dependent on the grasp of capital. In stark contrast, the value of healthy, original organs skyrocketed. The wealthy would incessantly replace their aging organs with youthful, healthy originals to stave off the ravages of time, indulging in life without restraint. As things speed up, he won't be able to escape why the rush. Huh, are you eager to take your useless son to the cloud for a thrill? He's of age now, yet still a complete waste and an imbecile. Upon noticing the approach of the other, the red lights on Poi's prosthetic eyes flickered wildly. If you dare mention my son again, they'll tear your disgusting face off and stick it to the wall. His tone dripped with cold menace, revealing the handle of the gun that had inadvertently surfaced from the folds of his flesh. I surrender, it was my fault. Ver's lips curled into a mocking smile, clearly unperturbed by the threat. He spoke with a sarcastic tone, leaning forward toward his opponent. Your son will never make it to the cloud. You are both spineless cowards. It was evident that Ver held a higher status than the corpulent Poi, showing no fear of escalating the conflict. The red lights of Poi's inferior prosthetic flickered wildly, yet he ultimately stifled his rage, restoring calm to his artificial eyes. Humph, Ver scoffed, then plunged an intravenous needle forcefully into Arthur's wrist. Lifting his head, he retrieved a vial filled with yellow liquid and injected it into the foreline above. Despite the oppressive and dark memories Arthur possessed, the original owner of this body had limited contact with the outside world, yet he retained a grasp of basic knowledge. For instance, it was clear that his so-called father had evidently sold him off, handing him over to a group of scavengers. The immense profits from organs and prosthetics had birthed a swarm of filthy rats that lurked in the shadows of the city, typically preying on the societal outcasts, those who had been reduced to mere shells of themselves through substance abuse. Yet, there were exceptions, such as wealthy second-generation heirs seeking thrills or middle-class individuals trapped in economic peril. In essence, everyone was their target. Regardless of one's identity, once caught in their clutches, one would swiftly be disassembled into parts and sold on the black market. Arthur could only watch helplessly as the yellow liquid from the vial dripped into his body through the tubing. He struggled desperately, yet all was in vain, remaining trapped within the confines of his own mind, utterly incapable of influencing his physical form. God knows how many years he had endured this torment, able to see and feel, yet utterly powerless to act. Just then, the machine beside the corpulent man emitted a piercing alarm, loud enough to cause the vial delivering anesthetic to Arthur to tremble. Fuck, what's happening? The small screen on the apparatus turned a stark red, indicating that Arthur's heart rate had flatlined, all three waveforms collapsing into a singular line. His heart has suddenly stopped, and all physiological indicators are plummeting. Poy's voice grew frantic as he frantically manipulated the controls. Damn it. What did you inject him with? All of his organs are failing. Furrowing his brow, Ver glanced at the machine, then down at the vial. There shouldn't be a problem. Grinding his teeth, Ver pulled a pneumatic injector from his pocket, hoping that this efficient emergency medication would buy them enough time to complete their task. Aiming it at Arthur's chest, he forcefully depressed the injector while simultaneously activating the switch. A sound akin to a deflating balloon erupted, and both men anxiously watched the screen for any sign of change. There was none. The line representing the heart rate lay flat, like a dead fish. For a moment, the air was heavy with silence. Dead organs held no value, even less than a carcass. The boss would undoubtedly bind them to this machine, slaughtering them like livestock as compensation for his losses. After a prolonged stillness, Ver's voice broke the oppressive atmosphere, but it only heightened the tension. You'll be held accountable for this. Poy, it's your fault. His tone left no room for dispute, and he reasserted his authority as a minor leader. No, Ver, it's the fault of the drug. It's you. Poy's face, marred by excess flesh, trembled as he shook his head violently, resembling a person in the throes of seizure. You're mistaken. Poy, it is indeed you. Regardless of where it originated, you are responsible. Ver wore a sincere expression, adopting the demeanor of a superior, comforting a subordinate who had erred. Don't worry, he'll plead your case to the boss. Poy, known for his stinginess, had made many enemies throughout their dealings. It should be noted that they were all monsters clad in human skin, yet Poy had inexplicably placed concern for his useless son above all else, burdening himself unnecessarily. Poy's entire visage contorted in anguish, the red lights of his inferior prosthetic dimming. He pleaded, please, I have a son. I beg you, don't throw me to the wolves. If they both bore the blame, neither would emerge unscathed, but there remained a chance for survival. As long as they both insisted the fault lay with the pig, and with Ver's position as a minor leader, he had left some goodwill in the eyes of the boss. This was akin to Ver trading his future and status for their lives. Yet, it was clear that the other would not acquiesce. Ver's sincerity showed no signs of fading as he spoke in earnest. Stop spouting nonsense. Whoever made the mess must clean it up. We must be honest. Ver would not sacrifice himself for another. That was the hallmark of a fool. He certainly did not consider himself one. Chapter 3. Mutation and escape. You are forcing my hand. Boy trembled all over, a mixture of fear and rage coursing through him. This is all you're doing. His hand shot toward his waist. Exerting every ounce of strength, leaving 4 distinct marks on his flesh, the dark barrel of a gun was aimed squarely at Vor, as Boy howled in madness. You shall not survive either, you wretched creature. It is you who have left me no way out. The blame lies squarely with you. I advise you to remain calm. If I perish, your useless son will also meet his demise. The boss will undoubtedly flay him alive. Vor feigned a composed demeanor, aware that Boy's son was akin to a leash around his neck, tethered by the gang. The two enforcers found themselves locked in a tense standoff, oblivious to the lifeless body lying on the hospital bed between them. Arthur's form lay quietly, the yellow liquid continuing its steady infusion into his body. Waves of excruciating pain surged towards Arthur's soul, yet he felt an exhilarating thrill. The agony in his limbs brought forth a heightened awareness. As if they were regrowing, sensations spreading inch by inch with each pang of pain. Neither of the men noticed the subtle twitch of the dead man's fingers. Before Arthur, perceived Boy's momentary paralysis and felt a surge of triumph, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How about I keep an eye on your son? He chuckled, spreading his hands in jest. Having a son to leave in this world makes your existence worthwhile. Wouldn't you agree? Boy, catching a mockery on Vor's face, unexpectedly let out a laugh, The foolishness and panic that had once marred his plump visage vanished without a trace, as if he had transformed into another being. With a sudden, forceful grip, he seized Vor's hair, driving the barrel of the gun directly into his throat. Boy's outburst resembled that of a predatory beast, pouncing upon its prey with ferocity, sinking its fangs deep into the flesh. Coldly observing the blood frothing at Vor's lips, Boy remarked, "You were indeed correct. That vial of medicine was swapped out by me." He adjusted the angle of the gun with a brutish force, the cold metal embedding itself into Vor's flesh. "You see, one must possess certain vulnerabilities. Otherwise, no one will believe you. And as for that son I brought to light, he is truly a worthless wretch." He scrutinized the position of the gun's muzzle with a serious expression, nodding in satisfaction to Vor's wide-eyed stare. Boy calmly pulled the trigger. The bullet from the large-caliber handgun erupted within Vor's mouth like a cannonball, shattering his skull and ending his life in an instant. Boy grinned wickedly. How could he, in the eyes of the public, dare to deliberately slay the head of the organization? It was clear that Vor had betrayed him, threatening to conspire to seize the profits from this lucrative by shifting all blame onto Vor. Boy could extricate himself from the situation that on the bed, Arthur observed the scene before him in silence. His chances were limited as the assailant wielded a gun. The bloodied Boy, grinning with malice, stared vacantly at the lifeless body on the ground. Though he still clutched the gun, his grip had noticeably slackened. The gun represented Arthur's opportunity. In his frail state, he could not hope to overpower the hefty man with mere physical force. Seizing the weapon was his wisest course of action. Boy reveled in his victory, utterly unaware that the corpse on the hospital bed was stealthily reaching for the gun in his grasp. The contents of the syringe had been his own selection, and he was confident that no one could survive it. Yet, Arthur's existence was itself an anomaly. Seeing the moment was ripe, he lunged forward, his arms enveloping Boy's gun-holding hand, his body crashing down towards the ground. Using the weight of his body to compensate for his frailty was the best strategy Arthur could devise at that moment. The sudden assault proved effective, and when Arthur rose from the floor, he found the hefty man's expression one of utter confusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur drew a gun from his pocket, aiming it directly at Boy. This man was treacherous and ruthless, akin to a venomous snake lurking in the grass. The most prudent approach to deal with such an individual was to shoot without hesitation. Arthur did just that, pulling the trigger without affording Boy a single chance. The immense recoil jolted him back a step. Even with both hands on the weapon, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. The recoil caused the gun's barrel to veer slightly off target, but he swiftly fired again in that direction, indifferent to whether the bullet had claimed Boy's life. As pain throbbed in his wrist, he observed the hefty form sprawled motionless on the ground. Frowning at the sight, he disregarded the pain in his wrist and gripped the handgun tightly. When he had fired, Boy had been facing him directly. How could he now be lying prone? Though puzzled as to why such a powerful weapon had not ended Boy's life, Arthur was certain that the man was not dead yet. Stumbling to his feet, he located a half-height medical cabinet and propped the gun against it, allowing him to transfer much of the recoil away from his wrist. Arthur resolved to empty the gun of all its bullets. He was eager to ascertain whether the rotund man had truly perished. Boy lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear. His biotic armor had been utterly shattered, exposing raw flesh and even hinting at his ribs. This armor had been painstakingly amassed over the years, disguised under the pretense of paying for his son's education, and now it lay in ruins. When that pig approached, he intended to grind the man's bones to dust and slice his flesh into pieces to vent his fury. For now, he merely had to wait for him to arrive. However, footsteps failed to materialize. Instead, the sound of metallic clashing echoed ominously that a sense of foreboding crept into Boy's mind. What the hell was that bastard doing? In the next moment, the answer came crashing forth, accompanied by a deafening gunshot. Boy felt as though his back had been struck by a cannonball, an overwhelming force pinning him to the ground. Shattering his ribs, with his last ounce of strength, he turned to look at a tall, gaunt figure resembling a bamboo stalk crouched behind a cabinet, half of his body protruding as smoke curled from the barrel of his gun. He had won too many times, so many that even when ambushed and severely injured, he still believed victory was his. According to the script of his life, he had always been the one to laugh last. Unfortunately, some things cannot be afforded even a single loss. There was no time for contemplation, nor even the luxury of despair. Another bullet came swiftly as he watched the projectile embed itself in the man's chest. Creating a gaping wound, Arthur exhaled deeply. What manner of monster was this? The third bullet struck Boy's back, yet it did not penetrate, merely leaving a dark mark. He could still rise and flip over. Arthur was not entirely ignorant of the world. After all, he had been an observer for over 20 years, and he possessed some basic knowledge. Yet, the original persona had been a complete recluse, with a limited understanding of the world. And thus Arthur could not fathom much, but he knew well enough that it was now 2076, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it was merely less than 200 years since his death. The world had transformed into this grotesque reality. Shaking his head, he cast aside the tumultuous thoughts clouding his mind, while simultaneously suppressing the feeling of weakness in his body. The immediate priority was to escape this cursed place, thanks to the hefty man's plan. There were no others in the stronghold at this time. Otherwise, the sound of gunfire would undoubtedly have drawn everyone, and he tucked the gun into the left side of his waist, a position convenient for drawing, and staggered towards the exit. Beyond the door lay a dim corridor, illuminated by the kaleidoscopic lights filtering in through the window at the end. Dragging his weakened form, he moved towards that luminous direction. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with the foul odor of decaying flesh. The very scent suggested the horrifying sights concealed within the darkness, under the faint light from the ceiling. Arthur discerned that this floor was a hall cluttered with numerous hospital beds. Although each was draped with white cloth, the outlines indicated that there were no vacant spaces. Across the staircase, Arthur spotted the exit of this dreadful place, an imposing door made of alloy, devoid of windows, imparting a sense of weightiness. Just as he reached the threshold, his hand poised to touch the surface, an eerie sound of breathing emanated from behind him. The noise was accompanied by a shrill wheeze. As though something was lodged in the throat, obstructing the breath, it appeared that there were survivors in the hall. But given Arthur's current state, it was only sensible to ignore them. His hand hovered near the door. It was a common automatic door, designed to open with the slightest touch. After a prolonged moment, damn it. Chapter 4. The doctor in the dimly lit hall. Rows of transport beds were haphazardly strewn about, as if carelessly discarded refuse. All were covered with neat white sheets, exuding a chilling atmosphere in the subdued light. Yet to Arthur, who was no stranger to such sights, this was of little consequence. He had encountered numerous cannibalistic freaks in the West, all of whom he had sent to hell without exception. Locating the general direction of the sound, Arthur roughly pulled aside the nearby white sheets. A more intense and foul stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Surrounded by the grotesque remains of dismembered corpses, nearly extinguishing Arthur's desire to continue his search. Clearly, this grand hall was nothing short of a veritable charnel house. How could there possibly be any survivors? Just as doubt began to creep into his mind, questioning whether he was merely imagining things, an unusual sound of breathing reached Arthur's ears once more, emanating from his left side, grasping the edge of the white cloth. Arthur resolutely lifted it away. Beneath lay a woman clad in a yellow uniform, appearing to be in her 30s. Her face bore extensive bruising, and her limbs were twisted at unnatural angles, resembling a broken doll. A deep laceration marred her neck, a wound that could undoubtedly prove fatal. Yet under the light, a metallic glimmer shimmered from the gaping wound, widening with each labored breath she took. It seemed the scavengers here had mistakenly presumed her dead and discarded her in this forsaken place. As for why she had survived, well, in this damned era, if creatures could exist that were impervious to 4 gunshots, why could there not also be a woman who lived on despite having her throat slit? Clutching the fabric of the woman's attire, Arthur exerted his strength, preparing to hoist her onto his shoulder. However, as he did so, an intense pain radiated from his wrist. It appeared the recoil from the handgun had proven too much for him, fracturing his wrist, rendering him incapable of exerting any force. Reluctantly, he twisted the white cloth into a makeshift rope and secured the woman to his back. Damn, she was rather heavy. Cursing under his breath, Arthur made his way out of the hall. The night city at night indeed possessed a richness far beyond its daytime facade. A myriad of lights and unabashed outdoor holographic projections filled the night, while the perfect shroud of darkness concealed its grotesqueness. Upon exiting the building, a pungent aroma of industrial waste permeated the air, a sharp and foul scent akin to a noxious blend of paint and poison. In an instant, Arthur recognized his location: Watson District, the industrial area of the northern city. However, this industrial zone had long been abandoned by capital. Rust clung to the iron fences flanking the streets, and the factories stood lifeless, overgrown with wild grass, exuding an aura of desolation. The Vortex Gang, those carrion-feeding insects, huddled here, signifying that the night was far from safe. The ugliness of this place was a topic few dared to broach. If Night City were a beautiful maiden, this area would be the festering sore upon her smooth skin, oozing with pus. Arthur chose a direction and headed south. In that direction lay a row of neatly arranged high-rise apartments, completely isolating the northern industrial area from the rest of Night City. They serve as a veil over the blight. With heavy steps, a wave of dizziness relentlessly assailed Arthur's mind. The effects of the drugs continued to bear down upon him. His muscles felt as though they were dissolving, strength ebbing away like a receding tide, the world before him warping and spinning, until he collapsed to the ground. Everything within him spiraled out of control. Memories, emotions, like fledglings bereft of their mothers, they surged towards Arthur's soul, aggrieved, innocent, furious, hateful, and then deeply numb. Even with Arthur's formidable willpower, he felt his very soul teetering on the brink. Should these chaotic emotions inundate him, he would surely descend into madness. Summoning every ounce of strength, he struggled, yearning to escape this wretched cage, yet the surging tide of emotion nearly engulfed him, his thoughts growing increasingly chaotic, true death looming ever closer. "Hey, kid, wake up!" A deep, gravelly male voice pierced the veil of his consciousness, akin to a lifeline thrown to his soul. Desperately, he clung to it, struggling to open his aching eyes. Through his blurred vision, he discerned a man bending over him. Concern etched upon his face. The man, noticing Arthur's awakening, exhaled a sigh of relief, gradually straightening up and stepping back from Arthur's view. Ugh! Upon regaining consciousness, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body, as if his flesh were being torn asunder inch by inch. Where this? Before he could utter a complete thought, another cry of agony escaped him. It felt as if a smoldering coal had lodged in his throat, the searing pain compelling him to close his mouth. Rest well, young M.N. In Arthur's hazy vision, the figure busied himself with an apparatus, a ghostly blue light illuminating his face. Reactivate your nervous system. I had to increase the dosage of some special medications, which will likely result in severe phantom pains throughout your body. The man's tone was calm and measured, imbued with a reassuring charm. This was far preferable to being consumed by tumultuous emotions. Likewise, due to the recent crisis, Arthur's soul and the memories of his former self had undergone a thorough amalgamation. The sense of detachment and isolation from the world had vanished entirely. It felt as if he had truly come back to life, stepping into another realm, a world reminiscent of the future. Once driven to despair by the so-called civilization of yore, Arthur now perceived that this world had hardly improved due to its wretched civilization. As time passed, the phantom pains that coursed through Arthur's body receded like the tide, and clarity gradually returned to his vision. The environment was dimly lit, yet unexpectedly dry and serene. Not far from him, the doctor reclined in a chair, a small screen before him occasionally erupting with frenzied applause. Curiously, even in such a dim environment, he wore a pair of pitch-black glasses. "It seems you have made some recovery. I suggest you check yourself immediately to see if any underlying issues persist." Arthur struggled to sit up, realizing he lay upon a technologically advanced surgical chair, surrounded by screens monitoring his condition. Cradling his head in his hands, Arthur's signature raspy voice broke the silence. This marked his first genuine conversation with another since arriving in this world. "What just happened to me? You were injected with a substance I have never encountered before. They are macromolecules that can deceive neural cell recognition, entering cells via endocytosis. In short, I have not eliminated those substances from your cells. Thus you remain at significant risk." The doctor approached Arthur, his sharp black hair contrasting with his sturdy, towering frame, muscles straining against the fabric of his dark shirt, his left arm adorned with a multitude of tattoos. This appearance was hardly reminiscent of a physician. So, I'm still going to die, right? Arthur murmured, his gaze lowered as if lost in thought. Kid, be optimistic. I mentioned that I am unfamiliar with that substance, so its effects on you remain uncertain for the time being. The doctor gently patted Arthur's arm, his unexpected familiarity not wholly unwelcome. Setting aside his appearance, the man exuded an aura of forthrightness. Optimism brings good fortune, does it not? Releasing his grasp on his head, Arthur turned his eyes towards the doctor standing before him. To live again, although he had fully integrated the memories of his predecessor, this alien world still imparted an uncanny sense of unreality. The doctor's presence, however, alleviated some of that feeling. Doctor, what is your name? He inquired. Victor, though I hardly qualify as a true doctor. Arthur Morgan. Chapter 5. The disappeared. A grave expression settled upon Arthur's face. This body bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, youthful yet pale and handsome. The light in his blue eyes sparkled, as if proclaiming his arrival in this new world. Your name is quite renowned in Night City. I mean, your surname. Victor spoke with a relaxed tone, evidently attempting to lighten the mood. Fame in this godforsaken city. It surely cannot be anything pleasant. Perhaps I should consider changing my surname. Arthur shifted his shoulders, a wave of weakness surging from the depths of his body and soul, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Even during his most grievous illness, he had never felt this feeble, unable to muster the strength to raise an arm. You've got it wrong. I was referring to a legend in this city. Many young people follow in his footsteps, eager to catch a glimpse of his tail. Straining to lift his emaciated arm, Arthur gestured towards Victor, silently hoping he was not merely a fragile skeleton. A matchstick figure easily broken upon contact. Shaking his head, Victor regarded the self-deprecating Arthur with a smile. How could a legend possibly be frail? Besides, he is a lone wolf. A killer. Tio idolize a killer. It seems fitting for a city filled with scavengers chasing dreams. You, my friend. Victor observed Arthur's calm visage with a mixture of bemusement and amusement. You truly enjoy rebutting, don't you? Whose temper did you inherit? The comment reminded Arthur of two figures, Dutch and the man who had sold him to the scavengers, his own father. Dutch was of little concern to him now, but that man who betrayed him would not escape Arthur's wrath. Furthermore, there were those scavengers who deserved to be flayed alive. Arthur Morgan had nearly succumbed to a swarm of insignificant insects at the edge of the northern industrial area. In the Watson district, a multitude of police vehicles had congregated near the low buildings alongside the elevated highway. A contingent of NCPD officers surrounded a building, their red and blue flashing lights intermittently illuminating their tense faces, mirroring the anxiety that gripped them. At the center of the police cordon stood a middle-aged man with a pronounced belly. Fixated on the shadows lurking within the doorway on the 7th floor, the hall was densely populated with corpses. It was evident that this was a stronghold for scavengers. What the NCPD truly feared was not the vermin, but rather the killers of those vermin, namely, the cyber-psychopaths, the societal detritus most likely to be found amidst the bodies of the scavengers. With the division's technical experts delayed in their arrival, the defense against brain-machine network intrusions was virtually non-existent. To avert potential hacking attacks, the reconnaissance team severed their neural connections, resorting to using walkie-talkies for communication. The rotund sheriff at the entrance refrained from calling out to the officers probing inside. Fearing that any sudden noise might awaken the lunatics within to avoid any unforeseen incidents, he remained silent, enduring the agonizing wait for a communication from within. Rustle. A coarse noise emitted from the walkie-talkie by his shoulder, gradually clarifying into a clear male voice that emerged. Sir, the danger has been neutralized. These words echoed. A collective sigh of relief swept through everyone present, their bodies visibly relaxing. What's the situation? The hefty officer pressed the walkie-talkie button, inquiring about developments inside. Chief, there are no survivors, not even a scrap of intact flesh. Damn these scavengers. Maintain the scene. I'll bring my team over immediately. Stomping his feet in his police boots, The portly officer strode inside, crossing the laser-constructed perimeter. The lights flickered rapidly, shifting from green to yellow, seemingly identifying the intruder, before swiftly reverting to green. The NCPD swiftly took control of the scene, well versed in this procedure. They merely needed to verify the corpses here, ensuring no significant figures were present as for the identity of the murderer. Who would care? The homeless, the impoverished. These wretches were hardly worthy of their concern. As noon approached, a young boy slowly approached, his head bowed. His tousled brown hair stood upright, hands stuffed in his pockets, intent on pressing forward. Until a green police line obstructed his path, the boy paused. His eyes fixated on the line as if his soul had been siphoned away. Frantically, he looked up. Indeed, the hospital that had taken his mother was right here. He dashed inside, disregarding the flashing red lights behind him. Scrambling up the stairs, who knew where a crime had occurred? This hellish place was near the Northern Industrial District, rife with chaos. Perhaps there had been yet another shootout, an accidental discharge, or even a suicide. Regardless, it could not be that hospital. His mother must have awakened and was waiting for him. Heaving, the boy rushed up to the 7th floor where the hospital's entrance awaited at the staircase's bend. Clutching the railing, he felt as though something heavy pressed upon his neck. Gasping for air multiple times before finally lifting his head, a green police line encircled the door, 2 officers in blue uniforms standing nearby. Smoking, a sharp crack echoed in the boy's heart, and for a moment, even his breathing was cast aside. What has happened? He hurried to one of the officers, asking, "What is going on? My mother is still inside being treated." Treated? Damn it, anyone who goes in there is done for. This is a scavenger stronghold. Everyone inside is dead. The officer's words struck the boy like a hammer, reverberating in his ears with a deafening buzz. The officer's mouth continued to move, yet the boy could hear nothing. He had entrusted his gravely injured mother to the scavenger stronghold. Those flesh-eating mongrels. He had personally delivered his mother to this wretched place. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground. After an enduring void, the boy struggled to open his eyes. A voice drifting from afar caught his attention. "Sir, that kid is awake. Wake him up and tell him to find his mother's corpse himself." Damn it, anyone who wants to go there can go. Footsteps approached, and he felt someone slap his face a few times. "Kid! Hey kid, if your mom is in there, go find her yourself. Wake up, you little brat." Are there really no survivors? My mother was just admitted the day before yesterday. He persisted, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Enough with the nonsense. Whether she is alive or dead is beyond us. But I'm about to clock out. If you keep dragging this out, just scram. The officer's words were brusque. Even as he grabbed the boy by his collar and hoisted him up, the hall was a chaotic scene. Gurneys haphazardly strewn about, with white sheets neatly covering the bodies beneath. Go ahead and look. The belongings are on top. You can take them. He gestured dismissively, indicating the boy should proceed, before pinching his nose and stepping back. Like a soulless automaton, the boy began to lift the sheets one by 1.1, another, until he stood at the deepest part of the hall, staring at the exposed corpses before him. His mother was not among them. In Watson District, in a basement clinic of Little Chinatown, Victor set aside his equipment and gestured for Arthur to rise from the surgical chair. Aside from the potential lingering effects of the unknown drugs, you can now be considered completely healthy. Thank you, Victor. I feel much better. Take tea that moment. Arthur indeed appeared to have shed his previous frailty, though his physique still bore signs of weakness. Call me Old Vic. Yuri, quite to my liking. If only you could accumulate a bit more virtue with your words. Given Arthur's youthful body, barely in his 20s, he was indeed a mere lad in Victor's eyes. If you could extend my medical payment deadline, I imagine you would find me equally appealing. He was, after all, completely broke, with no prospect of his next meal. Extending the deadline is no problem. I figured you'd be short on cash. A recently escaped survivor from a scavenger stronghold, nearly untouched, it would be absurd for him to possess wealth. Rubbing his forehead, Arthur lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse with an edge of evasion that, if possible, I could use some guidance on living matters. Of course, support would be even better. I in debt. He needed a benefactor to lend a hand. Chapter 6. Edgewalker, Outlaw. Victor chuckled heartily, simultaneously removing the auxiliary medical device strapped to his arm. The jobs I've got from people I know. One T-suit your spindly arms and legs. He pinched his own arm. feeling the starkness of his bones, skin stretched over bone. He was now incapable of even firing a weapon properly. Prolonged malnutrition had rendered him not only weak, but also left his skeleton appearing exceptionally fragile. Even in his former profession, he found himself lacking. I genuinely have no means at the moment. It seems I must try whatever work you suggest, no matter how ill-fitting that Arthur's tone carried a tinge of uncertainty. He had never been cornered like this, where even eating had become a challenge. If you truly have nowhere else to go, staying here is an option. Regain your strength before deciding on your next steps, and it will also allow me to monitor the residual effects of those drugs in your system. Victor's tone revealed no hint of impatience that Arthur's predicament was causing him tangible losses, yet he felt no animosity or anger. Perhaps, as he claimed, Arthur was indeed appealing to him. Thank you, old Vic, this friend, as long as he remained genuine. Would be Arthur's first true bond in this unfamiliar world. Time passed swiftly. Old Vic's meals were indeed quite satisfactory, and coupled with ample rest, Arthur's condition steadily improved, although still appearing gaunt from a distance. The yellow pallor had faded from his face. Over nearly half a month, he had assisted Old Vic, helping him with various tasks. Old Vic was generous, imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding cybernetics. One day, after Arthur had just helped Old Vic attend to a relatively minor patient, a figure hurriedly entered the clinic. It was a woman, her lips painted with pitch-black lipstick, her eyes adorned with dark, peculiar makeup, and her disheveled, shoulder-length yellow hair framing her face. Her name was Misty, the owner of an unpopular fortune-telling shop located above Old Vic's clinic. Despite her bizarre and frenzied appearance, Misty's voice resonated with an ethereal gentleness. This stark contrast rendered her an embodiment of contradiction. It shouldn't be. Even in death, citizen information is retained for at least a year. How could it vanish? Old Vic sank heavily into a nearby chair, leaning forward as he activated the screen on his desk. The sounds of raucous cheers and passionate boxing filled the air. Clearly, someone had tampered with the situation. Don't forget about that peculiar drug I possess, which you've never encountered. It was evident that someone was exploiting scavengers for human experimentation. Arthur stood beside him, his gaze fixed on the screen Old Vic was watching. Humph. Those corporations are no different from scavengers. They hardly regard people as human. Just then, the roars of the crowd on the screen reached a crescendo, seemingly in agreement with Old Vic's sentiment. For now, let us set that aside. The NCPD is demanding that we take that woman away, or they may subject her to euthanasia. Misty added, in such a world, ignoring it is perhaps the wisest choice. Yet Arthur still inquired, what exactly is her condition? Will she never awaken? This question was naturally directed at Old Vic, who had previously stabilized that woman's injuries and possessed a certain understanding of her situation. That it was likely a car accident. In any case, external forces had inflicted considerable harm upon her. The most critical injury was to her neck. Although the emergency tracheostomy she underwent saved her life, the spinal contusions and misalignments resulting in neural damage were severe, and I cannot estimate when she might regain consciousness. After listening to Victor's explanation, Arthur fell silent. Though she was merely a stranger, he still wished to lend a hand. However, having already troubled Victor, he found it difficult to voice his thoughts. Observing Arthur's grave expression, Victor chuckled softly, rose from his chair, and approaching him from behind, he patted Arthur on the shoulder, a habitual faint smile adorning his face, and pressed further. Do you truly have no connection with that woman? None at all, merely having spent time with an old friend. I am rather willing to assist a stranger. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Misty while slipping on a coat. Come, let us see what the situation is upon their arrival at the NCPD precinct in Little Chinatown. They found a cacophony of officers clad in blue, bustling about with little regard for their presence. After considerable effort, they located the woman in a cold, secluded room. The abnormal twist in her neck had healed. Now wrapped in pristine white bandages, a testament to Victor's emergency care, beneath her disheveled red hair, her face had regained some color, yet her eyes remained tightly shut, showing no sign of awakening. It seems I must take action, Arthur remarked to Misty with a self-deprecating tone. Better to avoid owing Old Vic too much and getting kicked out. With a slight smirk, Misty, despite her exaggerated and peculiar makeup, revealed a quiet demeanor. Old Vic is quite good to his friends, as long as one refrains from debating which boxer is superior. His judgment in boxing is rather poor. He always chooses incorrectly. Old Vic simply dislikes cyberware and looks down upon those who gain strength through it. Misty's voice was low, precisely controlled to ensure comprehension. Arthur hoisted the woman in his arms and began to walk outside, agreeing with Misty's sentiments, though the trophies on Old Vic's wall were coated in dust. It was unlikely he had sought out counterfeit awards. After ensuring the red-haired woman was settled, Arthur immediately sought out Old Vic to request an introduction to work opportunities that I know a few middlemen. But is your body ready? You've only been recovering for about half a month. Arthur pondered for a moment, realizing he had no recollection of any middlemen, prompting him to ask, what exactly does this middleman do? Victor looked at Arthur with curiosity. Noting his confusion was genuine, he began to explain, a group of individuals who find jobs for mercenaries. They act as information headhunters and typically possess considerable resources. Headhunters? Huh? Arthur mused, stroking his chin. They must take a substantial cut. Why wouldn't mercenaries seek work themselves? The role of a middleman is significant. First, they assess the danger of a task, serving as a form of protection to some extent. Furthermore, they have many connections and are well-informed, which can alleviate much trouble regarding assignments. Most importantly, confidentiality is paramount. They often handle unsavory dealings, and the clients prefer to remain anonymous. Victor elaborated, shadows playing across his face under the clinic's single light. Arthur understood and even felt a sense of reassurance at the mention of unsavory dealings. Ah, he excelled in that realm. It appears you are still a novice. The life of a middleman is fraught with danger. You would be wise to learn from me instead. Victor's expression was one of concern. He clearly did not care about any losses Arthur might incur, reflecting his attitude toward friends with a grin. Arthur shook his head, signaling Victor to refrain from further persuasion. He was determined to repay Old Vic, and he also held confidence in his own abilities, though this old cowboy had physically regained his youth. His speed in drawing a gun remained unaffected. With an old-fashioned revolver, he had reigned over the West. Now equipped with modern firearms, he would continue to dominate Night City in all other matters. Arthur could be humble. But when it came to marksmanship, he had never missed. His eyes were akin to those of death itself. Patting Old Vic's shoulder, Arthur stated resolutely, set up the connections. Trust me. Gazing at Arthur's determined face. Victor shook his head with a smile that he disliked questioning his friend's decisions. That was a matter of personal choice. He preferred to remain in the dim clinic, like a rock standing behind his friends, silently waiting for the moment they needed shelter. You have indeed embarked on the path of an edgewalker. I hope you can venture far. What is that? Edgewalker. Observing the confusion on Arthur's face, Victor explained helplessly. The lives of mercenaries are fraught with gunfire. They tread the edges of society, with an abyss lurking beside them. Thus, those who engage in this line of work are known as edgewalkers. Listening to Victor's explanation, Arthur laughed heartily at aren't they just a bunch of desperados? Victor paused, then nodded in agreement. Edgewalkers, indeed. However, Arthur preferred to refer to himself as a cowboy. Chapter 7. Upgrading Cyberware. Regardless of the name, at its core, it is a deadly endeavor. An ordinary person may possess a modest home, yet they could still be nearly consumed by this city, leaving nothing behind. Fear not, Old Vic at the very least. Let me settle my debts first. That Arthur's hoarse voice conveyed determination, even a hint of confidence. Though nearly 2 centuries had passed, people continued to wield guns. As long as there were guns, Arthur had no reason to fear. Victor chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he regarded Arthur with furrowed brows. Clearly, there were aspects of the situation Arthur remained oblivious to. Evidently, you still lack an understanding of the dangers inherent in this line of work. Take your current condition, for instance. You possess almost no combat-oriented cyberware, rendering you unable to utilize many firearms. The most perilous aspect is that the neural interface in your head is outdated, even inferior to the most basic civilian models. There is no need for a hacker to attack you. I believe even sunlight could render it obsolete. Subconsciously, Arthur touched the metallic interface at the back of his neck, where a metal indentation the size of thumb was embedded in the soft skin. He was aware of its purpose, as it constituted the only piece of cyberware in his body. Even without funds, newborns were mandated to have a neural interface implanted by the government, serving not only basic functions, but also functioning as a form of citizen identification. It seemed its capabilities extended beyond mere identification. Your neural interface lacks concealment, encryption, and even a firewall that IT is practically a glowing target. Victor observed the puzzled look on Arthur's face and clarified. Thus, I must replace your frontal cortex and operating system to prevent your untimely demise. Moreover, the unknown substance within your body may be part of a secret experiment by a major corporation. I believe it would be prudent to change your identity as well. Given this, it appears I owe you a considerable sum on top of what I already owed. Arthur's tone bore a hint of resignation. He felt fortunate to have encountered Victor, for otherwise, survival would have been a daunting task. In the days that followed, Victor busied himself contacting black market sources to provide Arthur with cyberware. Meanwhile, Arthur delved into the intricate details of the Edgewalker lifestyle, information far beyond the reach of his former self. A vulnerable student afflicted by autism. Just like that scavenger Arthur had shot, he likely had armed synthetic skin. Even a large-caliber revolver failed to take him down directly, and those hackers lurking in the shadows could effortlessly burn out an enemy's brain without a trace. Amidst this waiting, 4 days later, the first piece of cyberware Victor had prepared for Arthur arrived. The IT was a square, silver metallic box, adorned with interwoven black patterns that lent it a sense of weight and technological sophistication. In the center of the box was a neatly arranged row of square-lettered logos. Kiroshi, with the central letter abstractly shaped like an eyeball. Kiroshi Optical. Arthur found himself uttering aloud. You are quite fortunate. This company's products are reliable, and this is an internally confidential item that cannot be obtained without connections. Victor effortlessly lifted the box and headed towards the clinic. Is this an ocular implant? I have no intention of altering my eyes. Arthur followed him into the clinic, not out of aversion to these modern innovations, but out of confidence in his own vision. Throughout his years traversing the West, his eyes had been his lifeline. He was naturally endowed with eyes that heralded death. This is not an ocular implant, but a scanning device embedded in your cornea. It does not require a replacement of your eyes. Victor's voice resonated from ahead, elucidating. The iteration and upgrade of Arthur's cyberware were outcomes of careful discussions between Victor and Arthur, ensuring that Arthur's inherent talents would not be diminished. The scanner could be utilized in conjunction with brain-machine interfaces, facilitating the efficient gathering of battlefield data while simultaneously displaying your own status in real time. An indispensable asset, to say the least. As he spoke, he had already opened the box, and a white mist poured forth from its opening, emanating a chilling aura. Lie down, Victor instructed, gesturing toward the surgical table beside him. I will install it for you. In the following days, the prosthetics that Victor had prepared for Arthur began to arrive. Among them was an external brain-machine interface from Dongwell Electronics and a ballistic coordination processor embedded in the palm. Haven T prepared a combat-type prosthetic for you, should you require one. You may select it yourself. However, I must caution you that any type of prosthetic that extensively alters your circulatory and nervous systems will impose significant strain on your original psyche, potentially culminating in an incurable condition known as cyberpsychosis. In Night City, gang conflicts, acts of terror, robberies, and crime proliferate incessantly. Among the frequent reports, tales of cyberpsychosis often emerge. Arthur only knows that it is a perilous affliction, often accompanied by substantial casualties. Perhaps you should enlighten me. This illness seems quite hazardous. Arthur instinctively touched his palm. Although the ballistic processor fit snugly, he could still discern a slight difference between it and his skin. Excessive prosthetic implantation can exert tremendous pressure on the nervous system. If this pressure becomes overwhelming, it may shatter a person's sanity, leading to uncontrollable aggression. The symptoms of this ailment bear a striking resemblance to rabies, directly targeting one's nerves. Victor shifted the assisting mechanical arm from Arthur's arm as he elaborated. Arthur opened his palm to reveal a pattern of black, metallic sheen, extending to the sensors on his fingers. This was the ballistic coordination processor he had just installed, designed to assist him in monitoring the status of his weapon. I suspect this little gadget will have minimal impact. Arthur's tone carried a hint of inquiry. Of course, I refer to those prosthetics that replace original nerves. Those are the ones that truly impose stress on the body. With that, Victor picked up a handgun from the table, a standard model produced by the Maglian Company. Instantly, a torrent of data surged from the periphery of Arthur's vision, displayed on the Quirus scanner. Not bad, I must say. He twirled the gun in his hand, then turned his head, feeling no sense of dissonance. The equipment I've calibrated for you will undoubtedly not hold you back. Moreover, this set is of high safety standards. As long as you do not encounter elite hackers, you should encounter no issues. With a smile, Victor detached the assisting arm from his own, knowing that Arthur was quite ignorant regarding hacking, and thus had specifically selected an external brain-machine interface suitable for him. Although the device from Dawnwell Electronics lacked even a single expansion slot, its firewall and stealth capabilities were top-notch, capable of forcibly shutting down without rendering the user unconscious, truly fitting for someone like Arthur, who was a novice in the hacker realm. Additionally, Arthur, as Victor's voice trailed off, 3 contacts appeared before Arthur. Father, Okada Kaguko, and Regina Jones. I do not have many intermediaries I am familiar with. These few are the ones I can converse with. You need not contact them proactively. I have mentioned you to them, and they will reach out should opportunities arise. Noticing the furrowed brow of Victor, Arthur understood his concern for his friend and chuckled. You hardly seem like a stranger. It appears you have been rather secretive, old Vic, managing to forge connections with these influential figures that I once saved individuals under their charge. Hence they merely acknowledged my skills. As he spoke, Victor's expression grew serious, his voice laden with gravity. Arthur, some edgerunners sometimes blindly trust their intermediaries, as these intermediaries provide them with information and even protection. However, you must understand that both your credibility and that of these intermediaries exist solely for profit. If the benefits you possess outweigh their credibility, who knows if they might turn against you? Nodding with caution, Arthur patted Victor's shoulder. Rest assured, I have always relied on myself. Chapter 8. The first job. The first call from the intermediary came that very day. A frail voice concealing an indiscernible depth. Arthur recognized the caller's name. Okada Kaguko. Kid, I've heard a fairly reliable newcomer has emerged in Watson District. A friend provided me with your contact information. I have a job of moderate size. I wonder if you might be interested. The tone of this elderly woman resembled that of a kind neighbor, yet she wielded considerable influence in Westbrook. I don't possess many skills, but as long as it's a money-making venture, I doubt I would refuse. The bravado of youth is often unwarranted. I hope you are not merely a fade. I will send you the details of this task now that if you execute it well, we may collaborate frequently. With that, Okada Kaguko ended the call. Simultaneously, a crisp notification resonated in Arthur's mind as a stream of task-related data began to flow in. This technology is indeed quite convenient. Arthur tapped his head before scrutinizing the information sent by the caller. In Westbrook, Twisted Street, Okada Kaguko's territory. A robbery had transpired 2 days. To label it merely a robbery would be an understatement. It resembled a massacre, with all the patrons in a family-run store slaughtered and several passers-by murdered during the escape. The assailants had fled north, traversing the civic center, where Kaguko's men dared not engage directly, ultimately losing track of the culprits. However, they were certain that the perpetrators had escaped into Watson District. This group had undoubtedly struck a blow to Kaguko's reputation, necessitating a confrontation to gauge who was more formidable. At the conclusion of the document, Kaguko's message regarding compensation was noted that I will pay you 2,000 euros. Should the task be executed splendidly, additional remuneration is not out of the question. But do not attempt to deceive me with a lump of unrecognizable flesh. Damn it! Am I really taking on police work? Perhaps hearing Arthur's muttered complaint, Victor, who had been watching a boxing match, leaned forward to switch off the monitor and turned his chair to face Arthur. Is your first job already underway? The mischievous mouse causes trouble in the south, believing it can evade capture by merely relocating to the north. That I shall confront this world. So, you're armed with nothing but the most basic of handguns? Victor's demeanor resembled that of a nagging mother. A little over 10,000. That is clearly insufficient. Hey, just how much is it? Arthur pressed, exasperated. 47,000 euros. That is the friend price. Observing Victor's gesturing hands, Arthur turned and departed. Damn it, I might as well find a cleaner to sell myself off. Upon exiting the clinic, he ascended the steps leading to Misty's divination booth. Despite the bright day outside, the interior of the booth was remarkably dim. illuminated only by a few stubborn purple lamps. Misty, adorned with an eccentric visage, resembled a witch from ABOG. It seems you have received a job. Care to draw a card? Arthur frowned as he approached the counter, noticing a stack of rectangular cards piled before Misty. What is this? An art of peering into fate. While Misty's explanation was somewhat abstract, Arthur managed to grasp the concept. I thought only blind beggars engaged in such practices. So, how should I draw? With a flick of her hand, Misty spread the deck across the table. To your leisure. Draw as many cards as you wish, casually selecting a card from the middle of the deck. Arthur flipped it over and placed it on the table. The card depicted a figure standing with its back to the world, a pale balance beam serving as its shoulder and skeleton. A special card, is called Justice, a card for resolving disputes. After her explanation, Misty looked up at Arthur, who appeared utterly bewildered. Seems I am ill-suited to comprehend such mystical utterances. With that, Arthur raised his hand, gesturing toward the wall behind Misty. That on that wall hung a deer head ornament, atop which rested a gambler's hat. The hat, fashioned from brown leather, had slightly upturned brims on either side, its robust and natural curvature mirroring one he had worn in a past life. I would like that. Consider it a gift for you. Wishing you safety. Kaguko-S people had long located the hideout of the gang, nestled within an abandoned factory in the northern industrial district. Many a mouse favored hiding there. This elderly intermediary hoped Arthur would uncover the motives behind her attack and was willing to offer additional compensation for this endeavor. However, leaving survivors would undoubtedly complicate Arthur's mission. Yet, who could deny that Arthur was in need of funds? The streets of Watson District resembled cheese infested with maggots. The wide, orderly avenues exuded the fragrance of civilization and corporate influence, yet the omnipresent filth and stains on the walls cast a pall of foul odor. At times, the shadows of the past can indeed evoke a sorrow deeper than desolation. After a prolonged journey, Arthur arrived near the abandoned factory mentioned by Kabuke. It was a low, unassuming factory, devoid of any towering chimneys. Its surrounding walls standing firm and unyielding, showing no signs of vulnerability or damage to this moment. The sun had begun its descent in the west, casting a tranquil yet eerie quietude over the factory, which was utterly still within. Arthur had found a hiding spot adjacent to the factory. He harbored no illusions regarding the discipline of this band of ruffians and knew he had to wait for them to reveal a weakness. Indeed, as midnight approached, a shadow stealthily emerged from one of the factory's buildings, furtively slipping away. From a distance, Arthur trailed behind. The northern industrial district at night was a far cry from the grandeur of Night City. Aside from a few malfunctioning streetlights, sputtering sparks, there was an unsettling silence. The shadow moved purposefully northward, soon veering into another abandoned factory. Without hesitation, Arthur swiftly followed suit that a revolting stench assaulted Arthur's senses as he entered. The place was littered with vomit, both fresh and old, reeking of intoxicating liquor. As he ventured into one of the factory's rooms, the shadow had vanished from sight, replaced by the thunderous sound of an elevator in operation. It appeared the figure had descended via the lift. Now, Arthur faced two choices, either to pursue directly downward or remain and wait for the figure to return. After careful consideration, Arthur resolved to descend. Judging by the choice of refuge made by this group, they had no firm roots here and would not abandon such a prime stronghold. Moreover, it was likely that this subterranean space served as a place of revelry. Arthur decisively summoned the elevator, and upon entering, it commenced its descent automatically. Before the elevator had even reached its destination, a surge of intense vibrations emanated from beneath Arthur's feet, accompanied by the booming music that reverberated through the air. When the elevator doors opened once more, the deafening cacophony of music crashed over Arthur like a tempest. Before him stretched a corridor ablaze with blinding lights, the illumination spilling forth from the adjacent space. Where two burly men lay sprawled against the wall, their bodies twitching sporadically. Rubbing his ears, still ringing from the vibrations, Arthur stepped over the two men and pressed on. In an instant, Arthur felt himself submerged in the thundering music that assaulted his eardrums. The circular hall was teeming with people, frantically writhing to the rhythm, with liquors splashing everywhere from the drinks they clutched. The atmosphere was charged with madness, the overhead lights akin to grains of sand in one's eyes, leaving one unable to open them. Arthur did not immediately seek out the shadow. Instead, he brazenly parted the throngs of revelers and laboriously made his way to the bar. Though the lighting at the bar was dim, it was a significant improvement over the dance floor. Behind the counter, a scantily clad female bartender swayed to the music, gripping a large bottle of liquor. Her exposed synthetic skin appeared subpar, resembling a patchwork of mismatched rags. And her face had become unrecognizable, obscured by a multitude of electronic circuits. "What will you have?" she asked, her voice distorted by the speakers embedded in her cheeks, just audible in the din of the environment. "A stronger one. Never mind, I'll choose myself." Arthur behaved like any ordinary patron, snatching the electronic menu from the table and pointing at the whiskey selection. The figure he'd been tracking sat at the bar, animatedly boasting to a group of scruffy individuals, liquor sloshing carelessly into his mouth. Adjusting his hat, Arthur lifted his glass and silently settled beside him. The cyber madman went on a rampage a few days ago. That one who caused chaos at the municipal center. We managed to snatch this from the trauma team. The peril contained within is beyond your wildest imaginations. The man's voice boomed, and Arthur, positioned behind him, could hear every word clearly. The crowd surrounding him responded with scoffs and jeers. "You think we're fools, oblivious to everything. Those trauma team contractors are nothing but errand boys, no different from street sweepers. And it's been said you've crossed someone important. Perhaps you should worry for your lives." These words seemed to strike a nerve, and he erupted in a fit of rage. "That we carry out our business with a clean slate. Once we offload our goods, we'll find a bustling place to enjoy ourselves. Meanwhile, you lot can only scuttle about this petty industrial district like insects." The mania of the crowd rendered his hysteria unremarkable. And unsurprisingly, his outburst elicited laughter from those around him. This mode of conversation subtly divided the factions. The ridicule and scorn from the onlookers only served to fuel the man's growing ire. Soon enough, he vacated his seat near the bar, heading toward the exit while roughly groping the women on either side of him. Arthur observed that the group who had been conversing with him showed no inclination to follow, evidently viewing him as a mere jest. Silently calculating the time since the elevator ride ended, Arthur set down his glass and followed suit, the residual buzzing in his ears still present. Now was the prime moment to act. Spotting the figure ahead, Arthur swiftly drew his weapon. In an instant, a gunshot rang out. The urgency to act immediately stemmed from the knowledge that sound would carry far in this open space. He needed to distance himself from their stronghold to avoid alerting them. The figure crumpled to the ground, a pained scream escaping his lips. Arthur quickly approached, striking the man with the butt of his gun, silencing his cries into muffled whimpers. Grabbing him by the waistband, Arthur dragged him into a nearby abandoned factory. Seizing the collar of the man's shirt, Arthur hoisted him up and delivered a punishing fist to his face, then slammed him against the wall of the factory behind them. "Shut up! Don't be a fool! I ask, you answer, or I can make a hole in your head." Observing the man nodding frantically, Arthur kept his gun pressed against the man's temple. "Now tell me, were you causing trouble on Okada and Wacko's turf?" Perhaps due to a few missing teeth, the man's voice came out comically. I don't know what you're talking about." Covering his mouth, Arthur's knee crashed into the man's gunshot wound on his leg, fixing a steely gaze into the man's wide eyes. Arthur's hoarse voice echoed once more. "This is your last chance. I prefer the truth, and I like obedient children." Yes, we know." "Why?" "There's someone who knows about what we have. They want to silence us." "What is it? Who's looking for it, and why the need to silence?" "A few days ago, that cyber madman who went berserk at the municipal center, we stole a cybernetic implant from him. It's a data separation chip for an auxiliary brain machine. Arasaka is willing to pay handsomely for it, and those military tech lunatics are after it." "Interesting. It seemed the matter was tied to the corporation, and the chip's value must be considerable. Send me your boss's information, and you can leave." Once the brain machine received the information, Arthur sent the man to his demise, setting the scene ablaze. He had no desire to draw the corporation's attention, and then made his way toward their hideout. By the time Arthur arrived at the stronghold, it was just past midnight, and the remaining 4 individuals within were surprisingly asleep. Without breaking a sweat, Arthur seized control of the scene, pinning the so-called leader bloodied and battered, to the ground. Now, tell me, where is that damned separation chip? Spitting blood, a flash of malice crossed the man's face as he glared at Arthur. Who do you work for? What separation chip? I don't know what you're talking about. The chip was his ticket to freedom. He would not easily divulge its location. Without further ado, Arthur shoved the barrel of his gun into the man's wound and twisted it. Where's the chip? I don't. Arthur angled the gun and fired again, coldly uttering for words, Where is the chip? It's in my head. Please let me go, I'll leave, reaching behind the man's head to the slough of the separation chip. Arthur indeed felt the chip and swiftly extracted it. Then, without a word, delivered a bullet to the man's head. Capturing an image with the brain machine, Arthur ignited the place in flames and exited the northern industrial district. The factories here were primarily steel structures, so he had no fear of an uncontrolled blaze. They would burn as he wished. Without delay, Arthur made his way to Westbrook. At this hour, the streets of Night City were devoid of the bustling life they usually held, now empty and desolate. Arthur felt liberated as he located the pachinko parlor and stepped inside. That a few scattered patrons remained, fixated on their machines, their eyes glazed crimson from exhaustion and madness. With a jingle of bells, Arthur ventured deeper, spotting a burly young man behind the counter. I'm looking for Wacko. I took her job and came to collect my payment. The young man's eyes flickered momentarily, seemingly communicating with someone, then turned to Arthur. Follow me. The boss is inside. She is having breakfast. Pushing open an interior door, Arthur found Wacko kneeling behind a table. You managed to accomplish this in just one day. You are indeed efficient. So, what is the outcome? The aged visage of the other party was adorned with a benevolent smile, reminiscent of an ordinary elderly lady. They have been eliminated, yet I remain oblivious to their purpose in your domain. In any case, as per the information you provided, there are a total of 5. None have escaped. Indeed, Arthur was unprepared to discuss the separation chip with Wakako as it pertained to corporate matters, and the rapport between both parties had yet to reach a level of complete trust. Arthur recalled Victor's words, emphasizing that excessive interest could compromise the credibility of the intermediary. Here are 2 photographs for you to, as he spoke. Arthur sent the images of the corpses to the other party. Although they did not yield any living captives, these photographs were still valuable. I can offer you 2,500 euros for them. You have performed admirably. Let us maintain frequent contact henceforth with each new ally. A plethora of business opportunities unfolds as their eyes sparkled. Arthur beamed at the 2,500 transfer that had just arrived. Of course, my dear lady, generosity invariably begets camaraderie. Chapter 10. The interesting thief Arthur was quite content with this undertaking. Such a working model, alongside the so-called intermediary, proved advantageous, sparing him considerable hassle. However, his seasoned experience also illuminated the inherent issues. Should the intermediary's intelligence falter, or even merely lack vital details, it could place the mercenaries in grave peril. Subsequently, Arthur resolved to pay a visit to Old Way, as the data within that separation ship was convoluted, and Old Way was an expert in this field, standing aboard the elevated train heading towards the Watson District's Little Chinatown. Arthur found himself reminiscing about his old comrades. Yet, the vehicle transporting passengers was no longer the charming horse-drawn carriage. It had become a luxury for the affluent. As he gazed out the window, lost in thought, an unusual sensation crept upon him from behind. His arm shot back with lightning speed, seizing the wrist of an individual attempting to approach him. His initial impression was that the wrist was slender, likely belonging to a woman. What do you want? The wrist tentatively pulled back, but upon sensing Arthur's strength, it relinquished its struggle. Turning around, the first thing Arthur noticed was a cascade of pinkish-white hair. The girl possessed a delicate face, merging Western angularity with Asian refinement. Though her hand was grasped by the man, Lucy initially felt no fear. Her looks could easily extricate her from trouble. However, when her gaze met his eyes, her heart sank. Those blue eyes seemed to conceal a crimson world, one rife with death. Anything that fell within would be ensnared, becoming utterly powerless prey to eye. Merely, sir, you have a bug on your back. She instinctively averted her gaze, directing it towards the man's hat. Quite retro. Bug? Are you referring to yourself, little girl? He touched the 2 chip slots at the nape of his neck, finding them devoid of contents. He then reached into his pocket, where the chip belonging to the cybermaniac lay undisturbed. Seeing that he had lost nothing, Arthur was about to release his grip. Just then, from the rear of the carriage, a young man sporting a buzz cut appeared in Arthur's peripheral vision. Upon witnessing Arthur clutching the girl's wrist, a look of alarm crossed his face. In the next instant, he charged at Arthur with a speed almost inhuman that Arthur's eyes could discern the movements of an eagle in flight. Yet this individual's velocity appeared only marginally clearer to him. Instinctively extending his hand, Arthur focused intently, blocking the path of the oncoming youth. Thanks to the evident naivety of the boy, Arthur pressed firmly on his throat, preventing any advance. Observing the boy's futile struggles in his grasp, Arthur furrowed his brow deeply. As a top-tier marksman, he recognized that heightened focus, a sensation that surpassed ordinary experience. The boy, however, did not seem to possess such acuity. "What are you doing?" Arthur rasped. Since installing the sign Wasteland, the unique rapid domain had inflated his confidence immensely. Yet today, this man had dared to seize him in the midst of all that speed, while others seemed to be on pause. This boy appeared almost as ordinary as any other person. "Kid, your neck remains in my grip, so I'll ask first. Understood?" Perhaps seeing the boy's youthful countenance softened Arthur's patience, as he refrained from delivering a punch before inquiring further. "I have a cybernetic implant. Could you kindly let me go?" Observing the boy's erratic flailing, it was evident they were merely 2 small thieves. This reminded Arthur of his own unfortunate experiences in St. Denis. Releasing his grip, he delivered a sharp slap to the back of the boy's head, finally letting him go. Scram. Looking at the 2 youngsters before him, Arthur, almost on a whim, ruffled the boy's hair. The boy's stubborn locks stood defiantly toward the heavens. It was perplexing how hair could defy gravity. How could you keep up with me?" Perhaps sensing Arthur's lack of malice, the boy lingered instead of fleeing, regarding Arthur with a curious expression. The innocence and naivety in his eyes were unmistakable. Decades of practice, coupled with a touch of talent. Arthur mentally appended. However, the most crucial factor lies behind it all. "But you seem rather young yourself," the boy mumbled. Indeed, Arthur currently appeared no different from a lad in his early 20s. With a swift kick, he nudged the boy's rear, causing him to stumble. Arthur's raspy voice grew impatient. "Quit the chatter, and be on your way. What's your name?" The boy, nursing his backside, displayed a disregard for the situation. Perhaps finding the fellow somewhat agreeable, Arthur shared his name. "Arthur Morgan. Your name is quite cool. You must be a border walker 2.0. I'm David Martinez. Could I get your contact information?" Upon this, an ad request appeared before Arthur. Accepting it, just as the train halted in Little Chinatown, he chose not to linger with the 2 youths and exited the vehicle. The chip itself was not inexpensive, let alone the invaluable data it contained. Oldway's clinic remained as dim as ever, illuminated by faint blue lights as he scrutinized the data extracted from the chip. The chip lay to one side, with several reading lines coiling over it. The fellow's cybernetic augmentation had exceeded 80%. No wonder he had gone mad. Leaning against the wall, Arthur observed the incomprehensible data scrolling across the screen and, feeling helpless, inquired, "What use does this have?" The chip records the operational status of that cybermaniac's entire body. Look here. His name is James Willis. He was reported in the news for killing over 30 people at the municipal center just days ago. He was likely an experimental subject for some company, and they must be in a panic now. So, the company needs it. Can you contact a seller? Observing the dense stream of text on the screen, Arthur felt overwhelmed, struggling to fathom its utility. If it could be exchanged for some money, that would be splendid. I want it. The data here comes from the most advanced cybernetics, essentially internal company goods, and it would be immensely beneficial to me. Rubbing his chin, Arthur showed no hesitation. "If you desire it, take it. After all, I have no connections and cannot comprehend it. Consider it a debt settled. Even if that item were precious, it could not be worth that much." Arthur was not one to seize bargains, directly refusing. "Old way, let us not associate our friendship with finances. I am not in the habit of leaving debts unpaid." "Fine, you don't understand. This data is genuinely valuable. How about this? Just return me 20,000 and the rest can be offset with the chip." Seeing Arthur prepare to argue further, Victor delivered a hefty punch to his chest. Stop being tedious, it's settled. All right, but old way, there's one more thing. I need to find a place to stay. Do you have any recommendations? Old way tilted his head, pondering that I suspect you still lack funds. So why not find a spot in the Watson district? As a cowboy who had lived for over 20 years in the wilderness, Arthur was indifferent to his living conditions. He replied nonchalantly, as long as it's convenient, nothing else matters. Little Chinatown, super skyscraper. Atrium, it's quite nice there, mainly because it's comfortable to live in. You should check it out. Arthur was familiar with that place. It was a high structure built to separate the industrial area in the northern part of the city, thus making it quite tall. The price was reasonable, making it an ideal location for Arthur. Exiting the clinic, he immediately headed towards the row of towering buildings. The atrium offered numerous vacancies, primarily small single-occupancy apartments, all well-equipped, even featuring dedicated rooms for weapon storage. It was evident that the security here was rather lax. Chapter 11. Jack Wells. After accepting several tasks of varying significance, Arthur found himself in a comfortable financial position. The original host's mental state had begun to show serious issues. He was a reclusive individual, sealing himself away in a dark room, completely disconnected from the outside world. Thus, the effective clues in Arthur's inherited memories were indeed limited. He was not pursuing the other party out of any vendetta. Rather, the unknown substance within him remained a latent threat, compelling him to seek out some leads. Fortunately, a little over half a month has passed, and Arthur's health has been steadily improving. This moment. Arthur is seated at the table of his modest apartment. Before him rests a glass of colorless liquor, atop which lies a half-burnt cigar, wisps of smoke curling upward. Although the food of this era remains unpalatable, the advancements in liquor and tobacco are indeed substantial. He quietly relishes this moment of relaxation. A series of chimes resonates in his mind. It is a communication from Victor. Old Vic, what is the matter? I have a job for you. A young man requires assistance, so do come by. Someone you're familiar with. Now that piques my interest. Just come over I don't have many friends, and you two should get acquainted. After hanging up, Arthur downed the whiskey in his glass, donned a coat, and placed a gambler's hat upon his head, setting off towards Old Vic's clinic. The sky was darkening, signaling the awakening of the city of night. Distant lampposts, piercing through the clouds, radiated the light of civilization, a hallmark of the corporate elite. In the Watson district, the scenery pales in comparison to the wonders of the southern districts, yet the streets are far from dim. A throng of silhouettes and cacophonous voices meld together into a vibrant tapestry. Upon entering Victor's clinic, the lighting remains constant, indifferent to day or night. Arthur quickly spots Victor, seated by the surgical chair, his back turned to the door. Upon catching sight of Arthur, Victor's face brightens with a smile as he approaches. Your attire is quite fitting, reminiscent of an old cowboy, though it is imperative to overlook that youthful visage of yours. Arthur noted a burly figure seated in the surgical chair, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. This must be your new acquaintance, Victor remarked. The broad-shouldered man had several mechanical arms operating near his injured shoulder. Jack Wells, a hefty fellow from Haywood. I met him at the boxing gym, Victor introduced, then proceeded to inform Jack of Arthur's background. This lad is Arthur Morgan, an unfortunate soul who escaped from Scrapper. Jack, with his small eyes that seemed disproportionately placed on his large face, shifted his gaze towards Arthur. Hola. Hello. Brother, don't be fooled by my current predicament. I'm quite capable. Arthur examined the robust man more closely. His face was round and flat, exuding a genial charm. A circular patch of hair was shaved on his forehead, while a small braid adorned the back of his head, resembling a bun, odd yet surprisingly appealing. Hey Jack, if I understand correctly from Old Vic, you've encountered some trouble and need a helping hand. Jack gestured to his injured shoulder, offering a wry smile that, got caught off guard and sustained an injury. I merely mentioned to Old Vic that I needed a reliable partner. His voice resonated deeply, matching his burly appearance. What's the job? I'm available any time for a gig, Arthur inquired, leaning against the wall. Curiosity piqued. This is a significant undertaking, with a reward exceeding 300,000. We'll split it evenly. Arthur's brow furrowed at the mention of such a substantial sum. He couldn't help but question the potential for deceit. Without voicing his doubts, he glanced at Victor. Their eyes met, and Victor approached with a smile, patting Arthur on the shoulder. I'm not privy to the particulars of this job. That S between you two. However, you are both my friends, and tonight we must enjoy a hearty meal together, so you can get acquainted. Though Victor didn't state it outright, Arthur understood the implication. Jack was trustworthy. But whether the hefty fellow could avoid being duped remained uncertain. The mechanical arms that had been tirelessly working suddenly ceased, and Jack sprang from the surgical chair, instinctively adjusting his injured shoulder, only to grimace in pain. Dwelle, it hurts. Old Vic, you said it would heal quickly. Seeing Jack's playful demeanor, Victor's face lit up with amusement. Quickly doesn't mean instantaneously. Let us go. We should find a good place to gather. The Watson district boasts numerous eateries, and as a local, Victor quickly found a suitable establishment. While dining, they conversed, allowing the two to discuss business. The job hails from Haywood, my hometown. It was commissioned by a priest there. Arthur recalled that Victor had provided him with the priest's contact details, though he had yet to make any direct communication. That I'm curious. Who possesses such deep pockets that 300,000 remains after the transaction? Arthur swallowed his food and asked that ITS company related. You understand how it goes. That he got quite a few under the table. Are there company dogs involved? Arthur probed. Jack, encouraged by Arthur's inquiry, eagerly continued. Indeed, it said that the Tiger Claw gang under Arasaka pilfered something from a biotech firm, intending to deliver it secretly to Arasaka. However, they lack evidence, so they approached the priest for assistance. So, the biotech firm is prepared to cough up 300,000 to hire you to confront Arasaka? That's a small investment for a big payoff, Victor interjected. Jack raised his glass and downed a drink, adding, I do like to get involved in this. It'll help repay old Vic sooner. Upon hearing Arthur's comment, Victor playfully punched his shoulder. Don't pin this on me. Just stay alive. That if you don't repay your debt, that's fine by me. No one gets to replace a friend in my book. Such sentiments resonate with anyone. Friendship is priceless. They clinked their glasses, sharing knowing smiles. Cheers to brotherhood, camaraderie, and friendship. Though their words were uneven, their actions were remarkably synchronized. Wiping his mouth, Jack slapped Arthur's shoulder with vigor. Brother, TN's aptito por M. We'll set off tomorrow to reclaim our 300,000 to Arthur found Jack agreeable, returning the gesture with a smile. Absolutely. With your size, let us see how agile you are. Also, what else with a random Spanish? It leaves me in fog that Jack's face was beaming, the after effects of alcohol giving him a charming rosy hue. Just some old slang, Spanish that don't mind me. Sometimes I can't help but throw in a few phrases to keep the conversation flowing. Chapter 12. An unexpected incident on the overpass the following afternoon. A vehicle departed from Little Chinatown, heading east towards Westbrook. Jack was at the wheel, his small eyes still bearing traces of sleepiness as he yawned and mumbled. The priest's intel is quite detailed. Do we really need to head out this early? In the passenger seat, Arthur pulled his gambler's hat down over his face, his voice muffled beneath it. That information is several days old. Who knows if anything has changed? Perhaps the item is crucial, and Arasaka has taken action. We must be cautious that the wheel. Jack tightened his grip on the steering wheel and emphatically tapped his forehead with his free hand. He showed no inclination to dispute Arthur, a smile emerging on his face. Today we've got work to do. We shouldn't have indulged in too much drink last night. My head feels like a hive of bees. Recalling the previous night, the trio had indeed engaged in a convivial exchange, fueled by alcohol, leading to a cycle of excessive drinking that lasted until the late hours, perhaps reminded of the revelry. Jack's smile widened. Though I may be a roughneck, having a brother like you by my side brings a sense of security. Arthur, beneath his hat, wore an expression of resignation. He never envisioned that. After living a life of hardship, he would become the level-headed one. Let us just hope no one is deranged as Micah crosses our path. At that moment, traffic on the highway was brisk, and Jack's spirits were lifted as he drove eastward. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted ahead, accompanied by explosions and billowing smoke. What is happening? Jack exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Hearing the explosion, Arthur jolted upright, eyes fixed ahead. His ocular implant, procured through Victor's connections, activated, allowing him to zoom in on the unfolding chaos. Several vehicles were colliding, completely out of control, tumbling forward amidst the cacophony. The initial vehicles erupted in flames, smoke and fires soaring high into the sky. As Arthur focused, he realized that the burning entities were not cars, but rather several motorcycles. Upon witnessing the scene, Arthur's heart began to grasp the situation. IT was likely the Tiger Claw gang was up to no good. Though the specifics remained unclear, one thing was certain: it was not a matter of directing traffic. Clearly, someone was causing trouble ahead of them. Yet in the next moment, through the dense smoke that obscured visibility, a luxurious sedan barreled out in reverse, uncontrollably hurtling toward the two men's vehicle. Damn! Driving against traffic at high speed. In this dire moment, Jack's mouth was unrelenting. Given the velocity, there was evidently no time to evade. Both men swiftly flung open their car doors and leaped out. After rolling a few times to dissipate the momentum, Arthur and Jack rose almost simultaneously. Fortunately, the vehicles behind them had detected the impending disaster early and had begun to slow down. Otherwise, they would have surely ended up trapped beneath the rear of another car. Over there, the vehicle Jack had borrowed lay crumpled, while the luxury sedan suffered only minor damage, devoid of any significant deformation. I hope your car is insured, or pray that the wealthy individual driving that high-end vehicle, who is recklessly speeding in reverse, compensates you. Observing the unfolding scene, Arthur approached the luxury car that had crashed onto Jack's vehicle. Speaking as he walked, upon nearing, Jack, still shaken, remarked, "Thank heavens we reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we would have become the filling in this metal pancake." The wheels of the luxury car continued to spin aimlessly, and Arthur crouched down to peer through the window. A figure slumped over the steering wheel, seemingly unconscious, was clad in the yellow uniform of a trauma team member. Arthur furrowed his brow, recognizing the individual as the thief he had encountered a few days prior on the aerial train. After kicking the car door a few times with no response, Arthur turned to Jack and inquired, "How do we start this thing? With such high-end machinery, if it doesn't want to cooperate. Even a bullet would take some time." Just then, Jack's side door was kicked open by a slender leg. Two sleek black combat boots emerged, followed by a pair of long, fair hands reaching out to grasp the edge of the inverted luxury car. In the next instant, a figure vaulted out. Beneath her short, pinkish-white hair, her bright, fox-like eyes were wide with astonishment as she gazed at Arthur. It seemed she recognized him as well. Anxiously, she pulled out a connector from her wrist and plugged it into the interface on Arthur's car door. With a few flickers of her eyes, the door swung open automatically at that moment. Just as the door opened, less than half a minute had passed since the accident occurred and Arthur and Jack had jumped from a vehicle. A strange howling, accompanied by the roar of motorcycle engines, echoed from beyond the thick smoke. In the next instant, 6 motorcycles burst forth, heading directly for Arthur and his companions. There were no words exchanged, only bizarre howls as they brandished an assortment of weapons, launching an assault on the trio standing by the car. Arthur reacted swiftly, seizing the girl and maneuvering to the front of the vehicle. Using the luxury car as cover, the assailants crouched down, attempting to extract the unconscious youth from the car, but clearly, this was not the time for a rescue. A barrage of bullets struck the car like a torrential downpour, yet left no damage, ricocheting off in all directions. The 3 bikers in front had circled around the vehicle. 2 wielded katanas, while the third had released the handlebars, revealing 2 sharp blades from his forearms. These men raised their weapons high, grinning with savage glee, and, propelled by the immense power of their motorcycles, charged at Arthur and his friends like ravenous demons, with his left hand still gripping the girl by her collar. Arthur's right hand had already moved to his waist, his finger grazing the cold steel of sizable handgun, a weapon he had seized from the scoundrel upon awakening. It was a kinetic revolver produced by the Malorian Company, simple yet formidable and affectionately dubbed Prelude. Time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. In the next instant, the Prelude erupted, resembling the thunderous crack of firecrackers. Yet remarkably, the gunfire was but a fleeting sound, seemingly only a single shot fired. With the foes not yet fully vanquished, and the battle far from over, the group, belatedly aware, turned to face the opposition and beheld the lifeless forms sprawled on the ground, each bearing 6 neat holes in their foreheads. Exuding an eerie tranquility amidst the crimson .1 gunshot, 6 lives extinguished, the girl sat on the ground, dazed, staring blankly ahead, prompting Arthur to approach the car door and pull out the still unconscious youth. Noticing Jack was similarly stunned, Arthur called out, "Hey, Jack, our car won't be going anywhere." Turning his head slightly, he gestured toward the rear. Perhaps due to the accident or witnessing the ongoing shootout, many drivers had abandoned their vehicles and fled, leaving several cars with doors ajar, some even still ablaze. Hearing Arthur's words, Jack shook himself out of his daze, clearing his thoughts. Wait a moment. With that, he dashed toward the abandoned vehicles. Jack swiftly selected a car, bringing it close to Arthur, who took the passenger seat. However, to his surprise, the girl who had been sitting on the ground followed suit, tossing the still unconscious youth into the back seat. "What are you doing getting in? We have important matters to attend to." "Hello, sir. My name is Lucy. We have no intention of interfering. You can proceed to your destination without concern." "Nonsense. Who knows if the Tiger Claw gang has more members coming?" Lucy's fleeting thought vanished. Chapter 13. Familiarity. The recent accident had affected numerous vehicles, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that the Tiger Claw gang, riding their motorcycles, had suffered the most significant losses. Consequently, the traffic congestion caused by the incident was at a barely passable state. Jack carefully maneuvered the stolen car through the wreckage. "Find a spot to drop us off after we get off the bridge." "I thought you were friends," Jack remarked, glancing at Lucy through the rearview mirror, who remained unfazed. The traffic was now inching forward at snail's pace, likely a residual effect of the recent shootout. "Those guys with the neon signs on their foreheads are nothing but a bunch of unrefined guerrillas." The gridlock was aggravating Jack, who pounded the steering wheel in frustration, his gaze darting intermittently toward Arthur. "Speak up if you have something to say. Hermanos, brother, how did you manage that back there?" Shrugging, Arthur repeated the excuse he had concocted for David. "A bit of effort, coupled with some talent. All right, but once we finish our current task, you must teach me to..." As the car departed the overpass, the congestion began to ease. That I in the back seat. David lay haphazardly against the window, his head bobbing with the car's bumps, producing a rhythmic thudding sound. Casting a peculiar glance at Lucy, who was gazing at the scenery on the other side, Arthur signaled Jack to stop. "All right, you can get out here." Lucy clearly understood the remark was directed at her, but showed no intention of exiting. "Westbrook, this is the Tiger Claw gang's territory. We just stirred up quite a ruckus here. Getting out now would be tantamount to courting death." Observing her stubborn refusal to leave, Arthur felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. "But we genuinely have important matters to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along." With that, he turned his gaze toward David. "And you, stop pretending. Is your head made of iron?" As his words fell, David, who had been feigning unconsciousness, sat up straight, sheepishly scratching his buzz cut. "We can help you." He then lifted Lucy's hand, revealing a small black device. "Lucy is a hacker. The tracking signal for your vehicle is being blocked by this little gadget." Arthur scrutinized Jack, bringing the situation to light. "I've only met these two once, and we exchanged no more than 10 sentences. Since this was his job, it was ultimately Jack's decision regarding these two individuals. The vehicle's signal was indeed a concern, and having a hacker on board would be invaluable for gathering intelligence. The car resumed its journey toward the location provided by the priest. During the brief ride, the ever-chatty Jack quickly struck up a conversation with the equally loquacious David. "Hey, how did you manage to provoke those sickly cats? Why are so many of them chasing after you?" David replied. Without foolishly divulging too much information to IT was supposed to be a minor issue. There weren't many people around before, but for some unknown reason, the Tiger Claw gang congregated in that area. Those guys are thick-headed. The moment they catch a whiff of something unusual, they're like sharks sensing blood. You two are lucky to have escaped. Westbrook had evidently become the most bustling district in the Night City, adjacent to the city center where most corporate drones chose to settle. The streets were free from the stench of Watson District and devoid of the homeless sprawled on the pavement, their eyes vacant. Although people often cursed corporate employees as dogs, it was largely out of envy, as everyone aspired to establish their homes in Westbrook, or even in the city center. The vehicle halted outside Japan Street, and the group disembarked in succession. This time, the afternoon was nearing its end, yet the sky had not yet darkened. However, upon stepping onto this street, the sun ceased to be the focal point of the sky. On this frenzied street, the towering buildings above and the neon lights on either side intertwined with an almost palpable brilliance, as if a rainbow had been shattered and scattered across this place. The kaleidoscopic illumination weaves a long net, draping itself over the street and settling upon the hearts of each visitor who steps into this realm. Here, men and women transform into two distinct types of individuals, those seeking pleasure and those peddling it. Their attire is audaciously revealing and alluring, cloaking their bodies in a veneer of impulse and hormones, smooth and lustrous at every turn. This is the essence of the Japanese street, where money is adorned in silk stockings, and neon lights veil the eyes of passers-by. Within lies a multifunctional nightclub, a hub of various activities, secretly serving as a stronghold for the Tiger Claw gang. That Jack's eyes glimmer as he scrutinizes the intel provided by the priest. The main structure of the nightclub lies below, with 3 levels open to the public. The ground floor and 2 beneath to descend further. One must rely on an elevator, a tightly secured passage that is not easily traversed. Shall we venture in for a few drinks, perhaps to mask our intentions and glean some information? As they arrived at the nightclub's entrance, the hour was still early, not the prime time for consumption. Yet a throng had already gathered outside. That a glance at Jack revealed his inebriated state, regretting his decision to indulge before the mission. As they stepped into the nightclub, a shroud of sultry ambience enveloped them. The air thick with an ambiguous purple haze pervading the entire ground floor hall. They ordered some food, filling their stomachs before selecting a few drinks. Moderation was key. They savored each sip, while also casually inquiring about one another's circumstances. Jack, ever the loquacious one, was the first to introduce himself. I grew up in Haywood, and I can assure you, it's the most congenial place in the entire night city, so I've managed quite well. As he spoke, his eyes brightened, reflecting the cheerfulness of his childhood, bolstered by his gregarious nature. Tio validated his claims. He flexed his arm, showcasing his bicep. David, a boy who relished stories, seized the moment, pressing for further details. And then, why did you leave the gang? My father was a scoundrel, constantly wielding a belt against my mother Amid. He was a member of the Valentino gang, which left my mother with a profound aversion to that life. Eventually, she discovered the truth, and naturally, I distanced myself from the gang. Moreover, I've always aspired to make a name for myself, to provide a better life for my mother, if I remained in Haywood. I feared I would never achieve that. Perhaps the mention of his mother dimmed David's initial enthusiasm, his expression swiftly darkening. That what's wrong? Jack noticed David's distress and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Genuinely concerned that I wanted to give my mom a better life, but she's gone. I was the one who sent her to hell. This confession. David was reduced to tears, revealing the depth of his emotions. I have never seen my father. He abandoned my mother and me to struggle in this city. To ensure I had a better future, my mother enrolled me in Arasaka Academy, hoping I would serve Arasaka well. He spoke without realizing the peculiar reaction of Lucy, seated beside him. Yet, nothing escaped Arthur's keen observation. Upon David's mention of Arasaka, she visibly trembled. It seemed this beautiful hacker had her own ties to Arasaka. David continued. She worked multiple jobs, sparing no expense, hoping I would graduate from Arasaka Academy and one day ascend to the heights of the corporation. However, upon hearing this, Jack's demeanor shifted from joviality to seriousness. I may not know the specifics of your mother's situation, but if she is indeed part of the upper echelon, I cannot comment. However, if she isn't, it suggests she may have erred. Sensing David's countenance darkening, Jack hastily clarified, I have a childhood friend who works in Arasaka as counterintelligence division, so I possess some insights. Chapter 14. The operation the corporation is a place that devours without mercy. Those young graduates from Arasaka Academy are mere expendables. My friend, a notable figure in the counterintelligence department, has accomplished significant feats. Unlike the expendables who are treated as rags, used and discarded, she has made her mark. Jack's serious expression remained as he addressed David's skepticism that my friend, a year or two ago, led the suppression of a riot in Rio de Janeiro, officially eliminating over 1,000 insurgents. This is a matter of public record. With doubts dissipated, Jack continued, to thrive in the corporation, you have 2 choices. Diligently serve as a lowly employee until you perish, or climb the ranks while evading the endless barrage of bullets from behind. The depths are far more treacherous than the surface. Arthur listened intently, observing the quiet girl seated nearby. "And you, young lady, why not introduce yourself?" As the group absorbed the recent revelations, Arthur's voice sliced through the silence. Lucy's reaction startled everyone. She jolted upright, her eyes wide. "Leave me alone," she exclaimed, resembling a frightened cat ready to defend itself. This reaction shocked both Jack and David, whose concern for her was evident. Once composed, Lucy glanced at Arthur with a complex expression, sipped her drink, and finally spoke. "It's nothing, that I'm just not accustomed to this environment." Lowering her gaze once more, she avoided everyone's eyes as if retreating into a solitary confinement. "Then let me share my story," Arthur declared, having no malicious intent, merely a desire to connect. He firmly believed that even reluctant freedom is far superior to perpetual confinement. "I have never met my mother. As for my father, I only recall the stench of alcohol, shattered glass, and the blood on my hand that I was sold to the cleaners, nearly skinned alive. Later, I eliminated one of them and escaped, forging my own path. If hardship comes knocking, it won't spare you due to time. Cowering won't help. Therefore, to survive, one must carve out their own destiny." Arthur spoke plainly, almost dismissively, as if directing his words toward the girl who kept her head bowed. To genuinely escape suffering, one must allow their heart to emerge. He reflected on her trembling shoulders, sensing her plight. As time passed, the drinks before them remained largely untouched, their laughter masking the tension hidden in the corners of their eyes. In his mind, a cool, sweet voice relayed the information she had uncovered. "I can bypass the elevator's encryption without much effort. Additionally, I've discovered an access route through the building's ventilation system, allowing us to reach the subterranean levels." With her statement concluded, David's boisterous voice broke through. All right. The plan is to infiltrate the enemy's lair via the ventilation shaft and strike at their foundation." Clearly, as a novice, David was playing the role of comic relief. "Lucy, you stay at the bar and handle the elevator. Afterwards, you can escort David out. The rest will be managed by Jack and me." "Hey, I can help too. Why can't I go down?" "Pairs only, no one left behind." Is that too difficult to grasp? By now, the hour had grown late, the dance floor teeming with shadows like boiling water. Arthur and Jack rose from their seats, making their way toward the elevator. Just then, Lucy's voice echoed in their minds. "The elevator is empty. You can enter directly." As the elevator door slowly opened, Arthur and Jack wasted no time, stepping inside. Though confined, the space was immaculate, the walls reflecting Arthur's image like a mirror. Beside the entrance, only 2 buttons lay dormant, one for the first underground level and the other for the second. "Chico, what now?" "There's no button for the 3rd basement level," Jack inquired, leaning into the control panel. "You'll need to pry open the panel's casing. The communication lines are beneath it, that if you can't connect, I can't assist you." Before her voice faded, Arthur inserted his small knife into the stubborn lock. With a gentle push, the panel sprang open. Extracting the data communication line from his wrist, he swiftly connected it to the exposed wires beneath the panel. A red progress bar materialized before him, its speed accelerating rapidly, reaching completion in a matter of seconds. Lucy's voice resonated coldly, then fell silent. The elevator jolted to life, the short descent of 3 levels passing in an instant. When the doors opened, the scene beyond was a stark contrast to the vibrancy of the upper floors. A lone guard stood watch, perhaps dulled by the monotony of his post, even facing away from the gaping elevator doors. "Who goes there? What do you want?" The wound oozed with bubbling blood as the small henchman of the Tiger Claw gang was gently laid down upon the ground. The 2 men quietly advanced forward. Upon turning a corner, they beheld a door devoid of windows, before which stood a towering member of the Tiger Claw gang. And could see that moment. He leaned on his knife as if it were a cane, both hands gripping the hilt, while his head nodded slightly in slumber. Jack glanced at Arthur, signaling him to proceed stealthily and silently eliminate the foe. However, Arthur shook his head, indicating Jack to remain still. He brandished the small dagger he had recently acquired, tossing it lightly in his hand. This action inadvertently reminded Arthur of the dark-skinned Indian and his unerring throwing knives. Without hesitation, the small blade was released, soaring through the corridor like a hawk and embedding itself into the bodyguard's neck. Jack, the large man, moved with feline silence, rushing forward to catch the bodyguard before he could crash to the ground. Voices emanated from within the room, prompting both Arthur and Jack to hush. That fool Tianzhong can't even watch his own car, causing us to lose so many men. What a waste. The matter of the goods is paramount. Have you managed to reassign a new batch of people? Inquired a peculiar-voiced man. Tomorrow morning, right on time. This time, over 30 people have been directly dispatched to deliver the goods, came the reply. Excellent. Then we shall depart tomorrow to deliver the goods and avoid any prolonged troubles. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances. Evidently, the item they sought had not yet been removed, and the current emptiness of the location facilitated their endeavor. Ensuring their weapons were ready, the two inhaled deeply and kicked open the door before them. The occupants of the room had no time to react, and as they scrambled to draw their guns, Arthur and Jack swiftly concluded the confrontation. They left behind only the oddly shaped man at the center of the room. Clearly the leader, the cold, robust barrel of a revolver was pressed firmly against his temple. Are you the boss here? No, I'm not. Spare my life. I'm not the boss. Arthur grew impatient, recognizing that such a trivial matter warranted a harsher approach. Redirecting the gun's muzzle to the man's knee, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The signature blast echoed, accompanied by the man's anguished cries. Speak. Are you the head here? Chapter 15. A corner of Senate truly, isn't me. That one over there, slumped over the data station. He is the boss. The man's knee was utterly shattered, and he now slumped helplessly to the ground, pointing desperately at a corpse. Following his hand, Arthur saw a figure clad in a bright green jacket. Sprawled over a miniature terminal, smoke wafting from the wound in his head. Forget it. That question is no longer important. Now tell me, where's the biotechnology? Arthur aimed the gun at the man's head once more, demanding fiercely that I in the safe over there in the corner. The code is 9021. The item is a white metal box. I've said all I know. Please spare my life. Upon hearing Arthur's inquiry, the man immediately spilled forth information like a bamboo shoot spilling beans. Wearing a sycophantic grin, without hesitation, Arthur lifted the man and hurled him towards the safe. Open the box and retrieve the item. As he spoke, he and Jack stepped back. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. The man swiftly opened the box and retrieved a silvery briefcase. Observing that he had not sought any weapons from the safe, Arthur and Jack approached. They snatched the case, and Jack compared it with the information provided by the priest. And oh doubt about it. It's the one. 300,000. The ease of this transaction is almost embarrassing. Although unaware of what David's crew had done, it had indeed benefited them. Arthur smiled as he took the case from Jack's hands. Intending to check its contents to ensure there were no tracking devices, as Arthur opened the case, 3 vials of transparent reagents lay quietly within, alongside a chip of unknown purpose. Arthur kicked the so-called boss away from the terminal and inserted the chip into the device. As the progress bar for data reading commenced, Arthur glanced at the cowering members of the Tiger Claw gang and inquired, "How did you acquire this?" To my knowledge, the Tiger Claw gang does not engage in corporate heists. We obtained this from the Vortex gang. We certainly do not have the audacity to provoke the company. The man maintained his air of knowing all. Those lunatics who disassemble themselves and then reattach outdated prosthetics. It seems that band of rats collaborates with the high and mighty corporate powers, Jack remarked. Meanwhile, the chip's data reading reached completion, and Arthur began examining its contents, his expression darkening with each passing moment. What a bunch of scum. He hissed, suppressing a surge of rage. What's wrong? What's on there? Jack, noticing Arthur's change in demeanor, approached the terminal with concern. See for yourself. The chip contained an experimental log detailing the data of human trials conducted on the 3 reagents. Each reagent represented multiple lives. Biotechnology was indeed utilizing the Vortex gang and cleaners for in vivo research. Damn biotechnology. They are nothing but beasts. Arthur's fury peaked as he recalled the unknown substance within his own body, now almost certain it originated from the biotechnological experiments. Exhaling slowly, Arthur silently removed the chip from the terminal. We must depart, Jack. They have seen our faces. There is no need to leave witnesses. What's the situation now? Just now, a group of Tiger Claw members entered outside. However, I left some surprises in the black elevator, so they cannot use it for the moment. You have about 5 minutes. Calculating swiftly, Arthur deemed the time sufficient. Yet he knew it was not the moment for delay. The two quickly found the entrance to the ventilation duct and crawled inside. The duct was spacious, at least half a person's width, and the ventilation system was operational, the air within carrying the scent of alcohol. They soon discovered a duct leading upwards. The two pushed against the walls, inching their way up, and at this point, the time exceeded the 5-minute mark, and their ascent through the vent had consumed considerable time. Outside, a commotion erupted, and Arthur keenly caught crucial information amidst the noise. Quickly, the brothers below, saying no one is here. They must have escaped through the ventilation. From the sounds, there were at least a dozen individuals outside. However, the cramped restroom offered little cover, making confrontation here disadvantageous. Yet Arthur quickly devised a plan. He pulled a bullet from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and hurled it fiercely at the overhead light that it was merely a standard civilian lamp, unprotected and shattered upon impact, plunging the restroom into darkness. Pulling Jack along, they pressed against the wall beside the door. Waiting silently, with a resounding bang, the restroom door was flung open, and a group of individuals surged in. Where's the light? Damn, don't step on me. Who? Who's there? It's me. Friendlies, I wasn't talking about you. I meant those two. Which two? Confusion spread as the crowd turned to the direction pointed out by one of their OW and in the dim light of the corridor, two figures stood with their backs to the crowd, quietly departing. Fuck! Enemies! Get after them! Before he could finish a sentence, the two calm and composed figures had already taken flight, disappearing around the corner. The scene fell into a moment of absurd silence, soon erupted into a cacophony of enraged shouts and footsteps. Amidst their escape, Jack couldn't resist showcasing his wit. Guerrilla language? Though I can't comprehend it, I'd wager it's a wish for a long life or wealth. That Arthur's face wore a scornful expression, clearly directed at the cacophonous members of the Tiger Claw gang. Behind them, as those ruffians caught sight of Arthur and Jack, the two had already reached the entrance of the nightclub. They opened fire, taking down two guards stationed at the door, and burst out into the night. In his mind, Lucy's commanding voice echoed. Run east. The car is ready to. It was the dead of night, and the shops lining the streets had absorbed most of the revelers seeking entertainment. Yet a scattering of people remained. After running eastward for a few hundred meters, Arthur spotted the vehicle Jack had pilfered from the overpass. Its rear door stood ajar, the engine humming emptily. David was seated in the driver's seat. Shouting and waving at Arthur and Jack, they hopped into the car, slamming the door shut. Arthur patted the back of the driver's seat. Step on it. The Tiger Claw gang 1T let us slip away easily. As if to affirm Arthur's words, a member of the Tiger Claw gang emerged from the nightclub, pointing at Arthur and their vehicle, shouting, Quick! Those guys have jumped into that car. Don't let them escape. As the last word left the other person's lips, the cacophonous roar of motorcycle engines erupted, akin to the snorts of a frenzied bull. Hold on tight, David bellowed. The engine's revs showed no sign of abating as he swiftly engaged the gear. And after a brief moment of tire friction that produced a plume of white smoke, they shot forward. This was indeed the streets of Japan, where the roads were not only narrow but also possessed an irregular, bizarre shape. Not far ahead loomed a striking structure, and as the scenery rapidly expanded before them, even Arthur, a seasoned veteran, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. You brat, do you even know how to drive? Arthur's query was left unfinished as David abruptly yanked the steering wheel to the right. The car seemed to collide with its own front wheels, jolting violently and causing the rear to lift off the ground, nearly tipping over. Chapter 16. The novice's reckless drive. The sensation was akin to the world slipping away from him, as if the finality of life was about to be sealed with a period. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though his soul had returned to his body. Meanwhile, apart from David, who remained earnestly focused on driving, the other three passengers regarded him with a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. Just now, during the turn, do you have control? Eventually, it was Arthur who hesitantly posed the question that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The overly serious David took a moment to comprehend what Arthur was asking. Before responding, although it was merely a spur-of-the-moment plan, one must seize the opportunity, right? Look behind us because of my earlier maneuver for unfortunate members of the Tiger Claw gang crashed into that building. Sure enough, a thick plume of smoke was billowing from the direction of the four ill-fated souls. Have you considered what might happen if we fail? Arthur pressed on, unwilling to relent. Fail, fail, David pondered seriously, his tone laden with uncertainty. Perhaps it might lead to death? The car sped along, yet the remaining 7 members of the Tiger Claw gang remained hot on their heels. Moreover, due to the narrow streets of Japan, the gang's motorcycles had a distinct advantage over the car, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Arthur managed to neutralize 2 of the shooters within range, but the others, having witnessed Arthur's marksmanship, retreated into his blind spots, denying him further opportunities to fire. It felt as though they were besieged by a swarm of relentless, unshakable flies. That grotesque scene was reminiscent of staring death in the face. However, before Arthur could inquire further, he already understood the cause. Ahead, a stretch of road was entirely obstructed by a lengthy bus, leaving only a narrow gap wide enough for 2 people. On the other side of that gap lay the Central River. The road was indeed impassable, yet David showed no inclination to decelerate. "Kid, we need to stop and deal with the ones behind us." Arthur's words fell short. David abruptly jerked the wheel, causing the vehicle to lurch violently as it momentarily soared toward the riverbank. Jack, seated beside Arthur, slammed into him, while Lucy in front clung desperately to the overhead handle, striving to maintain her balance. The wheels on that side had no purchase, spinning wildly above the river. Each of them could distinctly feel the vehicle swaying, as if it were floating in mid-air, buffeted by the wind. David's hands were a blur as he wrestled with the steering wheel, activating the rear-mounted Scion withstand, struggling to stabilize the vehicle's center of gravity. He was maneuvering this long bus as if it were a 2-wheeled motorcycle, making countless slight adjustments to keep the center of mass directly above one of the wheels. Though it was merely a fleeting moment for a vehicle traveling at such speed, that instant stretched out interminably. Their lives hung precariously on a thread, entrusted entirely to a youth. Why not simply stop and eliminate the pursuers behind us? Why not align the wheels with the bus on the other side? Lucy queried, quick to grasp the situation, reaching over to barely maintain control of the steering wheel. What is wrong with him? Arthur pulled the unconscious David back to prevent him from complicating things for Lucy. He had overexerted himself with the Scion withstand, unable to withstand the pressure, and had succumbed to unconsciousness. With David no longer pressing the accelerator, the vehicle gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt by the roadside. Jack unceremoniously tossed the unconscious David into the back seat and took over the driver's position. The car had finally fallen into the hands of someone competent. What should we do in this situation? Do we need to find a cybernetic doctor for him? Arthur inquired of Lucy as he pushed David aside. Yes, a cybernetic doctor would suffice. Once he regains consciousness, I will ensure he remembers this lesson well. Thus, amidst the jostling of the vehicle and the rhythmic thuds of David's head striking the window, they drove into Chinatown. It was the dead of night, and Arthur and the others had contacted Victor in advance, allowing them to enter smoothly upon arrival. Jack, being the largest, was tasked with carrying the unconscious David inside. "It seems you brought a new friend, a young lad," Victor remarked as they deposited David onto the operating table. "He's a 19-year-old, equipped with some cybernetic enhancement called Scion withstand." Nodding, Victor promptly turned David over. "This is high-grade military technology, seemingly apogee. This young man can actually withstand it." Arthur approached Jack and seized the drink from his hand, taking a swig for himself. "So, is this thing really impressive?" "Very impressive, among the best batch. It's a gem of military technology." "Wait, this thing," as he spoke, he moved toward a nearby micro-terminal, pulling up a dense array of data. No, it's not similar. It's identical." Leaning against the wall, Arthur was approached by Lucy, who stood before him, silently observing intently. Furrowing his brow, Arthur tentatively lifted the bottle in his hand, and Lucy nodded in response. "That so, aside from coincidence. What else is there? It's of great significance. You've been with me for a few days. What is the most troublesome aspect of installing cybernetics?" "Naturally, it's the neural welding. While I can't do it, it looks tedious." "Well, at least you haven't wasted your time. The human nervous system is composed of billions of fibers, and many specific functions of these nerve fibers remain unknown to us. The design and installation of cybernetics are derived from reverse engineering their functions. After all, we cannot design interfaces for unknown functional nerves. Thus, the larger the cybernetic enhancement, the more intricate the involved nerves become, and the greater the number of unknown functional fibers. Discarding unknown nerves means discarding unknown signals, which inherently introduces risk. This phenomenon is referred to as cybernetic nerve degradation, and it is the primary cause of cyberpsychosis. Arthur was left bewildered, while Lucy maintained a serious expression. Old Vic, you've been rambling without explaining what that chip does for this kid. Victor shook his head in resignation. During cybernetic design, numerous speculative interfaces are created. Based on the data on that chip, I can assist this young man in connecting those neural interfaces. Noticing Arthur's continued confusion, Victor added with irritation, that data will help alleviate the burdens imposed by the cybernetics on this lad. In other words, it will make him less likely to faint. Roughly speaking, yes, it serves that purpose. Observing Victor's exasperated expression, Arthur began to question his own intelligence. But a glance at Jack, who appeared on the verge of sleep, reassured him. Jack seemed oblivious to the conversation. Such notions were seldom popular in the market, with the immune system theory being the most widely accepted. Suddenly, a voice interjected. It was Lucy, who was now toying with an empty bottle, curiosity etched across her face. Chapter 17. A reunion of one. There are many theories out there. But among the causes of cyberpsychosis, I most vehemently disagree with the immune theory. To be precise, the immune theory is quite one-sided. Initially, there may be immune rejection upon cybernetic implantation, but the immune system is adaptable. It desensitizes over time, or at the very least, it does not deteriorate. Cyberpsychosis, however, is evidently not so simple. This affliction intensifies over time until it becomes uncontrollable. T.S. Fine. He'll awaken in a few hours. With the auxiliary device removed from his hands, Victor finally found a moment of respite, smiling at Arthur and Jack. It seems you've completed your big job. Indeed, we finished, but we're not pleased with how things went. Recalling the contents of the chip, Arthur couldn't help but darken an expression. Noticing Arthur's somber demeanor, Victor's curiosity piqued. What do you mean? Were you tricked? Not exactly. It's just that our employer is a bunch of animals. The biotech firm collaborates with scavengers, utilizing them for live experiments. Hearing Arthur's words, Victor let out a heavy sigh. Alas, in this city, you'll witness the most disgusting deeds imaginable. That's why I confine myself to this basement. Keeping my eyes shut, his tone bore a hint of despondency, almost as if mocking his own self-righteousness. Observing Victor's melancholic visage, Arthur furrowed his brow and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. No one can govern the affairs of the entire world. If you can save a stranger, then there is no need for guilt. Victor shook his head with a bitter smile. That I know my own matters. I have evaded them for a lifetime. Now, enough about me. What are your plans for this situation? I will take the money. It is my due reward. However, I also wish to partake in this affair. For since I have witnessed it and have a mind to meddle in others' business, I shall not deny myself the opportunity. That Arthur's tone was laced with menace as he adjusted his gambler's hat. Even in the Night City, the notorious Arthur Morgan remained unchanged. As his words faded, Arthur felt a weight settle on his shoulder as Jack wrapped his arm around him. Since I sought out this job, I naturally must provide after-sales service. Earlier this morning, that kid abruptly sat up on the operating table, glancing around while his hands instinctively reached for his side. Arthur observed this scene with a smile. Look, I won. You have the next round of drinks. Jack, looking dismayed, rubbed his forehead. The price for Sandwiston should be higher. Jack, some things cannot be measured by price. David finally noticed the two of them. What are you doing? Where is this place? With a mischievous grin on his face, Arthur clenched his fist and slowly approached. This is, of course, a clinic at AS for what we are doing. Haha, I have a little question for you. By the time he reached David, he asked, Can you drive? Of course, although I'm a novice, I surprisingly possess a talent for it. Perhaps due to just waking up, David was still a bit dazed. Failing to notice Arthur's unsettling expression, of course. Arthur's fist shot up as he retorted, I told you, of course, and talent. After a brief commotion, David, with dark circles under his eyes, found Victor. Arthur said you could help me. Victor looked at David with amusement in his eyes and nodded. Your Sandwiston was installed quite poorly. Moreover, with the right data, I can significantly alleviate the pressure it has placed upon you. After a moment's contemplation, David chose to trust Arthur. Even if it hurts again, it would be worth it. Doctor, thank you for being willing to assist me. You rascal, Victor chuckled, pointing at David. I need to gather some supplies. You can wait over there. At this moment, the clinic was occupied solely by Victor and David. Lucy had left before resting last night, and Arthur and Jack had also departed to settle their commission with the priest in Westbrook. After David ended his communication with Man and Lucy, he began to wander around the modest clinic. The array of incomprehensible instruments and devices, along with the meticulously tidy environment, made the clinic he frequented resemble a mere butcher shop in comparison. He dared not touch anything as he ambled deeper into the clinic, where he encountered an iron life support pod. It was evident that it was designed for housing individuals, and curiosity drew him closer. Above the pod was a small glass panel, and indeed, there lay a person, a woman, her red hair splayed around her, accompanied by a respirator. David's gaze gradually froze. In those wide-open eyes, 2 streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks. His mouth fell agape, but his throat felt as if it were constricted, rendering him voiceless. Could it truly be? His head tilted slightly, lacking the courage to look a second time. What if it weren't? But it seemed so. His limbs stiffened, each muscle praying as David strained to turn his head, pressing himself against that small glass pane. Tears dripped onto the tiny window as he trembled, delicately wiping the moisture away. Terrified of damaging the iron life support pod. Yes, the implant at the corner of her right eye. Yes, that face, even in slumber, radiated warmth. His mother, she is alive. Victor was busy when a loud thud echoed from the depths of the clinic. Following the sound, he found David collapsed beside the life support pod, tears streaming down his face. Frowning, Victor approached, gazing at the boy with curiosity. What's wrong? Just moments ago, he was a brash, carefree youth, and now he appeared as a ghost. Hearing Victor's inquiry, David laboriously lifted his head. Though his vision was blurred by tears, he could still discern who stood before him. She is still alive, having guessed at least part of the truth. Victor understood that those instruments alone would not evoke such emotion. It was undoubtedly the woman lying within the life support pod. Who is this woman to you? She is my mother. It seems you mistakenly thought her dead. Come, do not rejoice too soon. After what felt like an eternity, David finally emerged from that state, sitting with his head hung low at a table, occasionally wiping his face. How is she? His voice sounded as if it had been rasped by sandpaper. The situation is not good. Arthur rescued her when he escaped from a scavenger hideout. That time, she was already in a state of apparent death. Even the scavengers believed her to be deceased. It was the emergency expansion tube implanted in her neck that saved her life. Is there any way? No matter what, please tell me. David's tone was resolute. There is no immediate solution. Fortunately, she can afford to wait. Even if she never awakens, she can still pass away in peace. Victor patted David's shoulder in consolation. You need not bear too much pressure. I see numerous issues with her body, and resting there may not be a bad thing. Doctor, how are the preparations? David suddenly lifted his head. If one ignored the tear stains at the corners of his eyes, his gaze seemed much more mature. Sigh, I told you not to stress too much. Victor shook his head, gesturing towards the operating table. Lie down. We can begin. Chapter 18. The priest. This surgery was accompanied by a lingering hesitation for David, a profound memory left by the installation of Sandwiston. It had not been a pleasant experience. He had nearly succumbed to pain. However, this surgery was devoid of any suffering, akin to a peaceful slumber. When he opened his eyes, the discomfort from his back prosthesis had vanished without a trace. He could not even perceive the presence of anything external. Were it not for the icy touch against his fingertips, he might have questioned whether the prosthesis had been stolen. How do you feel? Raising his head, he saw Victor gazing kindly at him, which brought David a sense of reassurance. His body still felt somewhat uncontrollable, a remnant effect of the anesthesia. I feel great, as if I have cast off a burden. I don't know who installed your prosthesis, but it is an absolute mess. There are visibly necrotic tissues. Additionally, your nerves show signs of shock. Please do not tell me you underwent surgery without anesthesia, causing those nerves to die in agony. Haywood, the Valley, at the Wild Wolf Bar, in a private room on the second floor, a burly man stood guard at the entrance, and upon seeing Jack, his previously stern expression softened. I wonder when you will make a name for yourself. Is this your new friend? The large man scrutinized Arthur through his sunglasses, akin to a predator assessing its prey in the jungle. It has been a while. He is collaborating with me. We need to see the priest, as I have completed the tasks he assigned me. Jack playfully punched the man's chest as he spoke. However, the man clearly did not intend to let them pass without due diligence. After a moment of hesitation, a voice emanated from behind the door. Let them in. Jack is a child I have watched grow. There is no need for suspicion. The voice was deep and resonant, exuding a calming presence. Upon entering, an elderly man with thinning hair and a short stature sat on a sofa, a gentle smile adorning his face, making even the wrinkles seem amiable. That kid, even you would block him. It is truly. Upon seeing the elder, Jack's face lit up with joy, as if he had encountered a beloved relative. Father, your safety is paramount. If he had not blocked the way, I might have had to give him a thrashing. Please sit down. It seems you have completed that task, to traverse the Japanese street, the territory of the Tiger Claw gang. Is truly an impressive feat for your youth. The priest gestured to a nearby sofa, his eyes sparkling with vitality as he regarded the two of them. Once they were seated, he personally poured 2 glasses of wine and pushed them forward. Jack, it brings me joy to see one of your group with real talent. Receiving the wine, Jack downed it in one gulp, wiping his mouth before turning to face the priest. I hold you in high esteem, so I shall not conceal anything. You know what the target of this operation is, correct? The priest seemed to sense something amiss, pressing his hands down to halt Jack's forthcoming words that I am old. Jack, some matters no longer pique my interest, whether it is on your side or the other. I shall turn a blind EYS for this current task. They offered 350,000. I kept 50,000 for the informant's drinks. Money, I do not take a single extra cent, and as for the matter, I shall not involve myself further. His words were slow, yet they carried a persuasive weight. As he spoke, the elder slid over a chip. This transaction chip, using it for payment is a wise choice. This is your reward. Remember to make the money disappear after you withdraw it from the chip. Subsequently, all traces of this task will vanish, regardless of who comes looking for me. Jack understood the other party's intent. He silently tucked the chip into his pocket, although no information could be gleaned from this visit. The outcome was fortuitously favorable. You rascal, it's been quite a while since we last met. Did you come to see me merely to discuss business? As he spoke, he filled Jack's glass to the brim. Sit down and join me for a drink, and while you're at it, introduce your new friend. Thus, the three engaged in casual conversation, steering clear of any mention of the commission, and the atmosphere became congenial in an instant. Just as Jack and his companion were about to leave, the priest once again detained him, though this time not to persuade him to stay. Jack, I have watched you grow. We are family. When you stand outside, there are times I cannot assist you. Gazing at the old man's sincere face, Jack couldn't help but smile, offering a simple farewell. Adios, padre. After the two departed, the burly doorman outside unexpectedly barged in. Father, I don't understand. For a mere phrase, Biotech is willing to give us 400,000. Why not accept it? Upon seeing the newcomer, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed the priest's face, but quickly subsided. Why do you say that? Aren't you friends? He maintained his slow, deliberate tone, his gaze fixed on the wine glass before him. Personal friendships are one thing, but 400,000 could alter the gang's circumstances and push those wretched 6th Street gangsters into a corner. How could one forsake such an opportunity for the sake of personal ties? The burly man wore a righteous expression. Sit down. I am growing old, and you, I have groomed to be my successor. The priest's tone remained kind, yet the man, absorbed in the elder's words, failed to perceive the fleeting coldness in the old man's eyes. There are some things I must clarify, lest you find it incomprehensible. Over the years, how many intermediaries have emerged in Night City? Why have only we few old-timers managed to stand our ground? You must remember, intermediaries dine with 2 bowls placed on a table with only 1 leg. Regardless of which bowl you smash, the table will topple. The company. No matter how much food is in the pot, it will show no pity for you, nor will it allow you to approach their pot to eat. Only intermediaries who grasp this truth can enjoy a few more years of sustenance. With that, the priest left the private room, without caring whether the burly man understood. Outside, Arthur, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, the white smoke obscuring his eyes, was making his way toward the elevated train station. Jack walked alongside him, taking a single puff before extinguishing it and discarding the remnants into a nearby trash bin. Compared to the intermediaries dealing in intelligence, Your elder resembles a leader more than anything else. Strictly speaking, the priest is indeed a leader. Many matters concerning the Valentino gang are determined by him. It seems he oversees quite a large family. He must be doing well to keep the gang's youth from indulging in cigarettes, which is no easy feat. Chuckling, Jack explained, the issue with smoking is my mother's prohibition. Let's not dwell on such trivial matters for now. Come, let us examine our reward. Although it may not be entirely clean, it is indeed a substantial sum. Upon finishing this statement, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Jack's eyes. And soon after, Arthur received a transfer notification from his neural interface. If the money is dirty, we shall clean it. However, this matter is not so easily resolved. Never mind that for now, brother. We need to discuss the uses for this money, as it is a considerable amount. Jack was evidently exhilarated, having already formulated plans for its utilization. So, what scheme do you have in mind that brings you such joy? I've set my sights on a vehicle. The latest model from Arch? I am utterly captivated by its allure. Observing Jack's enthusiastic expression, Arthur refrained from commenting further, though a malicious thought crossed his mind. Having David test drive IT'd AS for you. What do you intend to pursue? Without much contemplation, Arthur replied. First, repay Old Way, then acquire some quality firearms, perhaps even augmentations. He had diligently gathered information regarding augmentations for Victor, while he remained confident in his marksmanship. He could not ignore the threat posed by those with cybernetic enhancements. Take David's Sion Wasteland, for instance, if that fellow were to hone his skills and activate his augmentations in close proximity. Even if Arthur could barely catch a glimpse of him, his body would undoubtedly be too slow to react. The body has its limits, and to speak without modesty, Arthur had already grazed the threshold in certain aspects. However, the decision to install augmentations must not be rushed. Should it compromise his inherent qualities as a sharpshooter, it would be a loss not worth incurring. Chapter 19. Plans finalized. Arthur and Jack also learned of David's mother's situation. Arthur, filled with sentiment, found the coincidence remarkable. In the following days, both Arthur and Jack spent their time indulging in the joys of spending. The act of spending was undoubtedly delightful. Outside Old Way's clinic, Arthur finally beheld the motorcycle that Jack had long coveted. The Arch Nazareth.it was a road bike, with a streamlined body, a striking red and black color scheme, and a low-slung riding position. Watching Jack pose flamboyantly with one foot planted on the ground. A particular quality within Arthur's soul was reignited. The bike was indeed impressive, yet seeing it ridden by Jack was akin to an elephant atop a hippopotamus. That Arthur's sharp tongue was forever rooted in truth. Jack's thigh was as wide as the bike itself. I shouldn't have come to find you. Even Jack's typically good-natured demeanor faltered, his face falling in a sulky expression as he gazed at Arthur with discontent. What of your augmentation installation? Has Victor recommended any for you? None, so I purchased a firearm. With that, Arthur waved his hand, beckoning Jack to follow him. In Victor's clinic, the long-unused augmentation repair machine lay dormant. Its surface adorned with an imposing firearm. It was a nearly 2-meter-long behemoth, entirely black save for the yellow magazine embedded beneath its body. The design of its barrel module was exceedingly intricate, with a slender electronic component of equal length affixed below, surrounded by a dense cluster of neatly arranged circuits, while above it lay the electromagnetic rail and 3 pairs of magnetic field-generating components attached to either side. The entire gun was sharply defined, as though sculpted from solid material. Even the originally cylindrical sighting component had been enveloped by a black external module, transforming it into a rectangular shape. My heavens! Where on earth did you procure this? The moment Jack stepped through the door, his gaze was ensnared by the firearm. Unable to divert his eyes, you have any idea how rare this is? The Tsunami gang hoarded it like a child. The Tsunami Cat Series tactical sniper rifle. Indeed, this firearm is the industrial jewel of the Tsunami defense system, the finest sniper rifle in the world. Bar none. When designing this weapon, Tsunami poured all its technological expertise into it. You must understand, Tsunami defense system is undoubtedly the leader in the high-end firearms market. This Cat Series rifle's intelligent module was damaged, and thus I still spent over $100,000 to acquire it. On the augmentation operating table, dozens of cables were connected to the rifle, and on one side, a screen displayed a progress panel that was constantly refreshing. The instant Arthur laid eyes on the gun, he was captivated by its appearance. and fortunately, its performance matched its imposing exterior. Noticing the two had arrived, Victor approached, pointing at the screen's progress. The physical structure of this rifle is intact. Only some internal intelligent programs are malfunctioning, which is why I can tinker with it. However, exercise caution when using it. Every component, especially the electromagnetic module, is irreplaceable. As he spoke, Oldway gestured towards the magnetic field generator located on the side of the barrel. These components, with their artificially designed magnetic field layout, would result in magnetic instability even if just a corner were bumped. It seems to be a delicate little lady. Arthur, you must take good care of her, Jack remarked with a laugh, his gaze fixated on the rifle, as if he were admiring a young maiden. A little lady? This thing can pierce through 3 stacked Scorpion tanks with a single shot. Do you truly consider a little lady? Victor chuckled at Jack's description, adding, by the way, there are quite a few compatible ammunition types. Tungsten dart rounds, APDS, armor-piercing discarding sabot, are standard ammunition types you can find in any gun shop. However, there are also 2 specialized rounds designed specifically for the CAT series by Tsunami Defense System, multi-stage accelerated rounds, which enable the CAT series to hit targets from 9 to 15 kilometers away, and a micromissile called CAT's Eye, which is capable of tracking, but only performs optimally at longer distances. While introducing the basic information about the rifle, Victor tossed Arthur a data chip. Take a good look at what's on here. The CAT series is quite a challenging weapon to wield. Shrugging, Arthur examined the sleek black sniper rifle and accepted the chip Victor had tossed. There was no rush to learn. After all, opportunities to utilize this weapon would be few and far between. It was too cumbersome and demanding, yet its power warranted accommodating its shortcomings. After inspecting the firearm, Arthur and Victor began discussing matters related to biotechnology. The 3 vials of serum had been procured from a stronghold of the Vortex Gang, known as the Diamond Slaughterhouse, originally intended for shipment to the Badlands. Here, it is essential to mention one of the business ventures of biotechnology, Pure 2 Wheat. Alcoholo 2 stands as one of the pillar industries of biotechnology, serving as an artificial energy source to replace the increasingly depleting petroleum resources of today. However, it is evident that biotechnology will not entrust all tasks related to the cultivation and processing of Alcoholo 2 to Pajua Petrochemical. Under the pretense of self-use, they have established a farm for Alcoholo 2 in the blighted lands to the east of Night City. According to chip records, the results of those live experiments are dispatched there. It appears that the Alcoholo 2 farm run by biotechnology is not merely a thorn in Pajua Petrochemical's side. After untangling the threads of the situation, Jack remarked thoughtfully, "It is worth noting that while Alcoholo 2 Wheat is a product that has transformed the world, the technology behind it is not particularly difficult to replicate. Biotechnology merely enjoys patent rights, which do not constitute a significant technological barrier at the time of signing their cooperation agreement with Pajua Petrochemical. Biotechnology was not the global giant it is today, and the benefits gained from that agreement were not substantial. Thus, over the years, as biotechnology has evolved, they have long been dissatisfied with their share in Alcoholo 2, covertly setting traps for their partners. The Alcoholo 2 farm they established is one such endeavor, secretly releasing fuel at prices far below market value, significantly undermining Pajua Petrochemical's monopoly. Should we seek trouble with that farm? It sounds like a death wish. Jack's tone was heavy as he looked at Arthur, his gaze filled with inquiry. Certainly not. That Alcoholo 2 farm is heavily guarded. Even an energy giant like Pajua Petrochemical cannot contend with them. Why would we seek our demise? Arthur pointed to the slaughterhouse and several other outposts involved in transporting live materials for IT to stir trouble with them. I must confess that I have a personal motive. It seems I have undergone some form of experimentation myself, and Victor advised against having an intensive neural component implant for that very reason. Causing trouble for those individuals also serves the purpose of investigating my own condition. So, are you still willing to take the risk with me? Upon hearing Arthur's words, Jack looked at him with a displeased expression. Somos hermanos. When you are in trouble, I must go even more. Placing a hand on the other's shoulder, Arthur said nothing, as words were unnecessary. The two discussed their specific plans. They intended to launch an assault on one of the outposts, using it as a route for the slaughterhouse's transportation of live materials to attempt an infiltration. The objective this time was to obtain data and eliminate all those involved in the experiments. They had contemplated leveraging media exposure as a strategy, but numerous failed attempts dissuaded them. Just look at what happened to that girl named Sasha a year ago. She was labeled a terrorist. Her background thoroughly exposed, and everything related to her fell into disarray. That as for the evidence she collected with her life concerning the side effects of biotechnology's latest drugs. Who cares? There are only a handful of pharmaceutical companies. If you don't consume their products, you might as well wait for your demise. Chapter 20. The beginning with the plan established, the two did not delay and prepared to act immediately. However, just before their departure, a communication came through Arthur's neural interface. It was Okada Wakako. Perhaps with a job for him, a wealthy man's daughter had been abducted by the scavengers and taken to one of their outposts. To be fair, he wasn't exactly a wealthy man. He was merely a mid-level employee at a company. Now, this unfortunate father had scraped together 100,000 euros and sought my assistance to rescue his daughter. I considered it, and since this job requires someone level-headed, I thought you would be quite suitable, so I came to ask you. After listening attentively to the other party's words, Arthur suddenly thought of something and inquired. Where did you say the girl was taken by the scavengers? To a black clinic in Kabukicho. Ironically, in this damned city, 9 out of 10 clinics are run by scavengers. The old woman's tone remained as calm as ever, as if she were merely discussing a transaction. Although Arthur had some inklings, he still asked Wakako for the specific address. I know this is somewhat irregular, but for various reasons, I must know the exact location of that girl before deciding whether or not to take the job. Arthur's voice was met with silence, and after a long pause, Wakako's aged voice finally responded. Although we have not known each other long, strangely, I am willing to share a small portion of my limited trust with you. Here is the address. Upon receiving the information transmitted to his neural interface, Arthur immediately compared it with the data in his chip. He indeed found that clinic among the delivery outposts. That I will take this job, madam. Shortly thereafter, Arthur received a transfer of 100,000 euros and promptly divided 50,000 with Jack, deciding to take action. Jack, Wakako has entrusted me with a mission to rescue a victim from one of those supply outposts. We can use the guise of this commission to stir trouble, ensuring we remain under suspicion. Arthur briefly outlined the situation, and the two set off toward the Black Clinic. With this cover of a commission, their operation became seamless. It is worth noting that half of the mercenary missions in Night City involve rescuing individuals from those abhorrent scavengers. With this layer of protection, the slaughterhouse would undoubtedly remain oblivious to their activities, as such occurrences are far too common. Hurry, Arthur. Glancing at him, Jack noted how the large figure nearly enveloped the entire motorcycle beneath him. Spare me, Jack. I have a surprise for you. He spoke. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. And soon, a vehicle came lurching from the distance. It was an old Mexaplan FS3. While that description may not do it justice, its nickname aptly summarized its characteristics. The old bread box. This vehicle was truly remarkable. Its outer layer of cheap plastic and textile materials was so decayed that it exposed a thin layer of metal beneath. From an exterior perspective, it appeared sufficiently spacious, seemingly capable of carrying a fair amount of cargo. But it was best not to overestimate its capabilities. After all, its engine sounded like an elderly man coughing in the middle of the night, raising concerns about whether it would spew alcohol too. Jack gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. A Mexaplan that seemed freshly unearthed from a grave. What could it possibly accomplish? It is practically decomposing that IT can drive. Now stop with the nonsense. Get in and start the car. Arthur urged impatiently. Or shall we split up and meet there? Jack hesitantly suggested. Ridiculous. Why would I forsake my pristine arch-naser to drive this heap of junk? The world must be in a way. The tone was resolute. Hearing Arthur's words, Jack couldn't help but retort. Why not? I could wait for you nearby. You want a reason? Quite simple. I cannot drive. Ultimately, Jack found himself in the driver's seat of the dilapidated vehicle. As Arthur's reasoning was indisputable, the two set off toward Kabukicho in the north. Listening to the cacophony of strange sounds emanating from the vehicle, Jack ultimately couldn't hold back and asked with a look of discontent. Did you really find this from there? It won't fall apart on the way, will it? Rest assured, you can try to push it to 100. I acquired this car for a mere 1,700 euros. Arthur sat in the passenger seat, and as he spoke, the rearview mirror on his side suddenly fell off. See? Don't just focus on how bad this car is. It has its merits too, at least it rarely requires repairs. After a bumpy ride, the two finally arrived at Kabukicho. This area shares the same designation as the Japanese street in Westbrook, but the former lies within the impoverished Watson district, while the latter is situated in the prosperous Westbrook. It is precisely for this reason that Kabukicho is extremely chaotic, enveloped in a foul stench. The Watson district has always been a place of contradiction, having once thrived, but now synonymous with poverty. This contradiction is even more pronounced in Kabukicho, where one can observe a blend of Eastern classical and modern architectural styles at the center of the road, grand and elegant. Yet beneath these structures, one can also see makeshift shacks made of scrap metal, appearing as if they were festering boils from the buildings above. Parking haphazardly by the roadside, Arthur discovered another advantage of the vehicle. No one would pay it any mind. Leaving the main road, the chaos in Kabukicho escalated dramatically. In the narrow alleys, people lay sprawled haphazardly across the ground. These individuals, tainted by addiction, had long ceased to be considered alive. Gangs would release them, allowing them to scrounge for money, knowing full well that the money would find its way into the gang's pockets. When they were nearing death, they would be sold to the scavengers, which may not yield much profit. But even the legs of a fly count as meat, saving the gangs the trouble of cleaning the streets. As they approached the Black Clinic, Arthur quietly advised Jack, "This time we must be discreet and avoid causing too much noise." Their target was that slaughterhouse, and it was best not to attract their attention. Entering through a half-finished building, they descended a staircase lacking guardrails and arrived at an expansive underground space. At the end of the space stood an iron door, above which a camera flickered with a crimson glow. The two walked directly toward it, and at that moment, the door was pushed open from the inside, and several individuals rushed out. What kind of rats are these? Coming here in search of food? The leader among them was a gaunt little man, his entire upper face replaced by cybernetics, and two mechanical eyes glowed red. Shall we strike first? It would save these two cuties from soiling themselves. And we'd have to change their diapers. A diminutive figure standing beside a shorter companion jeered, provoking a chorus of laughter from the surrounding crowd, intermingled with the harsh tones of electronic synth sounds. This group appeared to have undergone extensive modifications, their missing flesh replaced by filthy machinery and chaotic conduits, with even some flesh intermingled within the metal. In this dimly lit environment, they resembled a throng of cackling corpses. Arthur observed the scene before him, his heart unperturbed. He had encountered and dispatched far too many such grotesqueries to feel any intrigue towards these modified lunatics, though he was unaware of what creature had gnawed at their skin. The fact that they could still converse suggested that a civil discussion was possible. Rumor had it that a poor girl named Jessica had been abducted by them, and her father was willing to pay for her release. Why not negotiate this transaction? After all, their motive for kidnapping was merely financial. Why not choose a path that fosters amicability and profit? As for Jessica, they were unfamiliar with her, and in their business. Individuals were merely identified by numbers that if they wished to converse, they could follow him and see if that little pig was present. In business, fairness is paramount. How could they deceive over something that did not exist? As he spoke, the diminutive figure revealed a toothless grin, replaced instead by a writhing metallic appendage within his mouth. He turned slightly, gesturing invitingly to us. "Oh, please, step inside. Gentlemen, leave your weapons behind." Chapter 21. Into the tiger's den, leave our weapons behind? That simply will not do. Such a requirement may apply to your search for livestock, but we are here to conduct business, not to become your slaughtered pigs. As Arthur's words fell, the small figure emitted a shrill cry, his voice threatening. "Spare me your nonsense. When conducting business in our territory, you must adhere to our rules. Either hand over your firearms, and we may have something to discuss, or get the hell out." As he spoke, the group closed in menacingly, with several advancing towards Jack, reaching out as if they had already secured their prey. When Jack reached for his gun, Arthur restrained his arm, pulling him back a step. Witnessing this, the diminutive figure donned a look of disdain and erupted into laughter. Observing the howling whirlpool of the gang before him, Arthur's eyes, obscured beneath his hat's brim, turned frigid. His right shoulder dipped slightly. His arm fell naturally to his waist, and he became utterly still, akin to a puma poised for the hunt. Arthur's voice emerged, gravelly. Very well. It seems you must learn the value of silence. Draw your weapons. Fire. The scene erupted into chaos as the remaining few from the opposing side scrambled to draw their guns. Jack had already drawn his twin pistols from his sides, with arms held parallel before him. Resembling the legs of an elephant, his weapons spat flames, swiftly dispatching the remaining henchmen. Without a moment's pause, having dealt with the external threat, they surged into the dark clinic. Inside, the light was a vivid crimson. Hastily traversing a narrow corridor, they arrived at a medium-sized clinic. The lighting here was somewhat brighter, and a few casually dressed individuals wearing masks stood around a hospital bed, anxiously glancing towards the corridor. They were presumably the doctors, mere scavengers subsisting off the Vortex gang. The so-called scavengers were not a cohesive organization. In Night City, anyone running a black clinic, dismantling parts from the living, was labeled as such. Not wishing to engage in idle chatter with these wretches, Arthur left one alive. Speak. Where the captives held, he crossed over the hospital bed and seized the scavenger by the hair, demanding answers. The man, trembling with fear, pointed toward a room deeper within the clinic. I in there. They're all in that room. Please, don't kill me. Disregarding the man's anguished cries as he was carelessly tossed aside, Arthur strode towards the room where the captives were allegedly held. As the door swung open, an indescribable stench assailed him, a foul mixture of excrement and decay that was nearly suffocating. The interior was dimly lit, with only the faint light from outside illuminating a small section near the entrance, barely allowing him to discern human shapes. Jessica, is anyone of that name here? Jessica! Gritting his teeth against the overwhelming discomfort, Arthur steeled himself and ventured inside. Approximately a dozen individuals lay unconscious, likely under the influence of some drug. However, he found no sign of the girl named Jessica among them. Turning back, he hoisted the scavenger, who resembled a dead dog, off the ground. Before we arrived, did you handle a girl around 19 years old? Seeing the man uncooperative, Arthur landed a harsh blow to his side that I will ask you one last time. Otherwise, I shall make 2 holes in your waist. Speak. No. That girl was perfectly healthy and lacked any cybernetic enhancements. They referred to her as premium stock, sent to the Diamond Slaughterhouse. Furrowing his brow, Arthur pressed further. When was she sent away? About a day ago. According to the intelligence from Waka, the girl had gone missing 3 days prior. These fiends had acted with alarming speed. Arthur, a vehicle from the slaughterhouse will arrive in an hour, supposedly to pick up a few people. Jack's voice came from the side. Since entering, he had been searching for clues on a micro-terminal within the clinic, uncovering communication records linking the clinic to the slaughterhouse. The underground space of the clinic was essentially the parking garage of the skyscraper. Directly across from where Arthur and his companions descended was a passageway for vehicles. The slaughterhouse personnel would drive directly to the clinic, entering to retrieve their desired individuals. Through the monitor by the door, they awaited their prey's arrival. Soon, a blinding beam of white light heralded the arrival of a blue van within the monitor's view. As anticipated, the 2 individuals aboard the vehicle entered the clinic without a hint of suspicion. When the iron door swung open, they were met with 2 ominous black gun barrels. There was no intention to leave any survivors. With a brain-machine interface, they could not ascertain whether the other party had transmitted any information. Even if exposed, it was far better than stepping into a trap. This was precisely why every seasoned Edgewalker team maintained at least one hacker among their ranks. Accompanied by the sounds of gunfire, followed by the thud of heavy bodies hitting the ground, Arthur and Jack stripped the 2 of their garments, donning the new attire. Though the fit was less than ideal, it sufficed as a form of disguise. Disguises need not be elaborate. They merely needed to quietly bypass the heavy firepower outside. As the engine hummed to life, the blue van vanished back into the depths of the parking garage. The Diamond Slaughterhouse was situated in a secluded area of Chinatown, near the Northern Industrial District boundary. It was a desolate place, nearly abandoned, and the sights along the way confirmed this. Not far ahead, Arthur and Jack soon beheld the slaughterhouse's enclosing walls. Their decision proved astute. Automated sentry gun turrets flanked either side of the entrance. Should they be struck by one, the outcome would be catastrophic. As the vehicle approached, the slaughterhouse doors opened, revealing a space that was not empty. The distance to the towering factory was less than 100 meters, and guards were in sight near the entrance. Only a device affixed to the door casting a blue scanning light, granting them access. They were evidently intent on entering the factory's interior, as the nearby large doors had already swung open. Thus far, not a single living soul had been seen within the slaughterhouse. If the security here is lacking, we must have fallen into a trap. Jack gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the wide-open factory entrance. If your ominous predictions hold true, I suggest we turn back. Such circumstances were decidedly peculiar. This was a site conducting illegal human experimentation, and the security could not possibly be so lax. Still, they drove straight through the grand entrance. As the light shifted, their vision returned, revealing the situation before them. It was an expansive, open area, towering 4 stories high, encircled by iron ladders and walkways leading to various rooms along the walls. At the far end of the space stood another sentry turret, aimed squarely at every corner of the open area. Numerous vehicles filled the space, all unremarkable, resembling ordinary family cars, just like the one Arthur and Jack occupied. A long line of vehicles was currently queued, with several armed individuals inspecting the first vehicle in line. Chapter 22. The Great Explosion. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances, positioning their vehicle at the end of the queue. Meanwhile, on the second underground level of the Diamond Slaughterhouse, the surroundings starkly contrasted with the filth outside. The pristine white floors and walls glimmered under cold fluorescent lights. The glass windows sparkled like air, illuminating the entire environment. This was the laboratory supported by biotechnological secrets, and at this moment, the usually tranquil lab was filled with commotion. Before them stood a technologically sophisticated door, its intricate lines punctuated by a stubbornly blinking red. The red indicated a deadlock, a protective mode activated in emergencies. Yet the current situation was clearly not an emergency. A tall figure was furiously pounding on the door, cursing loudly as it did so. The little wretch, it would be wise for you not to emerge alive. Otherwise, I shall surely twist your head off. That a tall, slender, middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat stood behind a burly figure, clutching a mobile terminal, the contents of which were reflected in his sinister eyes. The atmosphere was tense, frozen in a moment of standoff that a young man hurriedly approached, his face obscured by a mask, making it difficult to discern his features, yet the corners of his eyes betrayed his youth. Dr. 337 has perished. His nerves underwent excessive activity and subsequently necrotized. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man lowered the device in his hand, his expression flickering as if struggling to recall what the young man had mentioned. Which product was used on 337? It was the drug that activates the neural cell division program. With the young man's reminder, he nodded in realization. You did activate his nervous system, did you not? Yes, we activated it before employing the pain editor, but the efficacy of our drug deviated significantly from our expectations. Nodding, the middle-aged man patted the burly figure before him, who had finally ceased his futile attempts to break down the door. After such a prolonged assault, only the superficial patterns of the door had been marred. I shall not concern myself with this. You handle it. Once you extract that little beast from within, send him to laboratory number 3. With an impatient wave of his hand, the man named Bain departed. The sound of banging on the door resumed behind him. Just a door away, in the room beyond, a girl huddled against the door, her face streaked with tears that had flowed endlessly. In the confines of this cramped cell, there was nowhere for her to flee. Her network access pod had been confiscated. Had she not hidden an external data transmission cable, she would have undoubtedly been sent to the experimental table by now. Trembling shoulders buried her head in her knees in despair. In her final moments, she thought of her father's face, contemplating suicide as soon as the door opened. Outside, the ceaseless curses echoed. Don't even think about suicide, you filthy whore, or your corpse will be tossed into the alleys of Kabukic. Jessica shrank her neck, but did not alter her resolution. She was on the brink of becoming a subject of vivisection and cared little for what would follow. Above the laboratory, in the main hall, each vehicle was inspected before several individuals approached to remove the cargo within. The procession moved steadily, covering nearly half the distance swiftly. Arthur and Jack were not inclined to wait patiently for inspection. They were not of this place, nor did they carry cargo, and they would surely be exposed. Its time We'll ram that turret and charge indirectly. Arthur calculated the distance, realizing that striking here would not only prevent the turret from activating, but would also build sufficient momentum to ensure a powerful impact. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Jack showed no hesitation. Seizing the opportunity presented by the advancing line, he sharply turned the steering wheel, pulling the vehicle out of the queue, then slammed the accelerator to the floor. The civilian truck's engine roared as it surged forward, barreling towards the turret with ferocity. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned all present, whether engaged in work or idly standing by, as they stared in disbelief. Despite insufficient distance to build momentum, the vehicle reached over 80 miles per hour. Inside, Arthur fixated on the turret as it lowered its head. The instant it raised up and the laser targeting system locked onto the truck. Arthur shouted, "Jump!" Arthur and Jack rolled to shed the force of the impact, then dashed recklessly in the opposite direction. The empty vehicle collided head-on with the turret's barrel just as a round was fired. Igniting upon impact, the projectile pierced through the truck's engine compartment, triggering an explosion within the fuel tank. A violent blast engulfed the turret, yet the momentum of the vehicle did not dissipate. It struck the turret free from its base, exposing the unexploded shells stored beneath. Mere seconds later, as Arthur and Jack had barely fled 10 meters, the stacked shells detonated in a catastrophic chain reaction. An invisible shockwave hurled both men skyward, along with the floor of that level. Fortunately, the shells had been stored underground, and the flooring that was blown up shielded them from the shrapnel, indirectly saving their lives, feeling a dull ache in his back and chest. Arthur spat blood, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. The pain in his back stemmed from the blast shockwave, while the soreness in his chest was due to his body crashing into the ground. Jack fared somewhat better. His larger frame offered him greater resilience. He helped Arthur to his feet and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Nothing serious," Arthur replied, spitting out blood from his mouth. Damn it, that was close. Neither he nor Jack had anticipated such a tremendous commotion, let alone an explosion. They had merely intended to topple the turret. The majority of the blast's impact was absorbed by the ground, yet it still sent nearby vehicles flying, creating a degree of chaos in the hall. For instance, several individuals inspecting the convoy stood in stunned silence, gazing at the inferno consuming the turret. By the time the leader finally reacted, shouting, "Enemy attack!" Arthur had already been pulled up by Jack. Stabilizing himself, taking advantage of the cover provided by the vehicles, Arthur and Jack engaged in a firefight with the inspection team. Peeking out, Arthur shot a gunman who was suppressing Jack, while the car before him had been riddled with bullets. He glanced at Jack's position, noting that he remained safe for the moment, as the majority of the enemy's fire was directed at Arthur. At that moment, Arthur crouched behind the vehicle's engine compartment, the steel here being the most substantial and ideal for cover. Memorizing the enemy's positions, Arthur cautiously changed his magazine and then tore off the rearview mirror, recalling the direction of the enemy. He hurled the mirror towards that location, shouting, "Jack, watch out for the grenades." The tactic proved unexpectedly effective, instantly silencing the suppressive fire, leaving only sporadic shots. Seizing the moment, Arthur leaped to a nearby vehicle, an off-road truck that had been overturned by the recent explosion, making it an excellent shield. Moreover, though the distance between him and Jack had increased, their shooting angles had opened considerably. Peeking out, Arthur spotted a gunman targeting Jack, exposing his back. In a split second, he aimed and pulled the trigger, a bullet piercing the man's heart. Chapter 23. Fierce Combat. The duration of the gunfight was brief, almost feeble. As Arthur and Jack's shooting became more efficient, they quickly regained control of the situation. If this were merely an ordinary Vortex gang stronghold, such resistance would not seem unusual. However, given the covert support from a corporate giant, the defending force appeared significantly weaker, perhaps due to their success in neutralizing the turret. The gunfire finally subsided. Arthur and Jack emerged from their cover. Scanning the area, Arthur picked up a rifle from one of the fallen at a copperhead, a mass-produced item from the code of firearms. This is not a slight. In the last century, a rifle so ubiquitous was known as the AK-47. Bending down, he scavenged 3 magazines from the unfortunate soul, and he and Jack began searching the premises. Their primary objective remained finding that damned laboratory. They initially conducted a cursory examination of the rooms surrounding the main hall, which were merely sleeping quarters and various slaughterhouse paraphernalia. Offering nothing of particular interest, it seemed everyone preferred to conceal their unsavory dealings underground. When Arthur and Jack discovered the downward passage, it was sealed by a heavy gate that appeared formidable. The incessantly flashing red light resembled an obnoxious car alarm. "This door doesn't seem easy to open," Jack remarked, tapping it twice, the sound echoing like a wall. "It seems we can only descend through that hole created by the explosion." They had noticed a massive hole during their search upstairs. The sagging floor hung downwards, exposing the steel reinforcements and flickering electrical sparks. Cautiously approaching the deep pit, they found it shrouded in near darkness, illuminated only by occasional sparks that revealed small corners. The concrete floor had been shattered by the explosion's force, now drooping precariously between the first and basement levels. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances and, following the damaged floor, they began their descent. The crumbling debris appeared hazardous. Yet the cracks provided adequate footholds, as long as they were cautious. There should be no major issues, provided there was no secondary collapse. Perhaps due to the explosion, the electrical supply on the basement level had faltered, leaving the vast space dimly lit by scattered emergency lights. The room appears to be a makeshift data server installation, strewn with various box-like, unidentified devices haphazardly scattered across the floor. The devastation wrought by the explosion here is evidently more severe. The walls, though not in close proximity to the epicenter, have also succumbed to collapse. Crawling through a gaping hole in the wall leads to a dimly lit corridor. The eerie green emergency lights are typically positioned at the corners of the building, while the unknown expanse ahead is enveloped in darkness, resembling an ominous gateway to the abyss. The silence is palpable, akin to a desolate wasteland, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of electrical arcs behind them. Good grief, I would prefer to be encircled by a ring of gun barrels. Shrinking my neck, I felt the goosebumps prickle to the surface. I gestured to Jack to proceed quietly, acutely aware that they were unaware of any lurking ambushes in the dark. Thus, it was prudent to avoid revealing their position, that a brief glance around confirmed that both sides were nearly indistinguishable, save for the fact that the corridor to the left was somewhat shorter. Without much deliberation, Arthur resolved to head left. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, the faint rustle of his shoes was conspicuously loud in the oppressive silence. Turning the corner, he was immediately met with an expanse of impenetrable darkness. Devoid of any light source, in the next heartbeat, two crimson glimmers ignited within that void. There were the unmistakable glimmers of artificial eyes. Behold what I have stumbled upon. Two lost rodents. Arthur and Jack raised their weapons almost simultaneously. The feeble muzzle flashes barely illuminating the figure, standing amidst the shadows. It was a silhouette nearly as imposing as Jack, complete with arms that almost grazed the ground. As anticipated, the bullets inflicted minimal damage. These lunatics, who had transformed themselves into melee weapons, often donned armor as thick as that of a tank. The bullets ricocheted off him with a resonant clang. He charged towards Arthur and Jack like a rampaging bull, the thundering sound echoing like a tank on the move. Damn pests! I will crush you! The palpable fury, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, slammed into the duo's faces. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. A metallic arm, akin to a whip, swung violently, crashing down at the very spot where they had just stood. The robust concrete wall shattered under the impact, sending debris cascading to the ground, extracting the embedded prosthetic from the wall. Joseph's crimson ocular implants once more locked onto the fleeing pair, that he lunged forward, his legs propelling him in pursuit. What to do? Bullets cannot pierce this behemoth's thick hide. Yes, they ran. The rumbling destruction behind them resonated, prompting Jack to quietly inquire about Arthur's thoughts. Fortunately, the pursuer was not particularly swift, granting Arthur and Jack a fleeting opportunity to maneuver. Arthur, however, found himself at a loss. They had reached the very room from which they had descended. Observing the sparks still erupting within, Arthur and Jack exchanged knowing glances. "You go inside and prepare. I'll draw this beast away." Jack lowered his voice beneath the din of gunfire. This was no time for shirking responsibility or debating who was in greater peril. Without hesitation, Arthur drew his firearm, the prelude, and accurately targeted the monster's eyes. as expected. The two fired rounds were deflected by the creature's robust prosthetic limbs, which it had positioned to protect its vulnerable areas. Yet, Arthur remained undeterred. He had never intended for those shots to resolve the situation. Seizing the moment when the creature shielded its eyes, Arthur slipped into the adjacent room, the very chamber from which they had descended. "Well, have you turned yourself into a wild boar?" Jack's mocking voice emerged from the right front. The taunt proved effective, as the increasingly agitated sounds indicated that the creature was thoroughly incensed. Although he had only known Arthur for a brief period, Jack, the gentle giant, had learned much. Cursing lacked potency. Words that struck at the core were far more penetrating. The target was unmistakable. The electrical sparks in the darkness glimmered like beacons, above, in the debris of the collapsed concrete floor. A frayed cable dangled precariously in the air. However, the situation was far from ideal, as only a small portion of it was exposed, the majority still buried beneath the shattered flooring. Arthur needed to extract it. Swallowing hard, he began to ascend the rubble, reaching the cable. Taking a deep breath, Arthur extended his hand. Sparks erupted with reckless abandon, and he could feel the fine hairs on his arms stand on end. This was a good sign. At least it indicated that the voltage here was substantial. Carefully tracing the cable's insulation, he found just enough space to place one hand. Summoning all his strength, Arthur gripped it tightly. If his palm slipped at the critical moment, he would surely become a laughingstock. Next came the crucial act. Pull. With each tug, the cable yielded more easily, until it finally reached its limit, shedding his outer jacket. He wrapped it around the sparking end of the cable and crouched amidst the debris, waiting for the hulking figure to take the bait. Jack darted into the opposite corridor, which was longer than the left, yet still limited in length. Silently calculating the time, Jack fervently hoped that Arthur would succeed. His delay had not been long. If the plan faltered, they would have no choice but to slip through the hole. Chapter 24. The kill as Jack neared the corner. He suddenly quickened his pace, plunging into the darkness. Behind him, Joseph grinned wickedly, accelerating his pursuit. Jack lingered just beyond the corner, listening intently to the approaching sounds. With no intention of launching a surprise attack, the next moment he raised his hand to shield himself. As anticipated, Joseph was not a complete fool. He swung a punch toward Jack's hiding spot. A dull thud reverberated as Jack, while unable to contest the modified monster head-on, managed to absorb the punch in the Devil's Boxing Club. Even the drug-enhanced beast had to tread carefully around him. Blocking the incoming fist, Jack sidestepped and quickly pressed into Joseph's body. Shouldering him forcefully in the chest, Joseph, who had been relentlessly pursuing, stumbled and fell to the ground, his balance disrupted by Jack's powerful assault. Awaiting him was a swift, clean kick from Jack, landing squarely on his head as he hit the ground. The damage was minimal, but the effect was significant. Even among wild boars, it seemed Joseph was the dimmest of the lot. "You little rat, you better not let me catch you, I will twist your head off and shove it up your backside." Fueled by rage, Joseph roared, driving his prosthetic arm into the adjacent wall to hoist himself upright. However, Jack's escape speed had noticeably diminished, clutching his arm as he stumbled forward. Joseph noted that it was the same arm that had just blocked his punch. With a sinister grin, he quickened his pursuit. Jack, however, was not injured by the blow. In fact, due to the force absorption, he felt no pain in that arm. His intentions were twofold: to buy Arthur more time and to make Joseph believe he was cornered. Retreating into the room. Upon reaching the chamber, Jack leaned against the wall near the breach, feigning agony, groaning in apparent distress. With a malicious grin, Joseph approached, delivering a punch that sent Jack tumbling into the room. Jack raised his arm with all his might just in time to block the blow. He crashed into a heap of debris, concealing the strange hissing sounds in the darkness. Joseph stepped in, suppressing his excitement, and bellowed, "Are you ready, vermin? Ready to have your head twisted off?" For him, killing was an inherently pleasurable endeavor, especially when it involved this incessantly darting little rodent, standing before the diminutive creature. Joseph raised his arms high, preparing to crush its skull. "Oh, by the way, where's that other little rat who's even smaller than you? Did he leave you behind? Perhaps feeling he hadn't taunted enough." He continued to jeer, though his attacks were decidedly lackluster. Hidden in the rubble above, Arthur observed in disbelief as Joseph's hands nearly reached him. "Did he come for me?" lifting the fabric covering the cable above him. Arthur swiftly thrust the sparking cable into Joseph's palm. A raspy voice whispered in Joseph's ear, "Heard you were looking for me." Before he could react, his prosthetic hand was thrust into something in an instant. He was left oblivious as Joseph crumpled to the ground. The sparks from his prosthetics mirrored Arthur S., who quickly sidestepped. Drawing the prelude from his waist, Arthur fired 3 shots into the immobile figure at his feet, each bullet striking the forehead and splattering blood. Then he looked up to find the root of the cable in his hand and fired 3 more shots to sever it. The cable fell limply to the ground, and sparks flickered above once more. "Jack, are you all right?" As the dust settled, Arthur hurried towards Jack. His heart sank as the relieved smile on Arthur's face vanished. He rushed over to inspect Jack. There, Jack lay rigid atop a few data cabinets, utterly still, his eyes rolling in their sockets. Upon witnessing this scene, Arthur's lips twitched, ultimately succumbing to laughter. It seemed Jack had been positioned too close, resulting in electricity surging from the ground and coursing through his body. Fortunately, the issue was not grave. He merely felt stiff all over and needed a moment to recover. After considerable effort, Jack managed to rise from the ground, yet his speech and movements remained somewhat sluggish. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, the two resumed their cautious exploration toward the next level. Thankfully, there was no imposing barricade resembling a city wall between the first and second underground levels. In fact, there was no door at all, just a staircase descending behind the burly man. The blinding white light gradually replaced the darkness they had just experienced, indicating that the power supply here was independent of the rest of the facility. A group of neatly attired individuals clad in white lab coats stood guard at the foot of the stairs. Although unarmed, they exuded an air of unwarranted confidence. The leader, a young man, stepped forward upon noticing Arthur and Jack descending, proclaiming loudly, "This is company territory. Entry is forbidden without permission. That I hope you do not misjudge the situation." Arthur scrutinized this individual with a vacant gaze, momentarily at a loss regarding how to perceive him, unable to discern the basis for his bravado. "Permission? Who grants it? Do you have the authority to grant it?" Drawing the precursor from his waist, Arthur regarded the man before him with keen interest. "Only our chief administrator, Dr. Bain, possesses the authority to grant passage," the man earnestly explained. Raising his firearm halfway, Arthur's heavy revolver began to spin rapidly in his hand, like a butterfly fluttering about. His tone was neither heated nor cold. "So, who authorized you to conceal yourselves here and conduct human experiments? Was it my permission you received?" As the words fell, the gun in his hand came to an abrupt halt, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at the young man's forehead. "Do you dare to kill me? I am an employee of a biotechnological firm." The sound of gunfire interrupted his frantic rant. As for the company he trusted, they had not even provided him with a member of the trauma team for the sake of laboratory confidentiality. Observing the remaining panicked individuals, Arthur could hardly be bothered to utter a word, swiftly sending them all to their demise. With a nonchalant demeanor, Arthur and Jack began their search, room by room. The determination in Arthur's trigger finger grew increasingly resolute, even turning to fury. The first laboratory's purpose was to strip away a complete human nervous system. This was an intricate task that demanded utmost precision. However, introducing those experimental subjects would reveal just what that precision entailed. The subsequent laboratories exhibited a malevolence that rivaled the first. The harrowing evil witnessed left both Arthur and Jack in a profound silence. It was not until they located the young woman who had locked herself inside a room that their heavy hearts found a slight reprieve. "Don't think you can deceive me, you villains. I will never open the door, even if it costs me my life." The girl's voice trembled with tears, resolutely refusing to cooperate with the two outside. With a resigned expression, Arthur patiently explained, "Please, don't be alarmed. We are truly here at your father's request to find you. How can I trust you? Forget it. I don't believe you at all. Why father doesn't have enough money to hire such capable wanderers." It seemed the girl had a modicum of understanding about the outside world. However, her willingness to communicate indicated an internal conflict, a hesitance about whether to trust them. This was promising news, as it reduced the likelihood of a tragic outcome. "Jessica, is it? We know your name. Does that count as evidence?" From within the darkness of the room, the girl shouted back, "That doesn't count." Those bad people stole my network access pod and know my information. In the next moment, she heard the raspy voice from outside once more. Then we have no choice. What do you suggest we do? Hearing this, she pouted and began to sob quietly. Jessica could not forget the heart-rending scream she had heard upon her arrival. However, what if it were true? She could reunite with her father. Biting her lip and wiping her tears away, she shouted, "Then you back off? If you dare come any closer, I will. I will kill myself." In truth, she was in the process of editing an overheating plugin in her brain, preparing for the moment the door was forcefully breached. Unfortunately, she had not completed it before the situation escalated, leaving her with no choice. Though crashing into the wall would be painful, she could not abandon the flicker of hope that remained. With that thought, she glanced at the wall beside her, her eyes welling up with tears. Chapter 25. The blue in her head. Jessica withdrew the data transmission line from her hand, simultaneously disconnecting from the door's operating system. As the door slowly swung open, a blinding light streamed in. The girl shielded her eyes with her hand, squinting to discern the figures outside. Her gaze immediately fixed on a large figure, and her heart sank. Unable to see clearly, she mistook Jack for the man named Joseph. Without further hesitation, she closed her eyes and, like a startled deer, dashed toward the wall. Watching the girl he held, flailing her legs in a futile attempt to escape, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though she appeared somewhat dim-witted, she was certainly preferable to the thieving scoundrels. Casually tossing the girl to Jack, who was more than capable of handling the task despite her lightness, Arthur felt it best suited for a man of Jack's stature. As she was lifted and then caught by a sturdy arm, Jessica realized she was being subjected to humiliation by these villains. Gritting her teeth, she bit down hard. In response, a large hand seized the back of her collar. Hoisting her up once more, Jack's voice was laced with confusion. "Why are you still biting?" A little girl, having traversed this den of horrors, experiencing a bit of trauma, was hardly surprising. She was fortunate not to have lost her mind. Held aloft by Jack, Jessica overheard snippets of their conversation. Peeking through a narrow slit of her eyes, she confirmed that the brawny figure lifting her was not the madman named Joseph. They were genuinely here to rescue her. Tears spilled uncontrollably down her cheeks, a wave of joy flooding her being at the thought of survival. She flailed her legs a few times, finally reaching the ground, her voice quivering with emotion. "Put me down. Once you're back to normal, follow us. If you get lost again, we won't come looking for you a second time," Arthur cautioned, observing the tear-streaked girl before him. Jessica was slender, her hair a tangled mess resembling seaweed. Her face smeared with mud and tears, rendering her features indiscernible. Her clothes were tattered, evidence of the suffering endured over the past 3 days. Despite being accompanied by a timid, tearful companion, Arthur and Jack showed no mercy. Every staff member they encountered would meet a swift end, regardless of whether they resisted or begged for mercy. They pressed on until reaching the end of the laboratory, entering an exceedingly spacious hall. Here, numerous terminals stood arranged in a semicircle, facing a wall constructed of screens. Behind that arc of terminals stood a middle-aged man. He had already taken his own life, a gaping wound in his head. With a military-grade Crawliston lying at his feet, this small handgun, while not particularly powerful, was compact. Evidently, this was the chief administrator, the infamous Dr. Bain. Jack immediately moved to deliver a kick to the corpse, a testament to the level of animosity this individual had incited. Even in Jack, who typically possessed a gentle temperament, despite never having seen the man before. Grabbing Jack's arm, Arthur pointed to a ring on the deceased's hand that if one looked closely, they would notice an extremely thin, transparent thread wrapped around it. He cursed vehemently, Las Bestia's son inferiors. Such a death is too lenient for him. But let's first see what heinous acts these corporate lackeys have committed. With that, Arthur approached the row of terminals to investigate. However, to his disappointment, the data had been deliberately corrupted, the massive screen before him displaying nothing but gibberish. Jack attempted to access several other terminals, yet the results were equally disheartening. "It seems our only gain from this excursion is that 100,000 euros. Arthur mused, contemplatively examining the outcome before him, contemplating their next course of action. Just as both men fell silent, preparing to accept this outcome, a timid voice emerged from behind them. It was the girl who had been trailing them. "I can restore the data here. Under the weight of the intense gazes from both formidable figures, Jessica took a deep breath and added, "At least, I should be able to recover some," shifting slightly to the side. Arthur regarded the young woman with keen interest. "Then go ahead and give it a TRY-TOB fair." Neither Arthur nor Jack possessed any knowledge of hacking. Moving step by step, Jessica produced a black data transmission line from somewhere and connected it to the terminal before her. Her eyes quickly became engrossed in the flowing data. Perhaps due to the haste, the data here had not been disrupted excessively and still held traces to follow. Murmuring to herself, Jessica began to decipher the garbled information on the screens before Arthur and Jack. The first laboratory's contents were the first to be restored. As Arthur perused the detailed data, he envisioned countless wailing souls. Subsequently, nearly all experimental data was retrieved, revealing that close to 200 subjects had been murdered. Arthur discovered that the entire project of this underground laboratory revolved around the human nervous system. Upon further examination of himself, it became evident that he too had been administered some neuroactive substance. This was clearly not a mere coincidence. However, as he reviewed the experimental details, they appeared to be entirely unrelated. There was no mention of any macromolecule capable of deceiving cells and entering neuronal cells through endocytosis. Any discoveries? Jack inquired beside him. Upon seeing Arthur shake his head, Jack patted his shoulder in reassurance. "It's been so long, and nothing has happened. Don't worry, I have a new finding. There's a hidden database here. But the access permissions are quite high that I will need time to crack it." The girl named Jessica exclaimed, beckoning to Arthur and Jack, "That, yes, it's safe. You are 100,000 euros, Arthur jested, though he was acutely aware that delving recklessly into an unfamiliar network often accompanied dire risks. "I'll give it a try." With that, the girl ceased to acknowledge Arthur and focused intently on the motionless screen before her. As Arthur observed her, anxiety began to creep in, despite their brief acquaintance. He certainly did not wish for a mere girl to encounter trouble on his account. After a prolonged wait, steam began to emanate from her, a phenomenon indicative of a hacker working at full capacity. Breathing deeply, akin to a diver surfacing, Jessica inhaled sharply. Ignoring her overheated state, she turned pale and gazed at Arthur and Jack. "You must see this. The database is deeply concealed, and it contains information regarding Bane." She cast a glance at the body behind her, and despite her body temperature rising, an involuntary shiver ran through her. What lies within is exceedingly bizarre. The large screen displayed 2 rows of brain images, the upper row presenting a frontal angle, while the lower displayed the reverse perspective. The images fluctuated, resembling a series of recorded photographs of a transformation process. The initial images appeared quite normal, yet as one's gaze shifted backward, a chilling sensation swept over Arthur and Jack. It was from a certain image in the middle that a slender blue thread emerged within the brain. From its initial fineness, it thickened and proliferated. Originating from the hippocampus, the blue thread extended relentlessly into the frontal lobe, prefrontal cortex, amygdala, and beyond, resembling a blue jellyfish nestled within the confines of the human skull. "What in the world is that?" Jack exclaimed. Observing the surrounding information and the name at the top of the page, it was clear that this belonged to Bane Linton. Jessica! Disconnect! They had inadvertently stumbled upon something significant, yet the danger was undeniably great. Seeing the girl dazedly unplug the data transfer line from her wrist, Arthur let out a slight sigh of relief. He fixed his gaze on the screen. Evidently, the mind of their mad scientist housed some intriguing elements. Chapter 26. Departure and trouble. There exists a substance, if one could indeed call it that, capable of infiltrating the human brain, erasing synapses formed by human memories, and converting them into a blue, editable structure. Did he himself fall into this category? Clearly not. His case differed significantly, as he had not obliterated his previous memories, but rather seemed to have absorbed them. As for the philosophical quandaries surrounding his existence, whether he was indeed a tangible being, well, such contemplations were far beyond his reckoning. Philosophy had no place within the mind of a cowboy. Although the situations were not entirely congruent, there were evident similarities with Arthur's condition, just as he prepared to copy this data to present to Victor. The screen before him abruptly flickered off, accompanied by the cessation of power on this level. The laboratory system was a subsystem of a higher-level system. And given the current circumstances, it was apparent that the upper system had intervened directly. "We need to go. We've been discovered." Arthur instantly grasped the situation, tugging at Jessica's collar. In the enveloping darkness, he had no concern that Jack would lag behind. His only worry was for the young girl. Guided by memory and the emergency lights, the trio swiftly reached the breach created by the explosion. Jessica obediently allowed Arthur to lead her into the room, and upon seeing Joseph sprawled on the floor, she gasped and covered her eyes with her hands. "Put her down," Arthur urged, gesturing towards the flickering sparks above. With Tia's prompting, Jessica parted her fingers to glance upward before scrambling on all fours to ascend. Arthur followed closely behind, occasionally pushing her from behind, expending considerable effort to hoist her up. Turning back, he pulled Jack up as well, and they hastily commandeered a vehicle to flee the Diamond Slaughterhouse. "What a thrill!" Jack exclaimed, steering the wheel with both hands, his face alight with excitement. "Last time we earned $300,000 for a job worth only $50,000. This time, it's only $100,000. Yet it's worth $400,000 to $500,000. Seems like we're at a loss." With his concerns alleviated, Jack became increasingly talkative, brimming with enthusiasm. Just a casual rescue, a lost little crybaby. During this operation, the grimy little girl had proven to be remarkably helpful, and Arthur naturally held her in high regard. Clearly delighted to have escaped the den of horrors, Jessica's voice, though still soft, lacked the tremulous quiver it had previously possessed. No wonder she's the daughter of a company employee. That is quite the place that Jack's voice rang out ahead. In response to Jack's remarks, Arthur chuckled. "Do remember to be cautious in the future. Don't fall into the clutches of the cleaners again." Night City, as the largest free trade port in all of America, boasts more than just its spectacular nocturnal skyline that resembles Earth's eye. Its urban transport design is remarkably intricate, particularly the elevated highways encircling the city's periphery. Functioning as arteries that deliver sustenance to every corner of the metropolis, upon this gentle slope, exquisite buildings were arrayed in a staggered formation. Though 20 years ago, North Oak District supplanted its once coveted status, it remains one of Night City's most bustling locales. The elegant architecture is interspersed among meticulously pruned greenery, typically adhering to minimalist designs, yet occasionally showcasing just the right amount of flair. The pedestrians appeared leisurely, strolling along the picturesque streets, exuding an aura of corporate elite. After parking the car, Arthur and Jack followed Jessica into a neighborhood. The fragrant greenery wafted through the community, its roads spacious and the atmosphere tranquil. Jessica's status was evidently recorded within the local system. After scanning her biometric data, the door to her apartment swung open. The three relaxed until Jessica halted before a particular door. This was undoubtedly her home. Yet it was apparent that something was amiss. Sounds of shouting and arguing emanated from within. "I'll say this one last time. Your so-called daughter is dead. Do you understand? But not a single cent of the money owed to us can be spared. Including interest, I suggest you be smart about this. Houses and cars can be sold, but life is singular. If you, old dog, wish to live peacefully, find a way to repay our money today for your unfortunate daughter. Even if she hasn't been dismembered, she must surely be driven mad that if you dare refuse to repay, I can arrange for your reunion." As these brazen words echoed, another weary voice immediately emerged. "She is still alive. She must still be alive. My daughter is very clever. She will surely hold on until someone comes to rescue her. I beg you." "Useless fool. I told you your daughter is dead. She is undoubtedly dead. Why would we deceive you? I have no desire to waste any more breath with you. Money must be delivered on time. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences." The dialogue from within drifted unimpeded into the ears of the three outside. Jessica had long lowered her head, her shoulders trembling. Arthur found it rather amusing. He had encountered colleagues here, yet it seemed these individuals were far more unscrupulous than it. At least their usury was transparent, specifying amounts lent and repaid, without resorting to extortion. But from the implication of those inside, they were unwilling to let the matter rest. They wanted more money, which was rather amusing. Arthur placed a steadying hand on the trembling shoulder of the girl, his eyes encouraging her to open the door. Thus, as the argument within escalated, the door swung open unexpectedly. The group inside exchanged glances, taken aback by the sight of a grimy little girl and two men. Particularly Jack, with his cold demeanor and towering stature, was undeniably imposing. The first to break the silence was the father-daughter pair, Jessica stammering, "Dad." Inside, the gaunt-faced, middle-aged man stared blankly at her, and upon hearing the word "Dad," tears cascaded down his face, tracing the lines of his weathered skin and beard, dripping onto the floor. Witnessing this scene, Jessica burst into tears, rushing into the man's embrace. Observing the moment before him, Arthur felt a swell of joy. Though this trip might not yield profits, it was not a loss either. They had merely taken on a task on a whim, and in that light, it seemed they had earned 100,000 for nothing. With that thought, Arthur's spirits lifted even higher, until the raucous voices of the earlier troublemakers intruded once more. These individuals utterly disgusted Arthur, to the point of affecting his mental and physical well-being. Without further ado, Arthur pressed the muzzle of his revolver directly against the forehead of the man who was barking like a mad dog. "Who are you? A gang member? Or perhaps a freelance mercenary?" Surely, you cannot be a black detective. That Arthur's hoarse voice was delivered with a casual indifference that sent shivers down the spines of the men before him. It was not merely the potency of his voice that instilled fear, but rather the menacing act of drawing his weapon that intimidated those raucous lackeys. The world often operates this way. The inept villains prey upon the honest citizens, and it is you wretched insects who are the most repugnant. Now, speak up. Where do you hail from? If you remain silent, the next one will take your place. We're from the Tiger Claw Gang. I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. The man, with a gun barrel pressed to his forehead, still mustered the audacity to sound fierce. The Tiger Claw Gang? Huh. Arthur mused internally. That was indeed not a favorable answer. For them, it was certainly a poor choice, one that could only lead to a fatal outcome. The Tiger Claw Gang was akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster. If you did not swiftly dispose of them, they would perceive you as weak and cling to you for life. Chapter 27. Shadows. The gunshot rang out with an abruptness that was precisely the effect Arthur desired. The lackeys did not even draw their weapons before he and Jack resolved the matter that a gunfight was averted, and no damage was inflicted upon Jessica and her daughter's home. As for the blood on the ground, it merely required a swift cleanup. Well, the troublesome matter is settled. Consider this your after-sales service. Extending his hands, Arthur addressed the father and daughter, whose faces were etched with shock. The NCPD will not trouble you. Just state that these men broke into your home as extortionists. After all, you are an employee of a reputable company. Thus your words will carry weight. That's not it. I mean, they're not from the Tiger Claw Gang. They're a group of freelance mercenaries. Looking quizzically at the frightened men on the ground, Arthur struggled to comprehend why they would claim to be from the Tiger Claw Gang. Perhaps they were attempting to leverage their reputation in Westbrook, hoping to ride on the coattails of their fearsome image. If that were the case, there was no need for concern about retaliation. Arthur casually inquired, his gaze averted from Jessica's father as he busied himself with his own tasks. Methodically loading bullets into the cylinder, his thumb deftly spinning it into place. This would alleviate the man's stress. It was evident he had been worn thin over the past 3 days, both physically and mentally at his breaking point. There's a middleman who has been roaming around. I believe his name is Faraday. I have not met him, but he reached out to me, claiming to have credible intel that could assist me. Jack chimed in from behind. I've heard of him. He hails from Haywood. His reputation is rather dismal. The information he provides is often distorted, and at times, he even betrays his own. Many seasoned individuals in the field tend to disregard him, which is why he favors deceiving newcomers. Arthur remained non-committal. There were countless middlemen in Night City, each with their own dubious character. He dismissed the conversation and announced his intention to take his leave. With that, our commission is concluded. By the way, your daughter displayed remarkable bravery. This place is quite impressive, but if given the choice, I would still prefer to reside in a skyscraper in Little China. Arthur had always believed that as a child raised in the wilderness, he despised the hustle and bustle of city life. Yet, after spending less than a month in Night City, he found himself surprisingly at ease. Perhaps it was the company of these few friends. Despite having faced betrayal, he still dared to extend his trust. However, upon witnessing his friend mount his brand-new Nazar, wearing an exuberant expression, Arthur deduced that he had likely set out for a joyride. Upon entering the clinic, Arthur spotted the cat he had procured. It was neatly arranged on an empty table, the wiring connecting the gun's components meticulously aligned on the smart interface. Old Vic had even applied gun oil to it, the dark gun body gleaming with a sense of metallic heft. Victor immediately noticed Arthur's entrance, and upon seeing his gaze fall upon the firearm, he smiled and remarked, "As you can see, this gun has been rejuvenated. And you have indeed stumbled upon a treasured IT was likely custom-made for some high-profile individual. Compared to standard models, its materials surpass ordinary ones in hardness and metal resilience. The composition appears to utilize a unique atomic density technology exclusive to Tsunami." Though Arthur did not fully grasp Victor's jargon, it was clear to him that this gun was exceptional. With delight, he grasped the grip with one hand and cradled the barrel with the other, struggling to lift the nearly 2-meter-long weapon. Its weight was extraordinary, making it suitable only for ambush setups. Observing Arthur's struggle, Victor wore an expression of resignation. Although the performance was outstanding, its density was considerable, nearing that of gold at the same volume. And no worries, I was already aware of this. Arthur had noticed the gun's unusual weight back at the black market shop. However, that was inconsequential when using a sniper rifle. Rapid movement was seldom required. So, how about we name it? Victor suggested from his side. Indeed, it was time to bestow a name upon this firearm. As Arthur felt its weight in his arms, a name floated to mind. How about calling it Giant? It captures its heft and immense power. A blue substance lingered within the confines of the human mind, akin to a blue jellyfish ensnared upon the hippocampus, spreading throughout the brain. Recollecting that scene, Arthur still felt a twinge of trepidation, particularly at the thought that he might also harbor such entities within his own head. Victor patted Arthur's shoulder and reassured him, "Rest assured. During your treatment, I conducted a thorough examination of your brain, and there are no blue jellyfish inside." This reassurance was indeed compelling. However, Arthur had already reclined in the clinic's surgical chair, beckoning Victor to approach. "Please check once more, Old Vic, to avoid any complications." Seeing this, Victor helplessly approached and positioned a circular device atop Arthur's head that let's see if there are any changes in your brain. The examination was swift and straightforward. Arthur merely needed to sit still. Soon, the display screen before Victor revealed the results of Arthur's brain scan. "See, the images appear normal. Your brain seems to be in good condition." Victor pointed to the screen, speaking to Arthur in a relaxed manner. Indeed, the images showed no apparent issues. The red and black images indicated everything was seemingly fine. After scrutinizing the images for a moment, Arthur suddenly inquired, "What are those black spots?" Yet, those irregular protrusions along the edges of the sulci appeared like minute burrs. Could it be a flaw with the equipment? Arthur's probing questions prompted Victor to sit up straight, his relaxed demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. As he leaned closer to the screen, Victor noted some anomalies. Along the edges of several deep black sulci were fine, hair-like black strands. This was certainly not a malfunction of the apparatus. The equipment here was of high quality and should not exhibit such issues. Victor hurriedly operated the terminal before him, searching for the previous scan's images. Fortunately, the interval was not long, and he soon located the desired images. After meticulously comparing the two sets of images, Victor finally discerned the discrepancies from the earlier scan. Though all the shadows in the sulci were black, there was a subtle variation in hue, a shade darker than black. Observing Victor's reaction, it was clear that something was indeed amiss in his brain. "Repeat what you saw in the lab. Be more detailed." Listening intently to Arthur's account, Victor envisioned that scene in his mind and pressed further. Did those blue lines penetrate the unfortunate fellow's brain? Yes, those lines seemed to emerge from within, and in some areas, they emitted a blue glow. With a grave expression, Victor scrutinized the display and those minuscule black strands that even he, as a doctor, had instinctively overlooked at this point. He could only surmise that the substances within Arthur's body differed from those found in the laboratory, yet their effects remained unknown. Now, make sure to organize your memories and see if anything feels discordant. Listening to Victor's words, Arthur internally scoffed. Discordant memories? There was nothing that could be described as such. His situation was far beyond mere discord, as he had essentially become a different person. Shrugging, Arthur shook his head to indicate he had none. Chapter 28. Acquaintance in 5 days. We can conduct another examination. No. Let us make it 3 days. If conditions worsen or any symptoms arise, I may have no choice but to perform a biopsy. Seeing the gravity in Victor's expression, Arthur felt a pang of unease that he never anticipated that after having been entangled with an incurable disease from that era, he would still be facing such unknown threats 2 centuries later. Truly, the specters of the past refuse to be exorcised. I hope everything goes smoothly. After all this time, I have not encountered any issues. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Arthur found himself comforting Victor, a bizarre sense of camaraderie emerging. Morgan, should you face any problems, do not conceal them from me. Trust me. I can assist you, of course. Old V, I see them while life is in your hands. I have every reason to trust you. Seeing Arthur's playful demeanor, Victor couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, his concerns alleviated by a significant margin. You are once again deceiving me. You know what I mean? Remember, wherever it concerns Old Way, do not embarrass him. Although the two have known each other for a brief period, the bond they share is undeniably genuine. The following day, after completing their task, Arthur and Jack decided to indulge in some well-deserved rest. They chose Liz's Bar, a place renowned for its exquisitely crafted dreams. Though the dreams are fabricated, they possess a remarkable semblance of reality. Do they not? In a corner, the table before Arthur and Jack was already cluttered with empty bottles. Their purpose for visiting here was not primarily for the bespoke dream services, but rather for the relatively tranquil atmosphere, free from irritating individuals. The patrons here were engrossed in their own affairs, adorned with dream rings, as if transported to another realm. They had managed to make a name for themselves. The burly member of the Vortex gang they had bested turned out to be quite a formidable leader. Those intermediaries had inundated Arthur with countless calls. Jack waved his glass, exuding an air of bravado. His demise is of no concern to us. You should spare yourself the worry. Arthur shot Jack a disgruntled glance, perplexed by his eagerness to shoulder the trouble that I never spread rumors. But those intermediaries, with their extensive connections, deduced it was our doing. After all, she's aware that Jessica was sent over, which I senti difficult to surmise. Observing Jack's innocent expression, Arthur retorted, "Let others speculate as they may. Their opinions are of no concern to us. Just remember one thing. We shall never personally acknowledge our involvement in this matter." In the past, troubles that had eluded him for so long became a noteworthy experience upon arriving in this city. Truly, it is a mad city. As they reveled in their drinks, Arthur savored this moment of relaxation and joy. Just then, a communication came through. Assuming it was an intermediary summoning him for a task, Arthur was about to decline when he caught sight of the caller's identity, his expression turning peculiar. It was David. What does he want? Arthur began conversing with David over the communication. Oh, you require something? I mean, is there an unfinished task at hand? David's voice resonated, despite having only met twice, during which Arthur had once given him a sound thrashing. Yet, their relationship was surprisingly amicable, with David behaving as if they were old acquaintances. You rascal, just spill it. Well, there's a matter on which I seek your assistance. Recently, my boss has been experiencing health issues, and I would like Old Way to take a look at him. Arthur felt a surge of irritation, sensing that David resembled someone he knew. If you're seeking Old Way, why are you contacting me? Old Way is a prosthetic doctor operating a clinic. He doesn't cater to just me. I am the closest to you. David's words carried a hint of embarrassment. Moreover, my boss wishes to meet you. Meet me? This is absurd. Where are you? Wait, we are at Turbo Restaurant. We are all here. Upon receiving the address, Arthur abruptly ended the communication. Which person's communication was that? Do you recall the job with the Tiger Claw gang? It's about that driver. Yes, Arthur explained. He pushed the individual before him a bit further away. Speaking of that fellow, he has been on television. Did you know? Seeing the confusion on Arthur's face, Jack eagerly elaborated. That day, the Tiger Claw gang behind us was not entirely wiped out. Someone recorded a video of David driving. Listening to Jack's explanation, Arthur's mouth twitched involuntarily. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps the remaining two did not sense much, but Arthur could vividly recall every jolt of the vehicle, his eyes capturing David's arm, twitching as if in convulsion. Jack continued his incessant chatter, asking, "What did that fellow contact you about?" He mentioned that someone on his end is seeking Old Way's assistance and asked us to come over. tea this moment. Arthur, feeling rather leisurely, did not mind joining in on the excitement, though he needed to consider Jack's thoughts. What do you think? Should we go? It's just about dinner time, of course. Let us go check on that fellow. Jack sprang to his feet. The Turbo restaurant is located near Japan Street, not too far from Liz's bar. And as night fully descended, Arthur and Jack arrived there. The restaurant was situated at the exit of the elevated highway, consisting of a row of small rooms and a tiny parking lot. Surprisingly, business was thriving. The small parking area was completely filled with clusters of people chatting in the open spaces. Fortunately, they had tea-driven. As they approached, they spotted a young man in a yellow rescue team jacket, sporting a buzz cut, waving at them excitedly. David, with a beaming expression, was eagerly watching them. Arthur strolled over and casually placed his hand on the young man's head. I couldn't reach you for days. Were you out on a job? David spoke as he led Arthur and Jack into the restaurant. A long dining counter was set up along one side of the restaurant, while the other side featured separated dining tables. Yes, it's a rescue mission. With that, he recalled a project from the underground laboratory pertaining to the experiment of rebooting nerve cell division. However, that experiment had evidently not reached completion and seemed to offer no immediate assistance for David's mother. To prevent the young man from taking any rash actions, Arthur suppressed the urge to disclose this information to David. The restaurant, being rather small, made it easy for them to reach a nearby table while Arthur pondered. A boisterous voice rang out. Wow, is this the brother David keeps mentioning? Arthur cast a strange glance at David beside him, suddenly realizing the source of his familiarity. When did he become a brother? Noticing David's awkward demeanor, Arthur shot him a fierce glare, but refrained from contradicting him. Turning towards the voice's origin, he noticed a bronze-skinned, sunglasses-wearing gent seated by the window. Beside the man sat a short-haired woman, whose physique was nearly identical to his, presumably a woman. The muscular man bore numerous prosthetic markings, but did not evoke any sense of danger in Arthur. He estimated that this individual was likely weaker than the one named Joseph from the Vortex gang. Do you wish to see me? Arthur inquired. Yes, I've heard from David that you are his brother, so I wanted to meet you. Although this unfamiliar brother of David appeared somewhat frail, his instincts, honed from years of navigating life and death, signaled to him that the man before him was perilous. No, rather, deadly. Chapter 29. Gathering, David remarked, "There is someone here looking for a doctor. Is that you?" Arthur scanned the surroundings and spotted Lucy sitting with a few girls at a table nearby, clearly part of the group associated with the man before him. Looking for a doctor? Upon hearing Arthur's words, the giant's expression shifted to one of evident displeasure. He glanced at the woman beside him, then shot a sidelong glance at David, dismissing the notion. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Arthur observed the giant's face transform into a jovial smile, as if the earlier displeasure had never existed. Extending his hand, Arthur introduced himself. Arthur Morgan, he gestured towards Jack beside him. This is Jack Wells, man. The giant introduced himself and turned as for the others. You're all young folks. Surely you'll find common ground. Taking a seat across from the dining table, Arthur and man formally acquainted themselves. I heard you saved Gloria. I owe her a favor, so this meal is on me. This fellow had a booming voice and a straightforward, hearty personality. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he quickly regarded Arthur and Jack as friends. Then let us feast heartily. Arthur chuckled. Speaking of which, while the restaurant's location may not be ideal, the cuisine is surprisingly delightful. David had been tirelessly gathering information to aid Gloria, and naturally, they had assisted him in this endeavor, though results have been scant. Thus, if you come across any related news, please be sure to inform us that it seemed this leader was quite loyal, as he evidently took this matter to heart. Certainly, but Gloria is indeed gravely injured, and at present, there seems to be no viable solution. The incomplete remnants from the underground laboratory at the Demas slaughterhouse clearly would not save Gloria. To make genuine progress, one would have to venture into the Biotech's Pure 2 factory and test their luck. However, that location, being a secret experimental site for biotechnological research, likely housed at least one fully operational armed force, and to venture there would be tantamount to courting death. David, being rather impulsive, and after conversing with man, Arthur sensed that David's leader was not particularly composed either. To prevent these individuals from rushing into peril, Arthur opted not to share this information. After the meal, drinking naturally followed, in this most conducive environment for forging connections. Arthur and Jack quickly grew familiar with this group. They were quite an interesting bunch, though there was surprisingly a little girl among them. Upon hearing Arthur's jest about the little girl, she immediately focused her gaze on him, marching up with a fierce demeanor. Little girl? Huh. Who are you calling a little girl? Be more clear. You pretty boy. I am already 20 years old. With a pair of crimson eyes wide open, the young girl reached out, attempting to grasp Arthur by the collar. However, Arthur was not one to yield. Before her short arms could fully extend, he seized her by the back of her shirt and lifted her off the ground. 20 years old, with a look of skepticism, he inspected her closely. Indeed, she was short, and her slightly plump figure made her appear even shorter. Clad in an oversized jacket, her already short legs seemed even more diminutive. The girl, dangling in Arthur's grasp, flailed wildly, but as he lifted her further away, her short arms became ineffective. Her legs kicked in the air, trying to lunge towards Arthur, but it was clearly in vain. This scene elicited laughter from the surrounding team members, a sound that was evidently jarring to the young girl's ears. Pretty boy. Enraged, the girl clung to Arthur's arm, attempting to bite his hand. I'll bite you to death. Arthur tried to shake her off, but she had latched onto him with both arms and legs, making it impossible to dislodge her for the moment. In that instant, her teeth sank painfully into Arthur's hand. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grasped the back of her collar with his other hand, giving it a gentle tug. Hey, let go. With a slight increase in pressure, the biting sensation intensified, and while Arthur was not particularly afraid of pain, he was concerned about her teeth breaking. After a couple of blinks, the girl finally released her grip, baring her teeth at Arthur. You little turnip head. What's your name? Her bite was surprisingly strong. Rebecca. Spitting a few times on the ground, Rebecca lifted her head, glaring fiercely at Arthur. Pretty boy, remember this. Ruffling the young girl's hair, Arthur introduced himself. Arthur Morgan. Rebecca puffed out her cheeks in displeasure, swatting away the hand that had ruffled her hair. Crossing her arms, she muttered, Humph, I didn't even ask. Just then, a sharp voice erupted with laughter. Your new nickname is quite fitting. Little turnip head. It belonged to a tall, lean man with stubble, who possessed a pair of slender prosthetic arms and was currently doubled over with laughter, gasping for breath. Enraged, Rebecca charged at the man, engaging him in a scuffle. This playful brawl served to bridge the gap between the two parties, creating a more vibrant atmosphere. Arthur, not forgetting the excuse David had for summoning him, seized the moment to probe man. Are you going to see Gloria? You seem to have a good rapport. The mere mention of the doctor would send man into a fit, revealing the weight of his issues. See her? Forget it. I'm quite busy. Perhaps sensing something, man rejected the idea outright. The gathering continued until late into the night, but Night City was always a place bustling with nocturnal activity. This area was not particularly thriving. The distant sounds of traffic occasionally broke the silence. On the secluded road, only orderly streetlights and a few abandoned containers were visible. Just as the group was about to part ways, an odd figure blocked their path. He stood atop a container, nonchalantly urinating in the middle of the road. Under the streetlight, the man's shadow stretched long, accompanied by a stream of water that felt unsettling. Hey, jerk, this isn't a toilet. Pyrrha, Rebecca's brother and the man with the peculiar prosthetic, shouted as he pointed at the figure. He was drunk, as everyone else seemed to be, oblivious to the oddity, and the group prepared to bypass him. However, Pyrrha was unwilling to let it slide. He jumped onto the container, ready to teach the jerk a lesson. Grasping the man by the nape of his neck, he shook him. Shameless jerk, do you think this is your home? As he leaned in to get a better look, he scoffed. Look at your pathetic prosthetic. Your arm is misaligned. You fool. The man remained unresponsive, even when Pyrrha jabbed him several times with his finger. Meanwhile, Rebecca folded her short arms behind her head, casually suggesting, Let's go, stinky brother. Ignore him. She had forgotten the grudge against Arthur for the nickname he had given her, occasionally playfully kicking him. But Pyrrha was undeterred, continuing to curse at the man. You idiot peeing in the street. Get lost. Do you even know whose territory this is? With a dry grunt, the man raised one of his forearms, The attack came without warning. His wrist folded, revealing a dark barrel. The sound of gunfire and explosion coincided almost simultaneously, and Arthur reacted the moment the man raised his hand. However, drawing his gun and firing was a delayed action. Even the quickest response requires time. The odd man had raised his hand halfway when a grenade tore through Pyrrha's legs. Exploding beneath the container he stood on, a bullet pierced the man's head, showering the area in red and white. The explosion's force was tremendous, sending Pyrrha's body flying violently to the ground. It was only when the blinding flames fully erupted that the surrounding crowd was jolted from their stupor. Yet, remarkably, the bullet that had passed through the man's skull did not immediately end his life. He raised his hand again, aiming a second grenade at David. The rookie was clearly stunned by the sudden turn of events, staring blankly at the site of the recent explosion. Fortunately, man reacted swiftly, kicking him out of harm's way. Rebecca, too, regained her wits, screaming in a frenzy as she charged toward the madman. "You bastard! No one has the right to kill him." Tears streamed down her face, her voice laced with despair and fury. However, she was met with a third grenade. Arthur, grasping the back of Rebecca's collar, halted her reckless advance. His voice reached her ears, awakening a flicker of rationality. "Your brother might still be alive. Go check on him, but remember not to touch him." With that, he hurled her toward Pyrrha's direction. That moment, the madman, with a gaping wound in his head, moved sluggishly. Like a rusty robot, he jerkily maneuvered his weapon, stubbornly attempting to aim at Arthur. Coldly observing this scene, Arthur had no intention of firing another shot. The madman ultimately managed to launch 3 grenades before collapsing, falling into the very urine he had just released. A cybernetic lunatic. "Who would have thought I'd run into one here?" Jack commented from the side. "Now let's check on Pyrrha. If he's alive, get him to Old Way." Calling for Jack, the two made their way toward the unfortunate as they passed David. Arthur delivered a sharp slap to the back of the boy's head. "You little brat, if you ever zone out again, I'll hang you up and beat you." Pyrrha was gravely injured. At least his 2 legs were ruined, peppered with shrapnel of various sizes. Yet this was somewhat fortunate, as it had indirectly shielded his vital organs in the abdomen and chest from fatal damage. Furthermore, being thrown so far by the explosion likely resulted in internal injuries, and they would undoubtedly be severe in the examination room. The Drummond Smart taxi summoned by Jack had arrived. Though pricey, it was the fastest, and time was of the essence. The vehicle could only accommodate 4 people, but Pyrrha could not sit, so only 2 could be taken, with Pyrrha laid across the back seat. Subsequently, the others arrived in succession. There, Rebecca was seen squatting at the clinic's entrance, staring blankly at the ground. "How's it going?" Arthur approached with concern that Rebecca's voice trembled, thick with suppressed sobs. "How long has he been in there?" "More than half an hour." "Don't worry, little girl. The longer he is in there, the safer it is," Arthur said, attempting to reassure her, though it was merely a platitude, as he had no way of knowing if longer truly meant safer. As time passed, the environment fell silent, and the expressions of those waiting outside grew increasingly serious. An entire night passed, and it was only as dawn began to break that the door creaked open. Rebecca, who had been crouched in the corner, bolted forward. "Is he still alive?" She urgently inquired. "That he's alive," Victor said, though fatigue was evident in his features. For his body, it was merely a slight weariness. Yes, he was about to continue. Rebecca dashed inside. That man's team followed suit, leaving 3 outsiders outside the door. "I've never had such a commotion here," Victor remarked, amused by the scene. The 2 familiar with Old Way could tell he had more to say, prompting Arthur to ask, "What's the situation?" "I guess that guy's legs are beyond saving." Not just the 2 legs. That Victor's tone was peculiar. Arthur and Jack quickly understood the implications, yet in this day and age, such injuries were no longer insurmountable challenges. Simply installing a hefty prosthetic would resolve the issue, perhaps even making it more functional than before. If sensing their thoughts, Victor remarked dryly, "I want to be responsible for installing any of that nonsense." Upon entering, they found Rebecca on the surgical table, tugging on Pyrrha's ear. Seeing her half-brother, she appeared utterly unfazed. Upon witnessing this scene, Victor quickly interjected he still had to wait a while longer to regain consciousness, as the effects of the anesthesia had yet to dissipate. Upon hearing this, Rebecca angrily released her grip. "This fool, she thought, had been explicitly told not to interfere. Now only half remained. He deserved it, with that. She approached Victor, tilting her head to look up at him, and inquired, "Doctor, how much will it cost to save that fool?" Victor, known for his capricious pricing, pondered for a moment before replying, 10,000, I suppose. After all, it's merely a bit of trouble. That's quite cheap, Rebecca retorted, causing Victor to break into a cold sweat. Yet he continued, I must clarify his condition. From this point forward, he will be considered disabled. Some external prosthetics may allow him to walk, but engaging in combat will be utterly impossible. Combat prosthetics differ vastly from civilian rehabilitation models. The former must possess a crucial characteristic: reaction speed, TO match, or even exceed the original's reaction time. Combat prosthetics must be integrated with the original nervous system. That in simpler terms, combat prosthetics overlay the original limbs rather than replace them, which is why they impose stress on the existing nervous system. In contrast, civilian rehabilitation prosthetics resemble external mechanical components that do not engage with the body's circulatory system, and thus do not exert any pressure on the body itself. Don't worry. The foolish old brother can just lie at home and play with his toys, avoiding the risk of losing his life. Thus, Pyra had managed to save his life. At that moment, the voice of Dorio unexpectedly rang out. Man, you've seen the doctor's capabilities. Given that your body has been experiencing issues lately, why not take the opportunity to get checked? Previously, man had consistently declined medical attention, citing the unreliability of Night City doctors. But this time he could not use that excuse. After all, this doctor had saved the life of one of his subordinates. In man's eyes, that was tantamount to saving his own life, and his principles forbade him from disrespecting a man named Victor. Noticing man with his head down, silent, Dorio urged man, your hand cannon malfunctioned earlier. Under those circumstances, if it weren't for Arthur, everyone would have been in peril. The man abruptly lifted his head and shouted, It's my own body. I know. However, upon seeing the gazes of those around him, he refrained from finishing his thought. Indeed, he understood his own body better than anyone else. He had reached the precipice, reflecting on the mad cyber-psychopath from the previous night. A profound fear enveloped him. Would he continue to lie and ultimately harm those he cherished the most, to fulfill the promise left by his fallen brothers, only to lose control and harm those still living? Conflicting emotions relentlessly battered man's psyche, and a rather fortunate thought resurfaced. I shouldn't go mad, right? I'm special. Furthermore, even if I truly went mad, it doesn't necessarily mean I would harm them. Does it? Yet this notion seemed so fragile. Just look at Pyra. Even if he truly lost his sanity, could his comrades carelessly shoot at him? With only half a body remaining, merely surviving seemed a stroke of luck. More likely, others would die for his sake to abandon his childhood dreams and the vows of his brothers, or to risk harming his comrades by continuing down this path. What was most important to him? It seemed he had reached a point where he must make a choice. Chapter 31. Clues this time, man's silence was not met with further urging. Everyone simply awaited him in quietude. Only David and Dorio were aware of man's intention to have Victor examine his body. Yet when the other members recognized the leader's predicament, they tacitly chose to remain. For an edge runner, man was rather older, and these individuals had managed to establish themselves in this line of work largely due to the support of their elder brother. They were willing to wait for him to make a decision and to respect his final choice. Then, I entrust you with it, Doctor, man murmured, head lowered, his voice heavy. Regardless, he had to confront the reality of his deteriorating health. Assessing the erosion of his prosthetics was a task Victor was exceedingly familiar with. As various tests were conducted, Victor's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. How is it, Doctor? What is my condition? Man inquired, a hint of trepidation in his tone, that he already harbored suspicions regarding his state. Prosthetics, particularly combat models, have a threshold that the body can endure. Within this threshold, both physical and mental conditions remain stable over time. However, if exceeded, the ensuing mental erosion transforms into negative feedback, with the damage escalating exponentially, ultimately spiraling out of control. Victor regarded man seriously. Although he was unfamiliar with the man, he had an obligation as a physician to issue a warning. I regret to inform you that you have indeed surpassed this threshold and have been in this perilous state for quite some time. The damage has already accumulated significantly, and this deterioration adheres to an exponential model. Your condition will deteriorate rapidly. Each day you endure adds irreversible harm to your body. The victor's voice was as deep as ever, instilling a sense of undeniable authority. This confidence provided his patients with a sense of security. Yet at times, it also bred despair. A man's large hand grasped his hair tightly, as if to vent his frustration, but he did not succumb to tears. Raising his head, the man's despondency vanished, and he patted Dorio's shoulder. Bursting into laughter, surveying the concerned gazes surrounding him, the gloom in his heart was dispelled by their collective concern. Throughout it all, his pursuit had never been for fame or power. Everything he did was to protect those standing beside him. Yet now, the very prosthetics meant to aid him had become a potential threat to his comrades. He felt he had little room left for hesitation. In the past, he had fallen into a vicious cycle, with those comrades who had forever departed becoming daggers lodged in his heart, urging him to grow stronger, to acquire the power to protect everything. But the premise of protection was, at the very least, to avoid causing harm. Since Pyra is incapacitated, I will lend a hand, resolving some mechanical issues for everyone. Moving forward, we must all exercise greater caution. Unbeknownst to him, many had already departed for good. Those comrades from years past seemed almost unrecognizable. Numerous individuals had given him a push from behind, yet ultimately, he too found himself unable to move forward. So, "Doctor, please treat me. Can you share what my retirement life will be like?" Using a treatment as his retirement ceremony felt uncertain. A blend of fortune and misfortune. Your prosthetics are not only outdated, but also poorly compatible with one another. I will need to dismantle them. Furthermore, your nervous system has become quite fragile due to prolonged erosion. I will replace it with components that carry minimal burden. Overall, your condition will be considerably better than Pyra's. Aside from the current combat prosthetics being unusable, there should be little other impact. Victor gazed at the calm, large man before him, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He too had once faced a similar choice, to live or to burn his own life away. Ultimately, he chose the life he now led. Having attentively listened to Victor's explanation, man indicated his understanding. He removed his black punk-style jacket and then took off the elongated tactical sunglasses resting on his face. "Doctor, in that moment, man seemed to shed the scent of gunpowder that clung to him. I am in your hands." This treatment was not without its challenges. Seeing man willing to undergo the procedure relieved the members of his team, who subsequently began to leave the clinic. Only Dorio remained, steadfastly by his side. Though it pained him to feel as though he were betraying Pyra, man's willingness to accept treatment was indeed thanks to him. Had it not been for Pyra's grim condition, man would never have come to so deeply appreciate the terror of cyber-psychosis. Like the tea times, a half-dead person could indeed be more intimidating than a corpse. Outside the clinic, Arthur observed the two green braids swaying before him with an air of exasperation. One by one, the others departed, leaving only Rebecca, the impish girl, who continued to prance around in front of Arthur. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Rebecca placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head back, glaring at him with displeasure. "You little pretty boy, who are you calling short? I'm here to keep an eye on that old fool. What business is it of yours?" The girl's words were always imbued with strong emotions, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The pink tattoos adorning her neck and collarbone danced with her movements, creating two cross-like patterns that resembled the eyes of angry beasts. Yet, rather than appearing frightening, they exuded an adorable facade of forced bravado. Observing Rebecca's defiant stance, Arthur began to question whether he had been overly sensitive. Then, "I shall take my leave," he attempted to take a few steps toward the skyscraper apartment. But Rebecca, tilting her face, followed him while whistling. "What are you trying to do?" Turning back, Arthur poked the girl's forehead with his finger. "Am not following." His voice gradually diminished until it was barely audible. Rebecca glanced up at him with her red eyes, kicking the ground lightly, her voice faltering as she said, "I just want to thank you for saving that old fool's life, so I thought I'd ask you out for a drink." Upon witnessing the state of the other party, Arthur helplessly rubbed his forehead and said with irritation, "Still drinking? I believe it is time for us to take a breather. Come along. I shall take you for a meal. And then you can rest." That Arthur's words instantly invigorated the young girl, who skipped joyfully to his side. What's this? Don't you need to look after your brother now? Ah, my elder brother is quite robust. He doesn't require supervision that I in Little Chinatown. The abundance of noodle shops was evident this moment. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and most of the laborers below had already finished their breakfast. Leaving behind a messy table, selecting a relatively clean table to sit at, Arthur casually ordered 2 bowls of noodle soup, waiting alongside Rebecca. The girl perched on the stool, her legs dangling just above the ground, fidgeted restlessly, occasionally bumping against Arthur's trousers. He could be certain that this mischievous girl was doing it on purpose. As they awaited their meal, Arthur could no longer contain himself and sharply tapped his finger on the girl's forehead. Upon seeing her cover her forehead, she finally settled down, allowing Arthur the peace to eat. However, during their meal, a communication call came through for Arthur. It was Regina Jones, the father from his original memory. The very man who had sold Arthur's original self. When Arthur had escaped, the man had vanished without a trace, leading Arthur to realize that this individual might not be the true father of his original self. Moreover, in the memories of his original self, this man appeared only briefly each month, often subjecting the original to severe beatings. Realizing this, Arthur immediately sought to locate him, but upon his return, that so-called home had become utterly desolate, and its occupants had disappeared without a trace. Out of desperation, Arthur sought the help of the local underworld figure, Regina Jones, asking her to assist in the search. At this moment, she was calling him, indicating that the old scoundrel had revealed some clues. Setting aside his utensils, Arthur regarded Rebecca, who was voraciously consuming her noodles across from him, and ultimately decided not to avoid her. Regina, what's the matter? Have you found any leads on the person I asked you to look for? Upon noticing the spark of excitement in Arthur's eyes, Rebecca immediately understood what was happening and leaned over the table, her little head inching closer. Arthur, based on the information you provided, I have indeed uncovered some clues. The individual is not named Luke. His real name is Powell, a scoundrel from the Northern Industrial District. Arthur silently affirmed to himself, realizing that this man was certainly not the father of his original self, but rather likely a trafficker. Without needing to prompt further, Regina continued her account. He is a despicable individual engaged in the trade of human lives, employing every imaginable method to buy, kidnap, or deceive, targeting individuals of all ages and genders without discrimination. Such a person should be notorious. How could he hide so effectively? Arthur inquired. That is precisely the cunning of this man. All his crimes are committed solo, with no accomplices, and he never leaves survivors, demonstrating an exceptional sense of secrecy. Even those scavengers who trade with him remain unaware of his true identity, recalling the memories within his mind. Arthur began to grasp the methods this man employed to conceal his hostages. His primary targets appear to be children, often selecting those too young to remember, thus effectively binding the hostages with an invisible lock of memory. As for where he acquired so many unwanted children, Arthur thought of Kabukicho. That wretched place not only harbored barren and amnesiac sex workers, but also operators who couldn't afford even the basic components for such services. These individuals lacked any protective measures. The dumpsters of Kabukicho were rife with supply, and the cost of acquisition was virtually non-existent. How did you locate him? Arthur's voice, raspy with anger, demanded. He had unwittingly entangled himself with a dangerous adversary. A father had pursued this man for 12 years. Ultimately finding him just as Powell was about to sell the man's child. It was this very flaw that allowed the father to catch him. Regina's voice turned chillingly low, her words laced with an icy detachment that seemed to seep through the communication line. After a moment's thought, Arthur cautiously probed. Ordinary individuals cannot achieve this. As you might expect, he is one of my informants, essentially one of my own. That a heavy sigh emanated from the other end. Yet the fury embedded within her tone could not be fully suppressed. He acted impulsively, outfitting himself with a heavy-duty cybernetic enhancement acquired from who knows where and wiped out the scavenger den that had purchased his son. However, he was unable to locate his child. In his final moments of clarity, he called me, pleading for my assistance. Help me lay him to rest, and then find his son. That if you can accomplish this, I shall bestow upon you a gift. After carefully weighing the difficulties of this task in his mind, Arthur refrained from hastily agreeing. His hesitation was not born from doubt regarding the value of Regina as promised gift, but rather from contemplating whether he could indeed manage the task at hand. Caution was the least he could show to a grieving father. Assisting him in resting peacefully is no issue, but finding his son is beyond my capabilities alone. Rest assured, the scoundrel named Powell has not been discovered. And now that I possess his information, there is no chance he can escape. Moreover, as we know, my subordinate son is also involved in this. Locate that child, whether alive or dead, and deliver him to me. At this moment, he was met with the sight of two large, glistening eyes, red and unblinking, staring intently at him. "Rebecca, what are you doing?" Arthur exclaimed, startled. Rebecca showed no signs of retreat. Instead, she leaped onto the table and wrapped her arms around Arthur's head. Her legs locking around his neck. "I saw your face wasn't quite right. You must have received a job, and it's surely a troublesome one. Take me with you." This sudden action left Arthur momentarily stunned. His nostrils filled with a peculiar scent, mingled with the tang of gunpowder. Once he regained his composure, he pushed her off, glaring at her with irritation before twisting her ear lightly. Rebecca appeared unfazed, her expression serious as she gazed back at him, that he clearly wasn't applying any real force, and it seemed to have no effect whatsoever. "I can't take you. The reward is monetary." Arthur grumbled, "No worries. I don't mind the lack of money, but you must take me with you. What a delightfully eccentric little girl you are." Nevertheless, Rebecca clambered into Arthur's dilapidated vehicle. Yet, this journey was anything but tranquil, as it was Arthur's first time behind the wheel. The concept was simple. Turn left to go left, right to go right, and press one pedal to speed up and the other to slow down. This was far easier than driving a horse-drawn carriage. Arthur had been filled with confidence before starting the engine, but now he was flustered. After scraping against dozens of cars, he finally found his rhythm. Wobbling and swerving, he managed to shake off the vehicles behind him, and Arthur's first driving experience began to stabilize in the passenger seat. Rebecca clutched the seatbelt tightly, only daring to relax her grip once the ride smoothed out. "Where are we headed?" she inquired eagerly. By some bullets. He had considered bringing Rebecca along, but she had claimed she couldn't reach the pedals below. Humph, that was merely an excuse, despite her diminutive stature. Arthur estimated she could certainly reach the pedals, indicating she simply didn't know how to drive it. Bullets. As a mercenary, don't you usually stockpile some ammunition? These bullets are different. You'll understand when we arrive. Arthur replied through gritted teeth, adding, "And don't disturb me." At the Watson District's northern docks, Arthur spotted two NCPD officers standing at a street corner from afar and parked in advance. "We're here." Casting an annoyed glance at the passenger seat, he observed Rebecca sprawled across her seat. "Let us go. It's time to buy your antiquated bullets." Kicking the car door open, Rebecca hopped out immediately. "If my car door gets damaged, you'll be responsible." The two made their way to the street corner where the NCPD stood, turning left to discover an inconspicuous gun shop. The store was shabby, and a middle-aged man with a plain crew cut leaned against the counter. Above the counter, rusted iron bars resembled a postal office from 2 centuries prior. "Hey, buddy, I remember you. You bought my most prized possession." The middle-aged man rapped on the iron bars, greeting Arthur. "What can I do for you this time?" 5 tungsten rounds and 5 APDS, armor-piercing discarding sabot rounds, Arthur stated directly, upon hearing his request. The proprietor's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to a composed state. It was clear he had deduced who was acquiring such formidable ammunition. Each of the 2 types of rounds was as long as a common person's forearm. However, some things were better left unsaid, and he chose not to pry further, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he avoided Arthur's gaze. Tungsten rounds cost €200 each, and APDS rounds are €600 each. Without further ado, Arthur transferred €4,000. Upon receiving the funds, the owner retreated into the back room and emerged carrying 2 black boxes. With a dull thud, they were placed on the counter. Marking the successful completion of the transaction, Rebecca circled around. Inspecting the 2 black iron boxes that Arthur carried, she exclaimed, "What kind of remarkable items do you possess that can shoot these hefty rounds?" "Let me guess, is it the high-tech military-grade Ice Storm series?" Upon seeing Arthur remain silent, Rebecca inquired once more, "The wrong knife for the rough board?" That must be from the military-grade Guojiao series. Observing Arthur shake his head yet again, the young girl felt a twinge of reluctance to continue guessing. What could it be? Surely it isn't the tsunami gun, is it? Apollo. Indeed, it is a tsunami gun. But it is not Apollo. This revelation left Rebecca utterly astonished, her mouth agape. If it was a tsunami gun but not Apollo, then it could only be the cat demon. But tsunami guns aren't mass-produced. How did you come by one? I acquired a damaged one, which Victor repaired. Victor, he is still a gunsmith, and capable of restoring a Tsunami Custom Series firearm. Rebecca exclaimed dramatically, I've decided to cultivate a good relationship with him. Chapter 33. A legend? No, merely a father. The two once again climbed into the rickety vehicle, which rattled and clanged as they departed. What is next? Rebecca asked eagerly. Go fetch your big weapon and then charge right in. Remarkably, despite having hardly rested the previous night, she appeared remarkably vibrant. Upon hearing Arthur's plan, Rebecca tugged at her two braids, covering her face in exasperation. It's still morning, but we Haven-T slept it all through the night. On the following day, Arthur was awakened by a barrage of incoming communication alerts, and it was obvious who was responsible. That troublesome girl at Old Way's clinic. Arthur had entrusted his firearm, the Giant, to Old Way for safekeeping, as the security in such low-end apartments like the skyscraper was rather poor. The distance was not great, and Arthur soon arrived at Old Way's place. Rebecca was seated on Pila's hospital bed, her hands busily fiddling, accompanied by Pila's complaints and cries of dismay. Both patients were recovering well. Man, having shed his prosthetics, appeared noticeably slimmer and was observing the siblings' antics alongside Dorio. Hey man, how are you feeling? Arthur greeted as he approached. Better than ever. It feels as if I've shed a heavy burden, and the irritating noise in my head has vanished. Brother, Arthur said, patting his shoulder, living is all that truly matters. Money and fame are mere trifles. They shared a knowing laughter. Hey, Arthur, it's time to set off. Rebecca's voice echoed up from below, breaking the moment of camaraderie. How can you converse so merrily with that old man? What a peculiar person. With an exasperated glare at her, Arthur retorted, I'm going to get my gun. When Arthur emerged, he bore a 2-meter-long silvery metal case on his shoulder, from which emanated a chilling aura. The Giant contained numerous magnetic components, designed for preservation in low-temperature environments. The expressions of the others in the clinic shifted from relaxed to serious upon witnessing this scene. They had seen Arthur's prowess firsthand when he confronted that cyber-psychopath. His reflexes had far surpassed David's in that moment. What kind of job requires such a weapon? They wondered. It's not a big job, just helping a hero find release. He then briefly recounted the matter concerning that father. With Rebecca trailing behind him, they made their way outside the clinic. Suddenly, Pila, lying on the hospital bed, shouted, Stupid sister, don't let the minions take you down easily outside. Turning back, Rebecca raised 2 middle fingers and shouted back. Shut it, you useless brother. Focus on getting a leg on before thinking about anything else. After securing the Giant, the sniper rifle in the back seat, Arthur followed Regina's directions as their dilapidated vehicle drove forth. The scavenger stronghold, which that father had ravaged, lay in the eastern industrial zone of the northern city, within an abandoned ethanol fermentation factory. After eradicating the scavengers inside, he had remained there. The factories situated in the eastern part of the industrial zone were all colossal in scale. This ethanol processing plant housed 6 massive fermentation tanks, strategically placed around the facility. Each tank had a diameter of at least 100 meters, propped up by thick, dense steel frames, resembling artificial celestial bodies suspended in midair. Above the factory's main entrance loomed one of the fermentation tanks, flanked by hollow steel pillars on either side, each as wide as a sea. The vehicle drove beneath this behemoth. Darkness enveloped them, as if the day had turned to night, its heavy shadow pressing down upon them. Inside the factory, the dense low-rise buildings, despite being 5 or 6 stories high, appeared diminutive amidst the towering fermentation tanks, akin to a child's building blocks, parking at the factory entrance. Arthur cautioned Rebecca before disembarking, Remember to follow my lead, that if you dare to act recklessly, I will definitely deal with you. I know. I know, she replied. With a sigh, Arthur playfully tugged at her ear, adding, First command, maintain silence. Having brought the sniper rifle, He intended to resolve the matter with a single bullet. It was imperative to locate his target and plan the sniper's position without alerting them. In any case, he could not afford to provoke the adversary before firing. The duo cautiously ventured inside, deliberately avoiding the surrounding structures, as the environment was complex and fraught with danger. The morning sun cast immense shadows from the eastern fermentation tanks, nearly engulfing the entire factory. The original concrete floor had been upheaved by rampant vegetation, which thrived in the desolation, creating even darker shadows. They discovered oxidized, blackened bloodstains on the ground, with insects buzzing around, exuding a foul odor. The bloodstains stretched long, eventually disappearing into the dense undergrowth in the distance. Arthur likened the unfortunate souls to pencils, their forms reduced to fragmented lines upon the rough surface. However, recalling their identities, he felt no pity for them. Could this be the heavy-duty prosthetic? Arthur pondered, growing increasingly cautious as they delved deeper. Signs of destruction became more apparent. Numerous holes appeared in the building's walls. Surrounded by blackened traces shrouded in flies, beneath the shattered ruins, exposed limbs and severed arms lay visible. Suddenly, Arthur felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. Rebecca was pulling him, her finger stiffly pointing ahead. Following her gaze at the farthest end of the factory, a figure stood with bowed head, as if surveying the entire facility. His limbs were no longer human, replaced by robust metallic structures, and he bore 2 long propulsion devices on his back. Besides his chest and head, his form was unrecognizable. Arthur's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the man's face even from nearly 50 meters away. The man had his eyes firmly shut, seemingly possessing little awareness of his surroundings. Blood vessels and cracks marred his murky eyeballs, his gaze trailing after the 2 departing figures. His limbs trembled slightly, and blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as his eyes widened in what seemed to be desperation. Ultimately, he managed to calm his body, exerting all his strength to close his eyes. That he saw us. He definitely saw us. Upon hearing this, Arthur did not argue. After all, it was Rebecca who had first noticed. Such a person. What a shame. Many legends remain unknown to the world. Arthur chose the fermentation tank above the main entrance as his sniper position, for the closer tanks were obscured by vegetation, making them difficult to access. Each fermentation tank towered well above the factory structures, presenting no challenge for sniping. After laboriously extracting the case from the back seat, Rebecca carried the box of black bullets as they approached the nearby iron ladder. Each fermentation tank was encircled by a set of upward ladders, firmly constructed upon the tank support columns. The ladders were nearly 2 men wide, and Arthur and Rebecca did not climb to the very top. Once they surpassed the height of all the buildings, Arthur felt as if he had locked eyes with that man from afar. The distance between them was over 1,500 meters, which was naturally impossible. Yet Arthur still removed his hat in a gesture of respect towards that father. Opening the case, a faint chill emanated from within as the giant lay silently encased in its custom soft material. Designed by Victor, gripping the gun's handle with one hand and the body with the other, he partially drew it out. This weapon was undoubtedly tailored for those equipped with prosthetics. Its 2-meter-long barrel lacked a front support. Fortunately, Victor had designed an additional accessory, without which Arthur would have been unable to wield it properly. Chapter 34. Human or not, the weapons from the Tsunami Defense System Company are renowned for their high-end technology and intelligence. Take the giant in Arthur's hands, for instance. Its aiming component is highly integrated. The square scope displays temperature, wind speed, range, and ballistic calculations, among other parameters, all arranged in a manner that does not obstruct the field of vision while being easy to read. It is no exaggeration to say that, in a sense, this gun functions as a miniature terminal. Naturally, it requires a charge for the magazine, which is the price of its complex functionalities. The long slot on the side of the firearm is where the magazine is embedded. As Arthur operated it, a flap popped out, revealing the large yellow magazine. Taking only one bullet from the box Rebecca held, Arthur demonstrated both confidence and respect towards that father. He needed a swift resolution. Arthur began to regulate his breathing, directing the muzzle of his weapon toward that specific direction. With his meticulous adjustments, the giant's integrated intelligence system locked onto the target, swiftly analyzing relevant parameters within the scope. This firearm was capable of electromagnetic charging, a feature Arthur naturally decided to employ. Once his azure pupils completely fixed on the target, he exhaled slowly. The electromagnetic modules on either side of the gun closed, emitting a buzzing sound reminiscent of electrical currents. Just before the next beat of his heart, Arthur firmly pulled the trigger. He discharged a tungsten round, and moments later, the distant sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed back. Arthur showed no intention of inspecting the aftermath. Instead, he sent a message to Regina before departing the scene. The ensuing mission was paramount. The act of eliminating a father who had restrained him was not something to take pride in. According to Regina's intelligence, the nefarious human trafficker named Powell had fled to the southernmost city of Santo Domingo, hiding in the Colorado Ranch. It was a small town, touted as an Eden by corporations. Yet, undeniably, it was far from the idyllic paradise they claimed it to be. Instead, it was a dilapidated setting, resembling an ecological ball meant for housing hamsters. The NCPD rarely patrolled the area. Here, the Sixth Street Gang wielded the power. They were war-crazed thugs, their minds filled with the hollow glory instilled by politicians and corporations. Had the new America emerged victorious in its wars, perhaps they would have basked in honor, but with its failure, they became the wretched souls abandoned on enemy territory. Perhaps, in a bid to quickly placate their former adversaries, the government of heroes would even betray them. But who could say for certain? On the highway, a battered vehicle sped southward, flanked by a torrent of cars overtaking it. Beneath the brim of his gambler's hat, Arthur's eyes were as tranquil as a still lake, yet a tempest of rage brewed, ready to erupt. Especially after bidding farewell to that father, his anger had been accumulating steadily. Rebecca remained silent, the once chattering little girl now quietly cleaning her firearm, gazing at the rapidly retreating scenery outside. The Colorado Ranch was an expansive area, a factor contributing to the NCPD's reluctance to venture there. It was dotted with rows of detached houses, none exceeding 2 stories in height. That moment. In the basement of a villa, a child huddled in a corner. Although he was 17, he resembled a mere child, his hair matted and grimy, clinging to his forehead. His father had confined him there for 3 days, providing only a small bag of pet food on the first day, and nothing else since. Everything felt peculiar. In the past, his father often struck him but rarely stayed home, making the beatings less agonizing. The change began a few days prior when his father abruptly took him for a drive, stopping in a remote location for an extended period, ultimately waiting for nothing. After receiving a communication, he had tossed his son into the car in a fit of rage, subjecting him to further beatings before unceremoniously dumping him into this place. Just a day ago, his father had visited again. But instead of bringing food, he had delivered a brutal kick to the boy's leg. Glancing at the twisted limb, revealing the white bone beneath the skin, the boy instinctively recoiled. Hunger and pain assailed him simultaneously. Yet he found himself praying that his father would not return, thinking that perhaps it would be better to quietly perish in solitude. Upstairs, in a bedroom near the back door, a corpulent man clad in a blue t-shirt sat on the floor. His clothing was stained with grease and dark smudges, and several discarded fast food containers and syringes lay strewn before him. After carelessly patting his hands on his grimy clothes, he picked up a syringe from the ground and plunged it into his forearm without a second thought. "Damn it," he muttered, tossing aside the syringe in frustration before grabbing another, frantically stabbing it into his arm. "Damn it, damn it." The man resembled a rabid dog, saliva dripping as he madly injected himself with syringes from the floor. "Damn!" He hurled the needle away, howling like a madman. "Damn Regina. Damn it. Damn Watson District. And that damn little bastard." As he muttered, a realization struck him, and he staggered toward the basement entrance, covered with wooden planks. He stood up, resembling a mountain of flesh rising from the ground, and lumbered toward that direction. "Damn little bastard. It's all your fault. All your fault." He spat venomously. Closing the car door, Arthur and Rebecca approached their destination with no intention of wasting words. After a brief survey of the yard, confirming the absence of traps, they charged inside. The moment they kicked open the door, they beheld the grotesquely deformed figure struggling to lift something. Based on his memories, Arthur was certain he had found the right person. "You must be Regina's people. Damn it. Why provoke me?" Powell clearly did not recognize Arthur. He had too many goods to keep track of, especially with Arthur's transformation being so drastic. "All worthless trash," he bellowed, charging towards Arthur and Rebecca like an earthquake. The two immediately opened fire, and as the shots rang out, Powell halted in his tracks, feeling his belly. "Haha, I remember now. I've changed skins." His wolf-like gaze lifted again, fixating on the two at the door with murderous intent. "You die." Observing the approaching figure resembling a fat pig, Arthur's expression remained unperturbed. He leisurely aimed the next shot at the man's right knee. Bang, bang, bang. All 5 bullets struck above his knee, and by the third shot, the bullets had already penetrated his armored skin, yet Arthur continued to fire at the same spot. This man was unworthy of a quick death. Powell's original knee, which supported his body, now appeared precarious. Compounded by his earlier charge, Arthur's bullets acted like a detonator, sending him crashing to the ground, his legs shattering into multiple pieces. "Oh, you still recognize me?" Arthur remarked, shaking his head dismissively. "Forget it. It's better if you don't remember. I find it repulsive." He walked over slowly, loading bullets into the revolver one by one, stepping on the writhing figure of the fat pig. Arthur coldly stated, "Guess how many shots your pig brain can withstand? Spare me. Even without me, those kids will die anyway." "Spare." The thunderous gunfire interrupted his pleas, and he staggered, hands flailing toward Arthur's legs. "Looks like I need to disable your hands first, so you have the time to count properly." With a sigh, Arthur emptied 2 more chambers. Observing the despair etched on Powell's face, his hands weakly splayed at his sides, Arthur nodded in satisfaction. Second bullet. Third bullet. Finally, the bullet penetrated his forehead, splattering white liquid across Powell's chubby face, but he was not dead yet, his body stiffly remaining upright, mouth opening and closing as if gasping for air. Powell must have reinforced his skull. The ill-gotten gains he accumulated over the years were surely substantial. Fourth bullet. Arthur accidentally misfired, the bullet lodging itself in Powell's eye. "Sorry, I was a bit careless. Guess where the next shot will go?" "I can't say for sure." Watching Powell, who was now soiled with fear, Arthur shrugged nonchalantly and fired 2 more shots into the gaping hole in his forehead. Chapter 35. Achilles' this death was still too merciful for him. How could someone so utterly foolish manage to hide for 12 years? She queried, perplexed. Indeed, how can someone so dim-witted remain concealed for so long? Arthur kicked aside Powell's incapacitated left arm, revealing the bruised skin and a myriad of needle marks on the inside. He cast a glance at the scattered syringes on the bedroom floor. It was evident that withdrawal symptoms could render these individuals' minds into mush. Such characters either transformed into grotesque caricatures like Powell or lay in alleyways awaiting their demise. With that, Arthur approached, lifting the wooden planks covering the basement. In the dim light, a disheveled, frail figure curled up below. The child's chest still showed faint movements, prompting Arthur to breathe a sigh of relief. He had already informed Regina, and now all he had to do was wait for her arrival. 2 vehicles pulled up, a towering, imposing off-road vehicle with tires as tall as a person, followed closely by a compact truck with an attached cabin. Regina was the first to emerge, forcefully pushing open the car door. Her right eye was blind, covered by a black eye patch, and a jagged scar marred the same side of her face. A testament to her experience as a warrior. Her ponytail was tied high, and she strode with purpose, exuding an air of competence. Spotting Arthur and Rebecca from a distance, she extended her hand. "Arthur, you executed this task splendidly. I must thank you. The man below entrusted me with the care of his child, and I truly do not wish to let him down." Gripping Arthur's hand firmly, Regina spoke with genuine sincerity. "No need to thank me. I took great pleasure in this task. Besides, it's not as if there's no reward." Arthur, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled a cloud of smoke that dispersed the white haze before revealing the azure depths of his eyes. After dispatching that wretched scoundrel, the blue hue in Arthur's pupils seemed to deepen. "I have your reward ready. I will present it to you shortly, and I assure you will be pleased with that." Regina hurriedly descended into the basement, followed closely by 4 medics carrying a stretcher. After ensuring the child was settled, the small truck equipped with a carriage departed without delay. Regina lingered, half standing on the tire as she retrieved a sleek black box from the passenger seat. The box did not appear to be made of metal. Its surface featured a subtly textured matte finish, and prominently displayed at its center was a company logo. The logo was framed in a square, housing a V-shaped design that filled the entirety of the structure. This was military-grade technology. Handing the box to Arthur, Regina introduced it with a gesture. Military technology M179 Achilles, an intelligent precision rifle. Its firing rate is slow due to the time required for electromagnetic energy storage. However, if you possess accuracy, its power rivals that of certain conventional sniper rifles. Arthur lifted the box, finding it not overly burdensome, allowing him to maneuver freely with it. With the weapon delivered, Regina had no intention of lingering further and drove away. Two short arms emerged, swatting at the dust kicked up by the departing behemoth. "Arthur, you ought to consider getting a new vehicle," Rebecca remarked, pointing toward Regina's direction, where one of the truck's tires towered 2/3 the height of her. "No, I have an attachment to my John." John was the name Arthur had given to his dilapidated vehicle. He felt quite content with Regina's remuneration. He had never been fond of firearms that prioritized rate of fire. The recoil from continuous shots disrupted his aim, and he had no need for an abundance of ammunition. As he passed Misty's divination booth, he noticed Jack leaning over the counter, seemingly oblivious to the young lady before him, animatedly recounting something. Jack had embarked on his pursuit of her days ago, yet progress had been elusive. Not wishing to interfere with his affairs, Arthur descended the stairs and arrived at Old Vic's clinic. At that moment, both patients had vacated the premises, and Dorio, the robust woman in charge of their care, had also departed. With the patients gone, Old Vic had cranked up the volume of the boxing match, seemingly never tiring of it. "Hey, Arthur, you and Jack have certainly kept me busy," Victor greeted him upon arrival, simultaneously lamenting his recently increased workload. "Enough of that. I can't simply stand by and watch those fellows perish. After all, your skills are unparalleled. By the way, come take a look at my new acquisition." Arthur placed the black box emblazoned with the military technology logo before Victor. This was provided by Regina. She seems to have a knack for procuring fine items from the company. Old Vic adjusted the box, unclipped it, and lifted the lid. Inside lay a dark golden rifle, considerably smaller than the giant. Yet still a main battle rifle. "It's exquisite," Victor marveled, gazing at the rifle as if it were a work of art beneath the dim light. The rifle's profile was Y-shaped, with two slanted prongs at the top serving as electromagnetic energy rails, in the lower section comprising the barrel and body. The interplay of dark gold and black in its finish was striking, nearly non-reflective, resembling an inherent camouflage. "It seems your haul from this venture is substantial. This rifle's value must be on par with that of the Cat Spirit sniper rifle." After a cursory admiration, Victor closed the rifle case. The dignity of a weapon is forever established amidst the smoke of battle, not within display cabinets or through the accolades of onlookers. Looking at Arthur, Old Vic smiled. "So what brings you here? You wouldn't seek out this old man without a purpose, would you?" "Huh." Removing his hat, Arthur chuckled, his gaze drifting to the screen behind Victor, where cheers echoed from the broadcast. "Things have been relatively quiet lately. I was hoping you could take me to the boxing gym for some practice. You seem quite knowledgeable in that regard." Although Arthur's previous physical ailments had improved, they were far from resolved. Once a brawny man capable of barehandedly prying open a wolf's jaws in the West, he now found lifting a sniper rifle to be a struggle. His shoulders remained far from broad. "Boxing?" Victor stroked his chin, looking at Arthur with a hint of peculiarity. "Perhaps there's someone more suitable than I." "Oh." Noticing Arthur's genuine confusion, Victor realized he was not attempting to deceive him. Arthur was indeed unaware of his partner's prowess. "I believe I mentioned how I met Jack at the Devil's Boxing Club. Jack knocked me flat with a single punch. It felt akin to being struck by a truck. However, considering their respective physiques, Arthur was tall, but Jack towered over him by nearly half a head. And his arms were as thick as Arthur's current legs. In short, he was not accustomed to taking hits." After a moment's contemplation, Arthur tentatively replied, "I have no intention of engaging in a serious bout. Merely a little practice. How about you join instead?" Sensing Arthur's hesitance, Victor discerned his concerns and suppressed a smile, responding earnestly, "Jack is indeed the better choice. Besides, I'm just an old bone. I can't keep up with the youthful rambunctiousness. Given my responsibilities at the clinic, I can't easily slip away. Rest assured, Jack will make for an excellent sparring partner." Arthur nodded, albeit with skepticism, deciding to seek Jack's counsel later. After properly storing his 2 firearms, Arthur approached Jack, who remained at the counter. This peculiar yet gentle-hearted girl might have grown impatient with the ongoing commotion. However, this was merely Arthur's speculation, as she still wore a gentle smile. "Jack," Arthur called from a distance. Upon recognizing him, Jack's round face lit up with a smile as he approached, greeting him warmly. "Hey, it seems like you had quite the haul." "Let's set that aside for now," Arthur replied, twisting his forearm. "I'm thinking of practicing some boxing. Would you like to accompany me?" The mention of boxing piqued Jack's interest, prompting him to roll up his sleeves with enthusiasm. "Boxing? You've made the best decision. The strength developed through combat is the true strength." As he spoke, he cheerfully draped an arm around Arthur's neck. "Let us go. I know the best place for boxing around here. The Devil's Boxing Club is where I met Old Vic, feeling the weight of Jack's arm." Arthur's earlier uncertainties magnified. However, he reassured himself that Old Vic wouldn't lead him astray. Would he? The venue was a repurposed, abandoned factory, exuding a pleasant atmosphere that encouraged moderation and communication. After all, individuals like Victor and Jack wouldn't frequent places known for brutality and bloodshed. Blue LED lights adorned the ceiling, casting a refreshing glow throughout the space. The main entrance remained unaltered, allowing trucks to pass freely. That moment, a young man with a buzz cut stood at the entrance, greeting Jack from afar. "Jack, it's been ages since you graced us with your presence." After exchanging pleasantries and shoulder bumps, the young man turned his attention to Arthur, inquiring, "This must be your friend, right? Care to introduce him?" Jack's smile widened as he pulled Arthur closer. "Arthur, my partner, the finest mercenary in the city of Eternal Night." Following the introduction, Taylor offered Arthur a friendly smile, and a need to ask. "Everyone who comes here loves boxing. Since you're Jack's friend, inside we're all family. Remember, choose your friends wisely. Select those who can knock you down. That is how you grow." The club was spacious, bustling with activity, featuring 2 rows of boxing rings and various training equipment like punching bags. Everyone seemed to know Jack, pausing their training to greet him. "That you're quite the celebrity here, Jack," Arthur remarked, observing the scene. "Because I'm a star attraction." Jack, this boisterous young man, was blissfully unaware of humility. Fully donning his foam protective gear, he led Arthur to an empty ring. Though Arthur's once frail physique was now encased in a layer of muscle, he felt like nothing more than a slightly sturdier cucumber compared to Jack. "Shall we test our skills?" Jack asked with a hint of uncertainty. Of course. Arthur tapped the padded helmet atop his head, feeling a sense of security. He was eager to gauge how much of his barroom brawling prowess remained intact. In the next moment, a sharp gust of wind surged into Arthur's helmet, sweeping away the feeling of safety. As he beheld Jack's fist rapidly approaching, Arthur swallowed hard. Fortunately, his exceptional dynamic vision kicked in. He tilted his head to evade the incoming straight punch, but another blow surged upward from below. The force of that punch felt like a fierce wind slicing through the gap between his skin and protective gear, leaving Arthur uncertain about whether he could withstand it. He could only pivot away in avoidance. However, this hasty adjustment of his center of gravity left Arthur in a rather precarious position. Arthur silently lamented. For Jack was far from the clumsy appearance he projected. His strikes were relentless and fluid, offering no respite whatsoever. Lying helplessly on the ground, Arthur watched as Jack approached, spitting out his mouthguard that let's call off the sparring. "Jack, that I have no desire to sacrifice both my arms for the sake of practice. Rest assured, Arthur, when it comes to boxing, no one is more proficient than I am. You can entrust the training regimen to me without worry." With that, Jack hoisted Arthur up and patted him on the shoulder. The following day, Victor's communication roused the slumbering Arthur. Today marked his brain's follow-up examination. Before long, he encountered Arthur, whose face bore the marks of bruising. A smile graced Victor's face as he remarked, "It seems your training has been quite effective." "Perhaps," Arthur replied. Wishing to avoid any mention of the previous day's events, he made his way to the equipment. Repeating the procedure from the last examination, the scan results promptly materialized. The shadows in the brain's grooves showed no signs of spreading, nearly indistinguishable from the previous images. It appeared that the situation would not deteriorate for the time being, and ideally, it would remain unchanged indefinitely. Victor tapped his fingers on the table, pondering. "Your condition is quite enigmatic. I find myself at a loss. Oh, you have no leads at all? Arthur casually inquired, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. For the worst fate would merely be to await death, a prospect he had experienced before. I have a theory, albeit somewhat unsettling. Would you care to hear it? Gazing at the scan, a rather eerie thought surfaced. Leaving Victor uncertain, it's merely speculation. Go ahead and share. Observing Victor's seriousness, Arthur felt a surge of curiosity. If the changes in your brain represent a process, setting aside their nature, we've always regarded the current state as the onset of change. Yet it neither worsens nor vanishes. Moreover, you exhibit no suspicious symptoms whatsoever, which is clearly contrary to common sense. Common sense? And rather unsettling at that? Arthur internally scoffed, having neither comprehended Victor's notion of common sense nor found it particularly alarming. He refrained from pressing further. Sensing Arthur's discomfort, Victor elaborated, is it possible that the changes in your brain have already concluded, and your present condition is simply the result of that process? Nodding thoughtfully, Arthur asserted, so, in essence, I am already beyond salvation. Victor retorted, somewhat exasperated, no, this change does not necessarily equate to illness. Never mind, you wouldn't grasp it anyway. We'll reassess in a month. You needn't linger here now. Just as he was explaining, a patient entered the clinic, promptly sidelining Arthur. The medical examination concluded, yet the boxing training persisted unabated. Arthur found himself bruised nearly every day, yet his progress was undeniably evident. His shoulders had noticeably thickened. On this day, as Arthur delivered his final straight punch, Jack's forearm pad trembled slightly. Sweat trickled into his eyes, and he squeezed them tightly to alleviate the discomfort. Jack removed his gear, grabbed a bottle of water from the edge of the ring, and handed it to the nearly exhausted Arthur. Brother, you're improving rapidly. Your strength has noticeably increased. Slumping down beside the ring, Arthur picked up a towel and wiped the sweat from his brow. I used to be quite the expert. In the brawls at taverns out west, most adversaries were no match for me. Though stronger than I lacked my agility, while the more nimble often found themselves overpowered by my strength, I was virtually invincible. However, competitors like Jack, who are both agile and significantly stronger, do exist, creating a different scenario. In the event I cannot outmatch them, can I still escape? A successful retreat cannot be deemed a loss, can it? It seems my invincibility has its limitations. Taking a long swig of water, Arthur exhaled a sigh of relief. Jack, sporting a goofy grin, leaned in and mused, by the way, you mentioned yesterday that my approach was flawed. Do you have any brilliant ideas? The previous day, Jack had excitedly recounted his pursuit of Misty, only to receive Arthur's ridicule that a night passed, and Jack could no longer contain himself, seeking advice from Arthur. Chapter 37. Arthur shot a disapproving glance at Jack, who squatted beside him. She is a gentle soul, yet you flaunt your past gang brawls to her. Innocently shaking his head, Jack clarified, it's not boasting. It's sharing that if she understands my past, it bridges the gap between us. Should you also share the story of her childhood bedwetting? Is that necessary? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Jack hesitantly inquired that you're aware that such matters are best left unsaid. Don't you grasp the simple principle of sharing what she enjoys hearing? As he spoke, Arthur gestured toward a female boxer in the adjacent ring, her muscular arms striking the heavy bag with resounding force. Perhaps the kind of beauty would be more suited to you. With a playful jab on Arthur's increasingly broad shoulder, Jack's next statement was delivered with unwavering certainty, as if he were gnawing on stones. I'm interested in that girl. Then give it your all, Jack, and avoid any foolishness. Misty is absolutely worth it. Meanwhile, above Night City, the sky had long been a plaything of humanity, with the towering advertisements of megacorporations piercing the clouds like a forest rooted in the heavens. Various airborne vehicles belonging to the elite soared through this neon wilderness like birds that a wedge-shaped colossal shuttle raced toward Night City at breakneck speed. Upon entering the city's air defense perimeter, the massive jet engines suspended around the craft pivoted simultaneously, decelerating. Vessel 0473, please present your clearance documents. Accompanied by an invisible signal, Night City's air traffic control tower began verifying the craft's entry credentials. Affiliated with the Arasaka Group, the Counterintelligence Department was executing directives sanctioned by the board to oversee relevant affairs in Night City. Activity number 88682. That the dark aircraft bore the emblem of a frog's hand, signifying its identity as part of the Arasaka group. Please await verification. The interior of this massive shuttle comprised several layers, the lowest being a crowded space for ordinary personnel, while the middle, the most spacious level, housed a vast office. The office environment was dimly lit, reflecting the preferences of its occupant. Seated behind a desk resembling a black pool table was a robust man, his tailored gray suit accentuating his muscular physique. Exuding an aura of latent violence. Have all the arrangements in the city been made? Those wretches don't know where to place their hearts. Eliminate them all. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion. The situation is quite intricate. It appears that Ibonasai has deliberately left us with nuisances. These individuals don't even venture out of the corporate building, leaving me unable to find an opportunity to take action. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in a well-tailored black corporate executive uniform, her long figure exuding elegance, with her inky straight hair cascading down her back, shimmering with an air of mystery in the dim light. You know, I have little patience for excuses. Veed, as the man spoke, he slammed his fist onto the desk, producing a resounding impact. Damn it. I only care about results. He was clearly aware of the situation. His outburst was merely a release of pent-up frustration. With a violent sweep, he knocked all the objects on the desk to the ground, creating a cacophony of noise. Jenkins, that bastard managed to kick us out of Europe. So he can certainly crush us into submission in Night City. The woman's voice was clear, undaunted by her supervisor's fury. Each word she uttered resonated with conviction, starkly contrasting her alluring appearance. Perhaps the pain had tempered Jenkins' rage. He glanced at the wound on his hand, marred by metal, and casually wiped away the blood. Exhaling deeply, Jenkins shifted the conversation to V. Regarding your position, I always try to reassure you, but there's little I can do. Jenkins understood how crucial this alluring woman was to his rise, even evoking the jealousy of that wretched Ibonasai. This was why he consistently treated V with respect. You serve as my second in command. We are two peas in a pod. This upcoming biotechnological operation is entirely in your hands. This is our best chance to bring down that filthy bitch, so you must execute it flawlessly, leaving no room for criticism. That will be all. You may leave. The sound of high heels echoing down the corridor gradually faded until a beam of white light illuminated Jenkins' face, forcing him to sit up with difficulty. The blinding light in the hallway enveloped the figure at the door, making it hard for Jenkins to keep his eyes open. He called out to the woman, almost a parting, V, about what just transpired. That was my fault, I understand. Your pressure has been immense. Her clear voice carried a tone of respect, albeit tinged with a sense of distance, as she walked down the corridor and up the stairs to her office. V closed the door behind her and fiercely kicked off the intrusive high heels, her long, fair fingers clenched into a resolute fist. Damn Jenkins, a worthless man chased by a woman. If he weren't my superior, I'd have put that bastard down myself. Clenching his teeth and muttering curses under his breath, V cast a furious glance around the cramped space, yet he managed to suppress the impulse to smash something. Meanwhile, the air traffic control review process in Night City had concluded entirely. Designation 0473, permission granted for city entry. Please dock as per the designated plan. Designation 0473, permission granted for city entry. Please dock as per the designated plan. Amidst the repetitive broadcasts, the engines of the colossal shuttle adjusted their direction and began to move towards the urban area of Night City. Inside the Devil's Boxing Club, Arthur wiped the sweat from his body, methodically removing his training gear. Jack had long since departed the club, and after receiving Arthur's guidance, he eagerly made his way to Misty's fortune-telling parlor. Victor had previously complained about this, as Misty often played the role of a nurse in his establishment. Yet recently, she had been so entangled with Jack that she was utterly unavailable. Having completed his training, Arthur headed directly to his apartment. He had been solely focused on his boxing practice these past few days, hardly taking on any commissions. Although the expenses for daily living were modest, his savings were dwindling rapidly. The primary drain on his finances stemmed from his boxing training, as he had purchased a considerable amount of health-enhancing food, often at exorbitant prices that it was high time he accepted some work. The following day, a communication abruptly roused Arthur from his slumber. He didn't even need to check to know who it was. Jack always seemed to choose the most infuriating moments to reach out. "Brother, your method truly works wonders. She is willing to speak with me." The exuberant voice on the other end of the line sounded as if it were about to burst forth from the device. Jack's delighted grin materialized in Arthur's mind. "Damn it. Misty is willing to talk to you, but I'm feeling a bit reluctant now. You call me so early for such trivial matters?" "Of course not. To repay you, I've decided to treat you to breakfast. Enough chatter. I'm already downstairs." After hastily preparing himself and throwing on a jacket, Arthur stepped outside at tea that hour. The streets were bustling with laborers and employees heading to work, and the skyscrapers buzzed with activity. Chapter 38. Old friends, the workers below were gaunt and hollow-eyed. Additionally, in the corridors of this towering apartment, there were homeless individuals wrapped in tattered rags, sleeping amidst the refuse. This so-called skyscraper was essentially a rubbish bin designed by Night City, a receptacle for shame. As Arthur reached a corner of the stairs, where the space was not particularly expansive, he found several individuals clustered together. Blocking his path, that a body lay sprawled on the ground, and from the surrounding murmurs, he discerned the unfortunate circumstances. "When did this guy die?" "Yesterday. I had given him most of my leftover food." "Right? I helped him out quite a bit, too. With clothes and such. I remember he used to be a worker at a food processing plant, but mechanical failure left him blind." All these voices fell into Arthur's ears, yet he had no intention of stopping. He merely found it somewhat amusing. These deceased homeless souls seemed to have received numerous acts of kindness, yet they often perished from starvation. When he first arrived, Arthur had been puzzled, only to later realize that it was only the corpses of the homeless that drew the attention of passers-by. However, one couldn't entirely blame the residents. Arthur had once attempted to offer charity to a fellow, only to be surrounded by a group of seemingly pitiful individuals demanding forced donations, taking the iron cage-like elevator down. He eventually found Jack at a small food stall. Jack was engrossed in his meal, holding a paper box of instant food. "That aren't you supposed to be treating me to breakfast?" Arthur grumbled, pulling Jack's attention from his meal. "Buenos dias. Your order will be ready shortly." Taking a seat, Arthur pressed on. "Is there really nothing else?" Jack, cheeks bulging as he chewed, mumbled indistinctly, "Eating, drinking, boxing, that we have an entire day ahead of us." In the midst of their light conversation, Arthur's small box of food was served, the steaming aroma wafting towards his face, easing some of his early morning irritation. "Cheer up, Arthur. Eat something to warm your stomach." As the two chatted, they quickly finished the modest meal. Just as Jack received a communication. "V, I thought you were working in Europe. How do you have time to contact me?" On the other end, in a studio within the Rabble building, V set down her miniature terminal. "Those damned fools toss me into difficulties whenever they arise, and once I've sorted things out, they come back to claim credit." Hearing the fatigue in V's voice, Jack's brow furrowed involuntarily. "Girl, I've told you before. The dirty dealings in the company will suffocate you." This genuine concern helped V relax a bit as she slumped her shoulders on the desk, speaking lethargically. "Jack, I'm currently being roasted alive and can't escape. Let's not delve into that. Do you have time recently? I need your help with something significant. I need to find the most trustworthy person, girl. You know me. I can kill, but I don't do it indiscriminately. Though it may sound like empty bravado, I refuse to be a soulless killer. Moreover, your matters are my concerns. Don't treat me like an outsider." Lying back in her office chair with her eyes half closed, V found comfort in Jack's so-called principles. 4 years had passed, yet this old friend seemed unchanged. "Tonight, pick a place and we'll discuss it then," V said slowly. "All right, Liz's bar. My treat, considered a welcome for you. By the way, since this is work, is it all right to bring my current partner?" Jack pondered for a moment before selecting a relatively quiet venue. Upon hearing Jack mention a friend, V's weary mind began to whirl. But she ultimately did not refuse. This task couldn't be accomplished solely by V or Jack. There would inevitably be others involved. If they're reliable, bring them along. Just remember, if this gets out, I'm finished. Rest assured, absolutely reliable. We are brothers for life. As the communication ended, Jack turned to Arthur, stating, "We might have some work lined up, and it's a big deal." Arthur instantly sensed something amiss. When Jack usually spoke of significant jobs, he was always eager. Yet now his expression was grave. Coupled with his earlier demeanor during the call, Arthur cautiously inquired, An acquaintance? Without dwelling on Arthur's accurate guess, Jack replied directly, "You can tell he is serious about this." Arthur worriedly asked, "Is it trustworthy? In this city, even friends seen daily could betray you, let alone those who have been absent for a long time." Yet Jack's expression remained unchanged as he asserted, "Trustworthy? Absolutely trustworthy." Arthur no longer doubted. Although Jack appeared somewhat foolish, he was certainly not naive, and his inexplicable intuition regarding friendships was remarkably accurate. "So, what is the job?" "We'll head to Liz's tonight for a chat, and I'll introduce you." As night fell, amidst the swirling purple lights of Liz's bar, several small glasses had already accumulated before Arthur and Jack. Jack took a sip of strong liquor, his gaze directed towards the entrance of the bar. "If I'm not mistaken, she should be arriving soon." Indeed, shortly after, a woman clad in a black tracksuit entered, her form noticeably curvaceous. Arthur felt a twinge of embarrassment and subtly shook his head. Damn it, this must be a remnant from a past life. Cowboys really do have this peculiar way of gazing at women. The woman strode confidently, exuding an air of vigor, and soon reached their table. "Jack, it's been a while." Her features were strikingly exquisite. She had dark eyes and hair, yet possessed an unexpectedly high and delicate nose, embodying Asian traits. Her gaze sparkled like twinkling stars, with long lashes fluttering, bestowing an ethereal charm, while her delicate lips resembled pink peach petals. Were it not for her slightly sharp eyebrows, she would indeed appear harmless. It's been too long. This is Arthur Morgan." Jack stood to introduce her. She furrowed her brow, unceremoniously commenting, "Fuck, I don't like that name." The idiot above me is named Arthur Jenkins. Successfully shattered Arthur's initial impression of her with her words. After all, she was Jack's friend. Haha, if we start discussing unhappy matters while drinking, the purpose of the alcohol will be lost. Jack laughed heartily, pushing a glass of liquor towards V, downing the drink in front of her. V exhaled a sigh of relief. Stretching as if coming back to life, she seemed utterly unconcerned about her femininity or the unfamiliar man at the table, unabashedly showcasing her figure. After a brief period of casual conversation, the trio finally transitioned to the crux of the matter. V began to explain, "Rabble is stuck on a technology issue. As for the specifics, I'm not entirely sure. Those guys are like birds hiding their treasures in short, they've set their sights on a certain biotechnological drug that is reportedly quite beneficial. But biotechnological firms aren't afraid of rabble. Those old geezers had no choice but to send us mad dogs to retrieve it. Stealing biotechnological advancements?" Jack pondered, glancing at Arthur unconsciously. This subtle gesture was captured by V, who, in a state of confusion, inquired, "What? Have you dealt with biotechnology?" With a shrug, Arthur briefly recounted their experiences. The scoundrels in biotechnology maintained clandestine connections with the Cleaners and the Vortex Gang, using the latter as a FAAD while secretly conducting human experiments. One of our assignments is tied to them, rescuing a young girl from within their ranks, while simultaneously dismantling one of their strongholds. Upon hearing this, V nodded. She was already accustomed to the company's sordid affairs, finding them hardly surprising. Chapter 39. A welcoming feast now. Do elaborate on your task. I am curious to know what predicament could possibly challenge a covert operative from your organization, Jack directly inquired. As he pushed a glass of liquor toward each individual present, in the autonomous ethanol 2 factory of biotechnology, there exists a secret laboratory. The data contained within is our objective. Arthur and Jack exchanged glances. Their prior suspicions now met with a hint of astonishment. "You seem familiar with this place?" V asked with curiosity. "Indeed, it pertains to our last mission, during which we uncovered a plethora of information regarding biotechnology's human experiments, including details about the ethanol 2 factory," Jack elucidated. "However, we dared not provoke them." Nodding in agreement, V continued, "As far as we know, all defense tasks at that farm are outsourced to military technology. There's a battalion of approximately 100 soldiers stationed there, and the damn drones and tanks present the greatest challenge, not to mention the potential presence of strategic-grade auxiliary armor." This was information that Arthur and Jack had not previously encountered, weighing the gravity of the situation. Arthur realized they had no capital to contend with such formidable forces. Swallowing hard, Jack stammered, "So, the plan is for the gang to send a contingent there, launch a surprise attack, and seize their assets." I truly cannot fathom why you sought our assistance. Shaking her head while gently swirling her drink, V replied, certainly not. The gang has no intention of completely severing ties with biotechnology, thus this mission cannot be overtly linked to them. The gang security department will not intervene. The counterintelligence department will take full responsibility for this operation. Moreover, the counterintelligence department cannot provide substantial military support, although the funding allocated is quite generous. Jack grimaced, his disbelief evident. The gang won't lend a hand? No amount of money will suffice. Are you suggesting we venture forth to meet our demise? V did not engage in Jack's jesting. Her seriousness remained unyielding. Jack, and you as well? She hesitated momentarily, clearly disliking the thought of referring to her superior. Arthur, I do not wish to deceive my comrades. This mission indeed resembles extracting teeth from tiger. I will accompany you. But I can only bring along a handful of ragtag recruits from the department that I will venture into the most perilous areas, and should the situation turn dire, your lives are paramount. Escape without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Jack furrowed his brow, preparing to rise. Clearly, V's words were not comforting, and he was not the type to abandon his friends. Yet V placed a hand on Jack's shoulder, her seriousness unwavering. Jack, my affairs are ultimately not yours. I hesitated before seeking your assistance, unsure whether to involve you. But in the end, I realized that despite having grown up in this city, you are the only one I can truly trust. Mrs. Wells has but one son. Bringing you into this is already a source of guilt for me. If you were to perish before me, what face would I have left to carry on? V, the company will eventually consume you entirely. Mark my words, I in the H4 apartment of Santo Domingo. Ever since David had struck it rich, he had rented this apartment once more. The chaotic lights of Night City poured through the window, only to obediently transform into a soft white glow upon encountering a sleek silhouette. Lucy, clad in a yellow jacket, sat before him. Her pale pink hair framed her slender shoulders, and her white skin shimmered under the light. A cigarette dangled from her lips, its glowing ember barely visible in the dimness. David stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed vacantly at the architecture of Night City. Still pondering your mother? Lucy's words were somewhat unclear. Likely due to the cigarette she held, David tugged at his hair, a hint of powerlessness creeping into his tone that I cannot help but think about it, yet there is absolutely nothing I can do. It is all my fault. I was the one who sent my mother to that hospital. With a flick of ash from her cigarette, Lucy interrupted the young man, her tone calm, that I will assist you. As time flowed on, the night deepened further. Tea the table in Liz's bar, empty glasses piled high. The faces of the three were tinged with a rosy hue from intoxication. Two men sprawled on a nearby sofa, their unsteady hands spilling liquor everywhere. Meanwhile, V had propped her long legs upon the table, allowing the wine stains to mar her black sports pants. Let us proceed according to my general plan. V raised her arm high, as if addressing some celestial being. Mid-sentence, she let out a slight hiccup before continuing. Tomorrow, we will seize that damned vehicle. The day after, we shall raid the biotechnology farm. By then, I shall ascend as the leader of the gang. Hick, your benefit shall not be overlooked. This was, of course, not the actual plan, yet V seemed to envision a bright future, a charming smile gracing her face. Meanwhile, Arthur, also under the influence, clumsily shoved Jack's bulk off of him, squinting to see the man's face. Jack, he called out, where's Lenny? Where has that fellow gone? Who? Lenny. Oh, Lenny. Arthur leaned forward to peer at the person, pointing and chuckling at the bartender. Lenny, there you are. The following morning, a sharp pain in Arthur's head jolted him awake. Groggily sitting up in bed, he shook his head, which felt as though it were filled with a multitude of screwdrivers. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur suddenly shivered, instinctively checking his side, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he confirmed he was not missing any vital parts, sensing a distension in his lower abdomen. He stumbled out of bed, recalling the direction of the restroom. However, halfway there, he tripped over something. Jack was sprawled out on the floor, limbs akimbo. After hastily addressing his physiological needs, Arthur gently nudged Jack with his foot, waking him from his stupor. I need to find out how your friend is doing. For heaven's sake, I cannot recall anything. That girl named V, with her refined and ethereal visage, must not have encountered any trouble. Perhaps due to the long-awaited reunion, they had indeed indulged a bit too much, drinking to the point of oblivion in this perilous city. Jack, still dazed, fumbled for his communicator, nodded after a brief conversation, and then turned to Arthur. "She is fine. She was the one who brought us back to your place." Yes, he stood, swaying slightly toward the restroom. He muttered, "Why smile while talking?" Honestly, at that moment, a sense of foreboding surged within Arthur. In the plan targeting the biotechnology Ethanol 2 factory, V was primarily responsible for formulating a general strategy. The first step of this plan was to intercept a large electromagnetic sphere in the 4 cardinal directions of Night City. 4 wireless power stations had been established, providing seamless wireless power service throughout the city. This service was exorbitantly priced, with the cost of equivalent electricity from wireless power being nearly 1,000 times that of conventional supply. An essential component of this service was the electromagnetic amplifier, commonly referred to as the electromagnetic sphere. Once the troublesome drones, turrets, and even auxiliary mechs and tanks were incapacitated, their operational resistance would be significantly diminished. Chapter 40. Personnel. This plan seemed feasible, but execution must be swift. Though advanced, electromagnetic pulse weapons were hardly a secret. Such weapons were under stringent supervision by major corporations, and the defensive measures designed against them were prohibitively expensive, meaning many older bases generally lacked such defenses. The Ethanol 2 farm was precisely of this type. They resolved to seize the vehicle tomorrow, and on the night following the arrival of the electromagnetic sphere, they would directly assault the farm. Today was set aside for Arthur and Jack to scout for allies. Arthur decided to enlist David. The fellow, with his guise of being a San Andreas resident, would be capable of self-preservation, and this endeavor might very well lead to a means of rescuing his mother. Thus, he was a necessary addition for the other members of the team. It was best to refrain from involving them. After all, this matter pertained to corporate rivalry. Arthur was willing to trust David, but he was not yet ready to extend that trust to others. He had the courage to place his faith in others, but he was not naive. His prior encounters had made it clear that there were divides within the team, at the very least. Those 2 female hackers seemed out of place within the group. Best to avoid them. This was not born from distrust, but rather a desire to avoid any potential chaos from that erratic young girl. Arthur and Jack made their way to Old Ways Clinic, a place they had effectively transformed into their operational base. After reaching out to David to inform him of a potential lead that could save his mother, the young man hurried over without delay. With a resounding bang, the clinic's door swung open, and in burst a yellow-clad figure. "David, I truly must reconsider whether to include you. You seem rather unstable." Observing this scene, Arthur furrowed his brow deeply. That a person prone to losing their composure is ill-suited for battles where life hangs in the balance. If combat merely entails a frenzied charge, this individual certainly wouldn't survive long and would likely bring others down with him. At present, it seemed the man team was plagued by similar issues. Rebecca, David, Pyrrha, and even that woman named Dorio. Was it possible that everyone in a team unconsciously gravitated toward the leader? Reflecting on his own leader, that deeply cunning madman, Arthur swiftly dismissed this notion. Sensing Arthur's dissatisfaction, David obediently stood still. Just then, another figure slowly entered the clinic's doorway. That Arthur's frown deepened. He had warned David not to disclose this matter to others. No, Lucy was already in my mind. I wasn't thinking. In a flustered attempt to explain, David caught sight of Lucy's icy gaze, causing him to shiver and hastily amend his words. "I didn't mean to keep it from her. Rest assured, she is my most important person. She wouldn't harm me." David, at Arthur's gaze, pierced into Lucy, and an instinctive thought echoed in his mind. "She is merely your most important person," with a sigh. Arthur decided against pursuing the matter further, nor did he wish to embarrass the slender young girl. However, regarding certain aspects of the mission, he resolved to inform them later. The official operation was slated for the night after tomorrow. They should arrive at Old Ways Place in advance. In the meantime, remember to adjust your state of mind, especially you, David. The battlefield is not a contest of who can shout louder or remain dazed the longest. Having relayed this to David, Arthur retrieved the Achilles, a firearm funded by Regina. He needed to familiarize himself with the weapon to avoid faltering at a critical moment. It felt heavy in his hands. and the dark, golden-coated electromagnetic energy rails would close against the gun's body while charging. The magazine was positioned above the stock at the rear of the firearm. The magazine resembled a long, narrow battery, inserted directly into a slot beneath the cover. A rotating mechanism would arrange the bullets in a specific order, and with each activation, 6 bullets would be fired simultaneously, if shot without charging. The bullets would scatter slightly and lack power. However, if charged, the 6 bullets would be tightly grouped, significantly enhancing their penetrating power and force, just as Arthur was contemplating the rifle in his grasp. Rebecca, her hair styled in 2 braids, hopped in energetically. She spotted Arthur, who was engrossed in examining the Achilles. "Hey, is there a mission?" Arthur, exasperated, glanced at the young girl and asked, "How did you know I was at Oldway's?" That rascal David wouldn't have blabbed, would he? Oldway, busy repairing prosthetics, looked up with a smile. This girl always drops by whenever she has a moment. With a curious expression, Arthur inquired, "Do you need something? You have my contact. Why not reach out directly?" Yet Rebecca showed no intention of explaining, her round, glistening eyes fixated on Arthur without blinking. "Is their mission? I want to join." All right. Arthur waved his hand dismissively. "If you wish to witness it, then come here the night after tomorrow and wait for me. But you must listen to me, or I'll just leave you somewhere." During the last mission, Rebecca had been quite obedient, so bringing her along posed no problem. The following noon, Arthur and Jack receive an invitation from V, who mentioned she had prepared something special. The Arasaka Corporation had arranged for her a residence in the North Oak district of Westbrook, arguably the most luxurious spot in Night City, if not all of America. The apartment spanned 2 levels, with the first floor boasting a view as expansive as half a football field, featuring a vast azure swimming pool. Below, layers of oak tree canopies swayed in the wind, resembling undulating waves of emerald. V, donned in a loose-fitting loungewear, greeted Arthur and Jack, who appeared rather out of place. However, the two were not entirely dazzled by the opulence. Quickly making their way to V's sister. "This place is indeed impressive, but if this is merely a ploy by the company to manipulate you, I absolutely do not endorse it." Wiping the corner of his mouth discreetly, Jack spoke earnestly to V. Paid no heed to Jack's words. Instead, she bent down and retrieved 2 silver cases from the cupboard, placing them on the table. With a pat, she smiled at Arthur. "If that Lenny is particularly close to you, it wouldn't hurt to have one more person." Arthur looked at V in bewilderment, unsure how she had come to know that name. Pointing at Arthur, V suddenly burst into laughter, calling out Lenny's name. As she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt, one hand pressed against her abdomen while the other thumped the table. Arthur scratched his head, cursing under his breath at her drunken state. If you're going to vomit, do it in the restroom. He despised those who could remember things even when inebriated. All right. V took several deep breaths before regaining her composure. "Come and see the delightful things I've prepared for our gathering." With a beaming smile, she opened the cases that a cold white mist dissipated. The contents within were revealed, 2 sizable pieces of marbled meat. Discussing the matter of synthetic food requires delving into the roots of energy depletion. Pure 2 is considered clean energy and has alleviated humanity's energy crisis. Yet its production consumes vast swathes of arable land, nearly 90% of all agricultural resources. Naturally grown food has become virtually non-existent, paving the way for the flourishing era of synthetic food. Ironically, the largest producer of artificial food is the All Food Processing Plant, a subsidiary of biotechnology. Consequently, natural food has nearly vanished among the lower classes, with people forced to consume unpalatable substances while being bombarded daily by so-called experts proclaiming that synthetic food is healthier. Before them lay 2 exceptionally high-quality cuts of natural beef. "Sister," Jack exclaimed, giving V a thumbs up. "Even if this is a last meal, it's worth it." Kicking Jack in annoyance, Arthur found himself at a loss for words. This guy would say anything just to enjoy a meal. Until he took a knife and fork, savoring a small piece of the mouth-watering beef that exploded with flavor, enhanced by the cumin. Relishing the firm texture of the natural meat fibers, Arthur closed his eyes in enjoyment. "Damn it, if this is a last meal, so be it. I don't mind repeating it. After all, it's all fake, but the beef is real." Chapter 41. Leaving the city after a lunch that left behind the lingering taste of meat, Arthur deeply appreciated the beauty of life. The 2 boxes of natural beef were completely devoured, and upon finishing, Jack stared longingly at V. That you don't think I have too much, do you? The miser above could barely spare a feather. This is already an unprecedented occurrence. Stretching, Arthur noted that their next mission involved stealing an electromagnetic ball, with V as the head agent of Arasaka, responsible for intelligence. The 4 wireless power plants were entirely constructed by the Night Corp, which held absolute control that IT would be wise not to provoke them. The Night Corp, a colossal enterprise hidden behind Night City, was responsible for nearly all infrastructure construction in the area. Roads, electrical grids, and rail transit, always present in the city's most inconspicuous yet indispensable positions. They were the foundation of Night City, though their influence had waned in recent years due to military technology and Arasaka's onslaught, yet their impact still permeated every corner of the city. It seems you already have a good plan. Jack lounged on the sofa, inquiring. Indeed, the lifespan of the electromagnetic balls is quite short. They are airlifted from outside Night City almost every month. They are loaded onto trucks and dispatched from the city's air transport hub to the power plants. At this point, V had donned a black tactical outfit made from a special blended fabric that appeared rather coarse. Her black hair was pulled back high, and she had several firearms strapped to her body. Let us go. We're heading to the Badlands, and the quieter we are, the better. In the underground parking lot of the upscale apartment, configured into a series of mini garages, V immediately spotted her old companion as she opened the garage door. Like Jack, V had a passion for motorcycles, which is why she had asked Arthur and Jack to arrive in a regular car. After all, being fully armed on a bike would be rather conspicuous. Ew, where did you find this antique? Tugging at the car door and hearing its clattering sound, V hesitated. Jack shrugged, self-consciously opening the driver's door to explain. Arthur pushed past V, who stood by the rear door, and pulled it open. Turning to the side, Arthur gestured for V to get in, adding, "Hop in, madam. You can trust my old companion. It has never failed me." Upon V's boarding, Arthur forcefully slammed the car door shut. Yet the lock failed to engage as anticipated. After several futile attempts, he relinquished his efforts to secure it from the outside. Kicking the door in frustration, Arthur cast a resigned glance at V seated within. "It seems you must give it a try from the inside, my lady." Accompanied by the sputtering ignition akin to an elderly man clearing his throat, the vehicle gradually emerged from the garage. As they traversed the bustling streets of Westbrook, Arthur's car towered over the roaring lake's edge. From the back seat, V retrieved a red oil paper document from her bag and handed it to Arthur, who occupied the passenger seat. "This is the customs declaration for passing through the border checkpoint. We should manage just fine with it." "What is it?" Jack inquired, his eyes fixed on the road, his mouth not idle. "It's proof for exiting Night City. The officers there will inspect incoming and outgoing vehicles to prevent illicit goods from leaving. Scan it, and once we're done, we get out. That's about it." "I am not entirely sure," V replied, reclining nonchalantly. "That document bears the insignia of the Anti-Intelligence Bureau," V remarked with a cold smirk. "Not only will they hesitate to let us disembark, but if they dare to shine that scanning light at us, it would be quite the audacity. Those fellows merely skim off the top. When trouble arises, they flee faster than rabbits." "Indeed, quite impressive," Arthur mused. As the road grew increasingly desolate, they approached the border checkpoint. Massive concrete barriers created nearly a dozen passageways, and a tall concrete wall extended from the checkpoint, vanishing into the horizon. Before them, a half-height concrete wall stood in front of the vehicle, adorned with diagonal yellow and black stripes. Jack maneuvered the vehicle to a halt before the low barrier. Soon an announcement echoed from ahead, and the wall began to lower. "Please proceed to the inspection area." Observing the armed soldiers stationed by the roadside, Jack muttered under his breath. He then drove the dilapidated car into the gap created by the lowering wall. A soldier, clad in red-tinted goggles, approached the passenger side and rapped on the window. As Arthur rolled it down, the soldier leaned closer, extending his hand. "Listen, mate, we're in a bit of a hurry. That if we attract the ire of someone important, it won't end well for any of us," Arthur intoned gravely. Initially indifferent to Arthur's words, the soldier's demeanor shifted upon seeing the document's hue. He hastily sprinted towards the adjacent duty room, amused by the scene. Arthur remarked, "Look at this gentleman's expression. It concerns his livelihood. Even if he were to dash inside on all fours, I wouldn't mock him. The barrier descended swiftly, and before the soldier could return. The road was cleared as the barrier fully lowered. The soldier puffed up to the window. "All clear, gentlemen." Swallowing hard, he continued, "I have a stronghold in the Badlands, equipped with high-performance motorcycles. We should find them useful." Once they exited the city, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm, coarse yellow sands pelting against the windshield. The surroundings were barren, devoid of even a strand of grass, resembling a bald head freshly shorn. Occasionally, clusters of dilapidated houses appeared, their walls crumbling, likely remnants of abandoned ruins. Following V's instructions, the vehicle sped along the highway, making a few simple turns to reach their destination. It was another ruin, with no signs of recent activity. As they wound their way into an abandoned courtyard, "Let us go fetch the vehicles, then we'll head straight to the ambush," V declared casually, swinging open the car door and striding towards the crumbling structure. Observing this, Arthur hesitated before disembarking. The interior was forsaken, the stairs narrow, leading down until the light nearly vanished. Finding a control panel on the mottled brick wall, V manipulated it, and a dark blue portal materialized, eventually forming a door of standard dimensions. Inside are 3 motorcycles. Choose one each, and we'll set off directly. The hideout was cramped and rectangular, with medical tools hanging on one wall and various ammunition boxes stacked on the floor. On the opposite side, 3 half-height wooden crates stood in neat rows, presumably housing the motorcycles V had mentioned. "I will stick to my vehicle," Arthur replied flatly, dismissing any notion of riding a motorcycle, as he struggled even with 4 wheels. "Don't be foolish, Arthur. Your clunker can't catch up to the target." After 2 days of camaraderie, V and Arthur had grown considerably more familiar with each other, their exchanges becoming more direct. Jack remained silent. A grin plastered on his face as he watched Arthur. Ignoring Jack, Arthur pondered for a moment, kicking at the dust at his feet. "Since I know the route of that vehicle, I'll position myself ahead to intercept it. Just in case issues arise." With one hand resting on his belt, he leaned casually against the doorframe of the hideout, showing no inclination to enter. Chapter 42. The heist. In short, he couldn't ride a motorcycle. Seeing the peculiar expression on V's face, Jack could no longer contain himself and chuckled, explaining, "Whatever you say." Arthur remained noncommittal, his posture unchanged as he silently observed the 2 pry open the wooden crates. "Wow, Apollo, Badlands Night. I had my suspicions all along." As the lid was lifted, Jack marveled at the sight within. The motorcycle was entirely constructed from metal frame, its massive engine crammed at the front, exuding a raw, violent beauty. The paint was a simple earth tone, and the tires were adorned with a dense array of thumb-sized square treads, clearly designed for the Badlands. Watching the 2 extract the motorcycle, Arthur clapped his hands and rose from the doorframe. "But you'd best wait for your old friend, as my old John is rather slowed on the Wasteland." Amidst the expansive Badlands, swirling sands formed a conical yellow veil behind the roar of the 3 vehicles. Leading the charge were 2 earth-toned Apollos, with the riders crouched low to shield themselves from the onslaught of dust behind them. Arthur's old companion bellowed in a fit of fury, reminiscent of an asthmatic marathon runner. Beneath the half-windshield of the Apollo, Jack leaned sideways, shouting across to V. "Hey, V, what do you think of my brother?" Adorned with round sunglasses and the lower half of her face concealed by a black windscreen cloth, V chuckled lightly and shook her head at Jack's banter. "Well, he does have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Beyond that, I've yet to notice anything else. You must tell me about the events of the other night." "Have you never consumed so much?" Jack asked with a hint of trepidation. "Are you referring to the incident where you 2 slapped each other? Or perhaps the shoulder dance routine you performed? Or maybe the part where you lifted other people's super dream headbands searching for Lonnie? Those fellows were so blissfully enjoying themselves until they caught sight of your expressions behind them. Their faces turned purple, as if they had seen a ghost. It's a memory I'll never forget." These words sent a shiver down Jack's spine, leaving him unable to fathom what his next visit to the Liz Bar would entail. "You're just making that up. Besides, I don't know any Lonnie." "Ugh." In his excitement, Jack's mouth opened wider, and he swallowed a mouthful of sand. Meanwhile, Arthur, comfortably behind the wheel, relished the ride, the terrain requiring little steering, merely pressing the accelerator. They soon arrived at their pre-selected ambush site, where a road, half buried in dust, appeared before them. The road curved around a massive stone hill, and 1,000 meters away, a deep chasm yawned. As soon as they disembarked, Arthur spotted the mud on Jack's face. "See, this is why I prefer driving." Realizing Jack's odd expression, Arthur inquired curiously, "What is the matter, brother? Did you choke on dirt?" Jack ultimately suppressed the urge to divulge everything, a testament to his restraint. Sometimes, ignorance of one's own folly is akin to having never faltered at all. "Dear dancers, we ought to conceal our belongings first," V interjected, stifling a laugh. Had it not been for the windscreen covering her face, Arthur would have surely detected her amusement. Utilizing the nearby stone hill, the trio concealed their vehicles behind it. The road formed a less direct L shape around the mound. Pointing to the road leading down below, V indicated, "Around 10 o'clock tonight, that truck transporting the electromagnetic spheres will arrive, ITS, a heavy-duty vehicle, with the height of the driver's cabin door exceeding 2 meters. When the time comes, we'll ride alongside it and devise a means to board. Arthur, you'll take the lead. See if you can handle any trouble inside the driver's cabin." Rubbing his chin contemplatively, Arthur gazed downwards. That MY effective shooting range is approximately between 1,000 to 300 meters. If the truck moves swiftly, our window will be brief. You must be ready upon hearing this. V's brow furrowed slightly, not due to the brevity of time, but rather the extensive shooting range Arthur had described. She felt a twinge of concern. "Are you confident? We can refine our approach further." Arthur replied, flicking his right hand dismissively, his raspy voice tinged with a subtle nasal quality. "Little girl, what exactly are you saying? I am not some insignificant child shooting rabbits in the wilderness. Hey, you two. It seems we have overlooked something. For instance, a hacker capable of severing a transporter's external communications. After all, it is prudent that news of the electromagnetic sphere being hijacked remains undisclosed." Jack's voice interjected, his face adorned with a foolish grin as he regarded the two. "I am merely a hacker. Did you not know?" Upon hearing Jack's words, V cast him a puzzled glance that, I had assumed that hackers generally prefer to remain in the shadows. Jack shrugged, his expression one of innocence. Jack mentioned, "The slower information about this incident spreads, the better. Furthermore, we must preserve the truck's fundamental functions. That electromagnetic sphere must weigh several hundred tons, and we certainly cannot bear it." The sky gradually darkened. Although the Wasteland is a desolate place, its night sky is remarkably luminous. In the distance, towards the city of night, one could still glimpse the dazzling lights. That we must take action. The truck is still over 40 kilometers away. V's once flickering eyes regained their calmness as she roused her two distracted companions. 40 kilometers on this vast and straight wasteland road is but a fleeting distance. According to plan, we shall split up. With that, she tapped her temple. "Keep the communication channels open." Arthur moved ahead, tasked with confronting the driver in the cabin. Meanwhile, V and Jack were to ascend from the side and take control of the truck. Riding their bikes, the two refrained from turning on their headlights. The later they reveal themselves, the less time the transporter inside the vehicle has to react, which naturally works to their advantage. In less than 10 minutes of racing towards the truck's direction, they felt the tremors emanating from the ground. In the distance, two beams of light, resembling searchlights, appeared at the end of the road. The truck loomed ahead, akin to a low-rise building galloping down the road, its massive windshield resembling a floor-to-ceiling window, with two adult-sized wipers slanting above it. Its front face was adorned with a protruding bumper, its fearsome appearance reminiscent of a giant jagged, dark fangs, ferociously gnashing through the swirling dust before it, propelled by the roar of its colossal engine. This beast hailed from the Caucasus Group, a creation only the muscle-bound and vodka-fueled minds of the Russian Federation could conceive. V and Jack adeptly evaded the truck's headlights, hanging back at a distance. Even at over 100 meters away, the colossal dust cloud kicked up by the truck engulfed them, leaving them dusty and disheveled. In the communication channel, V's voice rang out urgently. "We are 27 kilometers from the ambush point. I need to pinpoint the two individuals' network access points ahead and implant the magic doll. Jack, we need around 8 kilometers of distance for us to ascend." The sand and the thunderous roar of the beast ahead completely severed their means of vocal communication. They could only strive to stay low on their bikes, relaying messages through the communication channel. They had advanced the ambush point slightly, as they needed to leave sufficient distance to decelerate, lest they plunge into the imminent cliff ahead. V. Focus on your task. 8 kilometers will suffice. Clinging tightly to her motorcycle, V's eyes flickered with data, the ground beneath her feet seeming to fly backward, as if an acceleration button had been pressed. The black braids danced in the sandstorm, propelled by the speed of over 170 kilometers per hour. Swirling behind her. Chapter 43. Highway Pursuit. The front wheel of the motorcycle rolled over the road covered in wasteland debris, the gravel striking Apollo's exposed engine with a relentless crackle. V crouched on the motorcycle, arms outstretched. Though her face was covered with a sand mask, the flying gravel still stung painfully. The subtle vibrations of the engine were also a distraction, yet the only favorable factor aiding her hacking operation was the furious wind generated by their speed, whisking away the heat produced by her network access pod. The motorcycle's low growl reverberated, and the distance shrank rapidly, akin to a child's fireworks quickly running out in the network space. V's vision trembled. Teetering on the brink of collapse, the memory stick for the magic doll was extracted. She felt like a diver surfacing from the depths, withdrawing from the operation of the network access pod. The insertion of the magic doll was typically swift, provided the target was clearly defined and the implant was executed without fear of detection. Given their current circumstances, they had no choice but to expend extra time. Jack, prepare to draw closer. We will move in. V's voice resonated through the communication channel, breaking the weighty silence that had just enveloped them. Well done, girl. We have gained an extra 3 kilometers, with a sigh of relief. Jack spoke. V had been advancing almost unconsciously, leaving no room for his concern. The two lowered their wrists, and Apollo's massive engine emitted a deeper, more resonant growl as they slowly approached the enormous behemoth ahead. It felt as though a mouse had audaciously provoked an elephant. As they drew near, an even more palpable sense of pressure enveloped them. The tires, towering above their heads, spun beside them, creating a low-pressure zone that threatened to suck them beneath the vehicle. The wheel nuts on the beast's rim had merged into a seamless circle at such speeds, resembling a grinding wheel ready to devour flesh and bone. The duo had to strain against the handlebars to resist the lethal pull. Move ahead, Jack. I'll go first. As they moved parallel to the truck, they formed a front-and-back formation, providing the trailing vehicle with a more stable airflow, which proved somewhat effective. Above the front wheel was a wide footrest, designed to assist entry into the driver's cabin, which now served as V's point of leverage. Battling the wind and sand, V fought to stabilize the increasingly violent vibrations of her motorcycle. With a sudden release of the handlebars, she twisted her body and grasped a rung of the ladder tightly. The motorcycle beneath her continued to surge forward, but without her control, it risked spiraling out of control at these speeds. The sand-laden gale battered against V's upright form, howling like a malevolent spirit whispering in her ear. Feeling the motorcycle sway more dramatically beneath her, V hesitated no longer, with a surge of strength in her arms. She pushed off the bike at the last moment, launching herself upwards, leaving the swaying motorcycle to tumble into the rear wheels of the truck. The ear-piercing sound of metal grinding echoed as Apollo's sturdy frame crumbled like a fragile toy, instantly transforming into a heap of scrap metal. With a colossal explosion, it erupted into flames, yet the truck surged forward as if nothing had occurred. Though the truck remained unharmed, the driver was taken aback by the sudden commotion, his mind brimming with disbelief. This transport mission was conducted in secrecy, with minimal security personnel assigned. He hastily attempted to contact the outside world, hoping for reinforcements, but his neural interface revealed that his network had been compromised by a hacker. Damn it, he slammed his hands against the massive steering wheel, forcing down the fear bubbling within him. Instead of panicking and decelerating, he pressed harder on the accelerator. Slowing down would make him an easier target for the bandits. But speeding up also meant he would have limited maneuverability. This reckless decision caused considerable trouble for V, as the increased speed intensified the pressure she felt. Below, Jack retreated his motorcycle to the designated position, preparing to ascend. Just as he firmly grasped the footrest, the truck veered in his direction, causing Apollo beneath him to spiral out of control, witnessing his legs nearly follow the path of the rogue motorcycle. V acted swiftly, glancing at the sandy ground beside the road. She gripped the footrest tightly and delivered a powerful kick to Jack's chest. Jack responded quickly, recognizing the impending danger. He rolled towards the relatively softer sand beside the road, hugging his head and kicking up a cloud of dust. The next moment, his motorcycle erupted in a thunderous explosion. "Damn it," V muttered under her breath, her recent actions nearly causing her to be thrown off. Gripping tightly, she struggled to maintain her balance, the raging wind lifting her body into the air. Ugh. Ahead, Arthur pulled the vehicle to the roadside, quietly gazing into the darkness ahead. The wind and sand swirling around his feet reminded him of the West. Though there, the sand still propelled the parched tumbleweeds. In the distant darkness, a white light appeared. V painstakingly crawled closer to the window, drawing her handgun from her waist, aiming at a corner of the window. She tilted the gun slightly upward and pulled the trigger. Although the gunshot was drowned out by the howling wind, the side window shattered in a flash of fire, cracking into a spiderweb of fractures. Using the guns but to shatter it entirely, amidst the flying shards of glass, a dark barrel emerged from the cabin, aimed squarely at V up before Arthur. That white light resembled a meteor hurtling towards him, rapidly magnifying in his eyes, crashing down upon him. Adjusting his gambler's hat, he fixed his gaze on the roaring truck. This is far larger than a train. Feeling the fierce wind and the vibrations of the ground beneath him, Arthur spread his feet apart, slightly shifting his stance in the center of the road. He unslung Achilles from his back, leveling it before him. His right shoulder dipped slightly as the light swept past the mountainside and over the brim of his gambler's hat, casting a long, dark shadow behind him. Gauging the distance, Arthur squinted slightly as the electromagnetic energy rails on either side of Achilles snapped shut, the gun trembling slightly as it emitted a low, buzzing hum. V ducked her head to evade the gun's muzzle, yet the gun's owner clearly had no intention of letting her off easily, pivoting the barrel downward, preparing to fire. I could see this moment. She was struggling against the wind, her body barely holding on, with few options for evasion. Just as she was about to give up and leap from the vehicle, a resonant buzzing permeated the air, but a small hexagonal hole materialized in the windshield of the truck. With wisps of white smoke rising from the edges of the glass, now glowing red-hot. V, I took care of the driver. Arthur's voice crackled through the communication channel. Well done, Arthur. You're a sharpshooter. Observing V skillfully maneuver into the driver's seat, Arthur noted that the truck was now approximately 500 meters away, with 3 seconds to act. He did not rush to flee. V grasped the steering wheel with urgency, seemingly unconcerned about any remaining enemies inside. Yet it was this very oversight that allowed a hidden figure behind the driver's seat to slowly aim a gun at her. At that moment, Arthur had no time to fire again. His thoughts raced as he leaped to the side. In the air, the Achilles in his hand ceased its tremor, signifying it had fully charged. As Arthur lay sideways, he completed his aim and fired. The gun emitted a peculiar sound, yet Arthur quickly grew fond of its muffled report. He then landed heavily on the sandy ground, watching as remnants of gunpowder lingered in the air. Cold sweat beaded on V's forehead as she witnessed the scene unfold. The assailant had only raised his weapon in mid-air, an act that seemed almost random. Feeling a soft arm draping over her shoulder, V swallowed hard. Damn it, there's a lone wolf aboard this vehicle. It is well known that in this society, nearly everyone's brain is connected to the internet, a rite of passage from birth, and one of the few free offerings of Night City. Just moments ago, V had only discovered a single network interface in the vehicle, naively believing there was only one occupant, leading to this lapse in judgment. Now, she needed to find a way to decelerate. Chapter 44. The conclusion and modification. V slammed her foot down on the brake. But strangely, the behemoth showed little response. Steeling herself, she scanned her surroundings and noticed something unusual about the driver's lifeless body. That a data transfer cable lay quietly connected to an interface on the truck's control panel, attached to his limp wrist. Damn, she cursed, hastily tossing the corpse out of the driver's seat. As she connected to the truck, a quick glance revealed the problem. That bastard severed the operating system before he died. It would take me a minute to unlock it. Damn it, she vented, striking the control panel in frustration, but ultimately submitted to cracking the system lock. As she delved deeper into the program, her expression darkened further. Those wretched Russian Federation bastards had crafted the lock using a convoluted method. It was not difficult, but exceedingly tedious. Listening to the sounds over the communication channel, Arthur staggered to his feet, only to see the colossal truck barreling forward. Ahead, over 1,000 meters away, lay a vast chasm. Fortunately, the ambush site was slightly ahead of schedule, providing a smidge of buffer. Shaking his shoulder, which had taken a hit, Arthur bent down to retrieve his hat and climbed into his old vehicle. Once V unlocked the stubborn mechanism, she could see the impending cliff approaching rapidly. Gritting her teeth, she pressed the brake down with all her might. However, the truck's massive weight, compounded by the heavy electromagnetic orb it carried, coupled with its current position on the treacherous sandy terrain, severely compromised tire traction. Staring at the looming black abyss, V clenched her silver teeth, nearly pressing the brake into the floorboard. Arthur's vintage car chased after the swirling dust cloud, one hand gripping the steering wheel while the other extended out the window, shaking off the sand that had settled. Despite the truck's wheels showing no sign of movement, it continued its uncontrolled slide towards the canyon. "This damn truck won't stop," V shouted in frustration over the comms. "Don't panic, girl. Your underestimated old buddy is here to help." Arthur floored the accelerator. The vintage car's engine emitted a wheezing sound, akin to a dying beast gasping for breath, as it strained to respond to its master's final call. Leaving the dust cloud behind, it finally overtook the unstoppable giant truck, turning the steering wheel sharply. Arthur yanked the handbrake, creating a sweeping arc of dust on the parched ground as he veered towards the truck's front. Without a moment's thought, he flung open the car door and leapt out. The engine of the vintage car billowed thick black smoke, and the driver's side door swung in the wind, like a resolute warrior bidding farewell to those behind as it plunged into the front wheel of the colossal truck. It wedged itself beneath the monster's bumper, forming a small mound of earth, barely stopping at the precipice of the cliff. Caught off guard, V was flung from the driver's seat due to inertia, only managing to turn and brace for impact with her back. Fortunately, Arthur had already shot 2 holes in the glass, rendering it fragile and allowing her to escape with minimal injury. Yet directly in front of her lay the cliff. Had it not been for its jagged edges, she could have truly been in peril. Brushing off the dust, Arthur approached the truck, only to see a slender hand, clad in a black tactical glove, reaching out from the edge of the cliff. "Need a hand? Are you all right, ma'am?" he inquired, bending down to extend his hand towards V. Grasping Arthur's hand, V deftly flipped herself over, collapsing onto the rocky ledge. "That was beyond thrilling," she exclaimed. Under the moonlight, V casually ripped off the windscreen cloth from her face and a few disheveled black strands fell across her forehead, her profile illuminated by the moon's glow. "I think we need to find Jack. That guy's been absent for far too long." Gazing at the breathtaking view before them, Arthur extended his hand once more, helping V to her feet. Jack's fall location was several kilometers away. They could only traverse the windswept truck in search of him. V took the driver's seat, gripping the enormous steering wheel with one hand while shifting gears with the other. With a cacophony of roaring sounds, the truck pulled itself from the half-sunken pit in the pit. Arthur's old companion was nearly flattened, retaining only a semblance of its original shape on the side farthest from the truck, now resembling a wedge lying on the ground. Arthur, seated in the passenger seat, removed his hat in tribute to the vintage car. Under the remaining exaggerated headlight of the truck, Arthur and V soon spotted Jack sprawled in a sandy depression. Arthur leapt from the vehicle to check on Jack's condition, only to find him blissfully asleep, likely having just been knocked unconscious. After giving him a few nudge kicks, Jack finally stirred awake. His gaze drifted past Arthur to the truck parked behind him, and he grinned. "Looks like you two worked well together," that he winked at Arthur. Taking a deep breath, Arthur regarded the sprawled figure with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. "If we don't leave soon, I might just leave you here. Today was merely an appetizer. Tomorrow at that H2 farm is where the real feast lies." Bouncing along the way, they drifted into a sweet slumber, only rousing when they reached their destination. Before them lay a collection of containers, each comparable in size to the truck, neatly stacked like iron walls imprisoning giants. Several powerful yellow floodlights illuminated the area. And at the highest point, a robust gantry crane loomed, designed for lifting and lowering containers like a tea that moment. V was moving about the open space, and with her deft handling, she soon released the massive 30-meter diameter iron sphere from the back of the truck. Leaping from the vehicle, Jack was the first to inquire about the enormous, unknown apparatus laid out in the clearing. "What is this place? It looks impressive." The arid board coastline dock. "Damn, that aircraft carrier from the TV is docked here." "Yes, it's right outside." She pointed towards a nearby container. "Jack, bring me a few A45 coupling wires." As Jack ambled off in the indicated direction, he muttered, "What do you need such thick wires for?" standing aside. Arthur watched the two busy figures, acknowledging that his high skill was merely changing wheels on a cart. With a disinterested shrug, he turned to head back to the truck that a nap would be more rewarding. This time, his slumber was not entirely restful, but Arthur did not awaken until the early hours of the morning. The first sight left him utterly stunned. Jumping down from the vehicle, he found V and Jack standing before a control panel. Nodding in agreement. "Excellent, we're connected, and power output meets expectations. This is indeed a bona fide electromagnetic bomb." Perhaps sensing the noise behind her, V turned around. "You, sleeping like a log." Yesterday, in the effort to modify the electromagnetic expander, she and Jack had employed noise-intensive equipment, yet it had not disturbed Arthur's slumber. "That's a gift," Arthur mused, tilting his head. "Just how much talent do you possess?" Jack yawned widely, chuckling as he asked me, "Does drawing count?" V clapped her hands, drawing their attention. "All right, since the bomb is ready, Jack and I will take a proper rest. Arthur, gather your crew. We need to recharge and prepare for something big. She handed Arthur a black card. She added, "With this, U1T be stopped at the gate." Chapter 45. On the road, Jack summoned his Nazareth using his neural interface and departed from the location, stating his intention to find a place for a good night's sleep. The operation was scheduled for that evening, necessitating that each participant conserve their energy. As for Arthur, he found himself once again at Old Way's clinic, patiently awaiting the arrival of the few youngsters who were to accompany him. Meanwhile, as afternoon descended, V awakened from her slumber, and everything she had instructed was in place. Two colossal trucks, stark and foreboding, sat ready, dark as night, yet adorned with a rectangular pattern of white lines resembling an envelope. The choice of Peugeot Petrochemical was primarily due to their long-standing issues with the Chuntu factory. The former frequently caused chaos over the sale rights of Chuntu, though invariably found nothing in the end. V planned to disguise her expendable operatives as employees of Peugeot Petrochemical, intending to enter through the front entrance to draw attention. Meanwhile, she and her mercenary team would breach from the Chuntu cultivation area with electromagnetic explosives, detonating them at an opportune moment. Old Way's clinic. Arthur had taken a brief nap, and upon waking, he was greeted by the sight of the young girl, Rebecca. To be honest, there was a time I wished you would keep your mouth shut, just like now. But then again, perhaps it's for the best. If you were quiet, I wouldn't be able to see you. Rebecca sat on an empty table in Old Way's clinic, swinging her legs, her round eyes fixed intently on him. "You jerk, Arthur. When your legs are broken, I'll surely find a way to silence that foul mouth of yours. All I can say is, it was a grand exit." "What time is it now?" 3 in the afternoon. "Can we talk now? What is it that you've been hiding?" she inquired, arms crossed behind her head. "Trouble with biotechnology, though I don't know the specifics." Jack had arrived as well, though he now preferred to linger above. This fellow had made significant progress, often eliciting hearty laughter from Misty. Eventually, David and Lucy joined them, and the group boarded a Delamont taxi. Heading to rendezvous with the desolate coastline, they utilized the card V provided to pass through security, swiftly locating the designated area as per her instructions. Under Arthur and Jack's leadership, the quintet soon spotted V, who retained her appearance from the previous day, though the disarray from the earlier ordeal had vanished, replaced by her vibrant demeanor. Upon seeing them, V waved at a nearby truck, which set off first. "Everyone, we must hurry. The Chuntu farm is not nearby," she said, her movements precise and efficient as she gestured towards the truck and then to a car parked behind it. "Now, let us depart." Across the wasteland, the sun hung low in the western sky, piercing through the clouds and casting a fiery hue over the sands of the desolate terrain. The two massive trucks forged ahead, their formation resembling a triangle as they sped forward. Raising a cloud of striking red dust, in the left truck, V gripped the enormous steering wheel, her expression concealed behind large sunglasses. "You seem to enjoy driving these behemoths," Arthur remarked, leaning against the expansive window. The rearview mirrors swaying with the truck's bumps. When selecting their vehicles, V had immediately taken the driver's seat without hesitation. "The view and space are quite ample, and it feels secure, don't you think?" Rebecca was nestled behind the truck's seat, her red eyes unblinking as she gazed at the barren earth ahead. It seemed she had never ventured beyond Night City since her birth, behind the two trucks. Jack drove a rugged vehicle, closely tailing them. The remaining two sat in the back, Lucy's hair dancing lightly at her neck as she observed the yellow sands outside. Her voice cool. "Is that woman from the Arasaka group?" Jack, in the front, wore a smile. "Indeed, she's my friend that I believe I have introduced her to you before. So, our current task is backed by the Arasaka group." Lucy's demeanor visibly shifted at the mention of the company's name, though her gaze remained outward, unnoticed by anyone. "Sort of, but we wouldn't consider ourselves complicit in wrongdoing to our knowledge. That biotechnology stronghold has been secretly conducting human experiments. Jack, is there truly a method to cure my mother there?" David interjected, his restlessness palpable as he stared intently ahead, fixated on Jack. "Stay positive, kid. Everyone wishes you well. The world is not filled with absolutes, but it isn't entirely bleak as the red hues of the world faded." The cold moonlight enveloped the desert. This moment, the convoy reached its destination. Ahead of them, a dark green line appeared at the world's edge. The promotional material from the biotechnology firm consistently boasted grand and noble goals. According to their vision, biotechnology was dedicated to restoring the ecology ravaged by war. The scene before them seemed to validate this claim. It was important to note that during the past conflicts, Night City had been a focal point of attention, one of North America's premier ports. It had served as the gateway to the Americas, a coveted prize for many. That it was precisely for this reason that while it was endowed with advancements and privileges, it also attracted war and conspiracy. Outside Night City, the endless wasteland bore the scars of war. That on this barren soil, where nothing should thrive, stood a verdant field of wheat, a miracle created by biotechnology. The Chuntu wheat before them appeared extraordinary, towering at 4 to 5 meters, resembling a dense grove of miniature trees, far surpassing the stunted varieties cultivated by Pajua Petrochemical. The biotechnology crew certainly relished in vexing Pajua. Observing the sight before her, V's tone carried a hint of amusement. In the wheat field ahead, a broad, dark asphalt road cut straight through. This expanse of wheat stretched for thousands of acres. With the Chuntu processing plant still a considerable distance away, attention all vehicles proceed along the highway. Those dozen or so individuals were the Arasaka counterintelligence operatives, merely tools executing orders. Following this directive, V promptly expelled the team from the communication network, erasing all traces of them. This move felt rather casual to her. She had no intention of investing further thought into it. Steering the truck, V rotated the cab 90 degrees, beginning to drive along the edge of the Chun-Tu wheat field. The plan was to enter directly through the wheat. Even though those Chun-Tu stalks stood over 4 meters tall, beneath the giant truck's tires, they were merely overgrown grass. SV slightly increased the power. The truck's front bumper flattened the towering wheat, creating a wide path. Jack followed closely behind. The tops of the Chun-Tu wheat thrashed against the truck's front, some juices splattering onto the windshield, which V efficiently wiped away with the massive wipers. In the night, the dark green wheat field witnessed the rapid passage of the larger and smaller vehicles, leaving a straight trace in their wake. The dwindled convoy gradually approached the Chun-Tu processing plant. From a distance, Arthur noticed something lurking in the darkening sky ahead. The embedded Curious plugin in his eye rotated slightly, allowing him to discern the objects ahead. 3 small devices, each surrounded by pairs of angled wings. V, look over there. Arthur pointed to the devices, addressing V. Those are military tech pterosaurs. It seems we need to accelerate. Chapter 46. Electromagnetic surge. Noting the gravity in V's tone, Arthur retrieved the Achilles from beside his seat. "Are we taking them down? Then you'd better steady your aim," V replied with a smirk, shifting the gear up several notches and flooring the accelerator. Power surged like wildfire from the engine below. The chun-2 and the coupling pipes sputtering more urgently, and Arthur could almost hear the powerful pistons striking the cylinder walls. The Achilles in his hand closed, vibrating slightly with the buzzing current as he extended the barrel out the already open side window. Amidst the swaying wheat, blue flames flickered like stars in the distance. The darkness was soon illuminated by clusters of sparks, which then plummeted into the wheat field below. The 3 drones, despite having only 3 electromagnetic charging intervals, were swiftly obliterated. "Alas, Arthur, your marksmanship is truly remarkable." V, pressing the accelerator of the beast, cast a sidelong glance at the spectacle and offered her praise. "Woman, it seems the drones are gathering," Rebecca warned from the back. "No worries, little one. We have arrived." Ahead, a towering wall loomed nearly level with the truck. Without hesitation, V slammed the accelerator to the floor. Her long, dark hair fluttered slightly, and a confident smile graced her lips. Arthur tightened his grip on the handle. Boom! The wall crumbled instantly upon impact with the truck, debris and steel raining down like an avalanche before the vehicle, scraping and colliding against its front. Amidst the cacophony of chaos, the front glass and protective panels shielded them from harm. IT appeared V had prepared in advance. Had it been yesterday's truck, they might have been crushed by the falling debris. The sudden jolt propelled Arthur's body forward, yet he managed to halt this momentum with his arm, simultaneously grasping the airborne Rebecca. As the dust settled, Rebecca, clutching her head and with her eyes tightly shut, gradually opened them. She glared at the glass mere inches away from her, and, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, turned her gaze towards V, suspended in the air by Arthur. Rebecca, with her claws bared, directed her ire at V. "You wretched woman! Why didn't you warn others while driving like that? Little sister, you should call me sister," V quipped, slinging a rifle over her shoulder as she swung open the car door. "You bastard, Arthur! Put me down!" It was only then that Rebecca realized she was being held by Arthur, flailing her short arms in protest. Meanwhile, Jack and his companions, trailing behind the truck, found their task considerably easier, effortlessly following the breach made by the vehicle into the factory. Upon jumping out of the truck, Arthur immediately surveyed his surroundings. The so-called factory was immense, with vast open spaces surrounding IT in the distance. Arthur spotted several colossal circular fermentation tanks, reminiscent of those he had seen in the northern industrial zone, albeit seemingly larger. "Hey," Arthur V had circled around to his side, giving his arm a pat. "Cover me while I activate our secret weapon." I heard that he turned his gaze towards the wall, where, near the gap, several drones had already approached on the other side. Rebecca remained stuck on the truck's ladder. Arthur, glancing upwards, noticed her short legs dangling as she searched for the next step down. "Rebecca, keep your eyes on the depths of the factory." He then halted his impending departure, helplessly raising his hands in defeat. "All right," he muttered under his breath before calling out. "Right here, jump down, I'll catch you." Gently placing Rebecca on the ground, Arthur remarked with irritation, "I could probably apply for a kindergarten teaching position, perhaps as an art teacher." "You jerk, Arthur. I'm nearly 20. Rebecca stomped her foot in anger, brandishing her gun as she marched towards the front of the vehicle and to the rear. Jack and his companions had engaged in fierce gunfire with the approaching drones. The firepower of these small machines was unexpectedly fierce, riddling the recently driven off-road vehicle with bullets. Lucy crouched behind the truck, but a pterodactyl drone had locked its sights on her from behind cover. Arthur raised his weapon and swiftly shot the drone down. "Get behind me. Use the truck as cover." His hoarse voice reached Lucy's ears, prompting her to instinctively shrink back. The cluster electric energy bullets unleashed by Achilles were proving effective against the drones, their heat easily penetrating the machine's defenses. That rascal David, with his Sandweisten, was also managing to contend with these somewhat clumsy drones. Nevertheless, the pressure they faced showed no sign of abating, with an increasing number of drones converging from all directions, the bullets illuminating the sky with a fiery glow. "Hey!" From ahead, Rebecca's voice rang out. "There's a vehicle coming from that direction. We need to move faster." Behind them, the drone fire had woven into a deadly net. Attempting to breach the trio's covered AT that moment, David activated the Wasteland and darted through a gap in the net towards the swarm of drones, hoping to draw their attention. Upon witnessing this, Arthur instantly grasped the intention, as the Achilles in his hands trembled with energy, peeking out just as a gap in the firepower emerged. He shattered a drone hovering above Jack's head. "Jack, fall back to the truck." The absence of that drone momentarily disrupted the fire, allowing Jack to sprint towards the vehicle. What about V? She's still in the truck. The reason they've been guarding that somewhat cramped off-road vehicle was to provide cover for V's operations within. Allowing it to be exposed, now risks are being caught in stray bullets. No choice. There are more coming. We can only hold our ground. Simultaneously, gunfire began to echo from the front of the truck. Evidently, the factory security reinforcements are arriving. We're in deep trouble. We're surrounded. Inside the truck, V's data transfer line was connected to a micro-terminal as she worked to activate the device. Due to the electromagnetic amplifier's peculiar properties, she couldn't pre-activate certain components of the bomb. Doing so could lead to a premature loss of energy from the electric fusion battery, diminishing the bomb's effectiveness. Listening to the fierce gunfire outside, V's commands within her neural interface became increasingly frantic. The IT was still too rudimentary, considering it had been hastily assembled overnight, and she couldn't expect it to be overly sophisticated. Finally, as the last command was input, V hastily covered the exposed connectors on her wrist and neck, curling into a ball in the far corner of the truck. The electric fusion battery, roughly the size of a wardrobe, seemed to boil, with a viscous blue liquid flowing through the A45, coupling into a disc-like device. IT resembled lava at extreme temperatures, slowly bubbling before bursting. Several wires trembled, with a faint odor of burning plastic wafting through the air. Ultimately, the massive sphere emitted a blue glow from the launch ports on its surface. A deafening ringing filled the air as a colossal spherical wave surged through the area at the speed of light. V slowly fell from the truck's wall, collapsing onto the ground, feeling the effects of this silent world. Outside the truck, the swarm of drones that had encircled them fell from the sky like dumplings. Arthur and the others were momentarily dazed, shaking their heads in unison. Picking up the Achilles from the ground, Arthur noticed the garbled text on its scope. The electromagnetic rails on either side were closed in a non-charged state. Resembling a helpless girl hugging her knees, he trudged forward towards the truck, only to see 3 enemy vehicles parked ahead and a dozen individuals sprawled on the ground. These individuals were clad in green uniforms, with their weapons strewn around them. The electromagnetic pulse had seemingly affected them more severely at this point. Arthur and the others were gradually regaining their composure, while the biotechnological security personnel remained unmoving. Their eyes filled with despair as the dark barrels of guns flickered in front of them. They erupted with sparks, leaving behind a trail of silent corpses. After dispatching the last individual, Arthur lowered his handgun, while Rebecca holstered her powder-pink pistol. Just then, David's voice called from beside the truck. What on earth was that? Why is Lucy still unconscious? A glance revealed the frail girl curled up beside the truck's tire. As Arthur passed by, he patted David on the shoulder and said in a low voice, "Kid, quiet down. Let me inquire with the expert." With that, he opened the truck's rear door and jumped inside. V lay weakly in the corner of the truck's cabin. Arthur approached her directly. "Hey, brave girl, you seem to find yourself in dire straits quite often. Damn it, spare me the sarcasm and come help me." Half squatting, he helped V to her feet, feeling her weight pressing heavily against him. The biotechnological personnel seemed to have been affected more severely than they were to AT the back edge of the truck. Arthur helped V to sit on the ground before jumping out himself. I cut our communication channel before the electromagnetic bomb detonated, so the impact would be less, and V lay weakly against Arthur's shoulder. Having endured significant shock as the closest individual to the explosion, brilliant plan. However, our other hacker lady seems to be in a poor state as well, like Sleeping Beauty. You might want to check on her. I could tell without looking. She likely got knocked out when she was attacking those drones in cyberspace during the explosion. Just give it some time. All right, what is next? What do we do? Arthur continued to inquire. The electromagnetic bomb will incapacitate nearly all mechanical devices. We can't use the vehicles temporarily, so we'll have to proceed on foot, though we need to move quickly. There are more security personnel here than anticipated. And we should leave before we get surrounded. VS somewhat weak voice reached Arthur's ears. Rounding the side of the truck, he saw David half crouched in front of Lucy, at a loss for what to do. Kid, she's fine. She just needs a little more rest. Carry her. We need to move quickly. With that, Arthur shifted V's position, hoisting her onto his back. The group began making their way towards the distant factory. The massive fermentation tanks gradually coming into view, as if the sky had been artificially altered. They chose a seemingly secluded path and slipped into the factory grounds. Jack glanced around the pitch-black environment, bewildered by the vastness surrounding them. With only 6 of them, they lacked the capacity to navigate this expansive area, much less locate a hidden laboratory. Damn it, it feels like we're missing a tour guide. Head forward to the right behind the 3rd factory, towards that nameless building, V instructed from behind Arthur. You seem quite familiar with this place. Astonished, Jack responded before leading the way in the direction V had indicated. That is how companies operate. It's all spies from other firms working inside. In the dim light, the defenses here were rather lax, likely due to the influence of the team V had stationed outside. They swiftly located the place V had mentioned. It was an expansive single-story structure, its height barely reaching 4 or 5 meters. Above it loomed a massive fermentation tank, completely obscuring the building save for 2 weathered iron doors at the entrance. The entire edifice was elongated, its rear half swallowed by shadows, resembling a giant centipede lurking in the darkness. After confirming with V, Jack wasted no time and kicked the door open, with a resounding crash. What lay before them was a dimly lit expanse illuminated by sparse green glows, revealing vague outlines of black apparatuses. The temperature inside was notably low, causing Jack to shiver involuntarily. What kind of place is this? He muttered under his breath. What are you waiting for? Hurry inside, V urged, peering in. The interior was as silent as a graveyard, with ominous shadows lurking in the corners, instilling a palpable fear. Each step echoed like a drumbeat in the stillness. Jack, feeling agitated by the eerie atmosphere, strode directly toward the nearby device. I must see what this is, he declared. Adjacent to him was a row of low platforms constructed from steel plates, divided into compartments by rudimentary iron railings. A few steps up the metal stairs led into these enclosures. His heavy footsteps clanged against the steps, accompanied by the creaking sound of metal scraping against metal, as Jack approached the peculiar apparatus. It was an odd black contraption, likely made of iron, angular and coffin-like, but larger in size. Several thick pipes descended from the ceiling, connecting to the far end of the device, after circling the iron enigma. Jack seemed to uncover something and reached out his arm. Maldita sea, he exclaimed, stumbling back and colliding with the railing with a creak, inadvertently cursing in his native tongue. That moment, Arthur had just caught up, and, upon witnessing the scene, inquired, "What happened? Did you see a ghost?" He leaned in to take a closer look. There was a small window, barely large enough for a human face, that a ghostly green light emanated from within. And the fog Jack had wiped away earlier had now condensed upon its surface. As Arthur bent down, preparing to wipe it clean, a delicate hand silently reached out from behind him, brushing against the window. He was startled not by the sight within, but by the sudden hand emerging from behind. Regaining his composure, Arthur shook his head in resignation, dismissing V's mischief, and focused on the now clearer window. Inside, a gaunt man was illuminated by the green light, casting a sinister aura. His mouth was agape, a thick black tube inserted deep inside. His throat bulging grotesquely, a transparent plastic tube was inserted into a gash on his neck, trembling slightly with each breath. Atop his head rested a black headset, the kind used in dream experiments. Most disturbingly, his expression was one of eerie delight, his eyes curving upward in a smile, rendering the scene even more unsettling under the greenish glow. Arthur furrowed his brow at this sight, questioning. Clearly, every biological laboratory is equipped with facilities to house experimental subjects. Bacteria are contained in boxes, rabbits and mice confined in cages, and now, it seems humans are imprisoned in boxes. V's tone turned cold, revealing her indignation at such practices. These lunatics, she exclaimed, glancing ahead. The iron enclosures stretched endlessly, leaving the number of captives unknown. Should we release them? They seem to still possess some semblance of life. It would be futile. These individuals have been wearing those dream headsets for far too long, undoubtedly driven mad. Madmen cannot survive. As Arthur observed the scene, he was suddenly reminded of a past life, of that deranged laboratory where pig brains were sewn onto human bodies. Madness was forever lurking among the crowd. Just as Arthur and Jack were lost in thought, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from deep within the building, accompanied by indistinct voices and commotion. "Quick! Someone's coming! Eliminate them!" shouted one of the invaders. "If you surrender now, you might just survive." Survive? A single word ignited a firestorm of rage within Arthur as he re-evaluated the shamelessness of these men. Surrendering only to be shoved into boxes by these brutes? With V on his back, Arthur drew his weapon and shot the loudest of the group without hesitation. Damn it, from the distance, a voice rang out. "This is corporate territory. Do you know what you're doing?" Hearing this, Arthur exhaled sharply, unable to contain the fury in his gaze any longer. He had grown weary of the arrogant ignorance displayed by these beasts. Chapter 48. The strength of these men appeared to be far less formidable than their confidence suggested. Furthermore, their numbers were few, merely a small squad of a dozen or so, their sporadic gunfire posing no real threat to Arthur and his companions. Following the flickering lights from their weapons, Arthur's bullets found their marks, silencing each adversary in turn. Finally, only one remained, dispatched to the ground by Jack's swift action. Under the dim green light, the last man fell. Weeping and begging for mercy, Jack's expression remained icy as he crouched down, aiming his weapon at the fallen man. "I have but one question. Where is the elevator?" "Inside, to the right," before the man could finish. A gunshot rang out, plunging the surroundings into silence once more. Meanwhile, V steadied herself against the iron box, slowly rising to her feet. She stomped her foot, muttering a curse under her breath. "Damn it, this is never-ending." After hastily resolving the situation, the group made their way toward the elevator. Although V moved somewhat slowly, it was evident that she was gradually improving. "We can't use that elevator unless we have hackers to breach the biotechnology's main network. It's useless." She explained the situation. "It seems this elevator isn't too high, or perhaps we can simply descend directly." Arthur suggested, descending directly would be excellent. I had Jack prepare the rapid descent gear. We only need to utilize the elevator shaft." As she spoke, V patted the large pack on Jack's back, salvage from the vehicle that had been reduced to scrap by drones. "Jack, you'll stay up top to assist us and help lift us back out during our retreat." As they reached the elevator door, V deftly retrieved a palm-sized red object from Jack's pack and affixed it to the elevator door. After completing her task, she signaled for everyone to step back. Although Arthur couldn't comprehend what she was using, he didn't need to ask. He was all too familiar with this scenario. They had previously detonated railway tracks, after counting down a few seconds. A resounding explosion echoed, and the elevator doors vanished, leaving only a few steel cables dangling in the air. Dim red lights illuminated the vertical shaft. "How deep is this thing?" Arthur casually inquired. "It appears to be several hundred meters. I'm not actually going to fly." Before he could finish, a small object was thrust into his hand, a line reel, hook, and strap. V said nothing, but Arthur immediately recognized the purpose of the simple apparatus. By the time he looked up, V was already operating on her own gear. "Hurry up, we're short on time," she urged Arthur. Without further hesitation, Arthur began to equip himself. "David, you protect Lucy and stay with Jack up top." David's expression flickered with excitement upon hearing Arthur's words. "I can do it." "Enough, David. You stay up here," Arthur said, placing a hand on his shoulder. "As for your mother, trust me, I don't often promise others anything, but this matter is on me." With that, he resumed equipping his gear. "As for Rebecca." Arthur halted mid-sentence, for Rebecca had already donned her equipment and stood at the elevator's threshold, tentatively reaching for the swaying steel cables. Seemingly oblivious to the 100-meter abyss beneath her, this girl appeared unafraid, her courage seemingly forged of iron. "What is going on?" "Nothing." Arthur finished setting up his equipment and stepped closer, pulling Rebecca away from the edge. "V, I hope this thing works well." He glanced down apprehensively, swallowing hard. The dim red lights descended straight down, tapering into a small red at the bottom. "Damn it, how deep is this? Are they drilling for oil?" V patted Arthur's back, smiling as she explained. It's a nuclear defense laboratory, hence the depth. Using the cables, 3 of them began their descent. According to V, most security forces were concentrated on the surface, leaving David and Jack facing greater peril. The iron hooks clanged against the cables, sparking as they descended, but a nut above needed tightening to slow their descent. As Arthur neared the bottom, he could soon see the warped elevator doors lying silently below. As he approached the ground, he tightened the nut, creating a shower of sparks before his feet landed firmly on the surface. Once the others landed, Arthur moved the downed elevator doors aside, revealing the top of the box within. Gently kneading her hands, V gazed at the small cover plate and sighed. At last, it has arrived. As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Arthur. Use your gun. The thermal energy from Achilles' bullets can penetrate it directly, preventing ricochets from scattering everywhere. But it's not as reliable as you might think. With that, Arthur drew the rifle from his back, only to discover that it seemed to have rebooted itself after the recent electromagnetic explosion. A main battle rifle is not easily damaged, especially when it represents military technology. Shrugging nonchalantly, Arthur gripped the weapon, feeling the familiar vibration. With a low hum, as it was activated, a hexagonal red hole appeared on the iron cover plate. After a few shots, the cover plate fell helplessly. Next, V employed her previous tactic, using explosives to break open the elevator door below. The 3 of them took refuge in the elevator shaft, feeling a slight tremor beneath their feet, and gazed into the dark void beyond the elevator door. It seemed the laboratory's power supply had been cut off. In the profound darkness, something appeared to lurk. It seemed that scoundrel, Bane, had hidden away. V remarked with a hint of mockery at the encroaching darkness, but catching mice is my specialty. Hearing this, Arthur found it peculiar and instinctively asked, "Who are you talking about?" "Bane, the overall in charge here." "A complete scoundrel." Narrowing his eyes, Arthur scrutinized V. "Are you referring to Bane Linton?" V observed Arthur's expression, slightly puzzled. "What, do you know this guy? I found his information through company channels to me. I once killed a guy named Bane Linton with Jack." A fool with jellyfish growing in his head. Arthur's voice was low, doubting the coincidence. Had they encountered a ghost? Did he fear bullets? Meanwhile, Rebecca brandished her small handgun, exuding eagerness. It was evident she felt no pressure at all. Witnessing this, V chuckled, ruffling Rebecca's hair. "Whatever the hell it is, there's nothing in this world that isn't afraid of bullets. If anything, it's the bullets that should be bigger." Setting aside this bizarre revelation, V retrieved a lighting device, and the group proceeded inside. The abrupt beam of light illuminated their path, reflecting off the porcelain-white floor and casting a wide radius of illumination. At this point, they could no longer afford to conceal their position. It was unwise to advance in darkness, as traps could lead to dire consequences. The trio moved cautiously, the light rendering everything inside and out transparent. They found themselves in a spacious corridor, entirely white. Numerous idle medical trolleys were scattered about, some in disarray, others neatly arranged, creating an overall natural appearance. It was as if everyone had vanished in the midst of a busy workday. Neatly aligned silver iron doors stood on either side, each marked with simple numbers, yet devoid of any specific descriptions regarding their contents. However, Arthur and his companions were not inclined to investigate each door individually. The peculiar scene before them demanded their full attention. Chapter 49. Half-man, the harsh white light flickered as they advanced, the trio remaining vigilant of their surroundings, yet they encountered no one. The expanse was vast. Traversing the lengthy corridor took them nearly half an hour before they encountered a different scene. It was a massive glass wall dividing the entire laboratory, through which light streamed, illuminating the enormous space behind it. Within a vast area, towering 4 stories high, a haphazard array of instruments lay scattered about. At the center stood a colossal cylindrical pillar that reached the ceiling, nearly 10 meters in diameter. Seemingly the terminal display of this base. "It appears we are nearing our destination," Arthur remarked, stepping out of the formation. Under the beam of V's light, he pushed the immense glass door, which opened silently, as if it had been waiting for them all along. The 2 girls followed closely behind. The entire building's power supply seemed to have been severed. Perhaps it was due to the electromagnetic bomb. V's voice reached Arthur's ears as she briskly approached the giant pillar, scanning her surroundings. While she busied herself, Arthur and Rebecca remained close, unwilling to disperse given the uncertainty of their situation. The equipment appeared functional. It was merely that someone had cut the power. They had no idea where the personnel had gone. "Let us restore the power first," V said, as her objective was the laboratory's data. Without power, she was at a loss. Could she take the central database's hard drive? However, the central databases of large facilities were typically enormous and not something one could carry easily. "Over here," V called, having surveyed the area and led the way forward. Fixing the power supply, Arthur quickened his pace to catch up, then inquired, "How come you seem to know everything? I only know a little about many things." "There's nothing to boast about," V replied, already approaching the edge of the space, where a ring of iron doors encircled the walls, resembling those in the outer corridor. Without hesitation, she pushed one of the doors open. With a loud clang, the interior was engulfed in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Activating her lighting device, V boldly stepped inside. The IT was a massive generator room, with towering generators on either side, arranged in 2 neat rows, each containing nearly 10 machines. The light flickered as V located the nameplate on a nearby generator. "Titan arm, industrial generator. We need to find the starting point for this generator set, then check for fuel." Indeed, deep within the power room, they discovered a controllable panel and a gigantic oval storage tank. V kicked the tank, which emitted a dull thud. IT seemed they were not lacking in fuel. After all, this was the most advanced Pure 2 processing plant. Next, she found several sets of batteries tucked in a corner, serving as the initial energy source to start the generators. After a few simple operations, the surroundings erupted with a thunderous noise, and the laboratory's lights flickered on one by one. Strange. All this equipment is operational, yet where have the people gone? Did they evacuate early? Quickly reaching the control console beneath the massive screen, V extracted the data transmission line from her wrist and plugged it in. With the potential for unexpected developments outside, time was of the essence. They decided to ignore the anomalies present and focus on completing their objectives first. However, V soon disconnected the line, frowning as she stood up. "Damn it, there's nothing here we've been played." Before she could finish her thought, her body suddenly staggered, and she leaned against the nearby console for support. "Damn it, I've triggered ICE's defense protocol. I got a puppet I can't shake off. This is a trap." Just as she was about to elaborate, she lost consciousness, collapsing helplessly to the floor. Arthur hurried forward, gently supporting her limp body and laying her down on the ground. Meanwhile, Rebecca had already drawn her handgun, her expression tense as she scanned the surroundings. "Damn it, Arthur. That wretched woman has been ensnared. What do we do now?" Rising with a grave expression, Arthur surveyed the quiet hall, the atmosphere thick with tension. Narrowing his eyes, he slowly drew his rifle to the front, his hoarse voice resonating, "If any bastard dares to show their face, we'll crush their filthy head. It's that simple." Just as he finished speaking, the large iron door at the far end of the hall began to creak open in the pin-drop silence. The sound of applause echoed eerily. "Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Bane Linton, the leader of this hell that the voice spoke. An exceedingly tall and slender middle-aged man emerged, his hands crossed over his chest. A smile plastered across his face as he regarded Arthur. Gazing at the gaunt man before him, Arthur's memory began to merge this face with that of the deceased who had committed suicide in the underground laboratory. However, his cold gaze revealed no flicker of emotion, and the Achilles in his grip emitted a low hum of energy. As Rebecca had suggested, he intended to see just how many Bane Lintons existed. Noticing the sound, the man raised his hands in surrender, slowly lifting them above his head. "I am but a harmless individual, completely devoid of danger, yet I can assist you in finding what you seek. Why rush to kill me? Furthermore, individuals like us generally shy away from gambling, but if I dare to appear, it means I am prepared for death. Killing me in such a manner would be rather tedious." Exhaling slowly, Arthur's gun gradually regained its steadiness, but he disliked confronting such individuals. But with V still unconscious behind them, keeping the man alive was indeed beneficial. "I prefer not to overthink." Arthur's eyes glinted with coldness. "But I excel at prying open others' minds." The man stood at a distance neither too close nor too far, his smile concealing unknown intentions. His sunken cheeks moved as he spoke. "It seems we have met before." "Probably not," Arthur replied, his eyes shielded by the shadow of his hat brim. "Regrettably, it appears you are not inclined to converse with someone like me, that I am destined to die today, much like my half-brain ensnared by blue." As he spoke, his eerie smile deepened, and he lightly tapped his head with his finger. "Did I cut this here?" "Hiss." Bane tilted his head in contemplation before continuing to speak, observing the evidently abnormal Bane. Arthur inquired in a low voice, "Which fellows?" "Hey, do you need assistance? Today I feel like I'm dying, so I might as well help you. Those data, those pharmaceuticals, whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." Gazing at the peculiar smile etched upon Bane's face, Arthur found himself uncertain. Was Bane genuinely unhinged or merely feigning it? According to his own account, he claimed to possess only half a brain, though the veracity of that remained questionable. "Assist us. Is this the price for exchanging lives? Are you attempting to barter these items for your survival?" "No. Do not misconstrue my intentions. These are the fruits born from the hell I inhabit, cultivated from the corpses of thousands. Who were their children? Who were their parents? Innocent or guilty? None met a good end. That I merely wish to see if you will utilize these abhorrent items. Hand them over." Observing Bane's hand rummaging in his pocket, Arthur's right shoulder sagged slightly, his entire arm hanging limply, until he witnessed Bane produce a palm-sized chip, waving it before him. A quantum chip, a prized possession from the Crystal Palace. Oh, you know why it is so advanced. Because there are no laws there today. As he spoke, Bane tossed the chip towards Arthur. Once Arthur caught it, Bane added, "And now." With a sudden motion, he drew a pistol from his waistband and aimed it at his own chin. Let the games begin. Chapter 50. A familiar bad ending bang. A spray of crimson erupted from Bane's head. Staring at the blue chip in his hand, Arthur suppressed the doubts swirling within him. He could only hope that V would awaken soon, allowing her to sift through the information contained within, searching for any pharmaceuticals capable of inducing the redivision of nerve cells. I could see that moment. V lay on the ground, her mind unfolding a scene reminiscent of an elaborate dream. It was a jarring environment, with iron bars visible against the wall before her, shadows and light dancing across her face. Clearly, she was seated within a vehicle, likely one used for transporting dogs, as evidenced by the omnipresent iron bars. Two male voices echoed from the front, laced with a sense of depravity and malice. "That woman is bound to lose her mind. Madness? Who wouldn't go mad? Without money, we'd all succumb to insanity." A foul odor of smoke wafted over, the acrid scent reminiscent of burning paper. The conversation continued. "Is it worth a substantial sum?" "Ha! Rest assured, they pay handsomely for such healthy, almost unmodified bodies that After all, we watched the child grow. Her mother worked so hard to send her to school. It wasn't easy. Shut your mouth. If you could just wipe that damn smile off your face, I might believe you a tad." Following this, laughter erupted from the two men. Hey, once we get the money, we'll have our fun." Listening to their words, V felt her body go rigid. The attack speed of the defensive protocol trapdoll was inversely proportional to its memory size, in a sense. The more lethal the trap, the slower its attack, and this edited memory often had limited storage. She hoped the duration would be brief. The owner of this memory had legs so slender they had twisted beyond recognition, flopping limply with the vehicle's jolts. After a burst of colorful static, V's perspective shifted to a familiar location, where towering wheat stretched endlessly along the roadside, leading to a grand gate. The girl was dragged out, her contorted legs scraping against the ground, crimson blood trailing behind her, revealing exposed flesh. Yet, she was quickly lifted onto a stretcher, and from her vantage point, she could still see the figures of the two men, faintly hearing their conversation. "That is too few. I told you not to push it too far. Damn, I discovered this deal. Bringing you along is already generous. Besides, we can always trick her mother into coming. They say a pair fetches a higher price." Abruptly, the girl lost consciousness, and V's perspective plunged into darkness. The next moment, accompanied by familiar static, her view returned to a noodle shop that a person sat there, flanked by a stout man and a thin one. The stout man appeared honest, albeit with small, dark eyes, while the thin man bore a sardonic expression, his cheekbones protruding sharply. Indeed, we saw it. She was taken away by a dog transport vehicle. Yes, that vehicle stopped right by the road, and several men disembarked. The child was so frail, she hardly resisted before being dragged inside. I can't quite recall. Let's take you to find her. V could not hear her body speaking, merely watching as her perspective hurriedly departed the restaurant, following the two men. Another wave of static, this time fleeting to IT felt as though two perspectives were directly shoved into V's mind. She saw the girl's missing legs and the wrinkles and half-white hair upon a middle-aged woman's face simultaneously. She also glimpsed two identical faces, a tall, gaunt middle-aged man with sunken cheeks and a disconcerting smile. V, possessing knowledge of facial expressions, quickly discerned something amiss. Every face has its asymmetries, yet this man exhibited a far more pronounced disparity, with the right side of his face nearly immobile, relying solely on the left for any semblance of movement. V recognized him, the man named Bain. He leaned closer to the middle-aged woman, and at that moment, V could see both his face and his back, this bizarre perspective inducing a wave of nausea. You cannot blame me. I have invested money. It was no trivial amount. This is how the world operates. Sometimes, one can only utter, "How unfortunate." Within the confines of the man's eerie smile, V sank back into darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she beheld the faces of Arthur and Rebecca. V let out a slow breath of relief. Damn Bain Linton, we have another task at hand, to eliminate this beast. Upon hearing V's declaration, Arthur and Rebecca instinctively turned to reveal the scene behind them, that a solitary corpse lay there, lifeless. What's this? Did that bastard die? Struggling to sit up, V glanced back for confirmation. And it appears to be suicide. Something feels off about this. That Arthur's voice emanated from behind V. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from her, he wore a perplexed expression, utterly unaware of her ordeal. Yet, this was not the time for such discussions. He produced the blue chip and briefly recounted its origins. I'll give it a try, but I 1T risk attaching my head, so it may take a bit longer. V took the chip, pausing for a few seconds to regain her composure from the extreme anger. The brightly illuminated cylinder displayed complex data scrolling rapidly, while her long, slender fingers maneuvered swiftly across the console. That David's mother is injured. She requires that drug capable of promoting nerve cell redivision. Please search for it. Arthur explained beside her. Let me take a look. As V operated, the data on the screen swiftly diminished until the very end. Found it. There are ready-made drugs in the cold room. Furthermore, with this, I can also report to the higher-ups that V extracted the chip from the console and tucked it into the pocket of her clothing. Then let us proceed. Hopefully, we can alleviate this burden for young David. Arthur set off towards the direction V indicated. The door Bain had just exited. Upon entering, they quickly discerned the fate of those inside. It resembled a reporting room, filled to the brim with individuals, all oozing blood from their orifices, utterly lifeless. Selecting a random individual, V conducted a cursory examination and remarked, "He hasn't been dead long. His body temperature hasn't dissipated, and there are clear signs of muscle relaxation. His brain was incinerated. If I'm not mistaken, everyone here shares a similar fate, likely having had their brains fried." Arthur scanned the area, estimating around 100 people, and it was evident they had all fallen victim to Bain's wrath. At least this spared Arthur and his companion some ammunition costs. Ignoring the scene, the trio weaved through the neatly arranged corpses, arriving at another door. According to the data on the chip, numerous pharmaceuticals had undergone basic testing, and the one they sought lay within. Pushing open the door, a chill enveloped them, revealing a room bathed in purple light. In this moderately sized space, a circle of shelving units stood, from which cold air emanated continuously. D6782, V murmured, following the information to the corresponding location. There a collection of small, silver metallic briefcases awaited. Arthur opened one to reveal a glass test tube, as thick as a baby's arm, filled with a verdant liquid that swayed beneath the purple glow. We should retreat. However, before the trio could distance themselves, Jack's voice crackled through the communication channel, accompanied by distant gunfire. Chapter 51. A sudden turn of events. Jack, what is happening over there? What's the situation? Arthur called out from the front, inquiring through the communication channel. Jack's voice confirmed that the gunfire was indeed receding, It seems we must hasten, Arthur urged, turning to the others. We need to pick up the pace. Ladies, the generator's electricity should primarily be responsible for the vital facilities within that grand hall. Outside, a long corridor is dimly illuminated by only two feeble strips of light, in the expansive hallway. Three individuals swiftly maneuver around the haphazardly placed carts and debris, hastening towards the elevator shaft. Outside, David is retreating gradually while firing at the pursuers behind him, although the Cybernetic on his person has been fine-tuned by Victor for easier handling. Its frequent use still threatens to render him unconscious. Damn it, come over here and let me vent my frustrations, David shouts, peering out from behind cover, his pistol continuously spewing flames. Hellish scoundrels, is your trigger pull so weak? At this moment, David is racking his brain to conjure up the image of Arthur's sharp tongue, hoping to provoke these adversaries into a longer confrontation. Despite having taken on numerous commissions, his marksmanship remains conventional. In trivial skirmishes, the Cybernetic on him can resolve most issues, yet he has never faced so many enemies at once. Bullets ricochet off his cover, sending sparks flying, prompting David to shrink his head and gaze forward. The enemies behind have already closed in. He must continue to evade. His eyes fixate on a fermentation tank not far ahead, its shadowy base and interwoven sturdy supports providing an ideal setting to engage with the oncoming foes. Activating the Cybernetic, his vision is instantly enveloped in a rich green HUAS. The sound of a technological device powering up fills his ears. The world around him slows. Turning back, he carefully aims, delivering a shot to each of the pursuers who have come too close, disregarding the outcomes as he sprints toward the fermentation tank. Meanwhile, below, as Arthur and the others approach the elevator, a scene compels them to hesitate. Beneath the dim glow of wall sconces, a metal door has been punctured by a sharp object, the twisted metal curling outward as if something is crawling out from within. Crap. This is bad. V's voice trails off with difficulty. Arthur surveys the area, particularly the shadows on the ceiling, finding nothing amiss. Gritting his teeth, he presses forward towards the elevator. All right, let's hurry up. We need to get out of this damned place. His rifle is already raised in readiness. They remain vigilant, yet upon reaching the elevator, they see no signs of disturbance. Ladies, it seems we are fortunate. Now, as long as we ascend, we can bid farewell to this wretched place. Inside the elevator shaft, Arthur leaps up, grasping the small opening and pulling himself through. He then assists the two women up, though V requires no help. Primarily, it is Rebecca who, while not short, lacks the necessary reach. Jack, how is it up there? We arrive below. Standing the elevator, Arthur gazes upward, noticing the top has shrunk to a mere red. That David fellow is quite reliable. Lucy has also regained consciousness. Look, we're still progressing smoothly. Arthur furrows his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Wait for me. I'll lower the rope now. When descending, they can utilize the elevator's steel cable, but ascending cannot involve climbing it again. V has prepared a makeshift lifting device, which Jack carries. Arthur seizes the steel rope descending from above, fastening his belt buckle to it, signaling Jack to activate the device. The other two follow suit. As the lift tightens the rope, the trio ascends slowly, but after rising 20 meters, Arthur inadvertently glances upward, witnessing a sight that will forever be etched in his memory, in the dim red light. A colossal creature is bracing its twisted limbs against the walls of the elevator shaft, 2 rows of 8 glaring crimson eyes fixated on the ascending Arthur. The steel rope at his waist swings precariously between the monster's 2 nearly 2-meter-long black blades. Damn it, Arthur whispers, then shouts below, get down quickly. We have trouble. The massive shadow of the creature silently looms closer to him on the ground. Beneath the giant fermentation tank, David's figure vanishes into the darkness. He leans against a massive support pillar, breathing heavily. The cacophony of footsteps from outside compels him to resolve all troubles here. Although the darkness offers him some advantage, the enemy is not so easily dispatched. They have likely undergone significant military training. Groups of 4 or 5, with their lights illuminating a teammate's vicinity, deny David the opportunity to pick them off one by one. David stealthily approaches behind a squad. his eyes fixed on their waistbands where several heat fragmentation grenades are stowed. He must resolve this group swiftly and seize the grenades to create some commotion, activating the Cybernetic as the world turns green around him. David wipes the fresh blood trickling from his nose. He has utilized this cybernetic enhancement numerous times in recent skirmishes, and during the recent retreat to divert the enemy, he has relied on it several times. Now, he is nearing his limit in the light of this squad. A shadow suddenly flits by, accompanied by 5 bursts of crimson. He relishes the sensation of pressing the gun's barrel against an enemy's temple, at least ensuring accuracy. He truly wonders how Arthur can disregard distance so effortlessly. As David's actions create a stir, shouts of alarm ripple through the surroundings. There's a situation here. Stay alert. Damn it, that guy's over here. David forces himself low, striving to remain calm. Hurriedly unfastening 2 grenades, he pulls the pins and hurls them toward the source of the commotion. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions resonate, and David, using the cover of the flames, escapes from a squad he has just ambushed. He still clutches 2 grenades in hand. Damn it, grenades! Turn off the lights. Engage in darkness warfare. Maintain communication with the brain machine. In the darkness, commands are issued, and the world around David plunges into shadow. The flickering light sources vanish almost instantaneously. We're in trouble. Those bastards, David curses inwardly, reducing his movements to a whisper. David, just as he remains vigilant against the encroaching darkness. A familiar voice pierces through the brain-machine communication. The cool tone unmistakably belongs to Lucy. The great weight lifts from the boy's heart. I'm here. What's your situation? Lucy's voice, though weak, carries an unmistakable urgency. I am beneath the fermentation tank. It's very dark, and we can't see each other. We're at a standstill. David responds through the communication network. Wait, let me in through the brain machine. I can assist you. Hearing Lucy's words, David promptly agrees to the intrusion protocol. In a storage chamber for supplies. Lucy sits against the cold wall, enduring the sporadic waves of dizziness surging through her mind. She connects to David's brain machine. Scanning the fluctuations in his surroundings, she can pinpoint the enemies near him. David, I've marked the enemies surrounding you in high contrast. With that, she rubs her forehead vigorously before continuing. You need to finish this quickly. Are you all right, Lucy? You seem. Cut the chatter. The boy recoils slightly. Chapter 52. A life hanging by a thread before his eyes. Delicate threads weave through the air, ultimately illuminating each enemy's silhouette. In this scenario, combat becomes simplified. In the darkness, precise bullets or grenades rolling beneath enemies swiftly harvest their lives. The bullet's accuracy stems from David only firing when he is stealthily approached, even if the enemies realize something is amiss and sever their brain-machine connection. It is already too late. Soon, only one enemy remains, holding a pistol with the barrel quietly pressed against his own temple. Without hesitation, he pulls the trigger. The body collapses. A faint, crisp sound reaches David's ears. A familiar noise was that the pin being pulled from a fragmentation grenade. David immediately activates the Cybernetic and retreats backward, but before he can take more than a few steps, he trips over something at his heel. That guy had set a booby trap. With no time to ponder, he dives to the side, hitting the ground as 2 explosions resonate in succession, the ringing in his ears nearly bursting them. David, he struggles to rise, shaking his disoriented head. I am not dead. As he manages to sit up, he sees his bloodied legs and grimaces. But I likely can't walk anymore. Lucy, still within David's mind, witnesses this scene, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She glances at Jack, who is attentively monitoring the small lifting device to prevent any accidents. Stumbling forward, Lucy approaches that David's injured. Shrapnel has hit his legs. I must go help him. With that, she turns and strides toward the exit. Jack calls out, glancing back at the slender figure of the girl. Sister, your body. Rest assured, my health is in excellent condition. Then you and that fellow David should retreat towards the truck. We will arrive shortly. Vaya, what on earth has happened? He shouted into the communication channel. Lucy also sensed something was amiss and halted her departure. IT is still unclear. Jack hastily tugged at the descent line, only to find it utterly vacant. Lucy, observing the somewhat bewildered girl ahead, Jack spoke in a low voice. You go find David. Get him to safety first. David has sustained injuries to his legs, rendering him immobile that if any support personnel trace the signs of battle to him, he will undoubtedly fall into a dire predicament. Should you encounter danger on your way, conceal yourselves. We will provide support as soon as we can. With that, Jack contacted the personnel below .2 black blades, each exceeding 2 meters in length, crossed and severed the descent lines affixed to the trio, then lunged toward Arthur. With no time to contemplate the sensation of falling, Arthur's gaze remained fixed above. Focused on the creature's movements, he crouched down, narrowly avoiding the blade aimed at his chest, which instead sliced above both shoulders. The blade embedded itself into the elevator shaft wall, penetrating deeply as though cutting through butter. While Arthur was forcefully pinned against the wall by the creature. First, deal with this young girl. The pinned Arthur finally discerned the monster before him. Its facial features had vanished, replaced by 2 rows of glowing red mechanical eyes, interspersed with numerous stitching scars. The reason for referring to it as a young girl was due to the female physiological characteristics still evident on its humanoid torso. The monster's abdomen housed a bare metallic apparatus that incessantly rotated within its body, resembling a gyroscope. With all his might, Arthur braced against the creature's pressing blade, never before feeling as grateful for his boxing practice with Jack as he did at that moment. Ugh! He was pinned against the wall, his feet dangling, producing a muffled sound from his throat as he exerted effort. With a subtle gathering of strength in his legs, he could certainly kick the creature away momentarily. However, he did not act immediately. Rather, he cast a glance downward. Due to their recent entanglement, Arthur was now only about 5 meters from the bottom, and both women had escaped the elevator shaft. Without hesitation, he forcefully kicked the monster's abdomen, then plummeted toward the bottom. Thud! Arthur's shoulder slammed against the top of the box, and suppressing the agony, he swiftly crawled toward the opening. Davy and Rebecca were below to assist, and upon seeing Arthur's emergence, they quickly pulled him down. The instant Arthur emerged, 2 long blades pierced through the box's top, precariously hovering above the group. What on earth is that? Rebecca exclaimed, dragging the fallen Arthur away, her heart racing as she glanced at the 2 blades. She had been at the very bottom and had seen nothing. Rolling over, Arthur repositioned Achilles from his shoulder to his front. Thankfully, during the ascent, it had been affected by gravity, landing beneath Arthur's armpit. Otherwise, given the force with which Arthur had been slammed against the wall by the creature, his spine would have undoubtedly been shattered. Rising from the ground, Arthur beheld the 2 long blades, which had carved a large hole in the elevator box like intricate paper cuttings. What it was he could not say, but it was indeed a ghastly entity, Arthur's hoarse and grave voice echoed. A metal plate clanged to the ground. .8 crimson mechanical eyes swiveled around, locking onto the trio. Above, Jack had no time to catch his breath before receiving a transmission from Lucy. More individuals are heading your way. They didn't even check the signs of battle at David's location. I can't clearly see the number, but it's definitely not few. You all better hide. Jack cast a grave glance at the descent mechanism on the ground before moving toward the incoming reinforcements. He needed to buy some time. That elevator shaft was the only passage for movement, and if they were surrounded outside, neither Arthur nor the others, including himself, would be able to escape, chambering his dual pistols. Jack murmured to himself, "It appears things are not going as smoothly as anticipated." The moonlight was obscured by the massive fermentation tanks within the factory, casting a meager glow over a small area. After walking a short distance, Jack spotted shadowy figures in the darkness. Without a word, he raised his pistols, resembling a dam holding back a flood. The unleashed tongues of fire startled the darkness, and the front line of enemies fell one after another. Caught off guard. Enemy attack. Damn it, how dare they come here and stir up trouble? Arm yourselves and give this scoundrel a few holes. Opposite him, the sporadic flashes of gunfire ignited the darkness instantaneously. Jack ducked behind cover. Replacing the magazines in his pistols, the fierce gunfire forced him to retreat, but he managed to buy some time, relying on the enemy's temporary lack of understanding of the situation that moment. He received a transmission from Arthur. "Jack, we have an enthusiastic lady blocking our path. It may take some time to resolve." Hearing a series of jarring metallic clashes in his ear, Jack replied, "Coincidentally, I'm also facing some issues." If you all don't resolve yours quickly, we're done for here. Chapter 53. Elimination. Below, in the dim light, the creature's dual blades dragged along the wall, emitting a piercing, sharp sound in his mind. Jack's voice intertwined with the sounds of gunfire, deepening Arthur's frown. He twisted its grotesque limbs along the corners of the ceiling, rapidly approaching the trio's position. Armed with his gun, Arthur wasted no time in firing a shot at the shadow above. Yet, the situation was evidently more complex than that. From Arthur's perspective, the creature seemed to distort time itself. It evaded the bullet, while lunging towards Arthur with a speed he could barely comprehend. In this battle occurring within the seams of time, the menacing winds from the two blades nearly tore Arthur apart, but he managed to evade them in a harrowing manner. The debris surrounding him was obliterated, as if thrown into a shredder, leaving only scattered fragments. "Damn it, we're in deep trouble," V muttered under her breath, her ammunition having completely run out. It seemed only Arthur possessed the reaction speed to keep up with such velocity. Fortunately, this time the target of the attack was Arthur. Had it been the other two girls, they would have been in serious trouble. Hearing V's words, Arthur thought of that fellow David, who was much slower than this creature. This beast's speed rendered bullets ineffective. Perhaps we need to silence it, Arthur declared, firing another shot at the creature, drawing its pursuit. Observing the monster, V's ocular prosthetics flickered momentarily before reluctantly regaining clarity. Dodging the blade that swept past him, Arthur shoulder-checked the creature's body, activating Achilles without a moment's hesitation. Yet the creature utilized its own speed to evade. Damn it, feeling a searing pain in his shoulder. Arthur cursed quietly, his gaze directed at the ceiling. The creature seemed to relish hanging upside down, fixating intently on its prey. "Arthur, we're running out of time." This ISNT working, V refrained from recklessly firing, instead seizing the opportunity to discuss tactics while the creature temporarily quieted. "With guidance from Master, I would gladly follow without a second thought." Arthur lowered his voice significantly. "Point one is bait, one to restrain it, and another to shoot. It's that simple. I'll be the bait. Let Rebecca hold it down, and then you take your shot." She spoke rapidly, gesturing toward the creature's body. "Do you see that device on its abdomen? That's the key to its rapid movement and balance. Aim for it. If you get the chance, hitting its head would be great too. That's all. I'll be the bait." Rebecca tightened her grip on her handgun, her gaze also fixed on the creature above. "I can't hold this thing down." With that, she tossed her handgun toward the ceiling, sending it soaring upward. The small figure darted forward. Clearly, her gun was out of ammunition. A bullet that couldn't directly hit the creature certainly wouldn't be able to strike with this slow-moving firearm. However, the creature was drawn to the incoming object, charging swiftly towards Rebecca's direction. Perhaps due to the handgun as a sluggish flight, it didn't even activate its speed evasion. Arthur remained vigilant, ready to respond at any moment, but Rebecca's figure quickly approached the creature, and utilizing her smaller stature, she slipped beneath the sweeping blades. V and Arthur followed closely behind. Rebecca could not withstand the creature's assault, and they had to alleviate some of the pressure on her. Thankfully, the creature's chaotic thinking led it to attack recklessly, only utilizing its speed evasion when faced with danger. Otherwise, the trio would be under far greater strain than they currently faced as it struggled to turn. V leapt onto its back, locking its grotesque head in place. Meanwhile, Arthur swiftly moved to the front of the creature, choosing a favorable angle for shooting. Just as his gun was nearly pointed at the creature's head, it activated its speed evasion. The immense force unleashed propelled V forward along with it, and the blades, moving at an unexpected speed, slashed toward Rebecca's petite form. Without time to think, Arthur adjusted the aim of his gun slightly, targeting the creature's farther right arm, and pulled the trigger. Despite his utmost efforts to evade the blade's edge, a portion of his shoulder still felt the penetrating chill, a sensation that pierced deeply into the flesh. Gritting his teeth, the recently invigorated Achilles had no time to gather strength once more. With the gun's muzzle pressed against the creature's lower abdomen, bullets erupted forth like a shotgun blast, piercing through the flesh. The charge of Achilles would have concentrated the 6 bullets it unleashed, enhancing their penetrative power. However, this did not imply that it lacked lethality without a charge. On the contrary, its dispersed projectiles could wreak greater havoc at close range. The kinetic energy of the bullets sent the creature hurtling backward, accompanied by the V behind it, crashing violently to the ground. Arthur, upon witnessing the gash on his shoulder, torn open by a long blade, Rebecca hurriedly scrambled to her feet. "Are you okay?" At that moment, Arthur, whose left shoulder had been severed, felt nearly all strength drained from him. Abandoning Achilles, he supported his injured arm with his right hand. Frowning, he remarked, "Look, my arm is still attached. It indicates the injury is not severe." Observing the wound on his shoulder, which transitioned from deep to shallow, Rebecca grimaced. "You need to staunch the bleeding." With that, she picked up the Achilles that Arthur had discarded on the ground, removed the magazine from its stock, and pressed her thumb against the trigger. The body of Achilles trembled slightly, indicating the charging process. Yet this charge appeared distinctly abnormal, as it contained no bullets. Prolonged energy accumulation led to the electromagnetic charging track within the gun operating at an overclocked rate, a maneuver that could potentially damage the weapon's critical components. Witnessing this, Arthur surmised her intentions, but couldn't help but grimace. "Unless you fancy a barbecue, this temperature is certainly sufficient." Moreover, my gun Rebecca, holding the weapon, approached Arthur from behind. Bending down, she tightened her back muscles. The young girl now exuded an air of seriousness, even issuing commands. With her right hand, she pushed his shoulder backward, prompting Arthur to bend down. She positioned the barrel upright and pressed it directly against the fresh wound on his shoulder, disregarding the surrounding fabric. In fact, if there were clothing, it would enhance the sticking effect. Listening to the sizzling sounds of the meat cooking behind him, Arthur gritted his teeth, a muffled groan escaping his throat as the excruciating pain surged to his head. After what felt like an eternity, the ordeal finally subsided. Meanwhile, V struggled to extract herself from the ground. Witnessing the scene of smoke emanating from Arthur's back, "Are you all right?" She grinned, revealing bloodied teeth as she leaned on her knee, barely managing to stand. After that blow, she too had taken quite a fall. "Let's calm this enthusiastic lady down first. Then we should make our escape to ensure our safety." Drooping his left arm, Arthur made his way over down on the ground. The monster writhed violently, its severed cybernetic limb flailing beneath it. Having lost its waist components, it seemed unable to support its upper body, reduced to struggling on the ground. Observing in silence, one could also discern the oddity of its head. That head, devoid of facial features, was enormous and grotesque, surrounded by unsettling protrusions. With his remaining functional arm, Arthur drew his pistol from his waist, aiming it directly at the creature's head. Bang. Before the monster ceased its thrashing, without further delay. They hastened toward the elevator shaft. "Jack, the problem is resolved. How about you?" Above, Jack was fiercely engaged in combat with the enemy, having retreated to the human storage area. Upon hearing the voice in his head, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "The rope will be lowered shortly, but we need to break out." Chapter 54. Departure. Rapidly expending the last of his ammunition, Jack hurriedly moved backward. He needed to lower the rope quickly to allow Arthur and the others to ascend. The pursuing enemies swiftly closed in, yet their advance was notably slow, as was customary. After each ceasefire, Jack would retreat to the next cover and launch a fierce counterattack. The pursuers seemed to have tacitly accepted this slow approach, for no one wished to be the first to expose themselves and sacrifice their lives for the corporation. This probing pursuit afforded Jack ample time. He quickly secured the lift and fastened the safety rope to the iron coffin he used as cover. The machine whirred to life, taking time to bring the others up. The pursuers soon sensed something amiss. They cautiously probed for a considerable time, yet were met with no fierce resistance from Jack. This time, Jack's fire was dense, almost devoid of precise aiming. He intended to create an illusion of confidence. Indeed, the enemy's counterattack was slower than usual, but they were not all fools and soon deduced Jack's predicament. "Brothers, he's bluffing," the clever ones merely shouted, yet the pressure on Jack was evidently mounting. Damn it, as he heard the relentless bullets striking his cover, Jack was astonished to realize it was far less solid than it appeared. This was bad. He needed to move, and the safety rope was still attached. Gritting his teeth, Jack untied the rope from his position and tightly wrapped it around his left leg. After popping off a few shots, Jack crawled over the drop of the iron platform to another coffin meant for the living. However, at that moment, the scene he dreaded most unfolded that a bullet from an enemy struck the lift, which continued to operate, but the securing mechanism emitted a groaning sound, straining under the weight. With a loud crash, it plummeted backward, only to be caught tightly by the safety rope around Jack's leg. The sudden jolt nearly knocked him off balance, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge as he exerted nearly all his strength to regain control of that leg. The rope constricted around the flesh, akin to a circle of knives, and what unsettled Jack most was the rapid loss of sensation in that area. Dios no lo quiera. Silently chanting, Jack managed to secure his leg within the gap of the iron platform and raised both guns once more. The lives of his 3 friends rested in his hands. This was no time for hesitation. Come on, you bastards! V was the first to ascend this time, for Arthur was half incapacitated and might need assistance to make it up. As they approached the elevator door, the dense sound of gunfire reached their ears. It seemed Jack was in quite a predicament. With sufficient distance, V seized the edge of the opening and climbed up. Turning back, she pulled up the next position, Arthur. Climbing up with great difficulty, a hint of color returned to Arthur's pale face, and he dryly remarked, "Damn it, staying underground made me feel like a rat only capable of digging holes." The underground indeed instills a significant pressure, reminiscent of being trapped in a jar. Jack bore the brunt of the gunfire outside the elevator door. Unless he died, this big guy would forever shield his friends from the storm. With no time to catch their breath, the trio plunged back into the battle to support him. "Hey." Arthur swiftly joined Jack's side, emptying the bullets from his revolver. You would never guess how seductive that enthusiastic lady is. While rummaging for more bullets, he couldn't resist cracking a joke. Quite amusing, but let us save the jokes for when we're alive and out of here. Jack's previously ashen face relaxed somewhat. Importantly, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his leg. This was a good sign, indicating that his leg was still intact. Jack certainly did not wish to lose it to a useless iron limb. All right, I thought you missed me, along with my marksmanship." Saying this, Arthur clicked the revolving chamber of his revolver back into place and discharged another 6 rounds. The band of 40 to 50 pursuers quickly fell to the bullets of the 4, and whether any had escaped was no longer their concern, as they were all nursing wounds. "Yes, but I might need a hand here." Trembling, Jack slowly unwound the safety rope tangled around his leg, blood still dripping from it. Witnessing this, Arthur gestured toward his leg. "All right, I truly hope you can assert that we're not dragging you up by your leg. Unfortunately, the reality is, thanks to my leg." Arthur's lips twitched, but he regained his composure, his voice as raspy as ever. "Thank heavens you still have some sense, or else you'd have that damned rope around your neck." "Shut it, Arthur. We need to move." V's voice came from behind them. Casting a disapproving glance at Arthur, who had fallen silent, "But you're responsible for supporting Jack. His leg is severely injured." "Great. Letting one injured person assist another. That's a task you can manage." Arthur held Achilles, while Rebecca trailed closely behind him, and Jack, AS for V. Having sensed the absence of danger, she darted into the nearby darkness to set something up. "That old woman is such a nuisance." Rebecca muttered to herself. Perhaps she's just anxious. One can never be too sure. In any case, Jack was somewhat reluctant to engage with him now. "How are you all doing?" Lucy's voice crackled through the communication channel, inquiring about their situation. "Not bad. At least no one was left behind." The one responding was V. Emerging from the shadows, her tall, alluring figure exuding a commanding aura. Behind her, a high ponytail swayed with each step she took. There was little commotion by the truck. After speaking, Lucy fell silent, as she was ever taciturn. That wretched woman. "Where have you been?" Rebecca never referred to her as old woman in V's presence, although the girl was somewhat unhinged. She possessed a keen awareness of her own combat prowess. "Leave something behind. You will understand shortly." With that, V shot a fierce glare at Arthur, signaling her disinterest in his words. The group gathered near the truck, where David leaned against a massive tire, his legs swathed in tattered remnants of Lucy's coat, with streaks of darkened blood seeping through. "How are you holding up, kid? You don't look too well." Raising his head, David caught sight of the newcomers and stammered, "I'm all right. Arthur, have you found a way to treat my mother?" Standing, Arthur tossed a silver box into his hands. "I hope it proves effective. Cheer up. Kid, at least you can still speak, even if you can't get up for now. Inside the truck's cabin, the electromagnetic bomb, scorched from the explosion, lay in ruins. David, Jack, and Lucy opted to remain in the rear compartment, 2 injured individuals and 1 temporary nurse to tend to them. Meanwhile, V was at the helm, Arthur occupied the passenger seat, and Rebecca stayed in the back. This fellow refused to remove his dress shoes, leaving a mess behind as he leaned forward, hands resting on the backs of the 2 front seats. Before the enormous steering wheel, V retrieved a pair of black-framed sunglasses, placing them over her eyes. Chapter 55. The Afterlife in the Night. The roar of the beast echoed once more, departing along the gap it had created on arrival. With one hand gripping the steering wheel, V extracted a metallic cube from her top pocket. Guess what I just did? Let me guess. Did you secretly draw a map? Damn it, I detest riddles. To mitigate future troubles. You see, the processing of ethanol 2 involves 2 stages. Prolonged anaerobic processing followed by an oxygen-rich treatment that I just helped the canister open its oxygen valve. Soon, there'll be quite a spectacle. As she spoke, V tossed the metallic object in her hand, a satisfied grin gracing her lips. Clearly, she harbored a deep aversion for the brutal conditions of that place. During their conversation, the truck had covered a sufficient distance. Or at least what V deemed sufficient. She pried open the top of the metallic cube, and with a sharp crack, pressed it down forcefully. The scene resembled the sun descending upon the earth. As an orange-red glow dispelled the darkness of night, in the rearview mirror, Arthur glimpsed a fireball emerging gracefully above the ethanol 2 factory. Instantly, a deafening roar surged like a tsunami, engulfing everyone's ears. Well done. In Arthur's eyes, the reflection of that blazing fireball shone brightly, as if the gloom within his heart had been incinerated. What did you say? Damn it, I said, well done, V. All right, Arthur, and your sweet words are appreciated. It was evident that V's smile broadened further. The truck, rolling over the flames of the explosion behind them, sped toward Night City. The journey was smooth, thanks in part to the backing of a senior official from the Anti-Intelligence Department. Their truck had barely faced any procedural inquiries. Neon lights and crowds enveloped them once more, and in the brief span of half a day, the group experienced a whirlwind of events. Their immediate task was to deliver the 3 injured individuals to Old Vic. Despite their unsteady gait, none were left behind. Observing the intact group, Victor's face broke into a smile. He had been waiting at the clinic for news of their condition, and witnessing the scene he had longed for. Fatigue and worry dissipated as Old Vic skillfully donned the auxiliary medical kit. Arthur pointed to the heavily injured David. Let us check on this lad first, lest he becomes the second pillar. Ignoring Rebecca's furious glare at his feet, Arthur casually found an empty chair to sit. Casting a glance at the bandages wrapped around his left shoulder, he broached a question that had lingered in his mind. Why is it that the creature lurking underground? Its Sandwiston is so much faster than David? Essentially, Sandwiston is merely a prosthetic designed for reaction speed that it bears no direct correlation to actual speed. As dawn broke, Victor finally completed his tasks and lifted a steaming cup of coffee. Relaxing in chair at a table, he explained casually, ordinary individuals cannot attain the physical capabilities necessary to match Sandwiston's reaction speed. Unless, of course, they are a cybernetic psychopath that it appeared that the creature was indeed an artificially created cybermaniac. Rebecca continued to swing her legs, while the others, having had direct encounters, could glean the danger from Arthur and Rebecca's descriptions. Arthur, reclining comfortably, directly inquired of David, "What are you planning to do?" "Administer the injection directly." Or something else. Upon hearing this question, David chuckled foolishly at Victor, who couldn't help but smile at the sight. "All right, I will take a look, but with my level of knowledge, I may not discern much." Old Vic's humility elicited an enthusiastic thanks from David. Anyone who had witnessed Victor's skills would be foolish to think him lacking in ability. The injuries of the 3 were not severe. They merely required a few days of rest to recover fully. As for the payment for this job, V had previously stated that, after deducting the compensation for the 10-man cannon fodder, there would still be approximately 600,000 euros left. Divided among the participants, each would receive a substantial sum as the next evening approached. Although the injuries of the wounded had not fully healed, the deep fatigue etched on their faces from the previous day had vanished. Arthur had grown accustomed to Night City, where the night truly came alive. That night, V invited everyone involved in the commission to a gathering at the Afterlife. Speaking of the Afterlife, it was arguably the most famous bar in all of Night City. Located in a modest area of Chinatown, it stood as the unequivocal center of the city's gray zone. Every intermediary took pride in conducting business here, while every mercenary flaunted the opportunity to drink within its walls. To delve deeper, this was the information hub of Night City, the largest underground intelligence trading platform, where answers to both known and unknown queries could be found. At IT was precisely this that solidified its unique status in the shadowy world, earning it respect from all. Like all mysterious locales and stories, the Afterlife was nestled within an unassuming basement. This lent an air of ritualistic significance, a widely known secret, as nearly everyone was aware that beneath lay the Afterlife bar. Outside the Afterlife, in a seemingly dilapidated parking lot, Arthur and his companions awaited V, the instigator of this drinking invitation, who turned out to be the last to arrive. From a distance, the sound of a revving engine grew louder, followed by a pristine white sports car barreling in. The engine's growl was coarse and low. Halting directly in front of Arthur and the others, V emerged from the ostentatious vehicle, her appearance markedly different from before. She wore a pair of sleek black women's trousers that hugged her long legs, while her upper body was adorned with a fitted gray vest, topped with a delicate yellow coat. The exquisite floral patterns on her attire, with finely crafted stitches, suggested anything but mediocrity. "Look at our girl, a hen adorned with peacock feathers?" Arthur teased. "Since you're treating, I shall indulge in a few extra drinks, and then regurgitate them onto your feathers." "Enough, Arthur. A few drinks, and you'll be out of commission." V shut the car door behind her. Perhaps due to her tardiness, she paid little mind to Arthur's jibes. "However, I am here to divide the spoils." Taking the lead, she strode towards the staircase leading to the basement. Not far along the path, Jack sidled up to V, a broad smile on his face as he inquired about her car. "Herrera, the thug? I assumed your stature would afford you something better, like Rayfield." Whether it was motorcycles or sports cars, Jack had no resistance to such topics. "Ha, but I stuffed a few things inside. Only the thug-esque chassis can accommodate it." Ahead, the entrance of the Afterlife bar, V nodded to the burly security guard before stepping inside. Chapter 56. The libation witnessing this scene, Jack appeared astonished, his face lit with curiosity as he remarked, "I thought a place like the Afterlife wouldn't welcome someone like you." The Afterlife was unlike other bars, loud and dim. Instead, it was well lit, suffused with a relaxed and pleasant green glow that lingered in every corner. Arthur scanned the room briefly before following the two ahead. Hearing Jack's comment, V laughed. "Someone like me? A corporate dog, perhaps?" "Ha ha." Jack chuckled awkwardly, his gaze evasive as he waved his hand dismissively. "We're good brothers, after all." V continued with a lower voice. "The Afterlife isn't as pure as you might think. You wonder how so many corporate secrets circulate here." A stout woman approached, her long chestnut curls cascading down her shoulders, her lips full and adorned with a smile. "What can I get for you all?" she inquired, presenting the menu in the year 2076. The menu was directly transmitted to the neural displays of those present. "Look at these drinks, all high-end choices, truly befitting the Afterlife." Jack, the ambitious young man determined to make his mark, appeared particularly exhilarated as the group animatedly discussed their drink selections. V regarded the somewhat rugged bartender with a beaming smile. "And you? Care for a drink?" "My treat." The atmosphere was decidedly jovial, especially as it was time to split the bill. David, his face beaming with excitement, had his mouth agape, tilting his head as if he were about to swallow the light bulbs overhead. When the topic of splitting the bill arose, he resolutely declared, "I'm here to get medicine for my mother. No splitting." Without hesitation, Arthur delivered a sharp slap to the back of the lad's head. With 6 of them, each contributing 100,000, V was included, and today's drinking expenses would be covered from that .as for the rest of the distribution. "I'm not keen on overthinking it. I simply don't understand." With his words forcefully cast upon the table, Arthur offered no chance for rebuttal, downing his drink in one go. Beside him, V offered a wry smile as she lifted her glass, draining its contents. Even those assigning tasks could collect their share. This was perhaps a first for Night City. As the drinks flowed, the conversation drifted far beyond the realm of the initial commission. Particularly enthusiastic was Jack, who, after finishing a glass, eagerly tapped the bar counterpoint one more old-fashioned tequila, beer with chili. Oh yes. The female bartender bent slightly, retrieving ingredients from beneath the counter. Johnny Silverhand? Looks like you've done your homework, she said, pointing at Jack with a grin. Arthur, who had been focused on toasting his glass with a lit cigar, glanced up, puzzled by her words. What hand? What sort of jargon is this? It's a local custom. Drinks are named after regulars. Drinks? Names? Arthur had never paid attention to such details. As long as it smelled like alcohol, he had no qualms about downing it. What is the procedure for leaving a drink named after oneself here? Her elegant attire stained with alcohol, inquired with interest. You must first die. Die spectacularly, to be remembered, just like these names on the drink menu. How profound. Jack nudged Arthur's arm, lifting his chin. Everyone has their day to shine. It would be a pity to have lived without leaving a mark. Leave a mark? That is truly lacking in style. One should depart without regrets. As for how many watch me die? Who cares? Don't be a downer, Arthur. With a playful pat on Arthur's back, Jack turned to the bartender. Hey, I'm Jack Wells. How about leaving a drink in my name? Sure, tell me, and I'll remember. Wiping the glass in her hand, the bartender smiled and inquired 0.1 part vodka, with ice, lime juice, ginger beer ditto, and most importantly, a touch of love. Jack's concoction made everyone burst into laughter. Haha, Jack, you might need a pink dress. Arthur, half leaning on the table, chuckled at Jack. Suddenly, an abrasive voice broke through from Arthur's right, the shrill tone neither masculine nor feminine, quite irksome. This voice wiped the smile off Arthur's face, and he slowly straightened. Tilting his head slightly, it was a man with a mohawk, clad in a flimsy denim shirt that revealed extensive tattoos. Buddy, I'm talking to my friends. Could you leave? Arthur spoke calmly, like a gentle breeze devoid of strength. Around him, Jack and the others fell silent, witnessing the scene. Buddy, I'm talking to my friends. Could you leave? The man mockingly echoed Arthur's words, swaying his head nonchalantly. Exhaling sharply, Arthur brought his drink down on the table, plunging everything into stillness. The liquid in the glass swayed, as if striving to regain composure. Suddenly, the surface of the drink stirred violently, splashing slightly. Grabbing the man's head, Arthur pressed it down onto the table. Listen, listen. His gravelly voice was so low it was almost a whisper. I know that as long as there are people in this world, there will be fools. And I've heard this bar is quite something, with its own set of rules. Now, buddy, take a guess. This. Arthur's gaze fell upon the man struggling beneath him. The rules here. Can they protect your life? I'm leaving, brother. Don't be impulsive. The man's face became smeared with his own tears, his bravado evaporating. The moment Arthur released his grip, the man vanished without a trace. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Arthur shrugged, clutching his drink. Fools seem to cross my path often if he hadn't backed down. Would you truly dare to draw a gun here? She resumed her task of polishing the glass, looking down as she asked. Guns are meant to be fired. Taking a sip of his drink, Arthur replied. Many intermediaries prefer to use newcomers, but the odds of the LL only get this one chance. Shrugging, the female bartender lowered her voice. What is your name? V expressed a newfound curiosity towards the stout woman, who seemed to possess a wealth of experience. Claire, bartender of the afterlife. The competition for this job is fierce. Smiling, Claire remarked. Following the interruption, the atmosphere among the group returned to its previous vibrancy as they resumed their discussions on drinks. Jack animatedly shared his preferences. Drinking without love is utterly flavorless. It turns into a dull affair. Thus love is vital. He raised a glass named after himself, like a child who had just received a new toy. I am David Martinez. This lad always wore an exaggerated grin when Arthur hadn't reprimanded him. Vodka on ice in a bullet glass, that he added, stealing a glance at Lucy beside him, slyly adding. And a splash of cola. The gesture was so overt that everyone noticed. Amidst the laughter, Lucy blushed, tilting her head slightly. And you, care to leave a name, just for fun? Spit and powder for brains, topped with a dash of absurd plans. Shaking off the bizarre thoughts, Arthur's gaze settled on the drink before him, the cigar emitting wisps of fragrant smoke. A name. You may call it Cowboy. Claire's eyes roamed around the gambler as had atop Arthur's head. Nodding in agreement, that it suits you well. As for the recipe, I love all spirits, and let us top it off with a roasted cigar to tea the long bar of the afterlife. The group downed 6 glasses in unison, each carrying the weight of several obscure names. Chapter 57, Rare Acts of Kindness. Gatherings, recuperation. After every major job, a few days of rest are essential. In Watson District, amidst the towering skyscrapers, Arthur's apartment lay in disarray, littered with empty bottles, half-smoked cigars, and food containers with spilled contents. The sun was high, around 10 in the morning, yet the apartment windows were tightly sealed, casting the interior into darkness. On the single bed in the corner, the sound of heavy snoring stirred the dust. Ding ding. The clear ringing echoed. Arm flailing, Arthur seemed to attempt to dispel the noise from his head. Ding. Ugh. The flailing arm sent him tumbling to the floor, emitting a muffled groan. Damn it. Rubbing his head, Arthur braced himself against the edge of the bed, cursing as he sat up. He sat there on the floor, dazed, surveying the surroundings. Ding. Ah, fine, that noise in my head. He didn't even check who it was before answering the call. What a beautiful morning, if it weren't for this call. Arthur, let me correct you. It is now noon, not morning. The voice from the other end was instantly recognizable. V. It's always morning before I get up. Stumbling to his feet, Arthur shook his head, still suffering from the pain of a hangover. He dragged his body toward the bathroom, jangling along the way as he knocked over everything in his path. What do you want from me, ma'am? You're the boss of the company. We're not on the same wavelength. Surely, you're not looking for more dirty work. Splashing hot water on his face from the faucet, Arthur finally regained a measure of clarity. It's not that. It's personal. Never mind, it's hard to explain here. Hurry down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. Viva didn't afford Arthur another chance to speak before hanging up. In front of the mirror, Arthur vigorously rubbed his face, stiff from the hangover. He angrily kicked aside the clutter in front of the wardrobe, throwing on a coarse brown coat and grabbing a hat from nearby. Arthur stepped out. Watson District lacked for nothing except people. Amidst the bustling crowd below, Arthur spotted V. What is the matter? Can we talk now? V was seated on a public bench by the roadside, passers-by occasionally glancing her way, especially the men. Let us go. Get in the car. Upon seeing Arthur approaching, V promptly rose to her feet and briskly made her way to the side of the street. It was still the same silver-hued thug GTR, and a menacing array of air intakes on its rear resembled the gills of a shark, accompanied by the growl of a deep engine. A white blur sped onto the main thoroughfare of Watson District. Surveying the surrounding crimson leather, Arthur clicked his tongue in approval. Indeed, it had the appearance of something impressive that he reached out to touch it and added, "Is this made from turkey leather? All right, Arthur, let us discuss serious matters." VS frog-eyed sunglasses reflected the sunlight streaming through the car windows. Oh, you remember that monster? Arthur naturally understood what she was referring to, the creature from the underground laboratory of the Chuan 2 factory that had nearly slaughtered them. What? If you miss it so much, you could always sift through the ashes for a bit. You shot it in the head, remember? Ignoring Arthur's snide remarks, V continued, that shot pierced through 2 heads, did you know? Inside that grotesque, fleshy casing, there were 2 brains sewn together. Listening to her words, Arthur's brow furrowed tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the edge of the car window. Oh, what? Are you implying I killed 2 people? In such circumstances, one cannot simply let it slide. Arthur gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, somewhat perplexed. That was the brain of a mother and daughter. V's eyes, hidden behind her frog sunglasses, were unreadable. Yet, her tone was devoid of its usual cheerfulness, instead laced with suppressed anger. When I was at the central hub, I was pursued by their defensive protocols, which forced a magic puppet into my head. They were sold off by 2 scoundrels, and I intend to investigate. Who would have thought you cared about such trifles? Shouldn't you be focused on climbing the social ladder? The modified thug vehicle, under V's deft handling, exhibited extraordinary power. Amidst the roar and vibrations, the duo swiftly departed from Watson District, heading south towards Santo Domingo. The River Valley District was a place of stark contrasts. Modern factories stood shoulder to shoulder with dilapidated junkyards. An old nuclear power plant lay abandoned, leaving one to wonder if its radiation would cause the locals to sprout gills. Through a narrow tunnel, they reached a working-class neighborhood. The residents of the River Valley were laborers, toiling in weary and oppressive jobs, each appearing drained of vitality. among the mother and daughter. The mother worked in a robotics factory, subsisting on meager wages to provide her daughter with an education in a better environment. The individuals they sought were their neighbors at ASV, concluded her words. The thug's tires screeched to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before them stood a simple auto repair shop, the pungent scent of machine oil immediately wafting into Arthur's nostrils. He had no aversion to this smell. It was far preferable to the stench of manure back in Cattletown. Just as they exited the vehicle, a portly man approached them, his hands and arms smeared with thick, black oil, his clothes stained with grime, that he wore a friendly smile, his small eyes narrowing as he regarded V, who walked ahead. See Herrera in front of my shop? I want tea sleep for a month. Do we look like we came here to get our car fixed? Arthur, standing behind V, spoke in a low tone. The rotund man halted, laughing nervously. Come on now, what else would you come to an auto repair shop for? Since stepping out, V had been fixated on the adjacent building. It was a two-story structure, constructed from uneven sheets of corrugated iron. Perhaps alerted by the commotion outside, a tall, slender man emerged from the depths of the shop. A metal tool set in his hand, appearing as if he had just finished a task. We're here to find those two next door. V indicated toward the run-down building she had been scrutinizing. Don't be ridiculous. The portly man's expression shifted slightly, yet he feigned nonchalance and waved his hand dismissively. That crumbling place? How could anyone live there? It's been abandoned for years. Behind him, the gaunt man wore a stiff expression and spoke in a gruff tone. If you're not here for business, then get lost. I don't have time to play house with you rich folks. Arthur's gaze flicked to the bulging waistline of the thin man, awaiting V's next move in O1's home. V's anger barely concealed itself, and her inability to restrain her emotions resulted in her drawing her handgun from her waist. Is playing dumb with me amusing? You scum! The gunshot rang out, striking the portly man's forehead. Fool! Go to hell! Witnessing this, the lanky man fumbled at his waist, his words a garbled mixture of pleading and bravado. Don't kill me. I didn't come up with this plan. I'll kill you. At that moment, faced with two adversaries wielding absolute power, the man no longer felt the thrill of being the one who sold lives for profit. There were no demons here, merely two ordinary individuals, perhaps even ones who had done good deeds in the past, but you must have received some money for it. Clutching his arm, he cried out in agony. Writhing on the ground, I wonder when that girl was harmed. Did she scream as loudly? V held her gun steady at the man's head. Don't kill me. It wasn't me, it was that fat guy. He trembled under the weight of her gaze, shaking his head in a manner reminiscent of a rattled sieve. Chapter 58. A gift from beyond. V suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. She casually pulled the trigger. In an instant, the surroundings fell into silence. Arthur regarded the scene before him with a peculiar expression. What? Did the princess of the corporation think she had captured some nefarious bigwig? Only to discover she had merely found a couple of petty thieves and is now somewhat disappointed? V, accustomed to Arthur's sardonic tone, shrugged indifferently and replied, It's just a bit strange. How could neighbors of nearly 10 years suddenly turn out like this? People are like that, Arthur mused. Yesterday they wouldn't even squash a few ants, yet today for a handful of cash they can kill a dozen. But I am not that kind of person. Frowning at the two lifeless bodies at her feet, V's voice held a note of uncertainty. Perhaps, inadvertently, I have also become an executioner. Clearly, she was referring to her assignments in the Wasteland. Hey girl, if you brought me out just for this, wouldn't that be a bit presumptuous? Arthur shifted the topic to showcase my strength and then asked me to deal with such petty criminals? Of course not. A confident smile returned to V's face. I have a gift for you. You, and also Jack, even Rebecca. You all have a share. This treasure I acquired in Europe, some black market good from the Crystal Palace, will surely leave you slack-jawed. Crystal Palace? That iron hunk floating in the sky. Arthur was familiar with it. Advertisement for that thing flooded television screens, boasting of unparalleled luxury that a bunch of fools who couldn't fit on the ground. What good could they possibly produce? As a genuine cowboy, Arthur felt an instinctual aversion to such a closed and narrow environment. It seems you are a thorough traditionalist. Never mind, that's not important. What matters is the gift I'm about to send you. And just so you know, it's a cybernetic enhancement. Just name a location, and I'll deliver it to you this afternoon. Appraising V, who wore a beaming smile. Arthur hesitated, but eventually provided the information for Victor's clinic. Wait for the gift, Arthur. It's something your average person could never hope to encounter in a lifetime. When Arthur entered the clinic, Victor was engrossed in a machine, barely noticing his arrival. It wasn't until Arthur cleared his throat that Victor looked up. Startled. Busy, are we old, Victor? Yeah, all because of your little brother's affairs, Victor replied, rubbing the back of his neck before continuing. So, what is up? Arthur leaned closer. This is the company as Pinnacle. All big molecules. Victor began, glancing at Arthur, his irritation evident as he halted mid-sentence. You wouldn't understand. So why ask? Someone is sending me a gift. Cybernetics, purportedly from the Crystal Palace. Just thought I'd give you a glimpse. Arthur chuckled. Glance? More like you're here to make me work. Victor shot Arthur an annoyed glance before turning back to his task. For Arthur, who had known Victor his entire life, he struggled to conjure any acerbic retorts. Following the address, V found the clinic tucked away in a corner. This time, she drove a spacious vehicle and opened the trunk to reveal 3 silver metal cases resting quietly within. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The Wasteland stated that Night City had more pressing matters, leaving them to be brought over in a rather humiliating manner. I wasn't meant to keep these, but due to compensation, they now belong to me. Arthur inquired, puzzled. Pressing matters? Is it about that damn Chuan 2 factory? Yes. One of its technologies is crucial for the Wasteland's most significant research. I wonder where those upper echelon folks got their information. With keen interest, Arthur recalled the slaughterhouse he and Jack had taken down. The information regarding the blue brain matter has been automatically deleted, yet the other research materials remain intact. The V's voice interrupted Arthur's contemplation. Quickly, summon the person receiving the gifts. With that, V lifted a small box. You handle those too. The boxes were indeed heavy, particularly one that appeared deceptively small, nearly causing Arthur to stumble. What on earth is this? That is yours. The first to arrive was Rebecca. Residing in the Watson district, she rushed over as soon as she received word from Arthur. Damn woman, what are you doing here? Upon seeing V, Rebecca's expression soured. I came to deliver gifts. As she spoke, V, as usual, took advantage of her height and placed her hand atop Rebecca's head. Not interested. I really am not a pair of military-grade cybernetic limbs from the Crystal Palace laboratory. I believe they are gorilla arms. Are you truly not interested? V looked down at Rebecca with a broad grin. This petite figure always brought her considerable amusement, if you insist on giving them to me. It's not something I desired. Rebecca's tone was devoid of conviction. Her focus diverted even from the hand resting atop her head. She had long sought to enhance her firepower, as the small handgun she possessed no longer sufficed for this girl, whose mind was filled with violence. However, her favored shotgun was too cumbersome for her slender arms, leaving it perpetually set aside. V's smile remained unwavering as she shook the outermost box in her hand. If you truly don't want it, this could fetch a handsome sum. And oh, sooner had she spoken than Rebecca lunged forward, snatching the box from V's grasp and cradling it to her chest. How could you sell a gift? You wretched woman! Inside was a cybernetic arm, concealed beneath a sleek, armed exterior, a complex mechanical structure shrouded in darkness that safeguard the host. It had been designed with an intelligent threshold. Otherwise, the recoil alone would be enough to incapacitate its owner. Nevertheless, it was ingeniously crafted to significantly alleviate the strain on the user, ensuring that its performance would not diminish excessively. Moreover, it retained numerous functionalities typical of hand prosthetics, such as ballistic synchronization. What do you think? As Rebecca clutched the storage box, only half her head was visible behind it. I'll concede. Your gift is quite remarkable. Her fondness for the gift even overshadowed her usual nature. Shortly thereafter, Jack arrived as well. This fellow never failed to roam Night City on his dilapidated bike, whenever he had a moment to spare, occasionally accompanied by old Vic's nurse, after parking his vibrant red Nazer. Jack strode in confidently. Hey, what is up, folks? What do you need me for? Observing his beaming countenance, it was evident that only progress with Misty could elicit such joy from him. The comment was, of course, directed at V, who was an orphan, raised in Haywood, where many had lent her a helping hand. Having completed my task successfully, I found some free time these days, and I plan to visit Mrs. Wells whenever I can. As she spoke, V lifted another box, explaining, "This is your gift, Jack." Eagerly approaching, Jack glanced around before asking, "What is it?" "It looks promising. This is a comprehensive emergency prosthetic kit, including a secondary heart, auxiliary circulatory system, biological monitor, and more, all top-notch good from the Crystal Palace. Not only can they save your life, but they will also enhance your strength. Quite suitable for you, I would say. What do you think?" After absorbing all the information, Jack pondered as he examined the box in his hands. "Sister, with such a fine gift, I should get myself a set first. The company isn't exactly safe, V. You're far more at risk than I am." "Enough chatter, Jack. These are black market prosthetics appearing out of thin air, the best origin possible. Unfortunately, as a corporate employee, all my prosthetics are registered, which amounts to confiscation. Installing them would be a waste." Chapter 59. Gravitational bone matter. All right then. Jack ceased his protests and directly lifted the silver briefcase. "Looks like my punches will pack even more of a punch now." Old Vic, deep within the clinic, had long been aware of the commotion and observed the scene before him with a smile. "It seems you've made quite an extraordinary friend, and a generous one at that. This is V, working in the black market, but trustworthy. We are truly one of the family." After introducing V, Jack proceeded to introduce Victor. "This is Victor Victor, the finest cybernetic doctor in all of Night City. And no matter the ailment, come to him." Regardless of whether they were acquainted, as long as Jack, the lively character, was present, the atmosphere would never falter. As both individuals retrieved their boxes, Arthur directly brought forth the remaining box meant for him. The best way to satisfy his curiosity was to take a direct look. Arthur opened the heavy box. On the black sponge lay a fully black dagger. The blade was approximately the length of a man's forearm, double-edged, with several intricate blood grooves etched into the blade. Its hilt was wrapped diagonally in pitch-black leather. A dagger? Arthur cast a curious glance at V, that although he did not particularly care for the value of the gift, the nature of it was evidently different. Upon witnessing this, V could no longer suppress her smile and began to explain. "Do you know why the corporate giants place such immense importance on space? All companies strive to seize power there, to gain greater authority." Very well that Arthur's tone carried an edge of impatience. "Should I be tipping you for this fascinating tale?" Noting the slight confusion on Arthur's face, V was uncertain whether to laugh. "All right, not to put it simply, this item is related to the lunar mass accelerator, the one capable of hurling stones from the sky down to Earth. Its core technology consists of two aspects: atomic density arrangement and controllable gravitational fields." V approached Arthur's box, pointing at the dagger lying quietly within. "The prosthetic I'm gifting you is known as gravitational bone matter. In a sense, this dagger is part of that prosthetic. The gravitational field is the most stable force field, largely unaffected by external factors. This dagger serves as a counterweight for the prosthetic. Otherwise, after the bone matter is injected into the body, the muscles would be unable to bear the excessive weight." As she spoke, V lifted the black sponge beneath the dagger, revealing several tightly sealed small canisters. The heavy metallic sheen glimmered under the light. "This is the prosthetic. It is liquid as for installation. It's quite simple. Inject it into the bones, and then lie down for a few days." Casting a complex glance at V, though he struggled to comprehend much of her earlier discourse. The peculiar installation method caused Arthur to instinctively shrink his neck. "The prosthetic could be unnecessary for me, my strength doesn't require such external support. What if it impacts my shooting accuracy?" "Quit dawdling." V boldly pressed her hand on Arthur's shoulder. "This is high chivalry, the outstanding creation of those born in space. Just these few little canisters, you can't imagine how much energy they require. And they must be paired with a lunar mass accelerator to create such controllable gravitational fields. All right." Arthur attempted to grasp one of the canisters, exerting considerable effort to lift it. "If I introduce this into my body, is there a guarantee it won't leave me paralyzed? I've mentioned the technology is quite mature. The gravitational field will intelligently offset any excess weight you experience. Moreover, it can be summoned back when you need that extra weight. Say, when you throw a punch, liquid prosthetics, what a remarkable concept. This is an enhancement based on native organs," Victor remarked, listening intently to V's explanation, unable to resist his admiration. "It seems there are some discerning individuals among you." While V elaborated, everyone present, aside from Victor, wore expressions of bewilderment. V then retrieved the dagger. handing it to Arthur. Picking up the dagger, Arthur weighed it in his hand, reminiscent of the throwing knives he had used in the past. Under gravitational manipulation, it could be weighted to 30 tons, unless he wished to crush himself. That very day, Arthur underwent the procedure to implant the prosthetic. It was undoubtedly the most painful experience he had ever endured. As he cried out in agony, his lungs trembled within his chest. In the following days, Arthur could only lie on life support machinery, eyes wide open. The Arasaka building, entirely isolated from the outside world, boasted air as fresh as that found in a forest. It housed the most advanced natural circulation system, with vibrant, orderly vegetation flourishing perfectly in the corners of the structure. Looking up from the bottom of the building, one would feel as though they had entered a legendary elven kingdom. The Arasaka Counterintelligence Department occupied 4 independent office floors within this edifice. The topmost floor housed the office of the department head, Jenkins. Recently, V, having successfully completed her tasks, was on leave, and some of the less savory dealings naturally fell to her superior to manage. Ultimately, these matters are all his concern. Setting aside the tasks at hand, Jenkins exhaled softly. Presently, due to the void in Europe, that wretched Abernathy has been lingering over there, which has inadvertently afforded him quite a bit of respite. Fixating his gaze into the darkness of the office area, Jenkins had always relished such an environment. He allowed his thoughts to drift, savoring this fleeting sense of freedom. Indeed, freedom is but ephemeral in the same dilapidated counterintelligence department. At the very bottom of the 4th floor lies the standard office area. The corpulent, greasy middle-aged man sat outside his desk, his round spectacles precariously perched on his head, with fat accumulating in the crevices of the glasses. He was none other than Tanaka Kitsunobu, the principal of the dilapidated academy. Yes, but that student has dropped out. It seems his mother met with an unfortunate accident and perished in a car crash. A male voice emerged from the darkness. Sion Wasteland, untrained. Are you certain? Quite certain. The surveillance footage I sent you confirms it without a doubt. It is indeed Sion Wasteland. Tanaka's expression bore a hint of restrained humility. In terms of position, he was not considerably inferior to the man across from him. Yet, the latter, as a bona fide agent of the counterintelligence department, had the ear of those higher up, a privilege Tanaka could not claim. Dropped out? The man opposite appeared to contemplate. The air fell silent for a prolonged moment before he spoke slowly. I am aware of the situation. I will make a note of it for you. As for the rest, you may take your leave for now. After a pause, he added, regarding that lad, since he has already withdrawn, do not attempt to contact him again, lest we stir the grass and alert the snake. Tanaka obediently exited the office, traversing the dimly lit corridors of the dilapidated building, his expression a tumult of shifting emotions. In that damned academy, he and his son would be condemned to languish in that wretched den. Serving merely as caretakers for the dilapidated establishment, a human, one harbors ambition. He no longer wished to endure such a wretched existence. Tio ascend, one must tread upon something, and if that something bears no relation to oneself, all the better for whether the Martinez family might suffer a bit. In this cursed place known as Night City, tragedies abound to the extent that one cannot even keep count. Chapter 60. Uninvited Guests. So, should we make a move? The darkness was expansive, suggesting the presence of more than one individual within. The respondent was a woman, her voice sharp and cold, akin to a serpent coiled within its lair. Action. For the time being, there is no need for action. Abernathy is absent. Jenkins has long desired to extinguish us. After all, on paper, we are his subordinates. Then, shall we wait? In the presence of this woman, he spoke with utmost caution. Wait. Night City has more than just us capable of action. How many wild dogs are lurking beneath the company building, awaiting scraps from us? Find a fool whose mind is solely set on ascending and tether some meat to him. The darkness fell silent once more. Those agents from the dilapidated establishment seemed to relish lurking in the shadows. Inside Westbrook's apartment, bright sunlight streamed through a large glass wall, casting reflections upon the enormous swimming pool outside. Illuminating the pristine white walls with dazzling brilliance, V reclined on the sofa, barefoot with her feet propped up on the coffee table, her wine glass swaying gently in her hand like a tea that moment. Her mood was far from pleasant. Her vacation was set to conclude tomorrow, Then she would have to don that uncomfortable uniform again, bustling about without a moment's respite. The counterintelligence department still housed a few of Abernathy's people. Jenkins had instructed her to clean house, leaving no trace behind. Nonchalantly pouring the remaining half of her wine into a nearby potted bamboo, V stretched and rose. Damn it, there are always so many trivial matters to deal with. Shaking her head, she resolved to worry about tomorrow's issues when it came. For now, she decided to seek a bit of amusement, perhaps to visit the still-recovering Arthur and pass the time at T. Victor's clinic. Arthur's new cybernetics had been installed. However, Jack and Rebecca had nearly fully recovered, leaving only Arthur, who could barely walk, still relying on furniture for support at that moment. Arthur leaned half against the life pod, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. Victor busied himself behind him, still analyzing the composition of the medication. The time spent assisting the trio in adjusting their implants had been considerable AS for Arthur's current state. It was primarily due to the pain he had endured. The red veins in his eyes seemed poised to burst forth. "Old Vic, are you certain I'm all right? I feel as though my injuries are quite severe." Arthur's voice carried a note of frailty. He had scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep these past few days, while Jack had fully recuperated and even ventured to the Devil's Boxing Club for a few rounds. Arthur still presented as a mere shadow of himself. Your cybernetics are akin to a form of enhancer. They will bond with your skeletal structure and gradually construct a gravitational field. During this process, you will experience some sensations. This is entirely normal. Some sensations? Arthur was acutely aware of his body. Following the pain, he now felt an odd itchiness. Both the pain and itch seemed to emanate from within his bones. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the clinic's door swung open abruptly. V entered with an exuberant expression. "Arthur, let us go have a drink, Victor. Care to join?" "Me? My clinic cannot function without personnel. I shall pass on the drinking." Victor was the first to decline, becoming entirely engrossed in his work. Meanwhile, Arthur stiffly surveyed his half-damaged body, his voice heavy with a sense of weariness. "Listen, V. While I am unsure of any deep-seated animosity between us, truly, perhaps you might consider granting me a swift and that Arthur's frailty did not sway V.S. resolve. Jack was currently entangled with Misty. She needed a drinking companion that suited her. Come now, Arthur, it's merely cybernetics. What you truly need is to distract yourself and then enjoy a good night's rest." Subsequently, outside Liz S. bar, a man pushing a wheelchair appeared. "Damn it, this wretched state of mind," Arthur lamented incessantly. They looked as though they were observing a monkey riding a bicycle. "Hey, Arthur, all you need to do is drink until you're senseless, and then you won't see a thing." V followed closely behind him, unfazed by the gazes around her, striding straight inside. Within the establishment, illuminated by its signature purple lights, Arthur's vision gradually succumbed to a blur once more. He indeed enjoyed a restorative sleep. The following day, when Arthur awoke again, he gradually regained consciousness amidst the cacophony of clinking and clanging. Only then did he realize that the excruciating sensations that had tormented him in recent days had wholly dissipated. Moreover, he felt an unfamiliar sensibility coursing through his body. That sensation felt no different than controlling his own arms and limbs, that he attempted to manipulate that feeling, and his body responded with a peculiar oscillation of weight. Furthermore, he sensed an additional extension of his physique. Following the sensation, he discovered, at his lower back, the solid object was the dagger. As Arthur grasped it, the sensation of being able to whimsically control its weight resurfaced within him. Regrettably, this feeling only manifested when he held it. According to V.S. description, his current skeletal density was comparable to top-tier alloys. This was undoubtedly a significant enhancement for him, not to mention the astonishing ability to modify gravity at will. Arthur rotated his neck and stretched his newly restored body before the mirror, feeling wholly invigorated after a series of satisfying cracks. Outside Turbo Restaurant, man had taken to frequenting the place after his semi-retirement. Like him, Dorio was nearly in a state of retirement as well, and their lives at present could be deemed leisurely. Beneath a reclining chair, man sported a pair of loose sunglasses, while David lay beside him. "I hope my mom wakes up. Compared to that, everything else seems insignificant." David was equally relaxed. He no longer stubbornly wore his mother-s coat, nor frantically pursued tasks to elevate himself. It was only after contemplating true retirement that he realized the triviality of past aspirations. In comparison to Dorio, to Pilar, to everyone, being a legend felt like a fleeting dream, fading rapidly. That moment, man's tone was no longer irritable. He even sounded like an ordinary elderly man. Indeed, in comparison to my mother-s life, standing atop the dilapidated tower is of little consequence. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, reminiscent of old friends. The atmosphere relaxed and far removed from that of two mercenaries. They had just finished lunch, and it was a time for unwinding. Man casually inquired, speaking of which, he and Gloria had shared a connection that I had Victor check on that medication. It should be ready soon. Speaking of which, had you known Victor earlier, you would undoubtedly not be facing your current predicament. That he was referring, of course, to the cyberpsychosis issue that a skilled cybernetics doctor can not only assess a person's threshold for endurance, but can also significantly enhance one's abilities through better-suited cybernetic combinations. Speaking of Victor, man recalled the comfort of that man's medical expertise. Yet, life is as such. Since retiring, he had gained clarity on many issues. For instance, simply being able to live well is a stroke of luck. And furthermore, understanding what truly matters to oneself. David, if your mother awakens, will you still be an edgewalker? Man inquired, seemingly curious. Probably yes. However, it is unlikely that my mother would agree. I merely wish to save enough money to lead a life that is not so impoverished. In this city, countless souls perish from hunger due to their destitution, and many more lose their lives simply in search of sustenance. The artificial meat made from cockroaches is a luxury that some cannot even beg for. In this city, the true evil is nothing but poverty. If one cannot afford food, they are left with no choice but to revert to their old ways. David and man engaged in light-hearted conversation until a long sedan came to a halt before them. As the dust kicked up by the wheels struck his face, David instinctively furrowed his brow. In the sunlight, a tall, slender man materialized before them. Chapter 61. A new commission, quite leisurely. Aren't we, man? However, I wonder, are you in need of money lately? The man's sinister voice was unpleasant to the ear, unsettling all who listened. As you can see, I have retired, stripping myself of all my augmentations, compared to this old life. I might as well remain a pawn. Upon seeing the newcomer, man showed no intention of rising. The turquoise neon lights of the Turbo restaurant illuminated the man's face, revealing his short white hair and a tailored red suit. Most discomforting, however, was his right eye, which bore 3 vertically stacked lenses reminiscent of certain multi-eyed insects. That I can see the unwillingness in your eyes, man. You have not truly let go as you believe. Here is an opportunity. Will you seize it? He loomed over the two, convinced he understood man. A man marked by obstinacy, the type best kept under control. Faraday, I recall making my position abundantly clear. I have retired and I no longer take on jobs. Man replied, his smile unwavering. Yet his tone left no room for dispute, evident to all. Upon hearing this, the phony smile on Faraday's face slowly faded, revealing a glint of malice in his 4 eyes. Could it be that my message was unclear? I have a job for you, and I hope you will accept. Are you hard of hearing? Or do you perceive me as one of your subordinates? Man's tone grew colder, and the atmosphere between them thickened with tension. For some time, Faraday had entertained the notion of acquiring man's team. However, he had no intention of treating them as equals. After a prolonged silence, Faraday suddenly let out a few cold laughs, the chill in his gaze unwavering. You should be as astute as you once were, man. Trust me, this is a grave mistake. That intermediary who hired us to steal cars, he failed to provide complete information, nearly costing us our lives. David observed the retreating vehicle, his voice tinged with indignation. They had indeed come perilously close to death during that incident that time. Due to the concentration of Tiger Claw gang members surrounding the biotechnological test drugs and chips, the situation was dire. Yet Faraday had revealed nothing. Had it not been for man's timely diversion of a group of individuals and the fortuitous encounter with Arthur and Jack on the overpass, he and Lucy would not have escaped so easily if he wished to distance himself from that affair. After all, the vehicle belonged to someone named Tian Zhongxing. That was a matter concerning the Ashen Board. And anything tied to the ashen board could not be trivial. That man's voice remained calm. He had long understood that Faraday was not an ideal partner. It was this relationship that led him to frequently accept commissions from Faraday. Is he all right? I mean, this matter seems rather complicated. Reflecting on the earlier confrontation, David felt a sense of unease lingering. Do not worry too much. Faraday prefers not to have too many dealings with mercenaries. He is essentially a solitary figure, lacking in strength. Without the lure of profit, he would not dare provoke us. Man did not take it to heart, instead shifting the conversation to another topic. Currently, Man's team was far from the cohesive unit it once was. Rarely operating together, in truth, this was not such a bad thing. Everyone chose only ordinary commissions, with minimal risk involved. Moreover, if a situation arose that one person could not resolve, they could always regroup later. David nonchalantly remarked that at least he and Lucy had become quite adept at working together. Hearing this, Man chuckled heartily. Well, I have retired. These matters are yours now. In a sense, Man's team had long since disbanded. In a familiar alley, deep within a pachinko parlor, Arthur stood casually with his hands resting on his belt. Opposite him, kneeling behind a low coffee table, was a silver-haired elderly woman. The benevolent smile on her face radiated a natural warmth. Yet she was undeniably the ruler of this dark underworld. Observing Okada Ko meticulously arranging the exquisite teacups before her, Arthur spoke. Madam, I am indeed not in need of money at the moment, so I plan to take a few days off. As a native cowboy, Arthur had no habit of saving. On the contrary, he often found himself working only when funds ran low, I understand. But for this task, I must find someone I can trust. Pushing a steaming cup of bitter tea towards Arthur, Ko smiled, encouraging him to take a sip. She then added, while I may appear to have a vast enterprise, there are few truly capable individuals at my disposal. This task must not encounter any issues. Although they had only collaborated on a few missions, Arthur and Okada Ko surprisingly found common ground. Arthur grasped the teacup and took a sip. Ouch! A clatter echoed as tea splashed across the table. Embarrassed, Arthur slowly withdrew his splattered hand behind him. Here, Ko said, tossing him a pristine damp towel. Her gaze following his actions as she explained, it seems you are unfamiliar with these. Hot tea should be sipped slowly. Once her hands were neatly folded before her, she continued, it is evident that you do not wish to wade into murky waters at this time. But this situation is indeed exceptional. Forgive my boldness. Taking the damp towel she offered, Arthur pressed it against his reddened right hand. All right, I'm accustomed to running errands. Arthur was not one to refuse easily. But he insisted, at the very least, tell me what this is about, so I can give you a concrete response. Ko stirred the clear tea in her cup with the lid, but we are all aware of the circumstances surrounding Westbrook. The Tiger Claw gang, emboldened by the Ashen Board's backing, has been rampaging here. I presume you have visited the Ritz Bar, which is relatively quieter. Arthur said nothing, waiting for Ko to elaborate. That establishment is the territory of the Mox gang, a refuge for the downtrodden to lick their wounds. The youngest gang in this night city is so weak that few take them seriously. Initially, it belonged to Elizabeth Lisboden, who, despite her humble beginnings, treated the struggling women in her employ with kindness. However, the Tiger Claw gang's small-time leaders, known for their audacity, tormented several of those women while seeking amusement there. Listening intently to the elderly woman's account of the bar he frequented, Arthur was eager to learn more. Motivated by anger, protection, and intimidation, for various reasons, Liz took the lives of those men and displayed their corpses. Yet, that was during the Tiger Claw gang's most rampant period, and the outcome was grim. Liz was killed, sacrificing her life to rally the community, inspiring them to unite in resistance. They ultimately ended up with a pile of ruins, upon which they built a new bar, thus giving rise to the Mox gang. It seems my new task will be related to these unfortunate women. Arthur interjected, for he bore no disdain towards these women with tragic backgrounds. After all, he was a cowboy. By the way, I knew Liz. She was a fighter who never backed down. When she sought my help against the Tiger Claw gang, I hesitated for a moment, unsure if I should assist her. However, in the end, she never came to seek my aid. Chapter 62. The shooting challenge. Even after her death, I remained uncertain whether I would have helped her. I am a businessman, and aiding her, Psycho released a long breath before revealing the latter half of her statement. Clearly, it would have been a losing proposition that if you were merely a businessman, you would not have been haunted by this matter for a decade. Arthur responded, "So, what exactly is my task?" Once again, it pertains to the scoundrels of the Tiger Claw gang. But this time the issue arises in Cloud Op. You know, I protect many people, such as those defenseless sex workers. They're a group of unfortunate women that I am aware. Many sex workers are seeking work in Cloud Op. It appears the working conditions there are not as favorable as one might imagine. Arthur took another sip of the bitter tea, finding it surprisingly tolerable despite its astringency. Just a day ago, 3 women were brought into my establishment, lifeless upon arrival. Their condition was dire. I hesitate to describe it, but the despair on their faces is a sight I will carry to the grave. I had always believed I was too old to feel anger anymore. Yet certain matters cannot simply be brushed aside. For this task, you will transition from intermediary to principal. Arthur adjusted his gambler's hat, asking directly, "If I take on this job, what will the compensation be? If you truly lack funds, I can offer a discount." He let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head as he began to elaborate to Wacko. Entrusting such a task is not a simple matter, which is precisely why I sought your assistance. This is an act of retribution, so there is no need for subtleties. Let us be forthright. I have spent over 40 years in Westbrook, and perhaps I have indeed retreated too many steps. This elderly woman, who usually presents a kind demeanor, has a caveat. Do not provoke her hidden fangs. As for the remuneration, I will receive 50,000 euros along with a particularly special gift, one that I hold dear. Watching Arthur's departing figure, Wacko revealed a satisfied smile. She was a woman of considerable wisdom and possessed an uncanny ability to judge character. Arthur was a young man she held in high regard, deserving of her trust and investment at tea times. Forging a closer bond with someone does not necessarily require bestowing favors. For some, owing a personal debt can be a more prudent choice. The detailed task briefing soon arrived, scheduled for the following evening, at which point Wacko would ensure that the innocent souls in the vicinity would be evacuated. Thus, Arthur's role would simply be to enter and emerge victorious. With this thought, he instinctively reached for the dagger at his lower back. If that dagger were to be more than 5,000 meters away, Arthur would lose the ability to freely manipulate his cybernetic gravitational field. However, since the default field of his cybernetic enhancements was calibrated to the weight of ordinary bones, he would not find himself in an awkward predicament of immediate paralysis. He exited Wacko's pachinko parlor. The bustling streets of H10 came into view that it was the height of night in the city, and from a distance, the towering super skyscrapers of the cloud top could still be seen. The extravagant neon lights pierced through the signs of all the entertainment venues, akin to alluring courtesans flaunting their charms. Ding! A communication alert echoed in Arthur's mind, prompting him to answer instinctively. "Hello? Arthur, you need to hurry over. That damn gun shop owner claims to know you if you don't show up soon. I'll feed this fat pig some bullets." The moment the call connected, the unmistakable ruckus of Rebecca's voice flooded through, and even without seeing her, Arthur could envision her animated gestures at the hotel. "Who is taking a pacifier?" Rubbing his ears in vain, Arthur replied with irritation, "It's just downstairs. That bald-headed fatso has opened a gun shop that sells nothing but junk." Instantly, a figure materialized in his mind. Wilson, the proprietor of the Second Amendment, which was indeed the name of his gun shop. That fellow was quite affable. Nearly all the residents of the H10 skyscraper knew him, a boisterous, rotund man. Arthur's connection with him was not particularly close, but they could be considered acquaintances. The primary reason being, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a friend of Arthur's, from his appearance to his hairstyle, beard, and even his name. With a huff, Arthur ended the call and hurried home. The vibrancy of H10 was not confined to the throng of vendors below. The upper residential areas were equally lively. Several shops lined the premises, and aside from a few emaciated homeless individuals lingering at the door, it exuded an air of luxury. As the elevator doors opened, Arthur was met with a crowd gathered outside. The once desolate gun shop was now overflowing with eager patrons, each vying for a closer look. Upon the appearance of Arthur's signature gambler's hat, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, allowing a small figure to slip through effortlessly. The 2 green braids swaying behind her unmistakably identified her as Rebecca. Her arms, once ordinary, had been replaced with the most advanced gorilla arms, making her passage through the throng a breeze. "Arthur! Over here! Come help me teach that fatso a lesson," Rebecca shouted as she rushed towards him, grasping his arm. "That damn pig! I ought to put a few holes in his backside." The young girl dragged Arthur into the gun shop, her mouth running a mile a minute with expletives. The Second Amendment was not merely a gun shop. It also functioned as a small shooting range. Wilson was a fervent shooting enthusiast to the extent that one might say he ran the gun shop as a side venture. He eagerly invited neighbors to come shoot at his range, only to mercilessly mock those who performed poorly. In short, due to his sharp tongue, the shop's business was not thriving. Inside, Wilson stood before the shooting range entrance, arms crossed, wearing a serious expression as he regarded the returning Rebecca. However, his comically endearing appearance did little to instill any sense of intimidation. "What is it? Did she relieve herself in your shop?" At times, Arthur's barb seemed to wound deeper than any enemy's strike. Taken aback by Arthur's remark, Wilson momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. "Shut it, you rascal. It's this fatso's fault for refusing to sell me a gun. I was ready to pay. It's not like I was robbing him. Why should he deny me? Rules are rules. You must complete the challenge I set before I sell you a firearm. Otherwise, it's off the table." Wilson's face bore an air of obstinacy as he glared at Rebecca. Though he was a shooting aficionado, he was also a remarkably generous boss. While his shop's location might seem obscure, he had considerable connections and could occasionally procure some exceptional items. He rarely sold such treasures, instead using them as incentives for shooting competitions or challenges. Rebecca raised her chin confidently and patted Arthur on the shoulder. "My friend will take my place in the challenge. But I advise you not to push him too hard. Otherwise, you might be left empty-handed." This shooting challenge was categorized into several performance tiers, with the best scores earning firearms as rewards that I would love to receive one for free. If I could demonstrate such skill, it would be worth it. As he spoke, Wilson's gaze shifted to Arthur, his expression laced with skepticism. They were familiar enough to exchange pleasantries, yet Wilson harbored doubts about Arthur's prowess. As a shooting enthusiast, he was well versed in the subject. For instance, a person who frequently practiced shooting would surely have some calluses on their hands. "Hey, fatso, anyone can challenge, right? It's best to clarify in advance to avoid any disputes." Rebecca continued to shout, her confidence noticeably bolstered. "Enough chatter. If you want to shoot, step inside it. Don't waste my time." With that, Wilson's plump frame squeezed through the doorway into the indoor shooting range. The space featured several makeshift shooting windows and a target area extending several dozen meters. With 6 tracks overhead for hanging targets, the rules were simple. 100 seconds, each target yielding 1 score, with targets dropping randomly in quantity that a perfect score was 10 points, a miss was 0, and the final score would be averaged. "Are you ready?" Choosing a window at random, Arthur retrieved his handgun from the holster at his waist, producing the large revolver known as Prelude. Upon witnessing this, Wilson could not help but comment, "The targets will come down densely. You should ideally use a pistol with less recoil and a larger magazine capacity. Just watch and keep your mouth shut." Arthur said, removing his hat and setting it aside, his voice gravelly as he continued. "Let us begin. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start." Bang! Before Wilson's words had fully escaped his lips, Arthur's gun erupted with fire. Bang, bang. Arthur's movements were leisurely even as he changed magazines, as if he needed no time at all. Wilson stood agape, his eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe the spectacle before him. "How about that, fatso?" Hand over my gun. With hands on her hips, Rebecca tilted her head back, as if she were the one who had just shot. Full score. A marksman, Arthur. You truly keep your talents hidden. Impressive." With that, she dashed out of the shooting range and slipped behind the gun shop counter. When she reemerged, she held a black gun case over 1 meter long, its weight and girth evident. "Here you go, Arthur. Compared to your extraordinary marksmanship, this prize is hardly significant." Yes, she handed the case to Arthur. Wilson ignored Rebecca's protests, directly passing the item to Arthur. Infuriated, Rebecca stomped her feet in frustration. With the spoils in hand and the triumphant Rebecca trailing behind, Arthur departed the gun shop. "How did you find me here?" Arthur inquired during their walk, certain that her presence was a quest to locate him. "Naturally, to try out my new cybernetics," Rebecca exclaimed with a broad grin, raising her two short arms in excitement. I heard you've nearly recovered. Let's go show off the new gear. You know so many intermediaries. You should take on a job. Compared to you, I'm but a novice. Arthur paused, contemplating before continuing. You see, trailing behind others will not lead to success. I mean, at the very least, one should choose a worthy leader. How is it that you believe old man is not a good fellow? With her large red eyes wide open and her cheeks puffed out, Rebecca glared at Arthur. When I refer to the boss, I was not speaking of man. During their conversation, the two had arrived at Arthur's doorstep. As the metal sliding door sensed Arthur's identity, it opened automatically. A thick, chaotic odor of alcohol rushed forth from the dimly lit interior, causing Rebecca to recoil in surprise. This your home? Do you truly sleep amidst the bottles? She gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. Following the faint glow of the corridor lights, she noticed a floor strewn with glimmering glass bottles. What? Do you expect the quarters of a mercenary to be tidy? I am neither a princess nor a wealthy heiress. Arthur strode inside, casually kicking aside any obstacles in his path. Upon reaching the sofa, he swept the items off the table to the floor, placing a massive gun case atop it. This thing is rather heavy. What kind of firearm is it? Without paying heed to the mess beneath her feet, Rebecca rushed over, unabashedly plopping herself down in front of the gun case. Affordable firepower, slaughter, kinetic shotgun. She pushed Arthur aside and eagerly opened the gun case. Affordable firepower, true to its name, exists for the sake of the common folk. Its products are known for their low prices and poor quality controlled on the firearms produced by this company. One might even observe the rough edges of metal parts. Arthur glanced at the excited Rebecca with disdain, remarking, such items can easily be found in the Northern Industrial District, amidst the territory of the Vortex Gang. You could collect a whole basketful, or even unearth them from a garbage heap. This slaughter gun is large, yet poorly constructed, crammed with explosive power far beyond its capacity. Either the recoil will dislocate the user's shoulder, or it will simply transform into a bomb in their embrace. This is no standard issue slaughter, Rebecca explained, already cradling the massive black shotgun from the case. Were it not for her state-of-the-art cybernetic enhancements, wielding this weapon would be exhausting. This is a customized collectible from affordable firepower. She freed one hand to rap on the barrel, which was as thick as a cannon. Number 7 black steel. This is material capable of striking a rocket nozzle that a weapon piled with unnecessary features. You intend to treat this gun as a jet engine, do you? Its recoil could certainly send you soaring into the sky. Setting aside its dull color, this is indeed a flawless firearm. I must find that old codger and give it a proper maintenance. As if declaring a promise, the shotgun spun in her grasp. Let us name it Iron Resolve. Grasping Rebecca by the back of her collar, Arthur unceremoniously tossed her and her shotgun out the door. It was already quite late, yet Rebecca showed no intention of leaving, compelling Arthur to escort her. You scoundrel, Arthur, it's Iron Resolve. Outside, Rebecca spread her legs and plopped down on the ground. She tilted her head back, extending an arm to pound her fist against Arthur's door. When shall we accept the commission? Upon receiving a response, Rebecca sprang up from the ground, balancing her newly acquired shotgun, Iron Resolve, on her petite shoulder. She departed from there. Her residence with Pyro was also in Watson District, not far from this location. Inside, Arthur rummaged through a cabinet for a moment before retrieving a bottle of pristine liquor. Since the job was set for the following evening, this evening's activities would not be impacted. It was not until midnight that the room was filled with the resounding snores, and aside from a few additional bottles on the floor. Nothing else had changed out on the northern edge of Watson District, Jackson Street. This location marks the boundary of the Northern Industrial District, as well as the limits of Watson District and, indeed, all of Night City. The surrounding dilapidated houses appear to be relics from a century past. The night here could even be deemed dark, with the lights from the center of Night City barely reaching this far. This place was unexpectedly tranquil, resembling a forgotten corner of Night City that a row of worn, three-story buildings stood here, beneath which not only neon lights, but also the moon shone unobscured in the darkness. Rebecca clutched her Iron Resolve, a lingering smile upon her face. Chapter 64. The flowing red beneath the purple light. As Rebecca approached the apartment, she spotted a dark blue van parked at the entrance. Now nearly black, she recognized the vehicle as belonging to a woman from upstairs. This woman was taciturn and seldom visited. Despite their close proximity, they had hardly exchanged words as the door opened. Rebecca casually tossed her shotgun onto Pyra's table and flopped onto the sofa. Pyra was seated at his workstation, sparks occasionally flickering before him. He had not installed a leg prosthetic and was instead perched upon a makeshift wheelchair that resembled a handcrafted contraption. According to his own words, good steel should be used wisely. Hey, old chap, take a look at my new gun. Isn't it cool? Kicking off her shoes with force, Rebecca curled her chubby legs beneath her, her hands resting atop them. Like a bobblehead, she swayed from side to side, raising her voice to address Pyra. Leaning forward, Pyra grasped the hefty shotgun, caught off guard and nearly stumbling. Customized edition? Why is it so heavy? Steadying himself, he dragged it closer. It appears brand new, with little evidence of use, and the metal is well maintained. The cursory glance revealed to Pyra the true nature of the weapon before him. Being a seasoned gunsmith, such evaluations were not challenging for him. It can accommodate specialty deer rounds or explosive slugs. Disregarding the recoil, this gun is indeed quite impressive. In this era, the design challenges of kinetic firearms primarily lie in the selection of materials. Their basic structure is often straightforward, but the choice of components and fine-tuning of the overall mechanics are where the difficulty lies. The design of this slaughter gun is not particularly successful. Its materials are subpar, yet it seeks to deliver power beyond its limits. Consequently, many unfortunate souls have met their demise due to their own firearms exploding in their hands. High-grade materials are exorbitantly costly and cannot be utilized for such low-end products. Only a handful of commemorative pieces employ aerospace-grade materials. However, even if the material issues were resolved, the flaws in its mechanical structure remain significant. That tremendous recoil will undoubtedly trouble its users. What do you intend to modify? Or is it merely for my admiration? After a brief examination, Pyra set the gun down and glanced at Rebecca. The ammunition is somewhat scarce. Let's add a bit more power. Seemingly unconcerned about the recoil, Rebecca, petite as she was, would have relished the opportunity to hoist the tank's main gun. Ha. Dear sister, I hope your new prosthetic can withstand it. As he spoke, the sparks before him began to flicker again. The following day, when Arthur arrived, Rebecca's shotgun had transformed into a vibrant green hue, adorned with pink accents. She raised the weapon high above her head, laughing as she inquired of Arthur, "What do you think of its new color scheme?" "It resembles a toy, yet it certainly suits you," Arthur replied nonchalantly. "Let us depart. The commission is for tonight, and this one should align with your taste." He had not even brought a rifle, opting instead for a sidearm and a knife at his waist. Cloud Top, the largest entertainment den in Night City, is situated within the super skyscraper H8, a beacon drawing the masses as night falls. Those who have toiled throughout the day rejuvenate, exchanging their hard-earned wages for an unforgettable evening. Ascending an elevator, as the silver doors slid apart, a cascade of purple light filled the entire space, reminiscent of a woman's violet nail polish delicately teasing one's senses. This was indeed a far cry from the foul, musty lodgings of the past. Arthur stepped forward, dialing Kagura's number. Behind the scenes, she had already made all the necessary arrangements. "I have arrived. Kagura, shall I wait at the front desk?" Just then, the receptionist approached, her sensuous, moist lips parting. "Welcome to Cloud Top. Your customized paradise awaits." Her blue hair was styled into 2 buns, exposing her alluring neck. "We're not here to indulge." Rebecca, barely tall enough to reach the counter, had to tiptoe to lean against it. The receptionist regarded Rebecca with curiosity, but her bewilderment faded quickly as she hurried through the mysterious door behind her. And on the line, Kagura's voice emerged. "IT will be ready shortly. The girls will be leaving soon." Once she finished speaking, she promptly hung up the call. "Arthur, what exactly are we doing here? Did the Tiger Claw gang provoke someone again?" Rebecca inquired, tilting her head as she placed Iron Resolve on the table before her. "Your mind seems to have grasped the situation. It appears our little kittens have quite the notorious reputation," Arthur remarked, surveying the shadowy space within Cloud Top. "Soon, your new toy will make some noise. Once our girls have exited, anyone capable of moving will be in for a surprise." Before long, a throng of workers gathered, surging forth without acknowledging the two standing by the counter, orderly making their way into the elevator. Arthur gazed at the scene before him with a trace of bewilderment. particularly perplexed by the peculiar men in the crowd. Clad in tight-fitting attire, adorned with glittering sequins atop their heads, and sporting long, curled eyelashes, they struck him as utterly bizarre. Although he had no prior acquaintance with these individuals, an impulsive urge to strike them surged within him. Forcing himself to turn away, Arthur relaxed his clenched fists and diverted the conversation, stating, "How would I know?" The individuals had evacuated swiftly, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Simultaneously, a burly man burst forth from the inky void, and a message flashed in Arthur's mind, precisely that of the poet. "Take action." Arthur. With his left hand, he drew the small knife from his right hip, a blade that complemented his own cybernetic enhancements. He tossed it in his hand before transferring it to his right. "What is going on? Where are those filthy bastards?" The burly man, still unsteady, shouted frantically. Observing the wound on the man's forehead, where only the hilt remained, Arthur nodded with satisfaction. He marveled at the sharpness of the blade, recalling that his craftsmanship had not diminished over time. The man cast a resentful glance at Arthur, evidently blaming him for seizing the opportunity to test his weapon. Within a 15-meter radius, the dagger and the gravitational fields of Arthur's enhanced bones interacted. This interaction was not overly complex, failing to allow the dagger to fly about as if controlled by telekinesis. Noticing this scene, Rebecca exhibited no signs of shock. Nowadays, similar effects could be achieved with electromagnetic knives, albeit far less stably. Gripping the small knife and sensing its unique connection with his body, Arthur resolved to name it. "What shall I call you?" He pondered, placing it before him. The blade, dark and double-edged, with a sleek and narrow profile, was aesthetically pleasing as he observed its gently tapering edges near the hilt. An apt name sprang to mind. "Let us call it Swallow." Chapter 65. Carnage. The sound of the burly man collapsing was neither too loud nor too soft. Treading upon the pooling liquid, the two advanced into the dim, ambiguous purple light, leaving behind a series of indistinct footprints under the illumination. Flanking them were corridors and shadowy compartments, with most room doors ajar, clearly indicating that the departing staff had not the time to attend to such details. Ahead, at the end of the corridor, footsteps approached, unmistakably belonging to the oblivious security of the Tiger Claw gang. Gripping the swallow, its dark blade sharp yet non-reflective, Arthur sliced through the already dim light. Timing his movements precisely, Arthur propelled the swallow silently into the air, resembling scissors cutting through the darkness. Around a corner, just in time, a figure lunged forth, only to be met with a spray of blood darker than the purple light itself. Slightly pivoting, with his right arm raised, the ominous muzzle of his gun pointed directly ahead. A few fine wrinkles appeared at the corner of Arthur's right eye, as if he were attempting to focus on the target within his line of sight. Within this youthful form resided a monster that no biological entity, save for disease, could vanquish. As successive guards charged out, Arthur's revolver discharged round after round. In the distance, indistinct voices echoed, mere gibberish to Arthur. "You bastard, Arthur!" Rebecca glared furiously at him, her iron shotgun flipping in her hands as she muttered loudly, evidently complaining about the absence of an opportunity to fire her weapon. Advancing further, they turned the corner into a grand and spacious dance hall. To the center stood a circular stage, 1 meter high, surrounded by sofas and simple partitions that, this moment, the stage was teeming with tiger claw thugs, all wearing expressions of trepidation as they peered toward the corridor. Until suddenly, two figures, one large and one small, materialized from the passage. "Enemy attack! Counterattack! Eliminate those two bastards!" In the next instant, a hail of bullets rained down upon them. In a swift motion, Arthur leaped toward the edge of the stage, still holding the shouting Rebecca. The girl, utterly oblivious to the concept of cover, relied solely on luck to avoid the incoming fire. With his hand shielding her head, Arthur pressed her down to the edge, finally freeing his aim. At that moment, the dance hall erupted in a cacophony of gunfire, glass, sofas, and an array of crystal lights shattered amidst the relentless barrage. Enveloped by the surrounding din, Arthur could only observe discreetly. The members of the Tiger Claw gang maintained their characteristic flamboyant style. Their hair was as vibrant as parrot feathers, and their glowing tattoos shimmered in the dim light. There was no need for Arthur's keen eye to identify them as foes. They marked themselves with conspicuousness. How peculiar! These clowns with feathers sprouting from their foreheads had morphed into gun-toting assailants. Smoke still wafted from the muzzle of Arthur's gun as he loaded bullet after bullet into the chamber. Compared to the guards from the previous factory, this gang of thugs appeared to be mere street ruffians, indiscriminately firing their weapons. Indeed, they were simply bullies targeting the ordinary, and their lack of skill was consistent with their identity. Beneath the purple glow of the dance hall, blood splattered until silence was restored. Perhaps shaking their tails on the street would be a more fitting pursuit for them. As they moved through, Arthur shot any still-moving targets, and they found the staircase leading to the upper level. However, standing before the staircase was a robust man clad in a silver suit. Though not as tall as Jack, his stature was broader. Resembling a concrete post, this man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest out, seemingly arrogant, yet an innate humility radiated from him. Despite the fierce gunfight outside, he remained steadfast, not having moved an inch. Yet, Arthur had no time to analyze the man's demeanor. He drew his gun and fired directly at this man's forehead. As sparks flew from the impact, the burly figure merely tilted his head, fixing an unwavering gaze on Arthur. A sinister grin spreading across his face, he shouted something in a language Arthur could not comprehend, charging directly at him. Thud! The man's fist struck Arthur's crossed arms with tremendous force, causing him to stumble back a few steps. In that instant, Arthur silently augmented the gravitational force on all his bones, standing firm like a dam against the onslaught of power. Previously, when confronted with such muscle-bound behemoths, he had to keep his distance, weighing whether his bones could withstand the force. But now, he felt unencumbered. The burly man shook his hands. Though his previous punch had pushed Arthur back, it had been his utmost strength. His power surpassed that of a grizzly bear, yet striking Arthur felt akin to hitting an iron pillar. Angrily raising his arm, he bellowed at Arthur and swung down again. Unfortunately for him, this time he could not unleash his full might. Rebecca, who had been beside Arthur, had retreated a considerable distance. "Oh dear! Did you see that, Arthur? My iron shotgun." She held her shotgun high above her head, smoke still billowing from the muzzle. "Very impressive, but remember to be clever next time and avoid shooting yourself." Arthur attempted to open the glass door, only to find he lacked the necessary access. Glancing down at the puddle on the floor, he surmised that the access card was likely hidden within. Silently repositioning himself, he thought, "It seems this is your moment to shine once more. Sometimes, I truly believe your gun is better suited for other purposes." Rebecca, shouldering her shotgun, eyed the glass door with a disdainful expression before fiercely pulling the trigger. The thunderous explosion scattered shards everywhere, creating a massive hole in the door, glass fragments strewn about. Widening the opening with the butt of her gun, the two crouched and slipped through, navigating the staircase corridor. The light remained dim, revealing semi-open makeup rooms, indicating that this was where the women prepared themselves. They had dealt with the guards on these two levels, but this merely constituted a prelude. Their actual target lay in the upper office area. To reach the top, they would need to take the elevator. After a thorough search, they finally discovered an inconspicuous small door, leading them out of the dim, purple-lit environment. This space was nearly exposed to the outside world, allowing a view of the vibrant scenery beyond, with colorful neon lights illuminating the area. This was the maintenance room, responsible for the normal operation of the entire cloudtop system. Deep within this level, they found the elevator. Arthur, this damn elevator requires authorization to operate. After fiddling with the control panel for a while, Rebecca scratched her head in exasperation, her braids swaying left and right behind her. Though she found the elderly hacker unlikable, her presence was undeniably beneficial. Without a hacker, we're at an impasse. We need to locate the terminal. From a distance, Arthur spotted a panel behind an iron mesh wall and waved to Rebecca. "Come over and see if this is what we need." Chapter 66. Ascend. Although Rebecca was undeniably a certifiable lunatic, Arthur, in matters of technology, was nothing short of a fool. Now he could only resort to a desperate gamble, hoping Rebecca could salvage the situation. "Excellent. It seems you should be able to reach it." "Idiot, Arthur. Shut up." Arthur shrugged and took a step back. "Let's go." The access permissions are stored in a secure database at the terminal. Although I cannot access it, physically bypassing it should pose no issue. However, the higher-ups will receive an intrusion alert. Never mind that we stormed in through the front door. You don't think they're completely unaware, do you? Even though they are a ragtag bunch, if there is no alert for such a commotion, I must suspect whether we are attacking a pigsty. Next to the terminal, amidst a tangle of wires, Rebecca quickly located the elevator module they were searching for. Solved it. Who would have thought you could actually manage to make a few gestures? When they returned to the elevator, the red exclamation mark on the panel had indeed vanished. Revealing only the button for the top floor, without a moment's hesitation, Rebecca stepped inside, raising her hand to press the button. Stop, you reckless little imp. Arthur hurriedly called out to her, feeling somewhat helpless at the scene. What's wrong? We're fixing the elevator. We want Teeny to climb up, will we? Observing this petite girl, with her fearless and headstrong demeanor, he felt a mix of exasperation. You just said the higher-ups are already aware of our presence. If you go up like that, all they need to do is toss in a few grenades and spray bullets inside, and we'll end up as mere meat on the floor. What? Are you in a rush to meet your maker? Unfortunately, for someone like us, the chances of reaching the gates of heaven are slim. Well, what do you suggest? It's the only way. Scanning the surroundings. Arthur's gaze fixed upon the top of the elevator shaft. The destination of the elevator is only the highest floor, and those fellows up there are probably only guarding that spot, as long as they manage to jump in from below ahead of time. They can perfectly evade encirclement. The schematics for those 3 floors are in the files on Wakako. The elevator is constructed on a surface made of glass, and this material is not particularly sturdy. While this plan seems perilous, upon closer inspection, it is surprisingly reasonable. With that thought, Arthur stepped into the elevator shaft and looked up. The ceiling was made of solid steel plate, and he found no convenient openings for access. Raising his head, Arthur drew out his dagger, hoping that this blade could cut through the steel plate. Grasping it in his hand, he felt an unexpected heaviness emanating from the light dagger. The small blade quickly grew so heavy that Arthur could barely hold on to it. With both hands clutching it, he used the momentum to thrust it against the side of the elevator shaft. The blade penetrated the metal surprisingly smoothly. Continuing to apply pressure, a gash was soon cut open as if slicing through paper. With a twist of his shoulders, he leaped up, gripping the edge of the elevator shaft tightly. Digging his fingers in, he exerted his strength to hoist himself up. The moment he emerged through the opening, a torrent of wind engulfed Arthur, as if countless ghostly hands were entangling his clothes to facilitate climbing. Arthur had just reduced the weight of his bones significantly. Now, under the fierce winds at this height, his body even tilted towards the direction of the wind, in the dark yet vibrant sky above Night City. His form resembled a flag belonging solely to him as he landed atop the elevator shaft. Arthur increased the weight of his leg bones considerably, instantly anchoring himself like a nail. Perhaps you should stay down below. Amidst the hissing winds, Arthur shouted towards the gash he had created, but Arthur's hoarse voice was carried far by the wind. He bent down, grasping Rebecca by her short arms, effortlessly lifting the petite girl up. If you fly out like a rag doll, I swear, I will not go searching for where you land. That scene would surely be rather unpleasant. Although he spoke with a teasing tone, Arthur firmly secured Rebecca under his arm. The girl, trapped in his hold, remained quiet, her little legs swinging slightly as they dangled in mid-air. The fierce winds at this height swept Rebecca's braids in one direction as she raised her head to gaze ahead. Arthur followed her line of sight. Directly before them, not far from Westbrook, stood the City Hall, the very brain of Night City, in the night. The headquarters of several giant corporations sprawled amidst the darkness, their massive black forms illuminated only partially by the neon lights, revealing but a glimpse of their shadowy presence. These silent giants encircled the central circular plaza, akin to gluttonous diners awaiting a feast. Coldly surveying the entire city while anticipating a delectable meal, Night City is not a place to be taken lightly. Its dazzling lights attract the gaze of the entire world, yet fail to illuminate its own being. In simpler terms, one ought to tread carefully lest they step in the excrement lurking in the shadows by the roadside. As the wind continued to furiously whip around Arthur and Rebecca, they drew ever closer to the rooftop lights. As they nearly discerned the flickering above, Arthur pinpointed their landing direction. Clutching Rebecca with one hand, the dagger in his other hand grew unbearably heavy. pressing against his arm's veins. Riding the momentum of the ascending elevator, the burdened dagger soared forth, shattering the glass at their intended landing spot. At that moment, Arthur straightened his posture, the shift in his center of gravity allowing him to exert force effortlessly atop the elevator shaft. With focused intent, Arthur squinted slightly. Twisting his waist and shoulders, he flung Rebecca from his grasp. Watching her successfully enter the opening, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. With no time to hesitate, Arthur crouched low and leaped towards the same direction. The howling wind roared past his ears as the distant neon lights shimmered with a dreamlike glow beneath him. In this lofty realm above the bustling world, a figure flashed by. Utilizing the connection between himself and the dagger, he flawlessly landed within the opening. When the weight of the dagger was increased to an extreme degree, within a 15-meter radius, the gravitational link between it and Arthur could be treated as an invisible rope, a rather effective application. As he landed and rolled, Arthur quickly rose to his feet, while Rebecca had already readied the iron shield she carried on her back. Glancing at the girl's shorts and the expanse of exposed skin, Arthur couldn't help but remark, "You're fortunate. You weren't scratched by anything on the ground, nor did you end up sitting and crying. But remember, we aren't here to perform on stage. Choose more practical attire next time." Humph. Listening to Arthur's admonishment, Rebecca stomped her foot, puffed up her cheeks, and huffed in response, yet she didn't retort. "Let us go. Stinky girl, we must act swiftly before they realize what is happening. At this moment, all security would be focused on the top floor, keeping a close watch on the elevator. Prior to their ascent, Rebecca had physically sabotaged the critical components of the elevator's door mechanism, likely consuming a fair amount of the guard's efforts. Chapter 67. The malevolent head atop the building, a middle-aged man clad in a fitted suit stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gloomy countenance nearly exuding water. His hair was a mix of black and white, and his brow was furrowed with deep lines. This man was Hiroshi Sato, the representative of the Tiger Claw gang at Cloudtop. He was all too familiar with the identity of the assailants. He initially believed that Wakako Okada would not escalate matters over such trivialities, yet he was taken aback by the woman's immediate and uncompromising retaliation. The Tiger Claw gang had always relied on its vast scale for its might. Yet, such a large membership inevitably attracts trouble, drawing in many ruthless individuals. They act with impunity, committing acts that provoke public outrage. And although the higher-ups generally disapprove of such troublemakers, they're still dependent on them. In Night City, the Tiger Claw gang could manage most of the chaos these individuals caused, but only most of it. Compared to the true mercenary world, these gang members who lord over ordinary people are somewhat naive. He discreetly glanced at a robust figure behind him, Takanashi. This man was his immediate superior and one of the few individuals at the helm of the Tiger Claw gang. This incident had been stirred up by his close aides. The elevator gradually came to a stop at the rooftop, and the stout figure waved his hand, signaling the surrounding crowd to take action. In an instant, the cacophony of bullets clashing against the closed elevator doors filled the air. Hearing the commotion above, Arthur and Rebecca hastened their pace. This floor was dimly lit, filled with a jumble of control consoles, as if it were the operational hub for Cloudtop's facilities. When confronted with locked doors, Arthur relied on the dagger's accumulated weight, easily locating the path leading to the upper floors. There were 3 floors in total. It was uncertain whether this one counted as they ascended. The scene before them shifted dramatically. Smooth and transparent building materials enveloped the entire space, with several potted plants artfully arranged around one side. There was a spacious high-altitude balcony, complete with a swimming pool and bar. Everything one could desire. It appeared that there were not many people on this floor. They seemed quite confident in the structure of their stronghold, likely believing that only those who could access the elevator would arrive. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur and Rebecca stealthily ventured indoors, heading towards the source of the commotion. They did not rush to the rooftop, but instead prepared to wait under the stairs for unsuspecting enemies to approach. During their wait, Rebecca poked her head out from her room, waving her little arms to beckon Arthur over. "Come over quickly, I found something good." Curiously, Arthur walked over and peered through the door. This appears to be a conference room. With a row of enormous sofas and coffee tables positioned in the center, while a massive glass wall occupies one side of the room. I could see this moment. Rebecca stands beside a safe, towering even above Arthur. Look at this. Perhaps we might strike it rich. I thought such things were relics of the past. Approaching, Arthur extends his hand to touch it, a heavy sensation emanating from it. Stroking his chin, he squints his eyes. Not even a bomb could breach this. However, shortly, assistance will arrive to unlock it for us. Based on his experience with such things, his judgment is unlikely to be flawed. As he speaks, the gunfire above begins to dwindle. The elevator shaft seems unable to withstand much longer, but on the rooftop, the members of the Tiger Claw gang laboriously force open a breach in the door, shoving a fragmentation grenade inside. After the explosion, several individuals advance to inspect, but find nothing. Upon witnessing this, the nearby Junshun bursts into laughter, patting Sato Hiromi on the shoulder. See? It's nothing. This is merely a show of force. Okada Wakako is not so foolish as to provoke us. The Tiger Claw gang, over a few women. There's so many women in Yunding. Why did she choose to trouble Wakako? Alas, I hope everything is all right. The boss, seeing no one around, tosses aside the weapon he had just fired. You must have been in Yunding for too long. Your bones are softening. Next time we play, you should join us. Saying this, he closes his eyes, placing his hands before him, his body trembling like a leaf. That sensation, along with a taste of blood, will bolster his courage. A brazen smirk crosses his face, as if he has thought of something wicked and brutal. This is precisely the recent provocateur of Wakako. A rising star in Junshun's eyes, who regards Hiromi with utter disdain. His words imply a desire to usurp her position. This rotund man, among the few violent individuals in the upper echelon, has managed to survive in this role for long. He is certainly not foolish. Yet his base comprises those madmen in the gang, now ensnared and unable to move. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the elite members of the Tiger Claw gang are falling one after another. In the night, swallows flit about silently. Inside the conference room, Ito Hiromi awaits the arrival of the floating vehicle with Junshun. Suddenly, who goes there? Hiromi stands abruptly, his eyes wide with horror as he gazes at the door. He seems to have heard the faint sound of someone falling. As his words echo, the door slowly creaks open, revealing two figures, one tall and one short. You are that cowboy. He stumbles back a step, only to trip over the sofa and fall onto it. Strange, it seems you recognize me. The brim of Arthur's gambler hat casts a shadow over his upper face, his raspy voice seemingly emerging directly from his throat. Hiromi certainly recognizes him. The two had taken down a significant stronghold of the Tiger Claw gang. After seizing their spoils, they even managed to withdraw unscathed. There must be a misunderstanding between us. Believe me, we can be friends. The peculiar accent in his speech is fortunate that Arthur comprehends it. Friends? I would indeed be delighted to make friends. However, it is regrettable that my friends seem rather disinclined towards you. With a shrug, Arthur slightly shakes his head and steps further into the room. This matter is of no concern to me. So, it is these fellows. In a panic, Hiromi rolls backward, hiding behind the sofa, hastily pointing at the two seated there. No sooner had he spoken than the extravagantly dressed thin man erupted in curses. Baka! Bastard! I'll send you to your death right now. His shrill voice screeches as he reaches for the handgun at his waist. Bang! The gunshot rings out, and the man's arm drops limply, followed by a wretched cry of pain. Though the words he utters are incomprehensible, his expression betrays no harmonious intent. The prelude spins in Arthur's fingertips. His imposing figure looms over, and he delivers a kick that sends the man sprawling onto his back. He steps onto the wailing mouth. Shut up. All that remains are muffled whimpers. Looking down coldly at the man beneath his foot, Arthur grinds down forcefully. I know you, friend, from the list. You seem fond of violence, particularly against those frail women. Listening to the man's pained groans, Arthur adds, and you cry out joyfully, like a dog, yet your mouth is not nearly as tough. Slowly lifting his foot, the man below has lost all his front teeth, having swallowed them all. With a gaping mouth, he feebly begs for mercy. Chapter 68. Old trade, it seems you can speak. All fools are the same, vainly uttering nonsensical words to dupe those who cannot comprehend. Arthur steps on the gunshot wound on the man's shoulder, disregarding his anguished screams, continuing his own monologue. The information Wakako had provided about those girls was harrowing. The jagged tear in the lower abdomen, clearly ruptured by sheer force. In summary, while Arthur may not be a good man, a burning rage simmers within him. I was told there are 2 more who came with you. I haven't seen them along the way. Come out and say hello. Go around me. Go around me. Perhaps overwhelmed by pain, the man keeps repeating those words. Shaking his head, Arthur finds it somewhat tedious that he breaks the other arm to ensure the man cannot retaliate. Now is the time for business. His gaze shifts to the plump man seated calmly on the sofa. Before Arthur can speak, the man preempts him. Friend, if the matter is resolved, just leave. He gestures towards the wailing figure on the ground. And him, having had both arms broken, could be seen as an atonement to Wakako-kun. Observing the plump man's confident demeanor, Arthur is at a loss for words when faced with such overly self-assured individuals. He typically resolves matters with a single shot. Raising his hand, the magazine of the prelude rotates, abruptly firing a bullet. Like a sudden thunderclap from the heavens, the gunshot appears to lag behind Arthur's action. As anticipated, the bullet is thwarted by the man's subdermal armor, leaving only a red indentation on his forehead. He grins menacingly, seemingly confident in his advantage over Arthur. The upper echelon of the Tiger Claw gang has studied Arthur's combat style. This cowboy appears frail, deliberately avoiding physical confrontation with enemies. Jun Shun observes the man before him. Though he has bulked up considerably, his weaknesses likely remain. You think you've got us figured out? The man's hefty form rises, crossing the table towards Arthur. Bastard, die. Observing the furious visage before him, Arthur furrows his brows, silently lamenting the burden of his bones. However, upon impact, Arthur's body does not even sway. Compared to the bodyguard below, this man seems merely a puffed-up fa-ade. Arthur seizes the man's portly fist, crushing it, eliciting a series of pained cries. With a swift motion, he yanks him close, gripping the back of the man's collar. He drags him over, slamming the hefty figure against the standing safe. "Open it, you bastard!" Arthur's raspy, deep voice bellows, delivering a fierce kick to the man. Although it had been 2 centuries since he last engaged in such activities, Arthur remains adept at the task. Damn it. Hurry up! The gun is pressed against the man's ample forehead as Arthur pulls the trigger. Observing the indentation on the man's brow, this is likely the sole distinction that I can't open it. I don't know the code. Wait, he knows. Don't kill me. Ask him. The rotund man raises his hand, attempting to point towards Hiromi behind the sofa, only to receive a brutal kick to his elbow from Arthur. There is no need for leniency towards those doomed to die. You seem rather dishonest. Remember, you still have one hand. Clutching his grotesquely twisted elbow, Jun Shun barely contains his cries, pleading loudly. Believe me, I truly don't know. Bending down, Arthur grabs the man by the shoulders and slams him against the safe door. Open that damn door. The man's face pressed against the door. He struggles and whimpers, muffled sounds stubbornly escaping. Please, please. Arthur tosses him onto the floor, narrowing his eyes as he regards the man who is now covering his face. His raspy voice resounds once more. Your name is on the list. With that, another bullet accurately finds its mark in Jun Shun's skull, burying itself within. A small spray of blood splatters onto the carpet, leaving a dark stain. That Arthur's gaze shifts back to the suited man hiding behind the sofa. I hear you can open this damn door. Hurry. The last 2 words send a shiver down Sato Hiromi's spine as he raises his hands, stumbling forward. All right, don't kill me. He trembles as he bends down. This safe is no longer the antiquated spinning dial of yore. The illuminated panel is embedded with various biometric recognition modules. After a flurry of chaotic activity, the heavy iron door finally sprang open, and Arthur promptly kicked the intruder outside. The safe was illuminated by built-in lights, revealing gold bars that gleamed with a brilliant yellow hue. Stacked nearly as high as Arthur's legs, Rebecca, who had long since approached, was left speechless. In this day and age, gold was a rare commodity, nearly all claimed by the major corporations. For Rebecca, this was indeed the first time she had ever seen such a sight, excluding the foil components of her cybernetic enhancements. Unlike Rebecca, Arthur was quite familiar with these treasures. He picked up a bar, weighed it in his hand, and could almost instantly ascertain its authenticity. Incredible. Arthur, it seems we might be able to retire. Rebecca stammered, her gaze fixed on the scene before her, her neck craning as she spoke with difficulty. Although merely a thin layer stacked together, it must have been at least 70 or 80 bars. A considerable sum indeed. Losing gold of this magnitude would certainly cause distress to any corporation. Ultimately, Arthur lacked a true understanding of the value of gold, still stuck in his outdated perceptions. However, this was a blessing in disguise, as it meant he was not as overly excited as Rebecca. Interesting, a small leader of the Tiger Claw gang possesses such a fortune in gold. This is your gold. Not mine, the trembling figure protested, backing away while shaking his head frantically. I just have one question. Whose gold is it? Yours or theirs? Arthur stepped closer, his demeanor suggesting he was ready for action. Mine. It belongs to me. I secretly intercepted it. If you spare my life, I swear to keep it a secret. Slowly shaking his head, Arthur dispatched the man with a single shot. He relished this answer, yet the man could not be allowed to live. For someone so depraved, eliminating him bore no psychological burden. As the body crumpled to the side, silence enveloped the surroundings once more. Perhaps you should find a bag if you don't want to carry it by hand, Arthur remarked, tapping Rebecca on the head with irritation. Accepting the bag, she skillfully began to stow the gold bars one by one, though not particularly large. Even with Arthur's strength, he could only manage to hoist it onto his shoulder with great effort. Fortunately, the bag was sturdy enough. Each time he took on a job for Okada and Wakako, there were unexpected gains, and this time was no exception, yielding a significant windfall. Upon reaching the rooftop, they inspected the battered elevator. Confirming it was still operational before stepping inside, as they stood in the elevator, feeling the momentary sensation of weightlessness, Rebecca finally began to regain her composure. Arthur, they aren't fake, are they? As the elevator descended rapidly. Arthur replied with annoyance. Little brat, you might want to think about how to spend that money. Furthermore, it would be wise for us to remain discreet for now. The streets of Japan were still bustling with life. The thoroughfare teeming with people. Aside from the disgruntled patrons of the casino who were turned away, no one even noticed the scene unfolding nearby. The next day, they found themselves once more on Japan Street, within Okada and Wakako's pachinko parlor. Arthur leaned against the doorway, observing the composed elderly woman within, as stunning as ever. He thought, I knew coming to you would resolve the issue. She busied herself with her tea set, seemingly perpetually captivated by the task. You seem disinterested in that place, Arthur remarked casually, regarding the ever-kind elder. A simple truth. If you wish to avoid conflict, do not take what is not yours. While my actions may seem excessive, at the end of the day, in this city, lives have become the least valuable currency. Shaking his head slightly, Arthur exhaled heavily. These trivial matters are not for me to question. However, I am willing to accept the job you have for me. Consider it a pleasant collaboration. A pleasant collaboration, my friend, Wakako replied, turning to retrieve a slender box adorned with intricate white carvings, depicting a tiger gazing forward. A promised gift. As you know, I am Japanese and have an affinity for treasures from my homeland. This is my prized possession. Stepping forward, Arthur accepted the box, feeling its balanced weight within. What is this? A white tiger. A sword from Japan, crafted from the finest materials and forged with exceptional skill, the elderly woman explained, but upon grasping the key phrase, Arthur ceased to listen intently. A sword. For slicing fruit, perhaps? Such thoughts could not be voiced. For although Arthur's tongue was sharp, he restrained himself in front of such a respected elder. Well, I suppose I have no use for it, and no matter, you may pass it on to someone else. I won't mind. However, I hope you won't gift it to a collector. It has remained dormant with me for far too long. On his way back, Arthur carried the sword case, his mind drifting to other matters. For instance, what to do with the gold bars. Perhaps he could finally embark on the ultimate plan from his previous life and vanish. Yet, this was clearly impractical. In this world, he was no longer a solitary figure. Arthur soon arrived at Victor's dimly lit clinic, where cheers erupted from within, indicating that old Vic was quite leisurely today. Hearing the door creak open, Victor peeked out from behind a partition, the shifting light casting shadows across his face. Arthur, what brings you to seek out this old man? Nonchalantly removing the sword case from his shoulder, Arthur placed it on the table before Victor and pulled up a chair to Old Vic, Arthur said, spreading his hands. You would never guess what I found at this? Victor lifted the case from the table, weighing it in his hands. This is a clinic, not a weapons depot. Not that. Arthur rasped, gesturing toward the table. Recently, I took on a job and stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. He cleared his throat, but a stash of gold. As Arthur's words hung in the air, Victor paused, his gaze shifting from the case to Arthur. His expression serious, as if assessing whether Arthur was jesting. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke gravely. How much? About 30 pounds, Arthur replied. Silently converting the weight in his mind, approximately 15 kilograms, Victor inquired. Not many people know about this, right? Observing Victor's somber demeanor, Arthur matched his seriousness. Rebecca knows. That little girl has been with me a lot lately, he added. She's reliable. And the source? Please don't tell me it was stolen from a corporation. Yinding. That notorious den of vice. The goods were taken directly from the boss there. Moreover, there were no loose ends left in the dim light. Victor's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. Is the situation truly dire? Though this gold is substantial, it shouldn't warrant such alarm. Victor's reaction seemed exaggerated, prompting Arthur to ask, do you not understand the market here? Currently, gold is considered a strategic resource. Corporations treat it as a treasure. Enlightenment dawned upon Arthur as he nodded. Realizing this unexpected fortune was worth more than he had initially perceived, it's not that simple. The regulation surrounding gold is unprecedented. It's as if a pack of sharks has caught wind of blood. So, we can only watch helplessly. That's more frustrating than having nothing at all. Patience is key. It must be sold in batches, but it will take some time. If you have a trusted intermediary, you might try them for luck. In terms of connections and channels, those individuals are quite adept. Shrugging, Victor's attention shifted back to the sword case gifted by Wakako. This is also a fine piece. Where did you acquire it? From Wakako. It hasn't been used in over 200 years. Upon witnessing Arthur's reaction, Victor chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Now it has fallen into your hands. It is akin to a pearl gathering dust. You can't expect a gunman to wield a sword. That would be a regression. It's like someone insisting I live in a tree. Arthur stood, continuing, let us leave the gold here. It can be sold slowly. If it proves impossible to sell, you could always fashion a bracelet for Jack, but let us not let this lead to trouble. Arthur was not particularly fixated on wealth. Fine wine and cheap wine brought him equal joy. In the past, he wished for everyone in his gang to thrive, to accumulate money and perhaps purchase a vast farm. That would have been an excellent choice. Yet in this life, if one dared to lay down their weapon, they had to worry about whether they would win the daily lottery of death. As for the farm, the cultivable land was all premium assets in the hands of corporations, inaccessible to ordinary folk. After their discussion, Arthur made his way home, where Rebecca awaited, guarding the gold. Upon passing the biometric scan, Arthur stepped into his home, a sanctuary adorned with empty liquor bottles serving as rugs. Rebecca was elegantly perched upon the glass surface of the coffee table, her legs crossed, seemingly preferring this spot over the plush sofa nearby. Upon catching sight of Arthur, the young girl leaped down and dashed towards him. There are a total of 73 pieces, she exclaimed. Her excitement palpable. It seems our haul is quite substantial, Arthur remarked as he walked. So, have you contemplated how you wish to spend your retirement? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Rebecca fell into a contemplative silence, her gaze heavy with unspoken thoughts directed at Arthur. What troubles you now? Have you made up your mind about retirement? The young girl's large eyes, typically brimming with confidence, now revealed a rare flicker of anxiety. An unusual sight for Rebecca. You appear quite concerned about this matter, Arthur noted after a moment's reflection. But aside from my current occupation, I possess little skill in other areas. I desire some funds to provide my grumpy older brother with a prosthetic leg and ideally secure him a place to open a shop. Beyond that, I require nothing more. Life as it stands is quite satisfactory. It seemed that the young girl held no real understanding of money. A mercenary. She had tirelessly pursued wealth and fame. Yet upon acquiring a considerable fortune, a profound sense of bewilderment settled within her. Arthur could faintly discern the shadow of the past, reminiscent of Dachi. When an era perishes, it invariably claims the souls of some. Their existence was as fluid as water, yet their novelty felt entirely out of place. Chapter 70. The Diary. This is a paper notebook with a leather cover. In this era, such items are rather uncommon. But fortunately, they're not expensive. Thanks to Victor's keen eye, he quickly procured one. I have returned to life. How absurd and inexplicable. How fortunate I am that in the past, I have bid farewell to many. I truly hope they experience the same stroke of luck. Having rented a house and settled down, everything seemed to be improving, did it not? And one of my new brothers. In short, all is progressing positively. A pencil scratched across the blank pages, sketching out images of an intimidating surgical bed. Precisely the one Victor had crafted, along with its dimly lit floor and drab walls. After a pause, the pencil resumed its work, lines emerging in a crooked fashion, ultimately rising straight up, casting a shadow upon the paper beneath. This was Arthur's current abode, the towering skyscraper H10. Arthur tucked the pencil inside the pages and slowly closed its cover. The man sat despondently on the bed, staring blankly at a door before him. The smoke from the cigarette between his fingers burned away, oblivious to the dwindling length. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains drawn tightly against the sunlight. On the wall hung a photograph of a family of 3. Their smiles from a brighter time failing to dispel the current gloom. When Jessica vanished, her father, a mid-level technician in military technology, lost all semblance of sanity. Desperate, he accrued significant debts from Oki and the new Federal Reserve. The price being this house. This high-end refuge in the night city was hard-won, a sacrifice made by his wife through her complete disappearance. Yet now, with a salary, he found himself unable to repay such debts. The cost being the impending foreclosure of their home, he felt utterly powerless. Inside the room, Jessica sat curled up on the bed, staring vacantly at the bright sky outside, in a city once ravaged by nuclear strikes. This greenery was a miracle. She was acutely aware of the situation. Her father, working overtime, still could not find rest, yet none of this was his fault. On the table lay a white paper form, prominently displaying the words application for withdrawal, that company filled with privileged offspring, the so-called friends hiding behind friendly smiles. She found herself reluctant to conform. While Jessica was somewhat naive, she was by no means foolish. The last time she faced danger, the targets of those scavengers had been unmistakably clear, heading straight for her. But that was a place she had agreed to meet friends, a detail she had neither disclosed nor deemed necessary to share. Those individuals were loathsome, and the tedious knowledge they peddled was even more detestable. With her hacking skills, she could surely alleviate some of her father's burdens instead of remaining in school and hindering his progress. With this thought, Jessica instinctively touched the back of her neck. T would truly become an independent hacker. Establishing a large-scale data interface was essential as she contemplated this. The girl curled up just a bit tighter. Ding-ding as the battle raged in her mind. An unknown communication came through, causing her to look around as if her mind had momentarily crashed before realizing the voice in her head was her own. She hastily answered the call. On the other end, a deep male voice resonated. "May I speak with Ms. Jessica Taylor? Your father is William Taylor, employed in military technology. Who are you? I'm the head of the Special Operations Group at Military Technology. I am aware that your family is currently facing a financial crisis, and you are well suited for a position that may alleviate your urgent needs." Thinking quickly, Jessica realized she was unfamiliar with the complexities of such individuals and their machinations. Thankfully, the previous incident had taught her caution, making her less gullible. What position? She pondered silently, aiming to say as little as possible that T.O. serve as a hacker for a special operations team, or directly from military technology itself. Both are possibilities. However, given your skills, you would likely be highly valued. The man's voice carried a hint of seduction. The rank of this department was high, and information disclosed even within military technology was scarce. You must remember to keep this confidential. Otherwise, any information leak could lead to severe repercussions for all involved. His words bore a subtle, menacing undertone. Jessica fumbled, entirely unaware that she was walking into a trap. "My dad is coming," she blurted, then abruptly hung up the phone. A moment later, the door to the dimly lit room creaked open slightly, allowing a torrent of bright sunlight to spill into the living room. As the sunlight illuminated the man's face, he forced a smile. "What is it, my dear?" "Dad, someone called me, claiming to be from your company. offering me a position. Seeing her father slumped on the bed, Jessica felt a pang of sympathy but also silently encouraged herself. She was determined to help him. However, the man, upon hearing this news, did not share her optimism. He sprang to his feet, exiting the darkness of the room. In the bright living room, William paid no heed to the painful glare of the light on his eyes. Urgency lacing his tone. The head of the Special Operations Group, that's what they said. Reflecting on the call, Jessica recounted the details. Confusion etched on her face as she regarded her anxious father. She could not comprehend why he would react with such alarm to news from his own company. The girl had almost forgotten that her mother, in her youth, had also worked for that very establishment. This so-called Special Operations Group bore a striking resemblance to the Emergency Action Group that had lured away his wife. Both were serpents lurking in the shadows of the company, and it was evident that these so-called secret departments were inextricably linked to the new America that loomed outside of Night City. The government had long coveted this prosperous, free city-state. Military technology had always been the most robust pillar supporting that frail nation, and the entanglements were too convoluted to disentangle, as he pondered. William made a silent resolution. He would not push his daughter into the inferno, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Listen to me, my dear. He halted his anxious pacing, his expression grave. This so-called position, simply refuse it. They may attempt to use my job to threaten you, but none of that matters. And go seek out your friends if you truly trust them. The world is perilous, just as they faced a familial financial crisis. Jessica had previously suggested reaching out to Arthur and his crew for work, only to be met with a vehement refusal from William. As a father, he did not wish for his daughter to dwell in the mercenary world, a realm where killing was a casual affair. His daughter was kind-hearted and, at times, a bit timid. Yet he understood deeply that the conflict between Night City and New America was akin to a meat grinder. Anyone entangled would emerge with nothing. Although he did not fathom why his daughter had become a target, he felt compelled to intervene. William, a man who had once succumbed to despair in the face of economic hardship, now displayed unwavering resolve when confronted with the specter of life and death. Remember, you have no cybernetic enhancements, but if the opportunity arises, exchange everything for a complete overhaul. Drawing a deep breath, the man's large hand rested on his daughter's shoulder, as though half a sentence lingered unspoken, destined to remain forever unvoiced. Chapter 71. The treatment begins. He hoped that his suspicions were merely the product of his own paranoia, but this was all too reminiscent of past events. This time, he chose to bid farewell to himself in the underground clinic of Old Way in Watson District, alongside Chi Wei. The man team, Arthur, and even Jack had gathered. Although the clinic was relatively spacious, it felt somewhat cramped at that moment. Gloria's cold life pod had been wheeled out, and Old Way was connecting numerous devices to it, with a glass vial of the length of an adult arm standing prominently in the center. Amidst the crowd, David stood at the forefront, his face taut, muscles in his arms quivering slightly, tension radiating from his very being. Dr. Victor, are you confident? David's voice was somewhat hoarse, while beside him, Lucy placed her hand on the young man's shoulder. Attempting to soothe his emotions, on the other side, Victor was manipulating various devices, surrounded by an empty space that paid due respect to the doctor's professionalism. David, I can only say that the composition of this potion is exceedingly intricate. It involves numerous varied macromolecular base sequences, an array of functional proteins, enzymes, and corresponding cellular targeting agents in summary. The mechanism of this potion is quite complex. IT will penetrate the cellular interior and utilize the body's transcriptional synthesis tools to create more complex substances. However, I cannot accurately assess the efficacy of the drug. I cannot simply experiment on others. At this point, Victor paused his work and focused his gaze on David. But, child, you may find some solace in this. I have meticulously devised a detailed injection plan for your mother, extending the duration and continuously monitoring her vital signs. The treatment will proceed smoothly. Just as Victor was explaining, man approached and gave a heavy slap on David's other shoulder, causing the young man to stagger. Trust the doctor, and trust your mother. David nodded vigorously, the wooden expression on his face dissipating considerably. The entire injection process was significantly prolonged by Victor, extending over several days. This not only aided the patient's body in utilizing the drug's effects, but also greatly mitigated the unknown risks associated with the medication, a seemingly time-wasting approach that was, in truth, invaluable. Arthur lounged idly in a corner, half-heartedly observing the bustling crowd. Not long ago, the first batch of gold had been dispatched entirely to Rebecca, as she still had someone waiting on her tea that moment in the densely populated area. Piro was proudly flaunting his golden leg, lifting his knee to chest height with every step. For an old cowboy, the concept of saving money was utterly foreign. Amidst the flurry of activity, a crisp communication alert echoed in Arthur's mind. Noticing the caller ID, he furrowed his brow but did not hesitate to answer. Arthur, the voice on the other end was deep yet choked. Can you help me? Upon seeing the caller's identity, Arthur instantly recognized trouble was afoot. The upper echelon typically avoided individuals like them, the outlaws that, Arthur pondered, finally responding, What's the matter? Is it the Tiger Claw gang again? In the upscale apartment on Xianjiang Mountain, Jessica sat in the sunlight. Her gaze having lost focus, not the Tiger Claw gang. I simply want to be a hacker and work with you guys. What, has your corporate daddy failed to meet our little princess's living standards? His tone was laced with teasing, finding amusement in the girl's predicament. Wrong. I want to help my dad lighten his burden. Jessica clenched her teeth in frustration, the gloom within her gradually dissipating. All right. Arthur chuckled softly, as if he could visualize the person on the other end of the line, gesturing with his hands in front of him. But this isn't a charitable kindergarten, and I'm certainly no saint. Why should I help you? Innocently, Jessica failed to detect the sarcasm in Arthur's tone, urgently replying, Mr. Arthur, please don't say that. You are my savior, and, in any case, you have a kind heart, despite their brief acquaintance. Jessica felt an inexplicable trust towards this mercenary. Being in his presence provided her with a genuine sense of security. Perhaps it also had something to do with Arthur's youthful visage, which possessed a certain charm. Damn it, it seems everyone knows how to speak to me. Though your flattery is as dull as flatulence, I can't deny I don't find it entirely off-putting that I'll reach out to you regarding job opportunities. But you'll need to come by soon to get a taste of, I'd rather not be the one changing your pants later. Jessica continued to believe that her father's peculiar behavior stemmed solely from financial worries. This was hardly surprising. Had she been perceptive, she wouldn't have naively been sold to the cleaners. William, Jessica's father, had already left home. He did not wish to take his daughter away from danger. However, as a company employee, their lives had long been firmly grasped by the colossal entity. Every voluntary augmentation implanted in their bodies was akin to a leash around their necks, the origin of their nickname. An individual's behavioral model is as unique as their biological characteristics. Once this critical data was acquired, coupled with the company's supercomputing simulations, anyone active in cyberspace would leave traces easily traceable by the corporation. This was a laborious task. If one was deemed useless to the company, their model was inconsequential. Yet, should this behemoth resolve to hunt you down, that would be the proverbial noose left in their hands. As he drove towards the municipal center, William appeared as despondent as ever, though deep within his eyes lay a long-buried resolve. After scanning his biometric information, the veteran employee smoothly passed through the security gate. In contrast to the dim and desolate interiors of the decayed tower, the military technology building was brighter and more crowded. The bustling crowd hurried past, and William blended in, appearing quite inconspicuous. The sound of his dress shoes echoed against the floor as he swiftly reached the elevator. But this time, the button he pressed was not the same as those he had pressed for over a decade. Standing amidst the crowd, he calmly observed the flickering numbers before nonchalantly departing from his colleagues. The student files of the company's academy were housed on this floor, and the company did not regard these students as highly as outsiders presumed. The truly promising candidates were often recruited for internal training early on. Consequently, these children's files were not closely monitored. This area was seldom frequented, even devoid of life. If all of this was merely his overthinking, then destroying this file would be of little consequence. However, if everything unfolded as he suspected, his actions could alleviate his daughter's concerns. Suppressing a flicker of unease within, he swiftly honed in on his target. IT was a rack, haphazardly displaying pitch-black boxes, each containing the separation chips corresponding to the students. Once he held the chip designated for his daughter, William stood before the window, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the municipal square. Regrettably, it was daytime. Had it been night, enormous holographic goldfish would have been swimming through the sky. Each several meters long, graceful, and vividly clear, a marvel of the night city. This was a point of pride for those employed by giant corporations, truly rooted in the city. Even now, the archive room remained silent, as if all the dangers were mere figments of his imagination. Chapter 72. Under currents in the stillness of the archive room, the man merely paused momentarily before opening the box he held. Inside, there was hardly anything, just a solitary black chip embedded in cushioning material. With the sound of the box hitting the ground, William pinched the chip with his thumb, applying pressure until the metal piece buckled under strain. Eventually, it shattered into several metallic fragments in his grip. He cast the remnants out of the window. The dark metal glinted as it tumbled through the air, reflecting blinding light, akin to a bird released from his hand. He stared blankly at this spectacle until, in the silence, several individuals of varying appearances and attire approached him. They dressed like ordinary employees, some even holding work materials, yet all bore an unmistakably serious demeanor. Subtly encircling the man, "You are suspected of damaging company property. Please come with us." The speaker, standing at the forefront, wore a white shirt, his tie somewhat askew, as if he had forgotten to adjust it amidst his busyness. Observing him, William felt an inexplicable unease, his lips moving slightly before he slowly replied, "Don't resemble those from the action department." A casual shake of the head from the man seemed almost unintentional, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Regulations are regulations. Some things may seem unimportant, but they are not for us to decide. Shrugging, the man added, "I'm merely a small player." This was a choice, seemingly difficult, yet William had already made his resolution. His expression remained impassive, and he refrained from uttering another word, lying down straight on the floor behind him. With so many individuals around, excessive conversation might complicate matters for them. The howling wind rushed past his ears. And at that moment, the sunlight hanging high above was glaringly bright, yet he calmly gazed in that direction until his view was consumed by a blinding red glare. "Record. The target has fallen. B. Take your team down to search." As his words fell, a team to his left promptly departed, leaving only 4 individuals on his right. Adjusting his tie, the man stepped to the window and peered down. It was high. The situation below was not entirely visible. Behind him, a female team member approached. It seemed that only these two were alive in this place. Though their actions were discreet, they could not withstand scrutiny. "You may not be well acquainted, but is this course of action truly worthwhile?" Her voice was barely audible, seemingly whispering secrets into the ear despite the distance between them. "Who can say? Perhaps in 5 years. Everything will have changed. Such ambiguous words carry little substance." His expression flickered. If he were to remain sane 5 years hence, he might no longer be human. Moments later, a voice crackled through the communication channel. "Alas, let us draft a report." Although he uttered words of regret, the man's body visibly relaxed. The exchange of lives is no trivial matter, especially when the values are unequal. The CIA's Independent Action Group continued to lie in wait while meticulously erasing traces. Moving forward, pay special attention to any remnants left by neural consciousness technology. That is our objective. The true horror of the company lies in the fact that even the slightest slip of the tongue could be seized upon as a weapon against you. Clearly, the entities lurking beneath the slaughterhouse have not merely been caught by the rushod, but military technology has also taken note. The scenic area is a festering wound upon Haywood, with its crumbling walls and rampant weeds symbolizing the city's decay. Stubbornly clinging to the municipal center near the corporate plaza in chaotic places, crime and gangs are never in short supply. Within a decrepit, low-rise building, Chiwei, the hacker from Man's team, lay submerged in icy water. Even so, she maintained her signature mask, with the glow of a cigarette flickering through the iron mesh. "I've already made it clear, things are well as they are. There's no need for collaboration." She reclined against the tub's wall, her head tilted back as she conversed with someone. This was a rare opportunity, and you would only need to pay a trifling price for a guaranteed profit. On the other end, a sinister male voice, Faraday, the intermediary with the grotesque prosthetic eye, responded. Your words I shall refrain from commenting, but you know how long I have followed that old coot man. An arm emerged from the frigid depths, snatching the nearly extinguished cigarette from her mask and tossing it into the tub. She rose from the water, her figure even more gaunt than Lucy's, almost emaciated. Absently, she wiped her bare skin while Faraday's incessant voice echoed in her mind. I understand you, Chi-Wei. You are a perceptive individual. Just think, with a mere exchange of words, a substantial sum could flow directly into your coffers. This deal is undoubtedly advantageous. I'm delighted by your praise. But as you said, I am indeed a perceptive person. You recall? You are merely a middleman without territory. Without man, you'll simply be left to deceive the gullible youth. Man has long held your gratitude close, following you for nearly a decade, yet he cannot even afford a decent place to live. You believe I could be so easily swayed by your words? I am no longer a novice. With her eyelids drooping, she wrapped herself in a large towel and casually sat upon a chair. In the dimly lit space, only one terminal emitted a faint glow. A small portion of Chi-Wei's skin was illuminated, while the majority of her form blended into the darkness. Damn it. This time, I am collaborating with the company. You will see me standing atop the heights one day. The voice from the other end resonated with a deep growl, reminiscent of a beast asserting its dominance. And this is one of the few opportunities you will encounter in your lifetime. Listening to the other party's coaxing, Chi-Wei's short hair swayed gently as she straightened her posture. Leaning forward, she approached the terminal, its feeble light casting illumination upon her face. Glancing at the displayed content, she abruptly severed the communication in her mind. Shaking her head slightly, she had long grown accustomed to betrayal and intrigue during her childhood wanderings. Until she met Man, he had been one of the few anchors in her bleak existence. With resolve, she connected Man's line without hesitation. Chi-Wei. Damn it. Where have you been lately? How are you now? Man, who had just exited Victor's clinic, answered the call with urgency, tinged with concern. Me? Quite well. Let us set that aside for the moment. I came to discuss something. Faraday seems to have some hidden plans targeting you. Hearing the voice on the other end, Man furrowed his brow, uncertain about the specifics. You have any information on your side? What does he intend to do? I cannot say. Chi-Wei's tone remained characteristically flat, devoid of any fluctuation. I will keep an eye on it. As she listened to the news from the other end, her gaze flickered before she spoke again. I am preparing to leave Night City. It seems you no longer have need of me. Some individuals, perhaps, are better suited to the shadows, departing. Remember, you must be more cautious alone, especially since you are a hacker. After a prolonged silence between them, Man finally added, if you leave Night City, we will be a loss. Sigh. Let us stay in touch. Enough, Man, you sound like a mother hen. Goodbye. Chapter 73. Learning to say farewell, child. Father must bid you farewell and offer my apologies. However, there's one thing you must understand. Night City, and indeed the world as it exists now, is not as beautiful as you once perceived. In such an environment, lives are extinguished every moment. Human life is far less resilient than you might imagine. Witnessing loved ones perish is all too commonplace. Thus, you need not feel as though the world is collapsing or harbor hatred in my absence, that we are merely ordinary people, even just remnants caught in the undertow of greater forces, sufficient to shatter us to pieces. The chaotic visage of the father bore a heavy weight in that moment. Death is inconsequential. This incident should be attributed to the new American CIA's machinations. This colossal entity seems to have set its sights on you. They are a band of government-controlled lunatics, and all who fall under their gaze will be ruthlessly drained of their value. In the end, they either lose their sanity or their humanity. The occurrence was sudden, and my instinct was to shield you from their influence. Yet ultimately, things unfolded as I anticipated. Child, you know how much corporate apparatus resides within me. On the small, dark screen of the video, the man's lips moved as if separated by life and death. Gazing upon his daughter, I have endeavored to sever the ties binding you. Remember to replace your cybernetics as soon as possible. Your life will undoubtedly be far more vibrant than mine. Just before the video flickered to black, he smiled, resolutely proclaiming. The streets were filled with a cacophony of noise, the blaring of car horns mingling with coarse insults. Behind, The rumbling of the elevated rail sent dust swirling into the air, only to settle back into silence shortly thereafter. Yet, all commotion gradually faded from the girl's ears. She curled her legs, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly. It was as if everything was drifting away from her. She was enveloped in isolation and cold, or perhaps the world's temperature had always been thus. Once, her spirit had been propped up by a steadfast pillar, yet now that pillar had crumbled with a resounding crash to, "Are you all right?" The sudden voice pulled the girl from the icy abyss. A large shadow loomed over her, completely engulfing her petite frame. Arthur approached slowly from behind, observing the scene before him with a hint of confusion. This girl had just been filled with joy during the communication. Yet now she appeared in such disarray. Hearing the sound from behind, Jessica pressed her lips tightly together and lifted her reddened eyes. Tears clung to her lashes, and her pupils reflected in emptiness. "My father is dead." It was as if she were merely stating a fact. This. Arthur bent down, assisting her to her feet. "I am truly sorry. This is indeed unfortunate," silently observing the girl before him. He found himself at a loss for words. Supporting her, they sat together on a public bench, Arthur's expression complex. After a prolonged silence, Jessica finally shook her head, a muffled voice escaping her lips. "I don't know why, but it seems I have drawn the attention of the CIA. He left to resolve the aftermath for me. First, he was abducted by the cleaners, and now this. The CIA. You say?" Arthur pondered. Even as a newcomer, he had heard of this new American entity. IT is a government organization extending its tentacles worldwide under the guise of revitalization. It appears we must momentarily set aside our mourning for the deceased. Accompanying the distraught girl, they made their way toward the small Chinatown in Watson District. As night fell, Victor finally completed the tasks Arthur had recently assigned him. Wearing light-colored sunglasses, his stethoscope hung loosely around his neck. The old man leaned forward, his hands clasped before him, casting a gaze filled with compassion upon the scene. In Night City. Such innocent children are a rarity. In contrast, most young individuals are rather unlikable. This time, he refrained from criticizing Arthur for bringing him trouble, perhaps recognizing the sorrow reflected in Jessica's eyes. Poor girl, she is yet to learn the art of farewell, only to be abruptly stripped of her most cherished person. Arthur's arms crossed over his chest, his gaze lost in the distance. Perhaps, after a while, once she awakens, you can have a conversation with her. She seems to trust you. Victor turned to Arthur, his tone devoid of any jest. "Me?" I frowned, sensing a lack of conviction in Arthur's words. "I'm not particularly skilled at conversing with girls of this age, but your peers," the other party interjected, adding on her own accord that I know a good spot. "There's an elevator near Misty's store that leads to a secluded balcony with a lovely view." The low, murmuring voice revealed Victor's fondness for this young girl he had only recently met, his gaze akin to that of an elder regarding a younger counterpart. "Perhaps we should call Misty. She seems quite adept at this sort of thing," Arthur hesitated to suggest, "but they don't know each other." "Arthur, trust is paramount." The young girl possessed a remarkably limited cybernetic body, and the trauma from its removal was nearly non-existent, allowing her to awaken slowly yet steadily, after what could be considered a brief slumber. Although her spirit remained somewhat diminished, the overwhelming sense of impending collapse had notably lessened. "How do you feel?" Arthur's voice reached her ears. Jessica's movements remained stiff as she gazed at him in confusion. "I feel empty." Without her new cybernetics in place, Jessica was at that moment entirely in her original form, lacking even the most basic civilian neural interface. "Would you like to?" Arthur began, standing up and casting a glance at Victor beside him before continuing. "Would you like to take a walk? Old Vic mentioned there's a rooftop upstairs that's quite tranquil." In the dilapidated elevator, they ascended a mere short distance before reaching their destination. The distant lights of the municipal center and corporate plaza flickered, like a fantastical dream. The balcony featured a few chairs, likely frequented by Misty, as everything appeared relatively tidy. Jessica stared vacantly ahead, her eyes unwittingly reddening. Vaguely, she caught sight of her father's workplace. "It's all my fault," she murmured softly. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Arthur refrained from offering direct comfort, as he indeed found such gestures challenging. Yet, amidst the prolonged silence, he eventually felt compelled to speak. At least, look, your father wanted you to survive. Sometimes, merely living can be quite arduous. We often find ourselves lost in our actions, and then we must immediately cast those thoughts aside. For tomorrow we must rise and continue fleeing. That Arthur's gaze drifted far away. Lost in thought. That sounds truly unbearable. His words captured the attention of the young girl, prompting Jessica to respond involuntarily. Yes, we fled in such haste that we couldn't even collect their bodies. Oh, what can be done? Should we perish again for the sake of the dead? That hardly seems worthwhile. She looked at Arthur with a serious expression, speaking slowly. When it comes to human life, how can we even use the word worthwhile? A person's life is priceless. Her thoughts remained guided by the pacifist education she had received, yet some questions transcended notions of right and wrong. I don't understand what you're saying, Arthur replied, shaking his head slightly. But a single bullet can end a life. Bullets are remarkably inexpensive. Chapter 74. The upper-class banquet I have witnessed my father, mother, and brothers perish one after another right before my eyes. Their blood felt as if it could splatter into my own. Arthur's voice resonated, laden with suppressed fatigue and profound helplessness that I attempted to lead them to a new life. But ultimately, he raised his hand. The outcome was less than favorable. Revenge is a burden that ordinary people cannot bear. He seemed to be speaking to himself, seemingly uninterested in ensuring others comprehended his words. The conversation lingered in the night air for quite some time, dissipating into the distance. Jessica, at that moment, perhaps found herself even poorer than Arthur had been when he first escaped the scavenger's lair. After all, back then, he still had an old neural interface in his mind, albeit one that overheated upon usage, but at least he had a personal account. Reluctantly, Arthur paid a substantial sum for the young girl. Professional hackers possess stringent standards for the quality of neural interfaces. Besides that, the network access bay, high-speed data channels, and a series of self-diagnostic protective devices were all arranged with the best cybernetics Victor could procure. These seemingly minor items consumed all the wealth Arthur had accumulated from his recent missions. The new cybernetics Victor had sourced were significantly superior to those Jessica had previously used, though she had initially declined the offer. Yet, whenever Arthur saw her timid demeanor, he couldn't agree to her proposal of downgrading her cybernetic quality. Evidently, Arthur had unwittingly taken on a burden in the clinic. As the final components were installed, Arthur frowned at the exposed metallic interface on the back of the girl's neck. Delicate golden lines adorned the cybernetic piece. The exposed metal structure appeared intricate, even possessing a certain aesthetic charm. Yet Arthur still felt a sense of discomfort. Is this really necessary? V is also a hacker. Yet I never saw her install such an assortment of gadgets. Observing Jessica's tentative and cautious exploration of her new interface, Arthur was at a loss for words. For formal hackers, these are essential. After all, remote access necessitates this interface to ensure data is transmitted effectively and promptly. You can't very well carry her on your back during missions, Victor explained with a smile. Meanwhile, Arthur shifted his gaze back to Jessica and inquired, "How does it feel?" "It feels as if a piece of skin has grown cold, as for everything else," she said, tilting her head slightly, feeling the mechanical structures at the interface operate under pressure. There doesn't seem to be much else. In the following days, the homeless Jessica even moved directly into Arthur's apartment. However, her initial experience upon arrival was far from pleasant, as she was immediately overwhelmed by the dense scent of alcohol that filled the room. Staring in astonishment at the scene before her, littered with bottles in the dimly lit space, there was hardly a spot for anyone to set foot. Oh my God. She took a step back, double-checking the door number. "It's nothing. Although it appears a bit messy, at least there are no bothersome insects to bite you, and you won't freeze to death. Trust me, this is a reliable sanctuary." Arthur stepped inside, leaving Jessica hesitating at the threshold, her mouth mumbling incessantly. But ultimately, at her strong insistence, Arthur agreed to tidy up his living space, which consumed an entire day for both of them. On that day, after several days of silence, V contacted him. Whenever she got busy, she would work nonstop, almost completely disappearing from sight. "How have you been, Arthur?" "Not well. Given the chance, I will definitely smash those damned soy food factories. That I need to speak with you about something." "How have you been lately?" V's voice was as competent as ever. though it now carried a deep sense of fatigue. "Why do you all always come to me with your issues?" Arthur shrugged helplessly. "Well, go ahead and tell me what it is. I got time that I in that case. Come to my place now, and we'll discuss it in person." After exiting the maglev station, Arthur contemplated the distance to his destination and again considered purchasing a vehicle. Unfortunately, he was currently broke that he made his way towards V's apartment. Even in the upscale district, his retro attire drew no attention, as there were plenty of peculiar outfits around. With the privileges granted by V, Arthur navigated smoothly, even entering her home directly. There he found the woman sprawled on the sofa, a coat haphazardly draped over her body, fast asleep. Perhaps the sound of the door opening roused her. She struggled to open her eyes. You arrived quite promptly. Upon confirming his presence, V immediately shut her eyes again, seemingly prepared to continue her slumber. "If you stayed awake for a few more seconds and checked the time." "You wouldn't think that," Arthur remarked as he settled onto the sofa beside her. Looking at the scene with exasperation, V kept her eyes closed, merely glancing at the time on her neural interface before reluctantly rising. It was already 4 in the afternoon, approaching evening. She exhaled deeply, pushing herself up. At that late. "I'm sorry. I must have been too tired at Indeed, it seems the life of the upper class isn't as glamorous as I imagined." "So, what serious issue has our agent sought help for? You know where I used to work, right?" V's head rested against the back of the couch, her speech drowsy, almost like a sleepwalker. "Here we go again. Before getting to the point, you have to tell a long, tedious story. You should be the one to speak, but I can't promise I'll listen to every word," Arthur replied in a low tone, already preparing an excuse for not comprehending her forthcoming explanations. "I don't need you to indulge me." "Arthur," V said, relaxing completely. "The assignment you and Jack undertook to rescue people from the slaughterhouse's underground lab stirred quite a commotion. Huangban sent someone to investigate, and they found a technical lead from the repair records there. This contraption is of utmost significance to the Desolate Board and is intertwined with the realm of biotechnology. The company harbors an interest in this matter, compelling the subordinates to exhaust themselves in frantic endeavors. Ultimately, this task is transformed into a proverbial hot potato, dreaded by all for fear of being burned. It is abundantly clear that the discourse pertains to the situation at the Chun-Tu factory, which ultimately fell into V's hands, that I had assumed you were navigating your position within the company with ease." Arthur interjected involuntarily. "I tease us all because of that imbecilic superior of mine. This affair was initially in the hands of his arch-rival, who sought to cast it aside, yet he dutifully retrieved it like a dog. Exhibiting no inclination to resist, in the end, we had no choice but to abandon our arrangements in Europe prematurely, allowing our adversary to reap the rewards." SV articulated this. His demeanor remained relaxed, starkly contrasting with the tension in his words. "It seems you might not have chosen your master wisely." Teasingly, Arthur's remarks were as acerbic as ever. "What am I supposed to do? Extend a greeting to your superior's rival?" "It is indeed a greeting, albeit in the most literal sense," V replied nonchalantly. "Attend to soir, how rare indeed. At one of those gatherings frequented by the high society, each person sporting a pig's head while ostentatiously swaying their drinks. Dressed to the nines, yet their base nature is all too evident." Arthur summarized with a hint of disdain. "Just like now, despite being bitter enemies, they must greet one another with beaming smiles. Am I to assist you while you pull each other's hair?" Chapter 75. Shopping very well. Arthur, cease your banter. Let us depart and procure you a new outfit. Battling drowsiness, V forced himself upright and stretched widely, a series of cracking sounds emanating from his body. "I have a clothing store I frequent. Although it is rather dim, there are no shops in Night City that are not shrouded in darkness." As he spoke to himself, V began to gather his attire, maintaining his usual brisk demeanor. Reluctantly rising and patting his still warm seat, Arthur sighed, expressing his exasperation that we are merely being viewed as monkeys by our lofty superiors. Rest assured, those prominent figures won't bother with us. This is undoubtedly a blessing, for the food and drink inside are of the finest quality. The silver-white GTS glided through the streets, and the pair arrived at their destination in no time. The municipal center to the left of the company square on Hirashi Street. Here, one can find an extensive array of shops, yet the foot traffic appears sparse, the pristine and towering storefronts exuding an air of superiority. Stopping before one establishment, V elegantly shut the car door. "Step out, Arthur. The manager here is quite intriguing. You'll understand upon meeting him, okay?" Squeezing out the narrow car seat, Arthur followed closely behind. "It is time to adorn me with some finery." Through the gleaming glass door, the floor was composed of vast, orderly marble tiles. This so-called shop appeared exceedingly spacious, devoid of customers, and even lacking shelves upon which to display merchandise. Only within the recessed windows could one glimpse a few mannequins draped in exquisite garments. "Look who has arrived, our store's most beautiful customer. Welcome to this oasis of elegance. Miss, you are as lovely as a timeless night blooming Sirius." A slightly high-pitched voice emerged from behind the counter within the shop. Turning to see, a stoutly built black man clad in a tailored dark suit stood there, his round glasses gleaming as he approached the ever-smiling V. "This place seems rather empty. Business has not been thriving lately?" V asked, his demeanor equally cheerful. "Madam, you are indeed a regular here. You know our focus is on quality, not quantity." Yes, he drew closer. Observing the rugged appearance of the man who spoke with a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, I had begun to feel somewhat desensitized, certainly preferable to the nauseating individuals adorned with lipstick and makeup from Cloud Top. "How may I assist you?" Without a moment's hesitation, V pulled Arthur forward, gesturing toward him. "I require a new outfit for this gentleman, suitable for an upcoming ball." Under the scrutinizing gaze of the black man, Arthur shifted uncomfortably, tilting his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Oh, the gentleman accompanying you is indeed extraordinary. Just look at that handsome visage. I could almost believe he stepped down from an ancient sculptor's display." Compliments poured forth from a manager as he circled V and approached Arthur. "Sir, could you assist me by taking your measurements? This will greatly aid you in selecting your new attire." Feeling somewhat at a loss, Arthur glanced toward V for reassurance, only to find him wearing a benign smile. Stepping back discreetly, Arthur tugged at the hem of his tattered coat, shrugging. "Very well. How should I assist you?" The manager displayed no hesitation in approaching a stranger. He directly placed his hands on Arthur's upper arms. Firmly adjusting his slouched shoulders, he appraised Arthur's tall stature, and although he was visibly smaller in comparison, he exuded an undeniable presence. After a moment, he produced a measuring tape from his waist. "Now, let us gather your essential measurements. Trust me, the version of you that emerges from here will be positively charming." As he spoke, his hands encircled Arthur's waist, albeit merely to maneuver the tape. Damn it, couldn't he just scan me? The muscles in Arthur's forearms tensed, his embarrassment slowly morphing into indignation. The manager remained oblivious, instead freeing a hand to pat Arthur's shoulder. "Relax, big guy. The ancient methods possess a certain ceremonial charm, and any discrepancies in the measurements will only serve to enhance the natural elegance of the garments. By the way, would you care for some new, avant-garde sequins? They would undoubtedly enhance your allure." His actions did not impede his words, and he even began to pitch the sequins as he worked. "This is absurd." "No. Well, it is clear you have a fondness for vintage styles. Trust me, I possess considerable knowledge in this area." After some time, the manager finally concluded his bustling activity, darting through a door within the shop, rubbing away the goosebumps that had emerged on his arms. Arthur shot a disgruntled look at Vede. "This is the esteemed venue you brought me to, merely to encounter a loquacious fool? Do not tell me you genuinely enjoy the flattery that spills from his lips." At this moment, V had settled onto a cluster of sofas at one side of the shop, his face straining to suppress laughter as he beckoned Arthur over. "Trust my judgment. Zane's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. Moreover, you seemed rather tense earlier." Upon uttering these words, the woman's smile was entirely devoid of concealment, her tone laced with playful mockery at a coarse-looking black man, gushing like a woman, utterly repulsive. Damn it, it would be the same for anyone else. Adhering to his own logic, Arthur asserted confidently. Listening to Arthur, V leaned in closer, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Not underestimated. Within this crowd, your type is rather sought after, a golden-haired, muscular young man, possessing an air of rugged maturity. Feeling the whispered words brush against his ear, Arthur shuddered coldly, shifting away from V. "Ha ha," V chuckled, seemingly devoid of any further intent to tease Arthur. simply stating, "It appears our tough guy has moments of fear as well." If such a repugnant character were unafraid of a bullet, came the gravelly retort. The two did not continue their debate on the matter, but V regarded Arthur's face with a serious expression, stroking his chin. "What is it? Perhaps you should consider a change in style. Let us go. We must take our Cinderella for some pampering, a tea the very least, a shave." The shop V mentioned was nearby, and before long, the two emerged from within. After removing the unruly stubble from his face, Arthur's visage appeared almost youthful. Once he donned his new attire, we would be ready to depart. The ball would commence shortly. It seems Zane was not mistaken. A little grooming can indeed yield pleasing results. I must be out of my mind. Without the beard, Arthur felt a chill wash over him. Actually heed your ridiculous words, V. Accompanying you to partake in this absurd ball, that it seems you have not experienced such an event. Arthur, have you never attended a ball in your life? V inquired curiously as he walked alongside Arthur. I have, where the attendees regarded us as country bumpkins, while we viewed them as plump, greasy sheep. Arthur snapped his fingers. Ha! Gather intel, then rob them blind. Their cunning has earned them significant wealth, while we merely assist in their digestion. Chapter 76. The beginning very well. It appears you were once a nefarious scoundrel, V remarked, shrugging. Just once. Do you suppose what I'm doing now is entirely above board? Being a mercenary hardly aligns with the traits of a law-abiding citizen. Does it? Reflecting on the distinctions between the present life and the past, it seems that the current circumstances are considerably more relaxed. After all, in the past, they had to manage everything themselves, planning and organizing, whereas now, these responsibilities have been delegated to intermediaries. It is indeed true that as companies expand, the law appears to hold little weight. Take a look at my creations. They will undoubtedly meet my client's expectations. He gestured towards the neatly folded garments, the dark coat resting atop them. I thought it wouldn't be so swift. That Arthur's voice was laced with surprise. Come on, Arthur, in this era, tailoring doesn't consume too much time, let alone fitting a single garment. Just go and try it on. V urged from behind. That I hope this doesn't make me look like a fool. Stepping forward, Arthur took the clothes, maintaining a distance from the unsettling store manager. Zane, when he set off again, Arthur had completely transformed his attire. He donned a deep gray suit, adorned with subtly contrasting stripes, embellished with hints of gold at the collar, and hem. To be honest, this is far simpler than the formal wear of the past. At least he didn't have to strangle himself with a constricting bow tie, yet Arthur still felt uncomfortable twisting his neck. The outfit fit well, but perhaps he was simply ill-suited for the attire of the upper class. Arthur, perhaps you could ease up a bit. This is meant to be a time for relaxation, V remarked with a hint of amusement as she glanced at the fidgeting Arthur. However, I'm far less adept at this. The car sped along the highway. V rolled down her window, the howling wind tousling her dark hair. Then you truly are a busy bee. V appeared relaxed, sporting a pair of light yellow transparent sunglasses, a smile gracing her lips. Me? Busy? Look at yourself, V. You're exhausted to the point of collapse. Arthur retorted, momentarily forgetting his discomfort due to their conversation. But this is merely temporary. Once I ascend to a higher position, I can certainly delegate tasks to others. She seemed remarkably confident about her rise within the ranks of the organization, and rightfully so. Achieving a quasi-senior position in the counterintelligence department at her age is no small feat. Arthur remained non-committal, sinking deeper into the narrow yet comfortable seat back. I don't quite understand all of this, but it seems far from as simple as you perceive. The ball was to be held at the Azure Tower, a luxurious hotel owned by the organization, nestled along the seaside. The prosperity of Night City largely depended on its vast and high-quality port, with the organization occupying a significant portion of it. The seaside, in fact, represented the private domain of this colossal corporation. A SVS car sped into the venue. Numerous luxurious vehicles were already lined up along the road leading to the ball. It appears we haven't arrived too late. V gradually reduced her speed, following the procession of cars. Remember, don't drink too much later. She evidently recalled their first encounter when a drunken Arthur, accompanied by Jack, had made a fool of himself at the Ritz bar. Rest assured, surrounded by those insufferable upper-class fools, I certainly won't be in the mood to drink. Arthur retorted with irritation. The Azure Tower Hotel was nearly a replica of the organization's headquarters. Its towering, straight structure loomed at the end of the road. The building's facade was a deep black, resembling a cold tombstone, with only the organization's emblem glowing dimly above. Following the directions, they parked the vehicle and exited. The hotel's entrance featured a protruding section supported by thick columns, providing a canopy that shielded much of the sky. Upon exiting, they encountered modest flower beds flanking a sheltered area. Numerous elegantly dressed individuals were engaged in conversation, creating a lively atmosphere. Quite the bustling scene. It seems your adversaries are quite formidable, Arthur remarked, lowering his voice as he surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, her name is Abernathy, a woman of considerable cunning. Her position is not much higher than my supervisoress. Yet she has the foolish pig dancing to her tune. V replied, her tone equally subdued as they headed toward the hotel entrance. Shortly after stepping outside, they encountered 2 security personnel and a rudimentary scanning device. They entered the hotel without any hindrance, and the conversation resumed. If you believe your supervisor is a foolish pig, then you ought to have prepared accordingly, Arthur said with a knowing glance. Yes, when dealing with enemies. P.S. a dimwit. However, when it comes to his own people, he is remarkably astute, never allowing you a chance to find an alternative route. As they conversed, they entered an elevator that ascended straight upward. Within the Azure Tower, there were both public areas and internal sections belonging to the organization. This particular ball was hosted in one of the internal halls. When the elevator doors opened again, they were greeted by an appropriately illuminated environment. The opulent surroundings were extravagant yet not ostentatious, with exquisite materials enveloping the spacious area. The hall's end. 2 stone staircases led to the second floor, where small enclaves formed by sofas awaited. As they stepped inside, they were immediately enveloped by soft, melodious music. The attendees formed small groups and did not engage in boisterous revelry. This is far better than I anticipated, Arthur whispered to V, who stood beside him. At least there are no imbeciles gesticulating from the upper floors. I can already imagine your previous ordeal. A bunch of self-important organizers, V laughed, turning to retrieve 2 glasses of wine from a nearby counter, effortlessly handing one to Arthur. Come, let us find a quieter spot. Along the way, it seemed many recognized V, greeting her with friendly nods. However, when they glanced at Arthur, their expressions were invariably peculiar. Arthur leaned closer to V and whispered, These individuals seem to be staring at me, unobtrusively glancing at Arthur, who walked with an air of unwarranted arrogance, his upper body swaying with each step. Although he wore an exquisite modern suit, it seemed to fit awkwardly. Mind your posture. You look as though you're here to rob the place. Lowering his gaze to adjust his sleeves, Arthur shrugged helplessly, deciding it best to ignore them to the far end of the hall. A long outdoor terrace offered a view of the bustling harbor of the organization in the distance. Beyond that lay an expanse of dark ocean, silently heaving beneath the night sky. Our task is to simply relax. Finding an unoccupied spot, V settled down, taking small sips from her glass. There's not even any food here. Damn it. Not only despicable, but also miserly. This aligns perfectly with my view of these upper-crust gentlemen. Arthur sighed, taking a seat beside V after surveying the surroundings. The subpar synthetic foods being served would only tarnish her image. As for natural foods, with such a grand scale, Abernathy would be left to suffer on nothing but a meager diet. V explained casually. Abernathy is the Special Operations Director of the organization, a typical position of power without any profit that if she wanted to make money, it wouldn't be impossible, but it would hinder her path to advancement. Perhaps I should purchase something to bring. The past prey was indeed natural, but these merciless hunters would never savor it, not even allowing a drop of blood to escape, leaving only a foul taste in their mouths. In retrospect, it truly was a waste. This is certainly the fault of that fat man. Pearson. Chapter 77. Just beyond reach in the ballroom, within the dimly lit hall on the second floor, in a corner to the southwest, a man and woman sat together. The man occupied the lower position, his tone imbued with evident respect. This time, V had captured the attention of the higher-ups. The company seemed to place great importance on the biotechnology materials. Consequently, the credit would undoubtedly be attributed to Jenkins, and Abernathy did not appear pleased with this situation. After a lengthy silence, a cold voice, as venomous as a serpent, emerged from the darkness. Lurking, Emmy, do you mean to say? We will disregard that rather resilient target? The man cautiously probed. No, Brown. With that, she tossed a chip from the shadows, landing it before the man. Take a look at this. Perhaps we can achieve two objectives with one action. Swiftly seizing the chip, Brown showed no hesitation as he inserted it into the socket at the back of his neck. Instantly, as the data reading progressed, several crimson pages of information materialized in his mind. They contained details regarding some recent assignments taken on by David. However, one of these assignments was an impenetrable void, devoid of any content, akin to a meaningless blank page. After thoroughly reviewing the other information, confirming that they were merely standard tasks, Brown failed to discover anything amiss. Even after meticulously rechecking, he lifted his gaze in confusion. What is going on? It seems nothing is out of the ordinary. It appears you missed the crux of the matter. Consider it. Aside from the Military Technology Special Operations Group, which organization in New America possesses the capability to accomplish this? What? Has he joined the CIA? Brown exclaimed, his mind racing with the realization. His situation seemed somewhat similar to that of the young man. However, Amy shook her head and leisurely reminded him, given the time he disappeared, don't you find it rather familiar? Indeed, it seems I've seen it somewhere before. Not one to prolong the suspense, Amy stated directly. You overlooked one crucial detail. There exists a force in Night City that can render us blind, and that is ourselves. Enough of this pondering. At this very moment, our dear V is preoccupied with important matters. Clearly, this young lad from the Arasaka Academy is quite fortunate to have reconnected with Arasaka so swiftly. Yet, he is also rather unfortunate for having chosen the wrong guide. Listening to the woman's sinister tone, Brown hesitated before speaking. Are we certain? This is the course of action we should take? V is a lunatic. She despises anyone who lays a hand on those close to her. Oof. With a chilling scoff, the woman's icy gaze fell upon Brown, causing him to shrink back. Lunatic? In Arasaka, where is there a sane person? Abernathy, Jenkins, you and I, who among us is not mad? V, that little wretched brat, has departed. Thus, she should not hold a place within the Arasaka Tower of Night City. Emmy, nearing 50, reflected bitterly that V, who entered the company at 17, had ascended to heights unseen in just 6 years. It was utterly unjust. What a shame about that pretty face. One can only wonder how filthy her secrets might be. In her heart, she cursed venomously. This envy drove her to betray Jenkins, willingly becoming a pawn in Abernathy's schemes. On the terrace of the Grand Hall, Arthur and V reclined in utter leisure amidst the festivities. Our last endeavor was quite splendid. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this could allow me to progress further. And perhaps I won't feel so fatigued then. Gazing at the pitch-black sky, V's tone carried a hint of delight. That's so. Have you simply been busy these past few days? Or has it always been this way? Arthur inquired, noting that since V's return from her leave, she had completely vanished from sight. Reflecting on her recent experiences, V expressed her frustration openly. I took merely a few days off, and Jenkins has already piled a mountain of tasks upon me. Damn it, I have no idea what nonsense fills his foolish head. All I see is stupidity and recklessness. As their conversation flowed, a group of individuals sauntered over, exuding the scent of alcohol. You two have lingered here long enough. This is not your home. Two men and a woman approached, all clad in the unmistakable attire of Arasaka, tight black suits with red lapels and polished shoes that gleamed. But this is not your home either. Gentlemen, do refrain from causing trouble. The two men, clearly familiar with V, feigned indifference, redirecting their focus towards Arthur. Kid, do you enjoy hiding behind women? Arthur, bewildered by the scene before him, pondered how such a so-called elite gathering could attract drunken troublemakers. At least, that was how he had envisioned it. Suppressing his confusion, Arthur slowly rose. Clearly, these corporate lackeys had chosen the wrong target. His imposing figure loomed over them, as if intent on overshadowing the two men entirely. A rough hand landed heavily on one man's shoulder. The situation is thus. I am in conversation with this lovely lady, and I would prefer not to be disturbed. You see, everyone comprehends my words. As he spoke, his gravelly voice pressed down like an iron weight. The man struggled momentarily, but found that Arthur's grip was unyielding. This is company territory, he threatened, his bravado faltering like a cornered wild dog. Arthur closed his eyes for a brief moment. Upon reopening them, his furrowed brow resembled that of a beast restrained. He extended his hand, positioning it between the two. Listen, friend, I am a crude individual, whether in the wilderness or within this so-called civilized society. I am quite capable of killing, and I excel at it. Now, if you dare provoke me further, I will end your life and dispose of you right here. Arthur articulated this with an unsettling nonchalance, his rough voice akin to a saw capable of severing bone. Gazing at his adversary, the man appeared to glimpse the specter of death, promptly closing his mouth in submission. Noticing a cigar in the man's suit pocket, Arthur released him and directly extracted it. Holding the cigar aloft, he gestured towards the opposite end of the terrace. Like creatures suddenly endowed with extra legs, the trio swiftly retreated. They were operatives from the Special Operations Division. Abernathy's subordinates, come to assert dominance over me. Clearly, these individuals had acted without authorization, and I see. The chain around the dog's neck was tightened by its master, and now it seeks to bark. Arthur astutely summarized as he watched them depart. Ha! Indeed, V was amused by Arthur's vivid metaphor. It seems you possess more than just a talent for ridiculing friends. If you could redirect that sharp tongue outward, you would undoubtedly be more likable. All right, I should shower you with praise. Perhaps something like, Arthur pondered for a few moments, complimenting you as a beautiful white peacock, decent in appearance, yet with a voice most unpleasant. Chapter 78. The Collapsing Utopia with that. Arthur raised the cigar to his mouth and bit off the cap. He rummaged through his pockets, only to remember that he had not brought anything to ignite it, given that this was a new outfit. Damn it! Is there no fire around here? Seek it out yourself. The second floor should have a designated cigar room. While you're at it, enjoy it there. It's a mark of etiquette at high-end galas. V casually gestured behind her, showing no inclination to rise. You seem to have little fondness for this pastime. What is this? Have a nouveau riche of a new era, discovered a new manner of indulgence. Yet, that doesn't quite add up. Jack doesn't indulge. As he spoke, Arthur stood up once more. Perhaps it's due to Mrs. Wells. I've been an orphan since childhood, and although she leads a challenging life, she has always looked after me. Leaving that remark hanging, Arthur made his way into the hall. Ascending the wide staircase, he quickly located the place V had mentioned, without even noticing the two figures lurking in the southwestern corner. Meanwhile, in that shadowy nook, Brown was engaged in a conversation with someone, his tone imbued with an air of condescension. A gala. Sir, I fear you shall have to remain outside today. After a moment of silence, his expression turned cold. You know, Night City is not lacking in middlemen. If the company were not turning a blind eye, you wouldn't even get a taste of the soup. Sir, do you still intend to pursue this opportunity? It seemed the person on the other end had relented, as a smile returned to Brown's face. Lastly, I wish you a pleasant evening. Watching his subordinate conclude the call, Amy inquired nonchalantly, So, how did the dog perform? The dog is quite obedient. We need not feed him. Merely letting him catch a whiff of bone is enough to have him wagging his tail behind us. Brown astutely masked his expression, donning the familiar facade of deference. Just moments ago, he had been mocking those beneath him, and now he reverted to his subservient demeanor. Faraday, his face a mask of displeasure, hung up the phone, his eyes burning with hatred. Outside, the massive Arasaka symbol atop the Cobalt building emanated a cold light, casting its glow upon his face. With his head slightly tilted back, he gazed at the emblem, as though it were a beam of light streaming from the gates of heaven. Clenching his jaw tightly, his neck trembled with suppressed rage. He longed to ascend and stand atop this city. If only there were that ladder. With my intellect, I could swiftly rise to prominence and trample upon everyone beneath me. At that moment, those from man's circle and the two contemptible harlots who dared to belittle him would all perish. Faraday's heart roared in fury, a cacophony of madness, just as he reveled in his fantasies. The driver, who was steering him, shattered his daydream. Boss, what now? Ahead, the barrier leading to the parking lot of the Cobalt building remained firmly closed, and behind them, cars were honking incessantly. Fool! Turn around, he hissed, his eyes glinting with malice. But, are we not going? The imbecile driver audaciously questioned him. Damn fool. I said turn around. On the Arasaka beachfront, the road alongside Faraday was nearly occupied solely by enormous, cumbersome trucks laden with cargo from the Arasaka docks. On the opposite side, those trucks formed a lengthy line, patiently awaiting their turn. They would only be permitted to pass once the gala concluded. All goods, regardless of urgency, remained silent in the night, as if burdened by an unseen weight they could neither perceive nor resist. As the driver steered away from the Arasaka beachfront, he once more inquired, "Boss, what now?" Where, though only a short distance had been traversed, Faraday had regained his composure. His words dripped with a sinister mirth. "We shall head to Pacifica. Since we cannot witness, we might as well engage in labor. Opportunities will surely arise, will they not?" Faraday's hand rested on the edge of the car window, rhythmically tapping against the door. The rather expensive business sedan soon had a clear destination. Heading southward, the vehicle sped along the road. The man closed his eyes entirely, reclining quietly in his seat. He had sought out Chiwei. Since that wretched woman had refused to acknowledge him, Man and his associates were likely aware that he was encountering difficulties. Unable to approach them directly, he would have to find someone else. After all, intermediaries in Night City were not in short supply to AS for harming mercenaries and tarnishing his reputation. He was on his way to the company, so what did reputation matter? These were mere child-esque play on the streets. In his mind, he located the person he sought and dialed the contact. "Hello? Kirk, how have you been lately?" Kirk was a fellow who lounged around in Taiping State, considered a half-hearted intermediary, occasionally dabbling in unsavory endeavors. Although he resided in Taiping State, his business interests hardly lingered there. Taiping State, a resort planned by Night City, had declared bankruptcy due to the financial crisis that severed its funding to IT. Was hard to fathom such a place where, on meticulously crafted floors, stood half-finished buildings. The cutting-edge skyscraper's pinnacle was exposed, revealing rebar and shattered metal. Those smooth tiles, long neglected, sprouted weeds from their crevices. This was the beginning of the Night Group's rapid decline. Compared to ARM Technologies, a global conglomerate like Aridboard had a relatively weaker foundation. Under the leadership of Aridboard and ARM Technologies, major corporations withdrew their investments, as if extracting the very bones of the Night Group and draining its lifeblood. Ultimately, only a frail Night Group remained, transforming the true master of the city's prosperity into a mere patient, struggling to survive on the remnants of infrastructure ownership. Night City, perhaps its original future, was not meant to unfold this way. The Night Group had aspired to create a utopia free from capital oppression. Yet as the company faced such a crisis, its populace could only add to its misfortune. As it stood, nominally, Taiping State's property belonged to the Night Group. But a gang known as the Voodoo Gang effectively occupied the area. This group consisted of Haitians, ruthless network hackers, remarkably united and fiercely exclusionary. The Voodoo Gang could be classified as a coalition of cyber-terrorist organizations. Leveraging their ties to the old web and threatening the Black Wall, wielding a strategy of mutual destruction to deter network surveillance from taking decisive action against them. Consequently, this was a genuinely independent gang. After all, when it came to the Black Wall, no one dared to act recklessly. Faraday awaited a response from the other end, and soon a voice echoed back that, "IT seems our future big shot is business for me. Shouldn't a lowly rat like me refrain from answering your call?" The tone was far from friendly, tinged with hostility stemming from a past minor confrontation. Chuckling softly, Faraday showed no signs of anger. His voice still laced with mirth. "Kirk, I don't enjoy boasting, but this time it's a significant deal. Shall we talk? Meet up?" There's nothing wrong with the conversation. Keeping his 4 eyes closed, his gaunt hand moved slowly in the air, as if conducting a symphony. "Let me guess, is it related to ARM Technologies? I'll say it again, I don't deal with the company, so a meeting seems unnecessary." Their discord stemmed from a previous occasion when Faraday had sought Kirk's assistance while working for ARM Technologies. However, Kirk deemed the risk too great and declined, leading to an unsatisfactory parting. Yet, Faraday had indeed faced little risk, as the bulk of the danger lay with Man, that he merely needed to await the outcome. Damn it, if that fool Man had simply complied, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Faraday cursed inwardly. Chapter 79. Conspiracy in the dimly lit compartment. Faraday continued to await a reply from the other side. The truth remained, Night City was not lacking in intermediaries. Should the other party steadfastly refuse to collaborate, he would eventually find a suitable target. After a lengthy pause, Kirk's voice finally came through. All right, you come to the Wild Wolf Bar in Haywood. You know I conduct business there that a small fry like me can't afford to be reckless under the voodoo gang's watchful eyes. The sedan cut through the night, swiftly changing direction toward the Haywood area. Some places were adorned with grotesque, yet oddly charming skull murals, illuminated by neon signs hanging from above, carefully avoiding the grimy debris littering the bar's floor. Faraday had once harbored a deep disdain for this sordid lower-class aesthetic. Yet this time his mood was relatively buoyant. It seemed that the life he truly yearned for was slowly unveiling itself before him. The second floor was designed for those who appreciated tranquility. The raucous rock music from below felt distant, muffled in a row of reasonably private sofa booths. Faraday located the person he had come to find. The individual held a large newspaper, feigning interest in its contents that, I remember, you've never been one to read with your eyes. Approaching, Faraday's shadowy voice interrupted the M.A.N. It appears you still know me well. My friend, the other replied, spreading the newspaper to reveal its contents that I've been looking at new cars, darling. Ever since Faraday had covertly connected with ARM Technologies, Kirk had witnessed the improvements in his lifestyle. As for those so-called principles, they were merely a relic enforced by that old priest in Haywood. He could simply disregard them. The notion of danger was laughable. Faraday had been at the helm for over 3 years, and he was still very much alive. Seeing the scene unfold, Faraday smiled and took a seat beside him. What's this? You may be a bit of a mess now, but I recall you once idolized that priest. With his fingers interlaced atop the table, he struck a pose of feigned elegance. Didn't the priest collaborate with the company? In the end, adhering to his nonsensical principles cost him dearly. But what difference did it make? Did it protect those foolish mercenaries? How absurd. Even if we didn't sell them out, those fools would be easily dispatched by the cyber lunatics lurking in the alleys at least if we contribute. Their deaths might hold some value. Kirk held a cigarette between his fingers, reclining against the sofa, his slicked back hair swaying as he chuckled lightly. You see, I've always said we're on the same wavelength. Faraday nodded in satisfaction, not forgetting to poke fun at the local kingpin. That priest is a relic of the past. Just look at the Valentino gang now. They're being chased all over by the slick operators from the 6 streets. Kirk remained non-committal, being a native of Taiping State. The chaos in Haywood was of no concern to him. In fact, the more tumultuous, the better, as it meant more opportunities for him to profit. He set down the newspaper, leaning in closer to inquire. So, what's the deal? Is it something that could make me a fortune? Hearing the query, Faraday's demeanor grew serious. After scanning the surroundings, he began to speak slowly to ITS about Erebord. They've set their sights on a young individual, plain and simple. You know how these corporations are. They always need expendables to expedite the rollout of their new products. Contributing to technological advancement is quite a valuable life. Wouldn't you agree? Faraday chuckled lightly, as if mocking the insignificance of mere ants. He reveled in the sensation of wielding power over others' lives, a thrill derived from authority and strength. You coming to me with this? While it does sound simple enough, just setting a trap for a mercenary, his tone turned menacing, glaring at the individual across from him. If I follow your plan, I want to be able to survive it. In the realm of intermediaries, one rarely bore the burden of risk, yet there were certain unbreakable taboos. Among them, the most crucial was never to use a contract as bait to ensnare a mercenary. One could deceive a novice into undertaking a task that was practically a death sentence for him. But if one lured him into a scavenger's den while pocketing the scavenger's cash, then one was no longer an intermediary at all. Care to hear more? Raising a hand to calm Kirk's agitation, Faraday continued. Once we pull this off, we'll be fully integrated into the company. They've made promises to me. Afterward, you and I can flourish at Erebord, without the need to fuss over intermediary matters. You speak quite charmingly, my friend, Kirk replied, unfazed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. But I'm no fool. If it's so straightforward, why don't you handle it personally, using my connections to secure your own future? Do you take me for a simpleton? Faraday remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering. Once Kirk finished his line of questioning, he began to explain. Things might not be as you envision. You can't fault me for being cautious. My visit to you was a last resort. This target is a rookie from Man's team. I once discussed a potential collaboration with a hacker on their team that I was quite confident I could persuade her. But that wretched woman refused. It seems that Man and his associates are likely to be on guard regarding me. Thus it would be prudent to seek another intermediary. Observing Faraday, seated across from me, I could see a glimmer of amusement in his 3 grotesque, lined eyes, as if betrayal brought him immense delight. Over the years, Man has rendered substantial assistance to you, and this is how you repay him. Kirk gazed vacantly at the despicable figure before him and inquired. Assist me. Those were merely commissions, hardly acts of assistance. Now that he is of no further use, he must be prepared for abandonment. Night City is a place that accommodates no waste. The voice was chilling. In Faraday's eyes, Man was merely a thoroughly expendable tool. As for the other party's self-righteousness, it was absurd. What value did it hold beyond facilitating his own convenience? Following this exchange, a prolonged silence ensued that Kirk's gaze flickered in the dim light while Faraday observed the scene with keen interest. Your verbal assurances are not to be trusted. The former slowly articulated his terms that I wish to establish direct contact with the individuals at Arasaka to ascertain the reliability of this matter. Nonchalantly shrugging, Faraday casually replied, Of course, this is entirely reasonable. We can remain in touch thereafter. However, what you must now consider is whether you wish to involve yourself in this endeavor. With that, Faraday produced a chip from his suit pocket and placed it silently on the table. He gestured, indicating, If you agree, will you reach out to the Arasaka personnel first, or would you prefer to assess the simplicity of our objective? Observing the resolute expression on Faraday's face, Kirk felt some of his inner doubts dissipate. Very well. Let me see the benefactor who can elevate our fortunes. Grasping the chip, he directly inserted it into the slot at the back of his neck, not forgetting to reiterate his principles. Remember, I have yet to consent. Should I fail to contact the Arasaka individuals, I will assume you are a fraud. Unfazed by the other's cunning, he understood that typically, only those who had confirmed their cooperation were permitted to view such detailed task information. Yet, from the moment they breached that principle, they were no longer intermediaries, were they? Chapter 8 concluded. David Martinez, a former student of Arasaka Academy, who became a mercenary after dropping out, just over 2 months. It seems not particularly formidable. This fellow even possesses a Sandevistan. That is indeed a rare commodity. As he absorbed the information from the neural interface, Kirk muttered to himself, upon discovering the Sandevistan, a wave of concern washed over him. Should he don that cybernetic enhancement, if he truly intended to flee, they would be virtually powerless to stop him. Fear not, this young man's neural behavioral model is still within Arasaka's database, you know? Acquiring such information allows a hacker to intrude upon this individual's mind with impunity. Faraday maintained his air of confidence. All we need to do is lure the child over, and all problems will be resolved. The words of the other completely alleviated Kirk's concerns, and he spoke with a solemn expression. Very well. If you can indeed facilitate direct contact with Arasaka, I shall accept this commission to that point. I will orchestrate the task of drawing this young man in. Upon receiving the response, Faraday closed his 4 peculiar cybernetic eyes, raising his hands in a gesture akin to a victorious performer taking a bow. Certainly, we can now converse with our future colleague. That a sense of inexplicable elation filled Faraday's heart as he envisioned his future, ascending the Arasaka Tower, surveying the entirety of Night City from on high. As the time for the ball approached its conclusion, the Cobalt Tower began to see guests departing in succession. Hours had passed, yet the female servers stationed prominently still wore their unwavering smiles, their trays remaining perfectly still. Arthur had been observing them, having once suspected that these women might rotate shifts, only to discover that they did not. What this? You seem particularly interested in these individuals. Noticing Arthur's apparent disinterest, V found it amusing and initiated a conversation. They hardly move at all. I believe. This is indeed irrational. Arthur gestured toward the standing servers, his voice tinged with confusion, but ha ha ha. Don't be foolish, Arthur. They're not normal beings. Such cybernetics are not costly, and their utility is rather meager, often causing inconvenience in their daily lives. Yet, everything is for survival, such as Night City. This explanation caused Arthur, to furrow his brow. His distaste for these grotesque adaptations evident. This sounds rather unappealing. You wealthy elites truly derive pleasure from the torment of others. With a resigned shrug, V's tone bore an unidentifiable emotion that I would consider myself a significant figure. I have no control over these matters. Moreover, while such modifications are nearly devoid of purpose, merely serving as a facade at upscale soirees, at least it provides them with employment. In Night City. Many are left jobless, starved to death. Not everyone can survive through skill alone, like you did IT seems. This skill of mine has saved my life. Arthur remained non-committal. Night City is undoubtedly a place colder than a primordial jungle. The longer one survives, the more it brutalizes one's perception of the underbelly. Rising from the recliner, Arthur stretched his body and casually remarked, "Perhaps we should take our leave. Lingering here is indeed a waste of time." I am quite the opposite. Though she professed this, V remained propped up. This evening is undoubtedly the most leisurely time I've had in several days. I haven't had a good night's sleep in quite some time. Thus, the two spent the entirety of the ball lounging on those recliners until they felt inclined to depart. Compared to the corporate elites, V appeared distinctly out of place as they approached the vicinity of the elevator. Two figures stood before them, one behind the other. It wasn't so much an obstruction as it was a quiet observation, gazing at Arthur and V as if they had been awaiting their arrival. "Deputy Minister," the leading woman spoke with a tone of humility, though her expression bore no trace of respect. "It appears you are preparing to leave with your companion. Speaking of which, your friend does not seem to be affiliated with Arasaka." The eyes of these two individuals had all been replaced with microsurgical cybernetics. Even the smallest embedded ocular implants strained against the surrounding skin, creating an exceedingly grotesque appearance that V was somewhat indifferent to their provocation. She found these two rather foolish from any perspective. Her nonchalant demeanor only served to incite their ire, almost causing their suppressed fury to erupt. "I hope your luck continues to hold out. What was your name again?" "Never mind. It's not important. Remember, I am your superior, and your task now is to clear the way and keep your mouth shut." V's voice was soft, yet nearly everyone around could hear her. Amy's face fluctuated between shades of pale and green, yet she ultimately complied. Watching the two depart, she even caught a glimpse of that damned stranger's insult directed at her. Did no one ever notice her hairstyle? It resembled having a pile of cow dung perched upon her forehead, albeit in pink. V's insults were one thing, but now even a nameless, insignificant individual dared to openly mock her. The enraged woman could scarcely contain her fury and was about to pursue them when, suddenly, a communication tone rang in her mind. This brought her back to her senses, but inevitably, the person on the other end of the line would bear the brunt of her wrath if they didn't fall to the ground. Their shapes would undoubtedly be identical. Damn it, at least I don't know it's rare to even see a live cow nowadays. With those words, the elevator doors finally closed completely. The woman's tone was laced with sarcasm, and she even winked at Arthur. "And no matter, it's just my home." After pondering for a moment, she found nothing amiss. At least he had cleaned up the bottles from the floor, aside from being a bit broken. There was also a homeless little girl. Speaking of which, I ought to bring her something to eat. That Arthur's offhand remark immediately caught V's attention, and she looked at him with a peculiar expression, tinged with disbelief. That a little girl? "Arthur, you better explain this thoroughly, lest I be compelled to punch you." Curious as to V's strong reaction, Arthur began to clarify. "Indeed, a little girl. She seems to have caught the eye of military technology. In an attempt to help her escape, her father recently passed away. Her father was even a long-time employee of this company. You lot are all cut from the same cloth. You show no mercy even to your own." Having grasped the gist of the situation, V asked with concern, "Are you familiar with her? You must handle this tale cleanly, or it could become a significant issue. If anyone knows this company better than the military tech itself, it would undoubtedly be a senior member of Arasaka's counterintelligence department." V had dealt with those individuals for years and was well aware of their dangerous nature. "Familiar? The little girl is the one I rescued from beneath the slaughterhouse. Aside from that, I don't believe there are any further connections." Arthur stroked his chin, pondering thoughtfully. "Who would have thought, Arthur? You're quite the good person in Night City. Even familial ties are shrouded in distance." and Arthur's demeanor appears excessively fervent. Thank you for your kind words. However, I have grown weary of being labeled a good person. Remember, should you encounter trouble in the future, do not seek me out. As the elevator doors slid open once more, the pair exited the hotel without a backward glance. Chapter 81. Retreat and advance. The bulky, heavy vehicle of the assailants maneuvered through the darkness with the agility of a shadowy feline. Inside, a gust of wind rushed in, striking V's sunglasses. Yet, the nocturnal ambience of these two locations was far from identical. At this moment, the night was still young, but the streets of Haywood and Little Chinatown were exceedingly deserted. This night was anything but tranquil. Aside from the scavengers prowling for targets, there lurked the potential threat of cyber psychos descending from the north. The Vortex gang from the industrial district in the north was notorious for churning out cyber psychos. These individuals treated their bodies like ragged sacks, mindlessly cramming in any cybernetic enhancements, regardless of quality. Adjacent to the towering H10 skyscraper was a parking lot. After parking his vehicle, V and Arthur took the elevator upstairs. Naturally, the food prepared for Jessica was ready to, in contrast to V's opulent residence. Arthur's apartment door appeared rather shabby. Before the two could acclimate to the bright interior, a smaller figure barreled towards them. Arthur helplessly lifted Jessica, who had latched onto him, and irritably directed his words at V. See, this troublesome girl has spent all my money. So, clothes and meals, they're all on you. The suit Arthur wore, priced at over 7,000 euros, was undoubtedly a significant expense. Meanwhile, V observed the petite girl dangling from Arthur's grip with curiosity. Despite her stunning appearance, the determination and vigor in her eyes rendered her far from gentle. With a blink, the girl instinctively shrank back. Our new hacker seems to be a bit timid, Arthur remarked. As they squeezed into the room, V flopped onto the sofa behind the coffee table, as if she owned the place. You're the first one to make me act as a driver, she quipped. Arthur placed the girl on the floor and proceeded to rummage through a frosty cabinet for drinks. He retrieved a transparent bottle, the liquid inside swaying gently. Arthur had little affinity for what were deemed beers. Their hue and the frothy surface always evoked unpleasant memories for him, by the time he settled onto the sofa. Jessica remained somewhat dazed at the entrance. That it seems our little hacker is quite shy. V, now fully relaxed, glanced at the somewhat goofy girl and couldn't help but jest. You appear to be a woman of cold demeanor and authority. Yet your personality seems rather carefree. You don't seem difficult to get along with. Are you a member of our team? I've yet to meet you, she asked. In recent days, Jessica had undergone the reinstallation of all her cybernetics at Victor's clinic, during which Jack, Rebecca, and David, regulars at the clinic, had all become acquainted with the new girl. Even Lucy, who rarely stepped outside, had visited a few times to impart her hacking wisdom. That it was evident that Jessica was quite popular within the small team. She isn't one of us, Arthur said teasingly. She's a corporate lapdog. Oh, I mean an elite of the company. Fuck you, Arthur. Without me, you'd be eating dirt today. Arthur shrugged helplessly and lifted his glass. The relaxed atmosphere allowed the timid Jessica to ease up. She took small steps toward them, choosing a seat closer to Arthur. Here's your food. Upon noticing her approach, Arthur extended the meal he had brought. This time, Jessica's eyes sparkled with delight at the new food, and she instinctively quickened her pace. You get what you pay for, V remarked, not lacking in funds, and naturally opted for a nice establishment. This elite from the corporation was indeed a true affluent individual, indulging freely in her meal. After swallowing a delicious bite, Arthur's words began to flow more freely than usual. During this exchange, V also noticed the data port located at the back of Jessica's neck and inquired about it. I heard you put a lot of effort into this little hacker's cybernetics. Care to share? Perhaps I might have something better. I don't understand these things. You should ask her directly, Arthur replied casually, returning to his drink. Uncle Victor has some connections. For instance, that network access port specifically for cyber surveillance is exceedingly hard to come by. Jessica timidly provided some details, and Arthur interjected, just a tiny scrap of metal. Yet they charged over 100,000 euros. Victor assured me it was a worthwhile investment. He turned to V, asking, so, is it truly worth that price? I can only say, you have a good friend. V replied, noticing Jessica's slight smile, which she quickly suppressed. Very well. Arthur added, "It seems you shared quite the amusing anecdote. Speaking of cybernetics, V, it appears you have scarcely any enhancements. That hardly aligns with your status." Though V had not spent much time in this world, Arthur had already discerned the pivotal role of cybernetics. In contrast, V seemed uninterested in augmenting her abilities. Otherwise, given her standing, she could easily acquire the most advanced enhancements available. This predicament was one every employee faced. Clenching her fists, V began to explain, at the company, they conduct regular checks on everyone's cybernetics under the guise of safety, whether personal or corporate property. They implant a stubborn monitoring program into the cybernetics. This program resides within the underlying logic of the enhancements, nearly impossible to remove, yet capable of incapacitating the cybernetics at any moment. As Arthur scrutinized V, he suddenly stated with conviction, "V, I have a feeling you will never ascend to the upper echelons of the company. What makes you say that? I reached my current position in just 6 years." Given V's age, her future appeared exceedingly bright. Many would wither away before her eyes, while she ascended at a breakneck pace. These matters, how should I put it? Clearly, your reluctance to enhance yourself means you will never truly belong. To put it bluntly, they only want dogs, both physically and mentally shackled. V fell silent, as the implications of this reality were stark. Both Jenkins and Abernathy, and even those above them, had subtly broached this topic. In their eyes, the latest advancements in research were reserved for their own. She could hardly miss their insinuations. Evidently, to those higher up, V was not yet considered one of them. Yet, ultimately, V remained disinclined to adopt such enhancements. It must be said, she was now caught in a dilemma. Moving forward appeared promising, but was fraught with insurmountable issues, while retreating would render all her efforts futile. Sighing, V sank deeply into the sofa. Saying nothing, in the end, she was merely an ostrich burying her head in the sand. Arthur patted her shoulder, rousing her from a reverie. "Any insights?" "Our resident philosopher, Arthur." V's gaze held a hint of confusion. "Perhaps you should seize this opportunity to visit Jack. Though I have no idea where that fool is roaming," Arthur rasped, causing V to retort, "At this hour, you must have lost your mind. Don't tell me you can afford to be as leisurely as us tomorrow." Ultimately, the office worker departed with a frown, contemplating the arduous day awaiting her. With thoughts of the impending grind, V's expression darkened further. Chapter 82. True rebirth. The night passed swiftly. The following day, as Arthur struggled to rise from the sofa, the sun had already climbed high in the sky. He needed to hustle for work today, preferably bringing along the slumbering novice, as both of their situations were dire, penniless. Furthermore, Jessica was in an even worse predicament, given that she owed him a considerable sum. If only those gold pieces could be liquidated immediately, all financial troubles would be effortlessly resolved. As he spread the word, Arthur also managed to rouse the still drowsy Jessica. "If you have nothing to do all day, you won't last long in this city. First and foremost, you need to wake up early, around 9 or 10 in the morning, in the midst of Jessica's groggy awakening." Arthur was already fully dressed, urging her to rise. Rubbing her eyes, Jessica let out a large yawn before sitting up. The oversized white nightgown she wore was a gift from Arthur. "Mr. Arthur, I apologize. Did you wake up early?" she asked, stretching her limbs in a dazed out of course. Arthur, a true disciple of the old trickster, lied without a hint of hesitation. "I'll be out after I clean up. We need to make a trip to old Vic's clinic." It has become Arthur's habit to wander there, whether for a purpose or not, while casually checking if Jack is around. In the corridor next to the elevator, Arthur rests his arms against the half-height outer wall, the white smoke curling upward from his fingertips, almost invisible in the sunlight. The brim of his hat shields him from the bright rays, allowing his gaze to extend far into the distance. Unbeknownst to him, he has grown accustomed to the scenery here. The spiral staircase winding downwards, nearly obscured from view of the ground, the tangled unknown wires suspended from above, and the extravagant advertisements dotting the city of night. Memories of the past seem to drift further away from him. Though he recalls every detail clearly, the complex emotions hidden within have genuinely departed from his heart. It appears that, in his mind, this world is gradually acquiring more weight. Mr. Arthur, we can set off now. You seem quite spirited. Let us go. Observing Jessica's abundant energy, Arthur nodded in satisfaction, casually flicking the cigarette but to the ground beside him. After a few steps, they arrived outside Victor's clinic. Upon entering the elusive basement, old Vic was leisurely watching a boxing match, with Jack standing behind him, occasionally exchanging opinions. "Look who has arrived. Since you took away our little joy. You've also disappeared for several days." Old Vic's familiar greeting immediately resonated upon spotting Arthur at the door. In truth, it had only been 4 days. Victor. Once inside the clinic, Arthur noticed Misty was also present, bustling around Gloria's life pod. "How is she doing?" he inquired, gesturing towards that direction. Speaking of this, old Vic showed interest, slightly sitting up. "If our assumptions are correct, she should awaken within the next few days. But the intriguing part lies beyond that." He paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and, after a lengthy moment, continued. "However, this is a lengthy process. Just like in the past, when someone suffers a fracture, it takes several months for them to recover. Gloria's injuries will not heal immediately. It may even take half a year. Didn't you say she would wake up soon?" Arthur questioned, slightly perplexed by Victor's seemingly contradictory statements. "The interesting part is that when she first awakens, she will likely be like a newborn baby. Both her intellect and memory will gradually recover as her rehabilitation progresses. This process resembles our own growth. Navi, rebellious, and all the issues that accompany age will emerge. Of course, time will compress this rehabilitation into those 6 months." Listening to Victor's explanation, Arthur's expression became somewhat strange. Observing Jack and Misty, who showed no reaction, it was evident they were already aware of this. After the odd look in his eyes, it transformed into stark pity. Arthur found it hard to imagine the devastation if a nearly 40-year-old individual were to undergo such an ordeal. Regrettably, it is highly probable. Victor's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Though he considered himself a brother to Arthur and Jack, he was, after all, a man nearing 50. He prided himself on being open-minded, yet if he were to switch perspectives, he would indeed struggle to accept such a reality. This is truly... Arthur placed one hand on his belt while the other stroked his chin, his entire face concealed in the shadow of his hat's brim. Forcing himself to suppress the urge to smile, he stifled the laughter. This is certainly not good news. Subsequently, after Arthur conveyed his desire to take on a job, he soon received a notification from an intermediary. A certain Dino Tinovich, primarily operating in the municipal center, naturally often dealt with the company's personnel. "Arthur, right? I've heard of you, the Cowboy stirring up trouble in Watson District. The street folk have given you quite a nickname. I recall you stirred up quite a mess with the Vortex gang. That is not something an ordinary mercenary could accomplish, Dada. It seems I've gained quite a notorious reputation, but I don't do just anything. Perhaps you could elaborate, if it's convenient." Arthur inquired somewhat casually during the communication. "You know, I handle the aftermath of the company's blunders, but at least the compensation is generous, after spending so long in the City of Night." Arthur naturally understood why the company refrained from taking action themselves. That IT was likely due to a personal error of an employee who preferred to pay out of pocket rather than face internal scrutiny. "Is the intelligence detailed? Surely they are aware of the animal gang." Arthur had formed a rough idea in his mind. While this matter ostensibly involved the company, its difficulty was undoubtedly minimal. 100,000 euros could even yield a surplus. The address and the person responsible for the matter are all included in the intel doc. So, what do you say? Do you want to take on this job? Exhaling slowly, Arthur glanced at the girl deep within the clinic, engaged in a congenial conversation with Misty, and decided to inquire. After all, it was somewhat related to military technology. That I'm fine with it. Jessica, reminiscing about the past, seemed somewhat downcast. Her eyes flickered, yet she spoke. "Not everyone can unite under military technology. With so many people, I can't harbor hate towards them all." Raising his hand, Arthur tilted his head, patting her shoulder but saying nothing. Losing a loved one, a dear friend, Arthur understood this feeling all too well. The sorrowful emotions can be extinguished by time. Returning to the task at hand, Arthur addressed the other end of the communication. Please elaborate." Chapter 83. Adjustment. The items were procured from military technology through biotechnology. Dino introduced in a low voice. "Please refer to the attached detailed information." As the other party's words concluded, a document materialized in Arthur's neural interface, several dark red panels unfolding before him. The task's location was in Taiping province. That ostentatious soar within the City of Night. The Animal Gang is not a heavily centralized faction. Rather, it comprises numerous independent small groups, resembling scavengers, with their presence felt throughout the City of Night. However, the largest collective of the Animal Gang is concentrated in Taiping province, where these brutes are sworn enemies of the Voodoo Gang. The group that stole from military technology is precisely one of the factions gathered in Taiping province. All right, let us go investigate, Arthur resolved, turning to Jessica. Let us proceed. Our mission awaits in Taiping province, and the reward is quite promising. However, upon hearing his words, Jessica tilted her head, her face filled with confusion. Why are we leaving? Her tone carried uncertainty, along with a hint of self-doubt. Because the task is in Taiping province, and we work to survive. Hurry, we must depart. Arthur's hoarse voice sounded urgent as he waved towards the door. But I'm a hacker. Jessica timidly looked at Arthur, weakly retorting that on the other side. Arthur, not being foolish, furrowed his brow and looked around, realizing everyone's gaze was fixed upon him. Clearly, it was his perspective that was amiss. Damn it, can a hacker work without stepping outside? A hint of exasperation crept into Arthur's voice out of course. Real professional hackers rarely leave their homes in the City of Night. They belong to the most despised category. Some lone wolf hackers may never reveal themselves in their entire lives. Seeing this, Victor couldn't help but chuckle, offering a reminder. Exhaling, Arthur awkwardly shrugged. Perhaps I should consider changing jobs. Having said that, Arthur prepared to leave. But at that moment, Jack called out to him. Arthur, it's unsafe to go alone. Let us stick together. Jack, who had remained mostly silent, stood up and a broad smile spread across his large face, and he playfully shook his shoulders. Wow, it seems our unbeatable duo is about to make a grand appearance. Arthur glanced up and down at the towering figure, breaking into a smile as he gestured towards the door. All right, Jack, provided your legs are in good shape this time. Remember not to overexert them, and I cannot carry you alone. Jack then placed his large hand on Arthur's shoulder from a towering height. But you should really lighten up, at the very least. Don't be so harsh. As Arthur settled into the passenger seat of a pitch-black car, Jack started the engine. The engine reverberated through the exposed pipes within the car, producing a rhythmic clattering sound. Compared to V's luxurious sports car, this vehicle appeared somewhat shabby, but at least Arthur felt secure sitting inside. Where are we headed? You haven't told me yet, Jack asked, finally grasping the situation after gripping the steering wheel. The location is in South Taiping province. With that, Arthur forwarded the information Dino had sent to Jack. So we're dealing with that group from the Animal Gang, Jack muttered, rifling through the details. His voice incessant. Those muscle-bound brutes? It's pointless to reason with them. They're a bunch of thick-headed oafs. Jack adjusted the direction. The car emerged from the congested streets of Chinatown, heading straight onto the elevated highway. With the acceleration, the door beside Arthur began to shake violently, emitting a clattering noise. This is all thanks to you. Speaking of this matter, Jack revealed his signature silly grin once again. The car belongs to Misty. And of course, now I can drive it freely. Are you two together? Arthur looked at Jack with a hint of curiosity, surprised that this fool had actually succeeded. Indeed, I've managed to woo the finest lady in Night City. Haha. After saying this, he belatedly glanced at Arthur beside him. Please don't mention my foolish words to her. You always have the best. Arthur shot him a disapproving look and added, however, you are not entirely wrong. You are indeed somewhat unworthy of her. As the two conversed, an unexpected voice suddenly surfaced in their minds. Misty is actually with Jack. That delicate yet clear voice belonged to Jessica. Damn, I hope I didn't drink too much last night. Rubbing his temples, Arthur's voice carried a hint of confusion. She's our hacker girl, the one who brought us into the special local area network. This type of network is incredibly secure, allowing us to communicate in real time without the fear of being hacked. Jack, sitting in the driver's seat, explained without any surprise that if hacking only served those purposes, I would certainly consider it worth the investment. It's a bit pointless to shout amidst gunfire. Jessica naturally noticed the unusual tone in Arthur's voice and began to explain in a flustered manner. It is not like that, Mr. Arthur. I'm quite useful. I mean hackers are very useful. Arthur simply closed his mouth. Some people truly can't take a joke. Haha, brother, you'll understand in due time. The region of Pacifica possesses its own unique characteristics. Not to mention the abandoned buildings scattered everywhere. This area is more open than other parts of Night City. Without the towering skyscrapers blocking the sunlight, more rays can cascade down as the car descended from the highway. The blend of prosperity and desolation intensified. This sensation did not mirror Haywood's gradual decline. Rather, both states seemed to coexist simultaneously. Each smooth tile was pristine, yet weeds still sprouted from their seams. As the wheels rolled over, the gusts of air bent the weeds, which then straightened up, as if watching the car depart. Their destination was an abandoned paint factory. This served as a temporary facility during the ongoing construction in Pacifica, providing materials for some projects, but it had long since been abandoned. Leaving behind the flat, expansive areas overgrown with weeds, they gradually encountered more people as they ventured deeper into Pacifica. The Voodoo Boys effectively managed this territory. It must be said that these Haitians are quite clever, as they at least understand the principle of not eating where they sleep. Although they treat all outsiders as mere doormats, they're not stingy about sharing a bit of profit. We need to head further south. It's even more rundown there, while observing the road conditions ahead, Jack continued to chatter away. In comparison, the muscle-bound members of the animal gang are certainly no match for these Haitians, especially in terms of intellect. However, it's not all bad. The animal gang lacks brains, which makes it difficult for the Voodoo Boys to infiltrate. Jack seemed to enjoy mocking the members of the animal gang, and Arthur regarded the burly man beside him with a hint of curiosity. Is the animal gang really that unpopular? Hearing Arthur's question, Jack sheepishly scratched his face with one hand. It's not that I have a grudge against them. It's just, people often mistake me for one of them. Chapter 84. Unfriendly roadblocks? I am not one of those mindless animals. Observing Jack's silly grin that masked his embarrassment, Arthur gained a deeper understanding of this so-called animal gang. The reputation must not be very good if even a nice guy like Jack wants nothing to do with them. Further ahead, through the gaps between the coconut trees, lay an exceptionally large commercial plaza. The surrounding giant shopping malls stood together like a protective ring, creating a spectacle of grandeur and prosperity, albeit one that overlooked their unfinished, exposed structures. In a more distant position to the south, an oddly shaped commercial building stood alone. Lines of an indistinguishable material floated in the air beside it, while on the other side loomed a gigantic wheel that towered above the building, resembling a water wheel. From this vantage point, a thin veil of white smoke cloaked the gaps in those massive structures, and flames occasionally flickered from within. This truly is a paradigm of civilization. Arthur marveled at the sight of a hovering vehicle suspended in the air, unleashing firepower toward that opening. Pacifica is indeed in a state of anarchy, as a gang leads here. Observing the scene before them, Jack shrugged nonchalantly. The car continued forward. They needed to pass through this commercial area, but everything seemed to be unfolding less smoothly than they had anticipated. Several unremarkable cars, much like theirs, surrounded them. Arthur and Jack's relaxed demeanor immediately sank. The vehicle hadn't even exited the coastal area of Central Pacifica, which still belonged to the Voodoo Boys, and these Haitians were far from hospitable. In the convoy ahead, the leading car's door swung open, and several black men stepped out, surrounding a burly figure whose hair was tightly braided against his scalp. Welcome to Pacifica, friends. However, you should have notified the owners here in advance. It's only polite. The opposing party approached with an air of confidence, their speech laced with a peculiar accent. Maldita sea. What the hell is going on? How did these Voodoo Boys find us? Jack muttered under his breath, already drawing his twin guns and peering forward cautiously. Don't be afraid. Everyone, if you're willing to step out of the car, we can have a calm discussion, and nothing unpleasant will occur. The burly man spread his arms and strolled forward, seemingly devoid of hostile intentions. I could see that moment. Arthur also shrank back, his arms resting on the console in front of him. Leaning over, he whispered to Jack, "Damn it, Jack, stay in the car. I'll go check the situation that in such circumstances, the driver must remain in the vehicle. If a conflict erupts, it's crucial to have access to the accelerator." Bending down, Arthur opened the door and stepped out, positioning himself behind the open door, his arm resting on its edge as he intently scrutinized the approaching group. "Arthur Morgan? I hope we Haven team mistaken our target. As I mentioned before, although we are unfamiliar, we could still be friends out of course, it depends on your choice, but trust me, becoming friends would be your best solution. Stopping at a moderate distance, the man spoke with a peculiar accent, his tone increasingly laced with subtle threats. Naturally, I'm also eager to befriend you. However, looking at you, this is hardly the right way to treat guests. Arthur extended his arm from the door, palms upturned. Our way of treating guests is determined by us. The black man's voice began to deepen, his small eyes glinting ominously. How amusing. Let us be clear about this. How did you two come to know our names? And how did you manage to find us so accurately? It can't be that an intermediary is attempting to sell us out, although the person who assigned us this task isn't familiar with us. I've heard he's quite wealthy. Arthur inquired, tapping rhythmically on the edge of the door. You seem to have many questions, my friend. However, my patience is limited. While that intermediary is relatively clean, he still has to relay your basic information to the employer. Our excellent personnel in military technology do not adhere to such protocols. In a sense, we are still colleagues. The black man rapidly elucidated, his already dark complexion growing even grimmer. Well then, friends. Arthur pressed his palms together. Standing upright, a few cold chuckles escaped his throat. Let us hear it then. What do you want from us? As far as I know, there are no damned rules for living in the city. I know you're seeking something from those foolish bears. However, we only differ slightly. We want them dead. With that, he stepped forward, extending one hand, which held two chips resembling large fans. Plug them in, and we'll collaborate for a mutually beneficial outcome. Watching this unfold, Arthur shook his head with a smile, his voice hoarse and devoid of warmth. Cooperation. But there's no need for cooperation. His refusal plunged the atmosphere into an icy silence. Everyone's pupils constricting as Arthur's right shoulder subtly sank. On our turf, we must follow our rules. Plug them in. Then you'll help us with our work. Otherwise, get lost. The black man's tone intensified as he stomped his foot, casting a colossal shadow over Arthur. Arthur slightly lowered his head, the brim of his gambler's hat obscuring his murderous intent, retreating imperceptibly by half a step. The palpable tension of the standoff loomed over the world like a sheet of frosted glass. Yet it was swiftly shattered by the sudden crack of gunfire. From Arthur's waist, the long silent revolver exhaled wisps of smoke from its muzzle. The bullet, propelled through the rolled-down window, found its mark with precision, embedding itself into the heads of a few adversaries across the way. However, contrary to Arthur's expectations, the projectile merely left a small dent on the forehead of the burly leader. Jack, step on it. We need to break free. I'll take care of these scoundrels. Jack pressed the accelerator, the roar of the engine accompanying the frenzied spinning of the rear wheels. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, crashing through the most vulnerable point to carve out a path. Witnessing this, the African-American brute clenched his teeth and spoke into the internal channel. Catch up with them and eliminate them directly. He squinted at the receding car, his hand instinctively brushing his forehead. The vibrations of the engine and the fierce wind rushing in through the window nearly blinded Arthur. Fortunately, the road was relatively smooth, preventing him from becoming disoriented. To be precise, the jostling of a horse's back was far more intense than that of a wheeled vehicle. Yet, the bumps while riding a familiar steed were predictable. Unlike the unpredictable nature of a CART that moment, Arthur, leaning halfway out of the vehicle, was wholly focused on the situation behind him, his gun spitting fire. However, the next instant, a sudden turn jolted his body to the side, causing his arm to slam against the window frame, nearly causing him to lose grip on his weapon. Goddamn! You must be kidding me! Arthur exclaimed, propping himself up. Come on, I can't just drive off the cliff. Jack innocently defended himself. Chapter 85. The turn the highway now soared above the ground, with a steep drop ahead, spiraling downward. As the winding road twisted, Jack struggled to control the nearly uncontrollable car, the steering wheel turning dramatically. Arthur could even hear the strained creaking of the front wheels under the burden. With a swift glance at the situation ahead, he decisively leaned out, aiming his revolver at their pursuers. In the next moment, the windshield of their assailants shattered like spider webs, and crimson splatters stained the seats behind the two drivers. These folks don't seem as formidable as you suggested, do they? They read no better than that ragtag group from the Tiger Claw gang, Arthur remarked. The hackers from the Voodoo gang are ruthless. They can contend with network surveillance. Jack remained intensely focused, his gaze unwavering as he navigated the challenging terrain. Don't worry. In the midst of their exchange, Jessica's voice broke through the silence on the local network that I've intercepted their hacker. The girl's voice quickly faded, indicating her struggle that excellent. It appears our hospitable friends are willing to let us off the hook. At least they understand that heads don't fare well against bullets. The sunlight was obstructed by the brim of his hat as Arthur's eyes caught sight of the cars pursuing them. Behind him, Jack hastily flung open the car door, anxiously bending down to observe the situation ahead. White smoke billowed from the front, and something appeared to be malfunctioning, with an unknown liquid dripping onto the ground. SOS to do. It's over. This is Misty's car. The burly man scratched the back of his head in frustration, surveying the damaged area in front of the vehicle, glancing around and seeing no immediate danger. Arthur pulled the distracted man upright. This place seemed far more dilapidated than above. The road was littered with patches of exposed soil, where withered blades of grass poked through. The surrounding buildings were in utter ruin, revealing exposed and jagged rebar. Compared to the throngs above, this area was decidedly more desolate. It appears our benefactor hasn't been faring well, clapping off the grease that had smeared his hands while inspecting the car. Jack stood up, taking a moment to observe the desolation around them. It was evident that they could not compete with the Voodoo gang, particularly in terms of intellect. Yet their lack of cunning had its advantages. Many in Night City opted to employ these simpletons as bodyguards or security. The group of animals described in their mission was stationed nearby, not far from an abandoned paint factory that was desolate enough to blend seamlessly into the surrounding ruins, making it nearly impossible to discern the presence of a sizable animal gang within. The dilapidated walls were adorned with chaotic graffiti, harmonizing with the wild, swaying weeds. Should we really assist that company dog? That scoundrel nearly got us killed. A two-faced bastard, Jack muttered under his breath, standing not far from the paint factory. While the recent conflict was instigated by the Voodoo gang, it was abundantly clear that the employer was the true culprit. Having paid, he seemed to consider Arthur and Jack as his personal property, willing to sacrifice them to ensure the mission's success. The Haitians, as a hacker-centric gang, operated shrouded in secrecy. However, the street-savvy children knew all too well that outsiders to the Voodoo gang were treated like disposable rags. They showed no mercy, especially to those from outside. During Jack's speech, Arthur received a communication alert. Ding ding. The caller was Dino, his green, short-cropped hair bouncing in a view on the screen. Hello? Arthur, my friend. Seeing you're unharmed takes a weight off my mind. The man's dark sunglasses obscured most of his expression, but the urgency in his tone seemed genuine. He appeared to be aware of the recent events, a testament to his status as a well-connected intermediary. One does not thrive in municipal center without being exceptional. However, Arthur understood a fundamental truth. Nothing ever goes smoothly. Gazing intently ahead, Arthur recognized that the troubles stemmed from their employer. At least that was the surface narrative. If the employer encountered issues, he bore some responsibility. In that case, you needn't proceed with the job, that I'll cover the expenses out of my own pocket at the original price. How does that sound? At that moment, Arthur continued to fixate on the nearby rolling shutter door, its simplistic design depicting figures that resembled bloated balloons. Once they stepped inside, things could very well spiral into chaos. That sneaky fellow must be brewing considerable trouble. Right? Dino immediately grasped his implication. From across the screen, he chuckled, pointing at Arthur that my friend. As you surmised, not everyone associated with the company wields power, and our cunning employer has indeed been facing challenges lately. He stroked his chin, tilting his head as if pondering something. That I can lend you a hand, that I'll reach out to a few contacts. This might yield positive results. You focus on your matters and await my good news. After their conversation concluded and the communication ended, Arthur redirected his focus to the task at hand. Jack had been silently waiting, and once Arthur finished, he anxiously inquired, "What's the situation? Are we still dealing with that scoundrel?" Unbeknownst to Arthur, he had unintentionally assumed the role of leader within their small group. When they ventured out together, everyone instinctively deferred decision-making to him, making him the one who furrowed his brow before ultimately making the call. Adjusting his hat to a more comfortable angle, Arthur stepped forward. The sun and the swirling sand still intruded upon his eyes, albeit significantly diminished. Let us go take a look. It doesn't necessarily mean we'll end up in a fight, does it? It's time for you to showcase your intellect and that robust physique you've honed. They treat you like one of their own. Chapter 86. The animal gang things are never that simple. Jack frowned, scratching the back of his head. The crux of the matter was that the animal gang was not united. These fellows spent their days dreaming of shoving their fists down each other's throats. They had zero trust for members outside their little group, even if they all shared the title of animal gang. Evidently, as a genuine street rat, Jack possessed an intimate understanding of the various gangs within Night City. Haywood, in particular, stood as a hub within the underground realm. This was why it was a breeding ground for intermediaries. Come on, Jack, at the very least, we should snag a profit. Switching targets wouldn't hurt. Right? Besides, it could be even more lucrative. Raising his hand, Arthur led the way toward the abandoned paint factory. As they approached, they noticed two rickety small iron doors flanking the large steel entrance. The exposed wall sections indicated they had been added later. So we just go in like this? The intermediary provided remarkably detailed information. This stronghold is rife with vulnerabilities, and we could easily infiltrate it. Jack trailed closely behind Arthur, his hands instinctively moving towards his sides. Relax, we are not here to steal anything. That moment. Arthur had already approached a small door, pushing it open just enough to create a narrow gap. Beyond the door, silence reigned, enveloped in a thick darkness. While a distant flicker of light offered little illumination, as the gap widened, beams of light revealed the dust motes swirling in the air, and the interior began to materialize unmistakably. Several dilapidated paint cans were piled in a corner, and the uneven dust on the floor indicated that this path was frequented by many. Faintly, vibrations seemed to emanate from within, likely the thumping rhythm of loud music. The two had barely taken a few steps forward when they spotted a group of small figures crouching ahead. The door behind them appeared more securely shut, with faint light occasionally seeping through the narrow glass panes above. Arthur and Jack quickly drew the attention of the youngsters. Who goes there? Stand still. What are you up to? This is the territory of the animal gang. The leader of the group, a young fellow, sprang to his feet and bellowed towards them. Interesting, letting a bunch of kids guard the door. Jack muttered to himself. With his palm raised, Arthur advanced slowly, surveying the surroundings with a calm demeanor. It's nothing. Look, we mean no harm. The man displayed his open hands. The youngsters relaxed slightly, though their expressions remained wary. We don't welcome outsiders. One of them leaned forward, speaking with a fierce tone. It seemed that the animal gang, aware of their shortcomings, preferred to isolate themselves rather than engage in social interaction. They were typically taciturn, a trait that appeared to be a hallmark of the bodyguard profession. Furrowing his brow, Arthur was not fond of dealing with these loudmouthed youths. He gestured towards the door behind them. Hurry, go fetch an adult. We have matters to discuss. The leader, sporting an exaggerated hairstyle and a hefty build, was a black youth whose thick lips rarely uttered pleasant words. Fetch someone? No need. Damn outsiders, this isn't a place for you. And we won't deal with you, he spoke. The young man waved his arm dismissively, exuding arrogance. Observing the little fellow striking a boxing pose, Arthur noted that the boy barely reached his chest height. It finally made sense why Jack had been displeased when mistaken for a member of the animal gang. They truly didn't appear very bright. Striding forward, Arthur seized the boy by the scruff of his neck, lifting him effortlessly. This action sent the surrounding youths scattering in fear, and the once brazen boy shrank back like a quail. Get moving. Find someone inside, or I'll pluck every feather from this little punk. Raising his hand, he gestured menacingly at the boy's conspicuous hair, causing the latter to hastily cover his head with both hands. In a short while, heavy footsteps echoed from within, indicating that a formidable presence was approaching. With a crash, the iron door slammed against the walls like wild grass, crushed under wheels. A robust figure obscured everything behind her, and in the dim light, she appeared disheveled, resembling a wild woman. Oh, a little lamb. So you're the one making all the noise about needing someone. Speak up. If you don't have a good reason, I'll twist your pretty little head off, much to Arthur's surprise. The figure was a woman, her voice gravelly yet unmistakably feminine. This was truly quite the spectacle. Arthur instinctively took a step back, not out of fear of her imposing stature, but because he found it difficult to appreciate such a woman. Damn it, he considered himself relatively open-minded for an ancient man, even willing to befriend people of different races. However, those men who resembled women and the towering figure before him were simply, well, he thought, perhaps an older woman wouldn't be so bad. Shaking his head to dispel those bizarre thoughts, Arthur steeled himself and regarded her. Comparing the two, the towering woman seemed the more palatable option. A few days ago, it seems you pilfered some items from a company that we're here to discuss that matter. Merely a discussion, nothing troublesome. Addressing the woman directly, Arthur stated plainly. From the open door, a deep bass thumped rhythmically. And as she stood before it, the woman's bulging muscles looked as if they were about to burst through the doorframe. Goods? What goods? Be specific. We've stolen so much stuff lately. How am I supposed to know what the hell you're talking about? Her tone was as intimidating as her appearance, her voice vibrating the dust on the ground. Tuesday, marked with a biotechnology label, but they belonged to military technology. Whose goods? As if she had heard a joke. The woman erupted into a booming laugh. Once it's here, it's ours. After laughing for a moment, the woman scratched her forehead and inquired of those behind her, "Do you know what this is?" Clearly, she was unaware of the items Arthur mentioned, that if memory served, it was just a truckload of worthless metal scraps. The person behind her seemed to deliberately lower his voice, but the words echoed through the space. Chapter 87. Boxing. If one were to identify the most intriguing gang in Night City, it would undoubtedly be the Animal Gang. This group of hulking figures had set their sights firmly on biotechnology, primarily targeting this very company. Potent testosterone, animal enhancers, hormone editing devices, and, most critically, gene modification syringes. Almost everything the Animal Gang sought could be found within the cargo of a biotechnology transport vehicle. They rarely strayed from this company for their heists. As for robbing others and trading for what they desired, they had attempted it before. However, the dangers associated with the handoff process and their experiences of being deceived by underground merchants served as a constant reminder that this method was not ideal. At least not for them. Well then, since the goods are of no use to us, giving them to you isn't out of the question. How about this? Accompany me in a boxing match. If you win, the goods are yours. If you lose, you pay for them. What do you say? As she spoke, the wild woman cracked her knuckles, producing an odd creaking sound. Studying her closely, Arthur realized that aside from height, she was easily twice his width. Instinctively glancing back, he considered that perhaps this was a task better suited for Jack. "What are you staring at, you little wimp?" The woman flaunted her well-defined biceps. "If you're too scared, just cough up 30,000 euros. I have no interest in boxing with softies like you did AS for boxing." Arthur was no fool. He only engaged in fights he could win. And the woman before him certainly did not appear to be an easy opponent. Jack, of course, caught on to Arthur's hesitation and felt a sense of trepidation. Although he was taller than the woman. Damn it, she was a monster raised on testosterone. And no matter how skilled he was in boxing, he was still just an ordinary man, while her arms were nearly as thick as his legs. After assessing Arthur, who was still looking at him, Jack clenched his fists in determination and stepped forward. "Fine, I'll take the match." Moments ago, Jack's black jacket had perfectly concealed his figure in the darkness. But now, as he stepped forward, his massive silhouette emerged into the light. Now, that is more like it. I don't want to box with a bean sprout. The soft punches landing on her felt more like playful taps, igniting little interest. With hands on her hips, the woman laughed heartily, nearly shaking the dilapidated paint factory to its foundations. "Matilda Kate rose, but you can call me the Wild Woman. And you, fragile little mice," as she introduced herself. She turned slightly, revealing the surroundings behind her. IT looked almost identical to the corridor outside, with rough concrete walls and floors. Dim blue lights were scattered around, obscuring the roughness in the shadows. Jack Wells. Since he was about to box with her, Jack stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Arthur. After introducing himself, he pointed to Arthur behind him. "This is Arthur Morgan, my friend." "Haha, but I'm not interested in knowing a softie." Her thunderous laughter echoed as Rose, the Wild Woman, ushered Jack inside, barely glancing at Arthur. Thank goodness. Arthur thought to himself, following their lead. Inside, apart from being slightly more spacious, it bore little difference from the exterior. with gaping holes and dust conspicuously adorning every corner that a few steps further revealed the heart of the building. A cylindrical pit several meters deep, with yellow ladders extending down to the bottom. The pit measured a diameter of about 10 meters, its outer wall a grayish-white. Unlike the original materials of the factory, it was the mixing pit of the paint factory, with a robust arm pointing towards the arena. Rose elucidated, "We have transformed this space into a boxing ring." Gripping the edge firmly, she executed a swift somersault and leaped down, the several meters of height seeming inconsequential to her. "Hurry down. Let's see whose fists are harder." The Wild Man King clenched his fists. A menacing grin plastered across his face as he regarded Jack, who stood above. Sensing the formidable presence radiating from his opponent, Jack's gaze sharpened. He tore off his black jacket, revealing the sinewy, taut muscles beneath his vest. As a boxer, physical attributes are merely the foundation. Techniques serve as the materials, but oftentimes, confidence and willpower are the true keys to victory. Bathe in the blue glow of the indoor lights. Jack bared his teeth, his usual amiable smile completely erased. He leaped into the sunken arena. The rules were straightforward. No external augmentations, no mantis blades or hand cannons. Everything else was fair game. Remember to surrender if you cannot endure. It's as simple as that. Glaring ferociously at Jack, who had just risen, Rose bared her teeth, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. No problem. Shall we commence? Jack widened his stance, his broad shoulders quivering as he prepared his body. Ha ha ha. Bring it on. With a shift in his footing, the Wild Man King raised his burly arms before his face, bracing himself to in response, Jack assumed a boxing stance, and thus began their tentative exchanges. Attempting to block each other's punches, Jack felt as though his arm had been struck by a colossal hammer. He felt as though he was grappling with a bull. The howling winds battered him intermittently. Bending low, Jack delivered a powerful jab to his opponent's abdomen. Thud! The dull sound resonated as though he had struck a steel plate. Yet his opponent merely staggered back a few steps, regaining his stance. It was evident that Jack was at a disadvantage. In terms of raw power, he was no match for Rose. Around them, a crowd had gathered at the edge of the pit, all fervently cheering. The members of the animal gang were robust and boisterous, their voices booming. The cacophony of cheers surged through the air, rallying around the raised, muscular arms. The scene below resembled a one-sided onslaught, with Rose's massive fists relentless in pursuit. While Jack retreated step by step, amid the cheers, a medley of shouts erupted. Hammer that giant! Alas, the wild tribe is invincible. Wild Man King, our king cannot possibly lose to an outsider. Coward, what are you retreating for? Come at me. To his surprise, some voices supported Jack, albeit their remarks were far from flattering. Chapter 88. The Victor the Animal Gang comprised various tribes, akin to disparate settlements, occasionally erupting into fierce conflicts among themselves. The tribe Arthur and his companion had encountered was called the Wild Gang, a name they had self-assumed. True to their name, these individuals were disheveled and often scantily clad. The thrilling boxing match below seemed to ignite their primal instincts, their cheers erupting with wild abandon, their unkempt hair stirring under the lights. Although Jack was at a disadvantage, the tenacity of his punches seemed to garner increasing applause. The surrounding uproar was indistinguishable in its support. But the fervent cheers appeared to invigorate the two combatants below. Through the gaps between his braced arms, Jack's eyes remained fixated on every movement of his adversary, following that probing heavy punch. He had scarcely made any counterattacks. Jack was convinced that Rose was equipped with high-grade subdermal armor. Mindless assaults would not inflict effective damage, but instead would hasten his own fatigue as he observed the oncoming punches. Jack subtly extended his arms, seemingly offering them up for his opponent to strike, that he then retreated half a step in response to the force, a seamless movement. Damn coward, throw a punch already. What a disgrace to us men. Although voices still drifted down, the fierce glint in Jack's eyes remained unfazed, steadfastly maintaining his defensive posture, meticulously tracking his opponent's attack trajectory. With each step back, dissipating the force, Jack sensed his opponent's speed declining. The layers of muscle and fat beneath his skin absorbed the blows. If the enemy were vigorous, their muscle taut, it would be challenging to breach their defenses. Jack awaited the moment when his adversary would tire and exhaust their strength. Seemingly irritated by Jack's elusive tactics, Rose retreated 2 steps after a powerful strike, bellowing in frustration. "Damn it, you've grown this big for nothing." As she spoke, she bent her right arm, summoning strength as she charged at Jack. The ground trembled beneath them, the sound reminiscent of a raging rhinoceros. With ferocity, her massive fist, akin to a wrecking ball, swung toward Jack. The preemptive gust of wind could strip away the enemy's resolve. Yet, facing this monstrous punch, Jack advanced rather than retreating, lowering his shoulder to meet the oncoming arm with an upward thrust. Rose, a seasoned boxer, though slightly less refined in technique than Jack, would not expose such a glaring weakness. In midair, she altered her punch to come crashing down toward Jack. Unperturbed by this change, Jack had already shielded himself with his right arm in anticipation of the critical blow. This time, he unleashed his left fist. As an accomplished boxer, if the primary punch attests to your strength, the secondary punch is your unexpected weapon for victory. Swinging from below, concealed until the last moment, time seemed to freeze in that instant. Though Jack's guarded position absorbed the blow, he was still forced to one knee. Conversely, Jack's full-force punch connected squarely with Rose's jaw, causing her massive frame to hurtle backward. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. As if time itself had paused, the Wild Man King's body suspended in mid-air. With a soft thud, the stillness shattered, followed by a tumultuous eruption of cheers and applause. These were simple souls, fervently pursuing strength. Their devotion bordering on foolishness to a brawny figure, nearly as hefty as Rose, cheered exuberantly, leaping from the spectator's edge into the pit. He rushed to Jack's side, seizing his arm and lifting him high without hesitation. "Today's victor is Jack Wells." His gravelly voice resonated, almost more excited than Jack himself. The man's declaration echoed. A tsunami of cheers erupted once more. Arthur maneuvered through the throng, leaping into the pit. At that moment, Jack was hoisted up, grimacing and rubbing the arm that had withstood Rose's punch. Spotting Arthur, he raised his fist with a grin. "How about that, brother? I can consider myself half your boxing mentor. Right? Pretty professional, wouldn't you say? Glad you're still breathing." I had the rescue hotline ready. With a gentle pat on Jack's robust shoulder, Arthur made his way towards the sprawled Wild Man King, who was groaning. On the verge of regaining consciousness, it must be said, these members of the animal gang, aside from their formidable fists, were remarkably resilient. Jack approached as well, helping Rose to her feet. Blinking groggily, she shook her head and found herself face to face with Jack. "Damn, I never thought I would lose." The woman roughly tugged at her hair as if trying to pull out the buzzing sounds in her head. "But a deal is a deal. Take your things." Rocking her substantial frame, Rose managed to stand, placing a hand on the yellow ladder beside her. Accompanied by the creaking of metal, the group swiftly ascended, led by the Wild Man King, towards a deeper room. The factory's footprint was modest, and the interior was uncomplicated. Within just a few steps, they arrived at a storeroom. Inside, boxes were haphazardly strewn about, and as expected, nearly all bore the insignia of biotechnological enterprises. The boxes varied in size and type, showcasing a rich assortment of what they had pilfered. That a few boxes lay tilted on the floor, wide open, evidently emptied of their contents. "Boss, it should be right here." The man who had enthusiastically lifted Jack's arm stepped forward, sweeping aside some miscellaneous empty boxes atop a pile, revealing a dark iron case underneath. "This must be it. It contains some unknown iron objects. Let us see if it's what we're looking for." He stepped back, unveiling the hidden contents. The box was substantial, nearly 3 meters wide. For Arthur, its lid reached waist height, although its color differed from the other silver cases. It still bore a massive biotechnological emblem. Pressing his palm against it, Arthur unlatched the clasp and lifted the lid. Chapter 89. The struggle of corporations. The lid was surprisingly light, although it felt icy to the touch. Resembling metal, its weight was significantly less than that of metal. Inside the box lay a round, pendant-like device, adorned with a chaotic yet orderly array of twisted lines, resembling fine cracks that gave the impression the device was on the verge of disintegration. Within his mind, Arthur recalled the information Dino had provided regarding this device. At least from its exterior, it appeared to be in good condition. Can this group of hefty individuals from the animal gang be deceitful? It seems unlikely. The microscopic gene-editing needle is indeed accurate, but this device is intended for the creation of synthetic humans, which has been prohibited by mainstream international law. The one speaking is Jack, who appears to possess an abundance of knowledge. Arthur shrugged while propping himself against the crate, promptly closing it once more. Personally, Arthur harbored little respect for the concept of law, a sentiment deeply entwined with his upbringing. That clever gentleman, who relishes in lurking behind the scenes, remains oblivious to the fact that his little scheme has swiftly fallen into the hands of us loyal lackeys. Now, it is imperative to act swiftly and relocate the items. For since they hold significance, that self-satisfied company employee will surely devise another plan. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment within the municipal center, the expansive windows were shrouded by curtains, yet the illumination was ample, almost illuminating every corner of the space. Damn it, is this how you intermediaries conduct business? And you scoundrel, do you comprehend the consequences of crossing the company? A piercing voice emanated from the communication device. But Dino, seated on the sofa, revealed little expression. He brushed his hand through his stiff hair, his demeanor indifferent. Yet his tone remained consistently affable. That I have outlined the rules. It was you who breached the contract first. Furthermore, I merely terminated the employment contract on that end. Dino was toying with an exquisitely crafted electric guitar, having once been a renowned rock star. His current fame was commendable as well. You worthless fools. Must I spell out for you? You and your hired lackeys are all worthless. You all better brace yourselves. The sharp voice on the other end was becoming increasingly irritable, yet Dino remained unfazed. Even waiting for the other party to hang up first, that individual must be in quite a predicament. Whether he will seek revenge, Dino could not say. However, he was not one to be trifled with. Another communication was initiated by him. Hello? This is Dino. I hope I haven't disturbed you too much. Silence lingered for a few seconds on the other end before a crisp, yet cold female voice responded. You know I detest small talk. Speak plainly. What is it? If you require my assistance, consider it a personal favor owed to me. Not far from this apartment, within the military technology building, in an office on a rather high floor. The space was nearly consumed by the cluttered office environment. Disorganized wires, terminal displays of various sizes scattered about, empty bottles, cigarette butts, and even a woman's lingerie carelessly tossed on the floor. Only the desk by the window maintained a semblance of order, where a tall figure with their back to the door was languidly smoking a cigarette. Outside, the sky had not yet fully darkened, but the holographic lighting apparatuses in the company plaza had impatiently activated. As if vying for a share of the dwindling daylight, I've heard, you're facing a rather significant dilemma, involving that friend of yours, the one named Cure. Recently, it seems you've been embroiled in quite a ruckus. Listening to the words on the other end, the woman flicked her cigarette. That pathetic weakling dares to oppose me. If he truly provokes me, I shall crush that bastard. Although she spoke these words, her tone betrayed no attempt to conceal her anger. Some matters I am not privy to as well as you insiders, so I shall refrain from elaborating. However, placing my friends in high positions is the survival strategy for us lesser individuals. Is it not? A friend from the company recently encountered trouble, sought my assistance, yet failed to adhere to my rules. Thus, the situation has escalated into an unpleasant affair. Would you be interested in hearing more? As she listened, the woman straightened her posture, appearing increasingly engaged. Clearly, this friend in trouble is the insufferable black fly that has been pestering her of late. Don't keep me in suspense, you bastard. Her words were laced with a hint of amusement. It seems our mutual friend has misplaced something of considerable importance. This error, though it may seem trivial, is quite urgent. He has even sought the Voodoo Gang's assistance, which clearly indicates he lacks the capacity to manage these Haitian miscreants effectively. Extinguishing the cigarette that had burned down to her fingertips, while Dino's information was scant, she had already surmised the situation. The mere fact that he sought help from the Voodoo Gang implied he had fallen into the trap set by their sworn enemies. Although the Voodoo Gang carries a notorious reputation, they are undeniably astute individuals. They possess formidable strength, but almost never provoke factions that could bring them trouble. The sole group they have consistently clashed with is, perhaps, those lumbering fools from the animal gang. A chilling tone seeped into the woman's voice. This was her modus operandi. You see, the same situation can yield numerous outcomes, and we must undoubtedly select the one that favors us the most. Correct? If you were to intervene personally, the problem could be resolved swiftly. However, it would merely amount to a colleague rectifying a minor error. The reward from such a resolution would be negligible. Presently, it appears our friend wishes to resolve this matter privately. If he remains unable to do so, the situation will only escalate, bringing him greater trouble at that point, should you choose to intervene. Such an outcome seems far more appealing. You are quite confident, placing such faith in those you have recruited? She extinguished her cigarette and grasped her glass of wine, tilting her head back for a sip. Her golden hair, cascading down her back, appeared vibrant under the lights. Naturally, these individuals, having carved out a significant name for themselves in such a short time, certainly possess some talent. After all, there's little risk in this endeavor, is there? Hence, it's a fortuitous opportunity. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I shall prepare swiftly on my end, since I am aware of this. Cure shall not have much time left. Her words brimmed with certainty. Were it not for that insufferable weakling's advantageous connections, he would have long since met his end beneath the waves. Chapter 90. A new phase thus. The situation stands. If you can exercise patience for a few days, all will be well, and your rewards will be plentiful. Some benefits cannot merely be quantified in monetary terms. However, this is a matter of choice. Should you be unwilling, you may leave now. My associates will take over that, of course. Regardless of your decision, remuneration remains unchanged. Within the dimly lit, dilapidated paint factory, Arthur's gaze flickered, indecisive about whether to continue wading through this murky water. Thus far, this intermediary from the municipal center appeared quite reputable, perhaps making it viable to proceed. Perhaps you should elaborate. I at least need to know whom I am aiming at. Right? Rubbing his chin. Arthur squinted and inquired. Naturally. The task is quite simple. Ensure that the item remains in your possession. Whether you choose to hide it or confront them head-on, when our people arrive, it is imperative that the item is still there. It sounds not overly difficult, so are we to accept this job? Dino's voice carried a tone of inquiry. Accepting it would imply that it feels like a gift. Ending the communication, Arthur's eyes refocused. At that moment, he found himself in a room surrounded by members of the animal gang, including Jack, with a makeshift table constructed from bricks and empty crates before them at that moment. The Wild Man King was glaring at Arthur, her displeasure unmistakable. How can a man of such stature take orders from this pretty boy? She spoke in a gruff voice directed at Jack, yet her gaze remained fixed on Arthur. Evidently, Jack's strength had earned him the respect of these hulking figures. But it was limited to him alone. Ha ha ha. Jack waved his hands, looking embarrassed. We are a team, after all. Moreover, Arthur is a crucial part of it. However, Jack's pale explanation had clearly failed to make any impact. Rozer slammed his massive hands onto the table, nearly splintering the already precarious structure. Hey, pretty boy, give me a straight answer. Do you have the guts to take on this task? While we may speak bluntly, we certainly wouldn't force our friend. The friend she referred to was obviously Jack, and Arthur remained acutely aware of this. Faced with these dim-witted individuals, Arthur genuinely lacked experience, but he irritably scratched his stubble, feeling somewhat helpless as he replied. Could you elaborate further on the specifics of the situation? What a tedious individual. It's just, the place we're currently residing in is dark and dilapidated. We wish to find a new location. We have our sights set on the Empire Mall. Not long ago, the investors there fled, leaving behind only a few lackeys to guard the equipment, that if we can drive those pests away, we can secure a more spacious location. Her booming voice made even normal conversation sound like a shout. Fortunately, this was the animal gang's internal stronghold. Otherwise, their schemes would surely become common knowledge. The Empire Mall. Arthur had not heard of this place. Do you know how many people are inside and who is stationed there? Nonsense. Just a bunch of pests. Why bother with the details? Charge in, and those who don't run will be crushed. Simple as that. The Wild Man King's fists cracked ominously, his expression fierce, as if he were ready to devour someone. Raising his hand, Arthur inquired in a deep voice, to put it simply, why don't you go yourself? And what about the compensation? We're not here to engage in charity. There are certain things we are, indeed, not particularly skilled at. As for the remuneration, a rare and unusual expression crossed Luo Zhe's face as he thumped his fist against his head. The amount we can offer is not substantial, perhaps 30 to 40,000, which is somewhat lacking. In that case, once the area is secured, you may select the valuable items inside. Furthermore, let us consider this as a personal favor owed. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. As long as it does not involve putting our children in harm's way, we will lend a hand. As he spoke, Luo Zhe pounded his chest, the sound resonating like a drum, emphasizing that, at least in this matter, he had completely forsaken any semblance of femininity. What about a more specific plan? Is there anything like that? Arthur persistently inquired. A plan? We brought you here precisely for that reason. We have no such knowledge. You may devise the plan yourselves. Just ensure fewer of our children perished. It seems feasible, and we could take advantage of the chaos to conceal our goods, achieving two objectives at once. However, we must ascertain the situation over there. If we plunge in blindly, the uncertainty could prove overwhelmingly daunting. We have one more condition, pointing towards the dark boxes that had already been moved. Arthur continued, please safeguard our belongings, and if all else is satisfactory, we shall prepare to act by tomorrow. Also, this plan of yours is still under wraps, correct? No one knows? Hearing Arthur's question, the Wild King glanced around in confusion before responding. The items are also in our possession, so there is absolutely no cause for concern. The robust woman once again pounded her chest, assuring them, since we have decided to proceed, this matter must be executed with utmost alacrity. It is not for any trivial reason, Arthur observed with a complex expression regarding the faces of several key members of the animal gang, that if we do not act swiftly, in just 2 days, news will reach Taiping Prefecture, and within another day, every bar in Night City will likely be aware of it. Remember, do not speak of this matter indiscriminately, although uncertain of the effectiveness of this warning. Arthur still uttered it. Having delivered this message, he stood up and departed the premises with Jack. Misty's vehicle's steering and braking systems were somewhat damaged, yet fortunately, the animal gang, despite their dire poverty, still possessed a few cars. Jack took to driving a new car. Gripping the steering wheel, Jack surveyed the road ahead and casually remarked, I thought you would refuse. This sudden task doesn't seem very, stable. At this point, the sky had begun to darken. Although still within the territory of Taiping Prefecture, the locations of the animal gang appeared markedly more desolate, at least in comparison to the voodoo gang. However, my experience tells me that the more meticulously a plan appears, the more likely it is to fall apart. Arthur's tone was laced with inexplicable anger, prompting Jack to glance at him curiously. What do you mean by that? It sounds illogical. The rationale derived from estimation is often unreliable. Arthur gripped the stabilizing handle of the side of the vehicle, his gaze fixed on the illuminated patch of road ahead. Although he could not articulate the reasoning, this was a lesson learned through experience. Chapter 91. The Great Empire Mall. As the car progressed, the surrounding desolation gradually receded, though it remained somewhat dim and isolated due to the lack of lighting. The government of Night City envisioned Taiping Prefecture as a site for the most opulent consumer haven on Earth. The Great Empire Mall is one of the most crucial pieces of this puzzle. It sprawled along the edge of the unfinished shopping plaza, surrounded by some free, albeit seemingly antiquated, amusement facilities such as roller coasters and Ferris wheels, merely toys for children. The construction of the mall was significantly advanced, with the main structure completed and over half of the exterior finishing done. Now, the night had fully descended. In the darkness, Taiping Prefecture appeared unexpectedly dim, starkly contrasting with the intense illumination typical of other areas in Night City. This was, after all, an ungoverned region, and its power supply was tenuous at best. Amidst the enveloping darkness, the massive mall ahead sparkled with scattered lights. As they neared the mall, the sparse presence of patrons inside prompted Jack to extinguish the car's headlights. It seems not too difficult. Parking at a considerable distance, Jack turned off the engine and spoke uncertainly. After all, this was merely an abandoned den. How many guards could one expect? With that, Arthur opened the car door, preparing to exit for a closer look. Hey, won't going down now alert them? Jack hurried after Arthur. Still uncertain, casting a dubious glance at him, Arthur retorted, What else can we do? Rely on that band of hairless gorillas. Don't be ridiculous. They can't even find the door, though somewhat irked by the dim-witted animal gang. He ultimately managed to suppress his frustration. It was evident that if a conflict did arise, it would not merely be verbal. Listening to Arthur's explanation, Jack chuckled. Let us not forget our identities, he called out to Arthur, who was about to move forward, explaining we could easily obtain this straightforward information through an intermediary.as for more detailed insights. He gestured toward his head. Our hacker girl could take a look inside first. I have no objections. Just as Jack finished speaking, Jessica's soft voice chimed in. It seemed there were still countless aspects of this world, 2 centuries later, that he had yet to fully acclimate to. I have a question. Were you waiting for us from behind the network the whole time? This was clearly directed at Jessica. Not exactly. It's just that the weak intelligence system automatically recognizes these situations. It will alert me. The process of information gathering appeared remarkably effortless. Arthur had only contacted Dino concerning the intermediary. Upon hearing the request, Dino immediately sent over vital information about the Great Empire Mall, including an internal 3D model, all without charge. Jessica did not disappoint either, as despite the building's incomplete power supply causing her some minor inconveniences, she still managed to access several terminals inside and gather personnel data. Approximately 50 individuals, with a small fraction being technical workers, appeared unlikely to mount any significant resistance. It feels unnecessary to have driven here. Lying lazily in the passenger seat, Arthur covered his face with a gambler's hat. His voice muffled. The ease of gathering intelligence from within the car is far preferable to spending an entire day on a mountaintop with binoculars. Jack appeared relaxed as well, with the operation set for tomorrow. It was wise to conserve their energy beneath the hat. Although Arthur's eyes were closed, the auxiliary vision on his retina displayed the model of the Great Empire Mall. This model was remarkably detailed, even indicating the current power distribution within the mall. There are essentially 2 access routes. Point 1 is the nearly completed staircase structure, and the other an external construction elevator that we will most likely have to climb up. As the elevator is affixed to the exterior of the building and could be easily compromised, falling to one's death is not an ideal way to go. While examining the model, Arthur explained the fundamental details. Jack listened thoughtfully, then inquired, "What about the entrance? The building boasts 3 full floors of parking beneath, currently in a rough state, making it easy to ascend without alarming those inside." With that, Arthur straightened up in his seat, adjusting the brim of his hat. "Let us go. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will need to secure this area by tomorrow." Having assisted the animal gang, Arthur resolved to utilize their strength to guard the box until Dino's anticipated good news arrived. Early the next day, Arthur and Jack were awakened by the commotion outside. They had been placed in a dusty, abandoned room, sleeping on the floor, not due to preferential treatment, as everyone shared the same conditions. The flimsy iron door was kicked open, and the Wild King, sporting a disheveled mane, boomed, "Time to move, folks." With the iron door removed, the cacophony outside intensified, the sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoing relentlessly. Glancing at the bright sunlight outside, Arthur felt somewhat irritable. So, this is the time you chose, broad daylight. Going out to bask in the sun. What is wrong with broad daylight? At least there are no rats hiding in the gutters. Shooting from the shadows. Moreover, this is Taiping Prefecture. Leaving that remark, the individual walked away from the doorway, clearly pleased with their chosen time for action. Beside him, Jack shrugged helplessly, explaining, "In Taiping Prefecture, it is like this. You can openly shoot on the streets without anyone bothering you. The people here prefer to settle their issues during the day, regardless of how one goes about it. The cops won't come to interfere." Listening to Jack's explanation, Arthur recalled the events from a day prior. In broad daylight, a hovering vehicle had exchanged fire with a building. Truly, this was a savage land. Arthur felt more civilized than ever. They picked up the hat from the windowsill and promptly exited the room. Having taken only a few steps, they beheld the robust men from the Animal Assistance Group, busily engaged in a flurry of activity.